The story discloses that when a strong wind comes into the room, a boy gets up and looks around. He looks out of the window and sees a palace, then asks where he is, wondering if he is inside the game he has been playing. He explains that 3 years ago, he possessed a game character, and the game is called Heroic Legend of Arhen. It is about various kinds of dangerous events that take place in an academy, along with endless incidents, and in the end, even the destruction of the world is brought up. It is a story of a grand scale, but that is acceptable because the main character is destined to take care of everything, while he himself is only an extra. He is identified as Level 1 Corin Locke, merely an NPC in the beginner quest where the main character saves a villager. He walks along the street when he encounters someone and remarks that it is really well made, and if the story progresses as the game itself did, everything will be resolved. Corin then suggests that they should go and take a look at the main character, Park Sihu, who is destined to become famous and wealthy soon enough. He asks where the starting point is again, to which Sihu replies with sweet potatoes, no sprite. Corin questions what he means by sprite and thinks that no such element exists in this game. Finding the statement strange, Sihu declares that he will live for his own sake with efficiency. Corin takes his hand and affirms the same intention, while Sihu questions what he means by saying him too. Corin reflects that Park Sihu is also an ordinary person who has possessed a game character, and he wonders whether there truly is any difference between the two of them. He recalls the roar of a dragon while Corin explains that Park Sihu possesses a privilege granted only to player characters, a stat window. A window appears in front of Sihu, who asks what a stat is and what he is supposed to do with it. Corin thinks the problem is that Sihu has never played this game before, but he believes he can make up for that. Corin places his hand on Sihu's shoulder and reminds him that since he said he was going to become a mage, he must focus on intelligence stats. He adds that a skill book will appear in the next part of the story and emphasizes that it is extremely important, so it must never be forgotten. He reflects that he has already played through all the stories and every possible route, considering himself a professional at Heroic Legend of Arhen. Corin tells Sihu to trust him, thinking that having someone like him to provide guidance is an incredible advantage. Suddenly, a dog rushes forward to attack Corin. Sihu notices it in time and moves quickly to stab it. He asks Corin if he is alright, only to see that Corin is already striking another dog. Corin thinks that he has all the knowledge about the game, while Sihu has the stat window and the player system. Corin kills another dog as Sihu looks at him in shock. Corin believes that together they make a strong duo. With Sihu by his side, he is confident they can save many people, prevent the world from ending, and even find a way back to Earth. Sihu hands him a bottle, and Corin notices it with surprise, asking how he managed to obtain it. He remarks that it is as good as a low-class elixir. Corin accepts it, drinks it, and thinks that if there is one thing he is disappointed about, it is that everyone is fabricated. The charm of this game is that it contains not only fantasy action, but also diverse heroines and dating simulator features. However, Park Sihu does not involve himself with any woman and only adds them to the party when it becomes necessary. As a result, at one point, the party consists entirely of men. He asks why the party has to be filled with sweaty men and thinks that was the moment when he should have realized the truth, back when the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor died on her way to the entrance ceremony. When the final boss of the first stage, Humiliates, goes missing, along with the appearance of mysterious disappearances and murders, the plot begins to stray from the original story of the game. More importantly, the thoughts of Sihu, the way he reasons, and his true personality start to reveal themselves. Corin reflects that he should have doubted him at least a little and questioned what he really is. He thinks that Mariette Dunliffe is one of the heroines of this game, but neither Sihu nor he is able to meet her because she has already gone missing. The system then notifies him about a hidden piece, Mariette Dunliffe's staff, and he wonders why her staff is here. He follows Sihu, that reckless fool, because Sihu keeps sneaking out at night. But to think that a place like the underground exists astonishes him. He compares it to an inventory as Sihu teleports into one. He looks at a sword and questions why it is there, while the system window notifies him that it is a hidden piece, Odachi. He thinks that this, too, has gone missing when another heroine, Alicia, disappeared, and he realizes that these hidden pieces are not the only ones. He looks at another item while the system window notifies him that it is the rare Jaeger's mace, followed by another item, the rare Lark's spell book. He thinks that all of these belong to characters who vanished as the game progressed. He then sees Marriott Dunilef bound in a chamber and wonders if she truly is Marriott Dunilef. At that moment, Sihu arrives and asks why he is there. Corin looks back at him and shouts, demanding an explanation, reminding him that he once said he had pursued Marriott but lost her. Sihu dismisses it and responds that she is a demon anyway, asking if Corin would want to waste the blood of an elder-class vampire. He points toward the blood and explains that he is merely using it efficiently, admitting that he has drunk quite a bit of it as well. Corin recalls the moment when Sihu gave him the elixir and the sensation of nausea that followed. Sihu then asks what the problem is and insists that he worked extremely hard to capture her, having endured a month in the forest with a trap. Corin demands to know why he does this. Sihu replies that it is, of course, to progress efficiently with the story, since his route is far too frustrating. He complains that he keeps suffering losses while attempting to save people, refusing to kill bothersome individuals like Jaeger and Lark. He continues to try to protect people who cannot even be manipulated without increasing their friendship levels, and he argues that using them in this way is the most efficient approach. Sihu insists that Corin listen to him. He is more skilled at this game than Corin believes, and he admits that he deceived him from the start. He is not a novice. Corin, sweating heavily, demands to know how many kills Sihu has accumulated, but Sihu refuses to answer precisely. He calculates that if he secures just 3 more kills, his total will reach 100,000. He even boasts that he is not human. Corin rises and seizes Sihu by the collar, accusing him and labeling him a monster. Sihu snaps him back to reality, reminding him that they are all NPCs and that he has slain many enemies himself. Corin protests that the foes Sihu killed were irredeemable villains who sought to end the world. He challenges Sihu's obsession with efficiency and frustration. If efficiency truly matters, why did Sihu take Odachi? Why would a mage claim a hidden piece meant for a knight? Sihu attempts to reply, but Corin cuts him off, asking why a simple elixir would not suffice when the stat window can easily be used to create one. He condemns the elaborate, inefficient schemes Sihu has built to farm experience. Sihu retorts that Corin is impatient. Corin shouts that what Sihu needed was a sandbag for his sociopathic tendencies. Sihu throws him aside. Corin collides with a wall and is hurt. Sihu accuses him of driving him insane, insisting that after all he has done for Corin, Corin has no right to speak to him in that manner. Sihu declares that Corin should think of him above all else, that Corin should be his everything, his world. He does not even know his place and only hurts himself by interfering in everyone's business. All he ever does is stare at women, so how could he betray him like this? He decides that he will no longer hold himself back. Corin becomes confused, looks at him, and thinks in disbelief that he must be insane. He says that this is not the kind of character Sihu is supposed to be. They have been together for 199 chapters, so why is he suddenly trying to change the genre? Sihu replies that he has removed everything that could stand in his way until now, all for the sake of their future. Corin curses at him and says that must be the reason he only allowed men in their party. Sihu answers that the others are merely for appearances and should not matter, because the only one he truly loves is Corin. At that, Corin rises and punches him in the face with all his strength. Sihu thinks Corin is terrifying. He is frightened beyond measure, never having even experienced the chance to have a girlfriend before. Corin tries to run, but demonic tentacles appear and seize him completely. He struggles to escape and screams, insisting that this is not how it should be. Sihu tells him that he cannot run away because he is going to imprison him forever. He declares that Corin belongs to him now, in this fabricated world, because Corin is the only real thing to him, and he binds him in chains. Corin shouts that he is frightening him and calls him insane. Sihu calmly replies that everything will be over soon, and once this fight ends, they will be together forever. Corin asks whether this is a plan devised by Sihu, while the system window notifies him that the last stage is opening. Sihu declares that it has begun. He always kills everything himself, so he is certain he will triumph over the final boss as well. He wonders what will become of him once the final boss falls. The system window then notifies him that the player has died and that the challenge has failed. Corin collapses onto a bed of rocks and wonders if that fool truly lost. The scene shifts back as he wakes in his room and surveys his surroundings. He looks out of the window at a distant palace and realizes that he has regressed 3 years, to the very first day he arrived. He clenches his fists and resolves that he must kill Sihu. He must kill a player. The system window notifies him of the Rhodian River flooding incident as the river's barrier breaks and floodwaters rush in. He remembers that during the water monster subjugation quest, the dam failed, sweeping an entire village away with it. 1,000 water monsters rise, and thousands of people in the tower are drowned. Amid that horrific scene, Sihu laughed, seeming to enjoy it, and declared that it was incredible. At the time, Korin cannot comprehend why Sihu is snickering so much. In hindsight, he realizes that even if countless people perish, Sihu views the disaster only in terms of personal gain and the opportunity to monopolize experience. Sihu boasts that with just 3 more kills, he will reach 100,000. Korin calls him a devil and insists that he could stop Sihu now and flee. He concludes that Sihu is, at this point, merely a rank 5 bum like himself. All the factors that empower players are concentrated at Merkaba Academy, and after entering the academy, Sihu became markedly stronger. He is not a monster yet, but there is no telling how rapidly he will grow once he is inside the academy, whose entrance ceremony begins in 5 days. Korin plucks some mushrooms from the forest and thinks that, in other words, the only chance to kill Sihu is right now. The system window then notifies him of a tutorial quest. The carriage en route to Merkaba City has broken down in a monster-infested forest. Protect the passengers and the security guards until repairs are completed. Meanwhile, in the forest, Leon and Laura arrive. One of them inspects the rabbit they have hunted and remarks that it is all done. Laura tells him he is skilled, calling him a kid, and he laughs while thanking her. An old man approaches and tells them that everything has been fixed. Leon urges that they should get moving, while Laura stretches her body and admits she just wants to sleep quickly. Suddenly, they hear a noise and turn their heads as a massive block moves toward them. Leon swiftly pushes her aside and shouts for her to get out of the way. She falls back as he calls her name, and she answers that she knows what the sound of crying is. She draws her sword as well. A monster emerges, and the system window notifies them that it is a werewolf, a rank 2 monster. She sees it and declares that it is a werewolf. Shu also sees it and curses, asking if it has already begun. He thinks that he ran here the moment it started, yet he could not stop it. If only he had a little more time to prepare. He attacks the wolf, knocks it down, and laments that he could have saved those people as well. The werewolf strikes at Laura, who collapses. Leon, deeply worried, calls her name and shouts for her to get on the carriage, promising that he will buy her time. He tells them to go ahead, assuring them that he and the others will catch up. She rides in the carriage and looks back at Sihu, who says he cannot abandon Leon and escape. He urges her to run. He then sees the werewolf seize Leon by the neck and roar. Pointing his sword at the beast, he thinks he must confirm something before interfering. Whether Sihu truly is the hero destined to save this world, or if he is merely another possessed player like himself. He stares at the werewolf and mutters that it is enormous. The werewolf roars again as Laura rushes forward, attempting to stab it while shouting at it to get down. The monster easily blocks her strike, and she looks on in shock, asking if it actually stopped her attack, before being shoved backward. He orders her to step back, saying he will handle the creature. Inwardly, he recalls that she is the second daughter of the Arden family, the one who possesses Odachi, one of the 6 King Swords, the most influential party member, and a named character. He admits he feels fear as he draws his dagger, thinking that even in the tutorial episode, the Easter egg of Alicia Arden exists. Korin arrives there and sees this all and mutters that he would allow this moment to pass as a death event, confirming to himself that it is Sihu after all. Alicia asks why, and he replies with feigned regret that his hand slipped because he was too nervous. The werewolf roars at them again and charges to attack. Alicia raises her weapon to meet it in combat, while Korin watches her and thinks that if she dies during this quest, he will gain possession of Odachi. With it, he would then be able to join Lunya's party, the group of the great swordsmen. He thinks she is poisoned, but she does not succumb easily, perhaps because she is a named NPC, while the werewolf blocks her attack and pushes her back. She tells herself to calm down and focus, closing her eyes to concentrate. He observes her and admires Alicia's flawless footwork and skill. She activates her abilities and dashes toward the werewolf, which roars in response. He watches and thinks that at this rate, she might be able to kill the werewolf on her own. Determined that this cannot happen, he throws his dagger toward her. She reacts in time, blocking it with her sword, and realizes that it was no accident after all. She reaches the werewolf and attempts to stab it, but he intervenes, striking her. She asks why he is doing this, and he replies, letting her know that Odachi has been acquired. He thinks that the weapon can only be wielded with a special skill, but he will consider that later. He rationalizes that killing an NPC will grant experience as well. She falls to the ground as the werewolf bites her. Then he advances toward her. She launches an attack using some kind of mud, and he instinctively shields himself, questioning what it is. While examining himself, he hears a noise and prepares to defend, shouting at whoever it is to come out. Several strange rabbits emerge. He realizes that topanic mushrooms, coated entirely in powder, are among the forest's favored monsters. In the eyes of the forest creatures, Sihu is nothing more than fresh meat marinated in a flavorful powder. The rabbits leap at him, but he pushes them away, dismissing them as insignificant. Corin drags the unconscious Alicia to safety and thinks gratefully that she is still alive. The werewolf attempts to attack again, but someone arrives and stabs it, causing Corin to flinch in fear. The newcomer asks who Corin is. Corin, still startled, notes that 3 horn rats were killed in 1 minute and remarks that having Odachi is indeed powerful. Siyu looks at him and asks if he is Corin. Siyu asks how he has arrived and points his sword at him. Corin looks at him and wonders if he has lost all his memories from before. He thinks that is fortunate and warns that he will cut his hand off if he holds the sword like that. Sihu stares at his hand in shock and asks what he means by that. Corin charges forward and slashes at his hand. Sihu screams as Corin observes him, thinking that although he may be clumsy with the sword, he is undeniably fast. Physically, Sihu is still far superior, so Corin realizes he has no choice but to push himself to the limit. He dashes toward Sihu to strike, but Sihu steps back to evade the attack. Corin reminds himself that the thought of having the blade driven into his neck reeks of death, and he focuses all his attention on the fang. He continues attacking while Sihu evades each strike, Corin thinking until he sees nothing but the fang. He strikes again, knowing that once the opportunity arises, it must be seized. Sihu falls back as Corin pins him to the ground and stabs his shoulder. Corin draws his dagger to strike again, but Sihu deflects his hand. Corin pierces his hand and also drives the dagger into his neck. Corin breathes heavily, reflecting that he must thank him for his past life. He admits that he has grown stronger because of him, yet he has no regrets about this. He thinks that it is justified, for he has slain the seeds of a monster. The system window displays an error and informs that level 1 Park Sihu is dead. It begins calculating the odds of clearing the main scenario and recommends the first best judgment, world backup, variable Corin lock, for examination. The system window proceeds to notify that level 1 Corin lock is being examined for potential, ideology, compatibility, and player log. The previous player's experience is passed down to Corin as a hero, along with the minimal backup required in case of scenario collapse, including minimal stats. Corin regains succession as the sub-player. The system window notifies that the Alay class knight and martial master's successor has been assigned as the sub-player. Corin looks at the system window and asks what is meant by sub-player, wondering if it signifies that he will finally receive a stat window. Behind him, he hears Alicia coughing and quickly turns toward her. He rushes to her side and asks if she is all right. She replies that she is not. She cannot see. He notes that at least she appears strong enough to speak. He carries her, observing that she feels dizzy and cannot smell, while her ears are ringing. She asks how he knows, and he thinks that, judging from her twisted tongue, it appears to be the poison of the peacock tree frog. He reflects that at the point of the tutorial, this poison is difficult to create without a combination window. Had her combination level been slightly higher, Alicia would have died immediately. That is a relief, but since the fang remains lodged in her body, she is in danger, and he must stop the bleeding and detoxify her. He loosens his belt and ties it around her shoulder. She asks what he is doing, and he reassures her that it is fine. He is a master at stopping bleeding and performing detoxification. He thinks that if she bites her tongue, it will create a serious problem, so he searches for something she can bite. He positions Sihu's arm in her mouth and instructs her to bite down. He warns that it will hurt, but urges her to hang in there. Removing his shirt, he begins to treat her while reflecting that he does not know why he has traveled 3 years back. Yet here he is, returning to kill a player. The person who died in his previous life is alive now, and he is saving her. He thinks that having saved a life is enough. Afterward, he begins preparing an antidote, telling her to hang in there and not to worry, as people do not die so easily. She calls him her savior and asks for his name. He places a wet cloth over her eyes and says that she does not need to know. She asks what he means, and he tells her to stop overthinking and get some rest. He promises to wake her once the antidote is ready. She agrees, and he reflects that from now on, it is better to keep as many people as possible in the dark about his actions. He says that now it is time to get the situation straight and draws a circle on the ground, reflecting that the story of heroic legend of Arhan, as the title implies, is the story of the hero. While resolving the incidents that arise at the academy, the player becomes the hero who will ultimately save the world. The hero must defeat countless villains, culminating in the final boss, and the only reason a devil like Sihu even followed the story is that if the final boss were not defeated, the world would end. However, now that the player has died, the question arises, who will fulfill that role? The system window notifies him that he has been designated as the sub-player, the successor of the Alay class knight and martial master. He sits in a meditative pose, thinking that he must take on the responsibility because if these fools insist on making him do it, he will at least perform it properly. The system continues to alert him that he does not have permission. He reflects that although he has become a sub-player, he cannot access any of the player's convenient tools. He had been excited to see the stat window. Yet in the end, nothing had changed. It is far too difficult to serve as a backup for something he does not fully understand, relying only on the future memories he has retained from his past life. He concludes that he must make use of factors external to the system. For 3 years, he has trained to his limits and is no longer a normal possessor or a mere extra. He touches the magical fire circle, generating an aura around him. He smiles and remarks that, as he expected, it works. He reflects that he was desperate to survive, and as someone who relies on magic, the only spell he learned in his past life was this. He examines the magical circle and reads the runes inscribed upon it, thinking that these ancient letters possess magical power of their own, duty, restraint, and oath known collectively as the runes of the 3 commandments. These are among the most powerful laws of this world, serving as the source of superhuman strength and the cause of destruction. He resolves to inscribe all 3 onto his body. He touches his shoulder and draws a magical line, contemplating that the first commandment is duty. This commandment grants the caster additional power when honoring a self-imposed oath, allowing the consistent execution of stable duties, such as abstaining from eating chicken. However, because these obligations are relatively easy to follow, he earns only minimal stats from them. In conclusion, although the requirement is demanding, he must make promises that he will uphold until the end. He vows not to turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of good people. The system window notifies him that by refusing to ignore the misfortunes of good people, his status will rise whenever he completes a quest. It also warns that failure to uphold this commandment incurs a penalty of 10. The second commandment is restraint. The system window notifies him of restraint. He will not perceive spirits. He reflects that in this world, everything possesses a spiritual essence, and astral beings such as ghosts and spirits without material bodies exist here. Since astral beings only intervene upon mutual recognition, they cannot use any of their powers on unconscious individuals or those without spiritual essence. The system window notifies him that disobeying the bind will result in receiving 600% damage from all subjects considered opponents. Another window notifies him that upon activating the restraint, the hit ratio of astral beings becomes 0%, while the hit ratio of physical beings increases by 50%. He reflects that the penalty preventing astral beings from meddling with him has effectively become a protective shield, guarding him against all astral entities in the world. He then considers the last commandment, the oath. This commandment, which leverages the weight of an oath as a source of power, carries tremendous risk. That is why neither Sihu nor he had used it in his previous life. Yet even Sihu, who exploited every system function, ultimately failed. In that case, there is no reason to worry. The oath bearing the greatest weight declares that he will save this world. It represents the highest ambition a warrior can pursue, an oath embodying the pursuit of the most extraordinary goal. With this, the commandments are complete. The system window notifies him that duty, restraint, and oath will now be applied to the sub-player. It warns that failure to uphold his oath will result in inevitable death, accompanied by screams as the energy is absorbed. After a while, Alicia wakes up, feeling hurt, when a nurse arrives and asks if she is awake and how she is feeling. She asks where she is, and the nurse replies that she is in Merkaba City Emergency Hospital. Alicia inquires about the person who brought her here. The nurse responds that her guardian just left. Alicia asks what she means by just left. The nurse explains that he cannot move yet. Alicia reassures her that it is fine and asks where her belongings are. The nurse points toward a bag. Alicia looks inside and notices Corin's belt, asking if it belongs to her savior. She grabs it, noting that it still has blood on it, and confirms with the nurse, who replies affirmatively. Alicia then asks if there is a place that sells honey bomb candy. The nurse says that she can only have stew for now. 3 days later, on the day of Merkaba Academy's entrance ceremony, Corin walks through the streets and checks his wallet, saying that he needs his student ID to enter. He notices a piece of paper inside and asks what it is, a letter. He reads the letter, which addresses him as a proud son, telling him that his guardian does not know how proud he is of him and urging him to become a wonderful man who protects many people, just as those by his side are great protectors. Corin wonders when it was secretly placed there and reflects that, although he may appear to be a normal, incompetent child, even he has a family. When he first possessed this body, he acted awkwardly and felt unfamiliar, yet they treated him as family without change. That is how he began to love his family and this world. That is the difference between Sihu and himself as he carefully wraps the letter. He arrives at the train station, looks around, and asks why there are so many trains, realizing that this is Merkaba Academy. At that moment, Mariette Dunlop arrives and greets the new students, asking them to gather. She approaches Corin and inquires if he is a new student as well. He introduces himself as Corin Locke. She exclaims that he is tall and must eat a lot, then offers him a potato. Confused, he asks what she means. She explains that the potato represents the creation building, where magic students gather to conduct their research. She adds that she is a first-class, second-year Merkaba Academy mage, who enjoys the respect and blessings of everyone while walking the broad and level path. She points out the stamina training room, noting that it lends a wide variety of fascinating weapons. Corin reflects that as life continues, people will inevitably encounter unpredictable misfortunes and tragedies in this world. He realizes that Mariette Dunlop will face depths of despair in the future, as she is the first act's final boss. Mariette holds the bus handle and instructs everyone that as they disembark, each should take 1 potato and 1 sweet potato. She wishes them good luck, saying goodbye until they meet later. The scene shifts to the Merkaba Academy grounds, where Corin also arrives and looks around, noting that the space expansion magic is beginning. Another student, surprised, asks if anyone else can see what lies ahead. Someone shouts not to be flustered, young ones expressing disbelief that the new cadets of the academy are being taken aback by such a simple matter. Corin looks at them with annoyance and recognizes the voice as that of Old Man Heyman. He thinks that the pattern is always the same. It is basically like a boot camp. This world's population has a long history of battles against the evil tribe. The most effective weapons against them are superhumans capable of harnessing aura and mana, and the institution responsible for developing these superhumans is the Guardian Academy, Merkaba. Fermac Damon arrives and introduces himself as the professor in charge of this year's new students' welcome ceremony. Corin thinks it has been a while since he last saw him. Fermac addresses the students, noting that they must all be here to become either knights or mages, and that a certificate has likely been issued as soon as they arrived. He remarks that it is annoying to act superior when most of them are probably ordinary, and he is eager to see their abilities when the stat windows appear before everyone. Corin checks his own window. His aura rank is 680, which is low. His mana rank is 120, very low. His abilities are 0, also very low. And his overall rank is 6th, which is extremely low. He thinks it is boring, but his physical stats are appalling. Fermac explains that the numbers displayed represent the students' overall ranks and instructs them to stand in front of the sign corresponding to their rank. Corin calculates that with a cap of 400 students, he is likely in the bottom 1%. Fermac wishes them all luck in battle as the students begin to teleport. He remarks that this year's batch contains many diamonds in the rough. Another girl comments that there is no need to compare the first and second rank students yet. It is better to wait until all other students have been assessed. He reflects on the notable students. The granddaughter of the sword genius, Alicia Arden, Avalon's druid, Yule, the sword-controlling mercenary, Drinwarski, the golem sorcerer, Crano Ludin, and the only first-rank student, the heavenly Yaksha, H. Warren. Another woman comments in disbelief that such a child is enrolled and wonders what the director is thinking. The old man asks whether there is any point in testing the 6th-rank students, noting that even the 5th-rank students do not look promising. He suggests discarding the incompetent 6th-rank students from the start. The woman replies that the director insisted that all students must walk the path of learning and questions whether he disagrees. The old man shrugs and signals to begin, snapping his fingers, and a box falls in front of Corin. Corin examines it and identifies it as a weapon case. The old man explains that in 30 seconds, monsters will swarm and instructs the students to deal with as many as they can. Corin thinks that the test is as unfriendly as ever, designed to place him in an empty arena and force him to fight monsters scaled to his level. He opens the case and reflects that most 5th and 6th rank students will likely panic, grabbing whatever weapon they can, most likely a sword, as he had done in his last life's rank test. A monster appears, and the system notifies him that it is a short hound, a 5th rank monster. Corin remarks that while swords are usually impressive, it takes 100 days to master a spear, 1,000 days to master a blade, and 10,000 days to master a sword. He chooses a spear, attacks the monster, and knocks it out. He apologizes to the others mentally, acknowledging that he has far too much experience killing these types of monsters. Corin approaches the monsters and draws his spear, remarking that 12 seconds have passed. It took him a while. He reflects that in his previous life, he could not even kill these short hounds and had been eliminated, but this time is different. He intends to defeat them all until reaching the next rank and announces that the next wave should enter. He notices that he has reached the 5-minute mark and wonders why no new monsters are appearing. He questions whether the system is broken as some other students run in panic, crying for help. Instructor observes them and asks what they intend to do if they cannot even defeat these monsters. He recalls that in his day, he could eliminate 5th rank monsters in 1 minute and 22 seconds. The 5th ranks are formidable, so there is no point in considering the 6th ranks. Corin grows tired after knocking the monsters out and yawns. The instructor notices and questions why the monsters have not been summoned, suspecting a bug. He complains that the next rank is not appearing and wonders why the same students are appearing again. He labels them as pathetic idiots while other students continue to cry for help. The instructor asks whether this is the first student to pass, noting that it took 7 minutes and 22 seconds. He reasons that the 3rd ranks should need only 2 to 3 minutes, and wonders what the 5th and 6th ranks are doing. Finally, he looks at Corin and asks why he is acting like this, speculating that the monster summoning system is malfunctioning once again. Another person arrives and asks what he means by broken, insisting that Madame Josephine's test magic has never made a mistake in 20 years. Instructor replies that someone who should have been eliminated long ago is still standing, so it is obvious that the monsters are not being summoned. The other person asks if he actually saw the monsters fail to appear. Instructor responds that there is no need for him to witness it personally. The other questions again, asking if he did not see it happen. The instructor sighs and says that he is simply calling it a bug and will summon the monsters again. Meanwhile, Corin mutters in disbelief, wondering why the same idiots keep appearing. He reasons that he is not training a dog and runs faster while holding his spear, stabbing the dogs in his path. The system window notifies him that the time is 7.3 seconds. Instructor is shocked at the time and exclaims in disbelief, asking 7.3 seconds, "What is this?" He calls over Professor Fermac to take a look. Fermac asks what is happening. Instructor inquires about the fastest record for the 3rd and 4th ranked students under Fermac's supervision. Fermac replies that a student named Jaeger holds the record at 3 minutes and 30 seconds and asks why he is inquiring. The instructor shrugs, saying it is nothing serious, but remarks that the student is clearly skilled at throwing a spear and must be the son of a hunter. At that moment, a fourth-rank monster, a mat boar, arrives. Fermac comments that they should see how the student faces a fourth-rank monster. Corin promptly knocks the boar out, and the system window notifies him that the time is 3.7 seconds. Corin remarks that this will not be easy, as an owlbear, a third-rank monster, appears. He attacks it with his spear, but the owlbear blocks his strike. He attacks again, activating the Kenna's skill, which burns the owlbear. Everyone watches in shock, and someone asks whether it is rune magic. Fermac also asks if it is rune magic. Corin observes that it does not seem to have much effect, but he stabs the owlbear while it temporarily obstructs its vision. Fermac then declares that this is sufficient. Another person comments that the student is clearly not a mere 6th rank and laments that the monster test only goes up to 3rd rank. He adds that it has been a long time since such a skilled individual appeared and expresses excitement to see him fight evil spirits. Instructor announces that after this, they will begin the 5th rank evil spirit test. Corin reflects that something has definitely been summoned, but he cannot see or hear it due to the restraint penalty. The system window notifies him that, under restraint, he cannot perceive spirits. He realizes that he cannot sense or interfere with souls, ghosts, or spirits, which means he cannot interact with evil spirits either. He decides to test whether it is as he expects. Corin begins a countdown and counts to 60. He thinks that the activation is complete and that all necessary confirmations have been made. He then decides to give up. The system window notifies him that for the 5th rank evil spirit test, the 5th rank ghost has withdrawn, the 4th rank hexwraiths are disqualified, and the 3rd rank banshee is also disqualified. Another system window notifies the results of the monster test. The 5th rank shorthound is killed in 7.3 seconds, the 4th rank mat boar in 3.7 seconds, and the 3rd rank owl bear in 11 seconds. Corin approaches the instructor and praises him for a job well done. Instructor reflects that if this student had withdrawn, it speaks volumes about his abilities. Corin walks with the other students when one of them asks a fellow what rank he achieved. The other replies that he reached the 4th rank and is in trouble, then asks about the other student. His companion laughs and says the other reached the 3rd rank. The first student reacts with surprise, asking if he defeated both the owlbear and the banshee. Jaeger Hinchepter arrives, and Corin immediately recognizes him as the student who started a fight with the player at the beginning of the story. He recalls that Siyu killed him in anger. Corin reflects that although Jaeger is arrogant and slightly delinquent, such behavior is common at that age, and muses on how reckless he was. He observes the students and notes that they are in 5th place, remarking that it must have been difficult to lose deliberately. He notices that some students even fail against shorthounds and ghosts. Corin recalls Lark from his past life, remembering how Lark could not overcome his inferiority complex, and while slandering him and Siyu, he suffered the same fate as Jaeger. Iryu arrives and announces over the microphone, greeting everyone and introducing himself as Director Iryu Kassar. He declares that in order to become strong, they have entered the academy where only the powerful gather. Some students have progressed enough, while others still have a long way to go. Although he cannot guarantee that he will achieve everything he desires during his time here, he hopes to find his own path in this place. Their role is merely to help him take the correct first step. From the 2nd step onward, it is his responsibility alone. He wishes them a good day. All the students move through the building when Jaeger declares that, from today onward, he is the 3rd rank knight. He approaches Lark and asks him his rank. Lark is taken aback by his sudden appearance and replies that he is of the 5th rank. Jaeger laughs and mocks him, asking if he means 5th rank, how pathetic, and questions whether he failed to kill the ghost or the shorthound. Corin approaches them, placing a hand on Jaeger's shoulder and greeting him. Jaeger asks why he is here. Corin admires the tattoo on Jaeger's back, remarking that the artist must have been truly talented, as the work is remarkably neat even up close. He notes that the tattoo indicates Jaeger's blood type, allowing for a quick transfusion if he is injured, and praises the preparation. Jaeger laughs and explains that his mother, a professional tattoo artist originally specializing in line work, created it in the old school style at his request. Corin compliments her skill and asks if Jaeger has tattoos elsewhere on his body. He realizes that he already knows all of this and reflects on how, in his previous life, when Jaeger went missing and his mother came to the academy, she emphasized that his tattoos were not merely for decoration. They were an expression of her concern for her son, who had entered the Guardian Academy, a parent's heart laid bare. Jaeger shows his arm and explains that he has more tattoos, including one of a flying chariot representing Merkaba Academy. Corin admires it and introduces himself, asking about Jaeger. Jaeger responds that he is Jaeger and turns to Lark, asking his name. Lark is confused for a moment but answers that he is Lark. They all laugh together. Alicia arrives and comments on how naturally he defended his colleague, who was being bullied, noting that it is admirable and that he seems like a good person. Corin observes Lark and thinks that this is how he left a positive first impression on him, relying on his ability to memorize. He finds his free skill book and smiles. Alicia watches him and reflects that even his smile is attractive, wondering what kind of person he truly is. Corin thinks most of Merkaba Academy's facilities are provided free of charge. The student cafeterias are cheaper than outside, and the dormitories are also free. Among them, the most recommended facility is the training rooms. The reason for that is simple. By using the training rooms, even impossible training is made possible. He runs around, grabs his spear, and spins it in circles while thinking, for example, of fighting spirit bodies that are invisible to him. Cranel looks at him and says that the first-year student is using a spirit body to practice. Usually, students practice with spirit bodies in their second semester, so he is certain the boy must have come here after hearing a rumor somewhere. Another student remarks that countless second-year students cannot even catch wind-type spirit bodies, while Mariette overhears them. Corin becomes tired after the practice, while someone points out that this is what a first-year student gets for fighting a spirit body. Corin asks if it is still too much for him. Another person comments that he must be a freshman and walks toward him. Corin greets him as an instructor, and the instructor asks why he is practicing against a spirit body. He replies that it is to train his spear skills. The instructor then asks if he is confident that he can manage it. Corin answers that he will do it while wondering why the old man has approached him so suddenly. He questions inwardly if something has gone wrong during the entrance exam. The instructor says that it is a great spirit and hands him 10 meal tickets. Corin takes them excitedly, and the instructor adds that if he succeeds, he should come find him, for he will praise him. He laughs, and Corin thinks that it frightens him. He feels nervous for no reason. A man who shows affection with food anyhow, this must be a good sign. He declares that they should get started again. Mariette sees him. He tries to practice with determination, struggling to overcome the spirit body's power, but he fails and falls to the ground. Mariette arrives, places a wet towel on his face, and offers him water while asking if it is difficult. He replies that it is exhausting. She gives him the water and tells him he can rest now, for he has worked hard enough. She encourages him that once he gets the hang of it, he will be able to do it someday. He just needs to try again next time. He thinks otherwise. He does not have a next time. He might have had one 3 years ago, when Sihu was there. Back then, they had the player's stat window, along with potions and skill books from the combination window. But now, Sihu is gone. He himself has killed him. Everything must be done alone. He drinks the water and thanks her, thinking that she can always choose to give up later. As for him, he must become the strongest. First, he must discover his limits. It may be excessive, but he has to test how far he can use the abilities he once had. Corin acquires several skills, such as Ominous Serpent Stab, Tiger Wind Swing, Block Capture Plaque Counterattack, Returning Heaven Spin, and Pagoda Tree Mountain Throw. He reflects that he possesses neither a strong body nor vast magic power or aura. The information he has about the player Sihu and the future proves useless in the face of monsters and geniuses. However, to survive against such adversaries, he must work harder than anyone else, for that is the only self he has. He believes the past 3 years of his training will not betray him as he activates Ominous Serpent Deep Righteousness. He hurls his spear toward the magical circle. Mariette sees this and thinks he has thrown the spear away, perhaps giving up after all. Yet, when he recalls the weapon in his hand, she is shocked. She realizes he has not surrendered, but has deliberately shot it only to catch it again. He throws the spear once more, this time activating Slithering Serpent Calamity Serpent Intent, and the weapon pierces through the magical circle. Marriott witnesses this and feels that words like strong or outstanding are far too cliché to describe him. Instead, a sense of honest admiration lingers on her tongue. She can only think that he is incredible. Corin rises into the air and then collapses to the ground. She looks at him and asks if he is all right. He thinks that he has indeed been excessive, at least with the body he now possesses. The scene shifts to the next day, when Marriott greets the juniors and announces that today she will introduce them to the school's facilities. She explains that this is their school's pride and points out the library. Meanwhile, Corin eats his food and thinks that in order for him to fight properly, his body is the most urgent matter. To raise his physical capabilities without relying on Sihu's elixirs, there is only one way: the commandments. He recalls the first commandment, never turn a blind eye to another's misfortune, and approaches Lark. He puts his arm around his neck, greets him, and asks if he wants to get something to eat while Lark continues reading a book. Corin whispers in his ear that they should also talk about grimoires. He reflects that a grimoire, simply put, is a skill book, a powerful artifact that grants the corresponding magic or trait merely by being read. Merkaba Academy's library, as vast as the academy itself, is said to store and pass down humanity's knowledge to future generations. Yet, in truth, all of that is a facade. This place exists to conceal the grimoires. Corin pulls a book from a shelf and remarks that, for instance, it is like hiding a tree within a forest. Lark responds that, whatever the case, he understands, but Corin must keep his promise. Corin affirms that as long as he fulfills the conditions, he will obtain the grimoire with the written traits. He thinks that Lark is a hard worker, an intellectual, and a model student. He has memorized all kinds of magic and recorded them in his spellbook. Of course, it does not matter how many spells he possesses. Using them all proves difficult. If a magician's level and mana are low, no matter how sound the theory may be, the results cannot be good. With a grimoire, however, the situation is different. Corin pulls a book from the shelf, mutters letters like a B, C, D, and tosses it aside. Lark tells him to stop playing around. At that moment, Corin opens a hidden door that suddenly awakens before them. Lark stares in shock and asks if it is truly a hidden door, demanding to know how he found it. Corin simply replies that they should go in. Lark urges him to wait, insisting that they go together, and they both step inside. Corin turns to him and says it is time to keep his promise, extending his hand for a handshake. Lark shakes his hand and replies that he wants his help in repelling evil spirits. Correct. Corin then asks what exactly he needs to do, and suddenly strikes him with a punch. He laughs and says they should get started, if they are willing, while Lark falls to the ground with blood spilling from his mouth. Corin thinks that although his first reason for coming here is to help Lark, it is also to complete the special quest. If he captures the evil spirits here, he will earn the hidden peace he desires. Yet a small problem arises as a shadow appears behind him. It is Sabancha Duke, a special evil spirit. Corin realizes that this quest is designed to be impossible to complete. How is he supposed to capture a special evil spirit, not merely an ordinary one? Sabancha launches an attack against him. Corin reflects that this is the assault of a duke who once commanded the South 800 years ago, an attack under which most players die as soon as the quest begins. Yet, unlike them, he survives. He perceives the overwhelming mana surrounding him, and the system window notifies him of a restraint that prevents him from perceiving spirits. He thinks the Duke's attacks have no effect on him, but the problem lies in the fact that he cannot see the spirit either. As Sabancha's attacks fail to harm him, Corin wonders aloud if anything is even happening. Carrying the unconscious Lark, he addresses Sabancha Duke, apologizing and suggesting that since he cannot see him, perhaps the spirit should simply enter this body instead. He reflects that in this world, there are factors, elements that transform normal humans into demihumans, such as vampires or werewolves. One day, Sabancha Duke awakens as a vampire and slays his own servant. Although Sabancha struggles to restrain his vampire instincts, he ultimately fails. Fearing that he might kill his wife and daughter, he sends his family away and shuts down his castle. To prevent further carnage, he seals himself inside a book through magic. That book is the grimoire hidden within this library. At that moment, Lark transforms into an evil vampire and charges at Corin. Corin sees him and remarks that running at him so directly must be the impulse of a crazed vampire. He thinks the second reason he chose Lark is that if Lark is possessed by the special evil spirit Sabancia Duke, then his latent physical powers as a model student can be pushed to their limits. As Lark attacks, Corin narrowly evades him. He recalls that in the heroic legend, Arhan had the lowest physical strength stat, even when striking with full force, and he lands a heavy blow on Lark's head. He feels sorry for Lark, yet he knows this is the optimal strategy for clearing the Duke's quest. If he kills the possessed Lark to finish it, he can obtain the highest grade rewards, such as the Duke's cape and the vampire armor. He thinks that those are the very items Sihu once used, items that played a decisive role in the incidents destined to unfold in the future. But unlike Sihu, he is different. Corin then asks if Sabancia is curious about his wife, Luna Duke, and his daughter, Cecilia Duke, and what kind of lives they have lived after he was sealed away. He thinks about how he has told the Duke many stories, how his wife died after leaving the castle, how his daughter became an extraordinary adventurer, and how she traveled across the world. He reflects that he never liked the methods used by Park SSI, yet, as Corin, who also has a family he loves in this world, he felt compelled to speak. Corin then asks if the Duke finds his response satisfying. He thinks that he also wishes to bring a proper end to the life of this poor soul. Lark apologizes for recklessly charging at him and thanks him for sharing those stories. Corin replies that it is fine, he was not even struck, and even if he had been, Lark's punches would not have caused much harm. Still, he adds that there is something else he wishes to ask, for before Sabancia ascended, they shared a long conversation. The system window notifies him that epic soul dust has been obtained, the soul dust of the special evil spirit Sabancia Duke. Another notification follows. The Grimoire, the book in which Sabancia Duke's soul was sealed, possesses abilities and spells, and by reading it, Corin can learn them. He acquires a new ability, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, by using the Grimoire. The system window explains that Persistent Warrior's regeneration mirrors the spirit of a warrior who never lost his will to fight. As long as Corin maintains his indomitable resolve, his body will continue to recover. Corin thinks that this ability is one Park SSI once possessed, but he does not know the exact extent of its recovery, as he has not yet suffered serious wounds. His gaze shifts toward Lark, who sits silently with his head lowered. He asks if Lark is awake and tells him not to push himself, as an evil spirit possessed him until just now. Lark asks if his chin is supposed to hurt when a spirit possesses him, and Corin replies that he does not know, but supposes it might be so. He then tells him to be quiet and hands him a book. Lark looks at it in surprise and asks if it is a grimoire. Corin thinks of the last reason he chose Lark, while Lark, with excitement, asks if he can truly have it and clutches the book eagerly. Corin reflects that he wanted to witness how, at times, those who put forth effort and perseverance receive their due reward. The system window notifies him of a completed duty. Never turn a blind eye to the misfortune of the kind. The quest duty execution, Sabancia Duke, is marked as cleared, with a difficulty rating of B level. The reward is 80 points, equally distributed, though the detailed contents remain inaccessible. Corin calculates that he has gained 80 points. Based on the system of the game, 5 stat points are earned per level, meaning that this reward equals the points received from 16 level ups. Since he did not receive a level up notification, the first quest's reward must only be these 80 points. It seems to compensate for the fact that stats cannot be gained directly, yet for it to be this much experience is remarkable. The system window then notifies him once again of the commandment's duty. Never turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. Another notification follows, stating that 40 stat points, as an equal distribution bonus, have been awarded because Corin did not turn a blind eye to Lark Bugman's misfortunes. A final window appears, confirming that another 40 stat points, also distributed equally, have been granted for not turning a blind eye to Sabancia Duke's misfortunes. The system window notifies him about the stamina training room. At the same time, Mariette asks the group if they would like potatoes. One student replies that he does, and another agrees as well. She then turns to Corin and asks if he intends to catch spirit bodies again today. Corin answers yes, and she nods, saying that she believes he can do it and that she will cheer him on. Another student scoffs and asks how a 5th-ranked first year could possibly catch a spirit body, remarking that although he did not watch closely, Corin failed yesterday as well. A different student adds that she should not give him false hope, accusing the newbie of hogging Marriott's attention. Marriott responds by asking if that is what they truly think, then declares that she will bet 2 gold coins on the junior's success. Another student demands to know why she continues to look after him, while yet another wagers 70 silver coins on his failure. Corin asks why they are all betting on him when he has simply come to practice. He thinks that it does not matter. Whatever the case, he must focus. With the stat points he has earned by helping Sabancia ascend, he can definitely succeed in catching one. Still, he is curious to know how much stronger he has actually become. He decides to test the weakest basics first and activates the skill Ominous Serpent Stab. He recalls that the technique he used to defeat a spirit body before was Slithering Serpent, one of the more difficult techniques among the Calamity Serpent intents. Therefore, by using the most basic of basics, Ominous Serpent, he knows it will likely be difficult to make even a single clean cut with one blow. He thinks about using Ominous Serpent and pauses, considering whether he has grown significantly stronger. Marriott asks Corin if he created a shock yesterday after 3 swings and remarks that he succeeded in 1 strike this time. Corin answers yes and wonders what on earth she must have been watching everything yesterday. No, more importantly, a mage can track the Calamity Serpent's intent with her eyes. What kind of absurd eyesight is that? She asks if there is a problem. Then she says that here is his share and hands him a pouch. Corin asks for clarification, and she explains that thanks to him, she earned quite a bit, and that, of course, she should give him his portion. Another student asks about his share, and she questions why, asking if he dislikes things like this. Corin thinks, of course not, what kind of person hates money? Marriott remarks that he is so intelligent and urges him to continue doing his best in the future. They both laugh. That night, Corin reflects that in his last life, he also fought tooth and nail to refine his martial arts. Even now, he can barely reach the 5th step of the 6 steps to enlightenment while eating a bun. There is still a long way to go, but he has been advancing with the spear faster than expected, so he is not overly worried. The real problem lies with rune magic. As he draws a sign, the system window notifies him that his mana is insufficient. He thinks that he could not fully resolve this in his last life either, as rune magic demands an extraordinary amount of mana. He thinks that if he can resolve this problem, he will become stronger than he was in his last life for certain. He resolves to keep focusing. Yet, a voice interrupts his thoughts. No matter how much he hones his spearmanship or masters rune magic, an opponent he cannot defeat has already arrived at the academy. He recognizes her as the only female character that even Sihu himself could not kill, one of the most formidable forces in the heroic legend of Arhen. A notorious balance breaker, an adamant Jonxi, he wonders why she is simply appearing here. At the same time, heavenly Yaksha H. Warren arrives. He reflects that even speaking to her seems risky. He does not fully understand why, but decides to ignore her and move forward. She is a danger he cannot yet manage. She speaks, claiming that she has been combined, and adds that she does not believe he is the true owner of this body. Corin asks what she means by that. Does she know that he has possessed this body? Corin thinks that a living corpse with both human and monster souls within her body, H. Warren, as a Jonxi, is precisely this kind of contradictory existence. It is said that the soul eyes of those who exist between life and death can perceive the color of another soul. He reflects that, if anything, it might have been stranger for her not to see his. H. Warren asks what it feels like to crush and consume the original soul. Corin replies that he does not know. She presses, asking what he means by that. He thinks back to how much he worried about this in his past life. Are Corin and he different people? Are Corin's memories, which have assimilated with him, not truly his own? Then who is he, the one who climbed male middle school, male high school, majored in kinesiology, trained under the military tree, yet all of it seems pointless. He considers that it must be different for H. Warren, since the original soul is actually present in her body. She declares that the real owner of his body is not him. He is merely a thief and a robber with no rights to it. He responds by recounting that in the neighborhood next to his hometown, there is someone who transforms into a green giant when enraged, named Bruce. He asks if she knows him. She inquires what he means by Bruce. He laughs, noting that the funniest part is that Bruce's 2 opposing personalities hate each other. That, he thinks, is precisely what makes it so entertaining, as their skills and strengths are so different. She says that, in any case, what she is trying to convey is that whether it is the original or the newly formed soul, both possess distinct characteristics, and that is how they coexist in life. Whether they desire it or not, they were born into a single body, and there is no sin in being born. In this world, there are those for whom merely being born is considered a sin. He thinks that he understands well the suffering of this 3-year-old child. He simply nods and walks away, saying he will see her later. The scene shifts to the next morning. Corin steps outside and says to himself that this is the southern part of the academy. He reflects that there is one reason he left the dorms before even hearing the birds announce the start of the weekend. The mission board, with its small and large commissions, helps him level up in preparation for the next main quest. This, he realizes, is a necessary course for progression. Well, his goal is not leveling up, so there is no need to be overly concerned. He is simply here to test something else. Still, he wonders why she is staring so intently. Now that he thinks about it, he does not have much information on Alicia. In his last life, Parge dealt with her in a way that left his memories differing from what he had seen in the game. Alicia arrives, and Corin greets her by name. She returns his greeting. Corin asks whether she is already undertaking missions from the first weekend. Since she is second rank, he reasons, it cannot be that she is desperate for results. She says that she needs money. He asks if the activity support fund for second-ranked students is not already substantial. She explains that they refuse to give it to her because her family's income is in the top 10%. Corin thinks that it is similar to Korea's state scholarships for students from wealthy families. No activity support is provided. She continues, saying that because her parents are permissive, she must earn her minimum living expenses on her own, no matter how much she requests. Corin thinks that her situation must be complicated. If she needs money immediately, he considers the patrol mission, which is quite cost-effective. She asks if he really means it. The mission accepts up to 3 participants and asks if they want to join her while they look over some papers on the board. He declines, saying that he has something else to do. He thinks about his precious weekend, deciding to choose the cream of the crop for his mission and spec up. His first mission is to find a butterfly. He reads an advertisement in which someone requests help. Please find butterfly cat, 2 years old, characteristics, cute, does not obey instructions. The reward is 5,000. The experience and pay are small, but it does not matter, because his goal is a commandment. If he can save and return the butterfly, which almost died at the hands of water monsters, and deliver it to its owner, he will prevent the misfortune of the owner losing their pet and falling into depression. As a result, he locates the cat and returns it to the owner, who becomes overjoyed to see their beloved pet again. The system window notifies him of a completed duty execution. He did not turn a blind eye to Anna Macmillan's misfortunes. Difficulty E, reward 5 points equally distributed. Corin thinks that is excellent. The commandment is activating, which means that even the most trivial missions will provide him with remarkable spec-ups. The cat's owner walks away, muttering to her mother that that person is strange. Corin strolls into the street, where a group of boys teases a child who cries for help. Excited, he grabs a ring and walks away, thinking that is the point. Everyone is now watching him. He reminds himself that there is one mission more important than points. He even wrote a memo before leaving today and nearly forgot it. Meanwhile, an old man sits in his house, muttering that this is not it, and that neither is this, clenching his fists and breaking the table in frustration. He reflects that he has created a sauce using more than 10 ingredients, including garlic, carrots, and peppers, yet none has satisfied his desire to make delicious chicken. Even when cooled, he cannot find the perfect flavor. Corin arrives and declares that this is not it. The old man asks who he is. Corin laughs and replies that then his problem will be solved, says goodbye, and walks out. The old man mutters about that crazy idiot, then adds some syrup, commenting that who would add starch syrup, claiming it will not change the taste, and test it. Excitedly, he exclaims that the flavor is amazing. Outside, Corin thinks that this is it. He realizes that this is the mission he needed to complete, since for the Koreans of this world, survival without Yangnyeom chicken would be difficult. The system window notifies him of a completed duty execution. He did not turn a blind eye to Yoon Kaijo's misfortunes. The difficulty level is E, and the reward is 5 points, equally distributed. Korin thinks in amazement that the commandment even applied to something like this. Even though he only fulfilled his own selfish interests, this is the best outcome. Yes, there can be nothing wrong with a person who makes yum chicken, he thinks, as he excitedly runs into the streets. Warren watches him and calls him a weirdo. Another woman arrives and remarks that she was here. She had left her alone since she did not leave the city, yet she still needed permission to go out. Warren looks at him and says that there is no sin in being born, but he should not have been born. The scene shifts to the hunting grounds. The instructor announces that today, the first-year students will be evaluated on their survival tactics. If they reach the cabin at the northern end of the forest, they will pass for now. They are instructed to wear their rank armbands and return them at the destination. Depending on the time it takes to arrive with the armband, they will receive points, which can then be exchanged for prizes. Korin looks around and notes that Warren is not present. Well, she does not participate in practicals anyway. It must be a balance issue, he thinks. Alicia arrives and calls out to Korin. He looks at her and asks if she completed her mission successfully. She replies that she did, and thanks to him, she was able to receive some living expenses with ease. He says that it is a relief to be of help and asks if she would like a candy. He explains that he bought it for his younger sister, but it is far too sweet, and he offers it to her. She excitedly asks if it is Hyok honey bomb candy and whether it is really okay for her to eat something so precious. The instructor announces that the students will begin the hunting ground test and creates a magical circle. Korin thinks that he has seen all sorts of mages, but the only person capable of creating space magic for this many people is Madame Josephine. She is just as impressive as ever, a great witch. He grabs his spear and surveys the area. He observes that students are already engaging in combat and reflects that the hunting ground is an important event where even professionals must attempt countless retries. It is a battle royale system. Students start at random locations and gain points by stealing others' armbands. He thinks to himself that the event is entertaining for others, but he has no interest in Alicia, and instead runs into the forest. The most dangerous opponent at the moment is second-rank Alicia, who waits with the blue shoulder strap. Since Warren is absent, he reasons that as long as he deals with Alicia, the remaining students are essentially free points. He recalls that Alicia may not realize it, but he planted a tracking rune in the candy she ate. This rune ensures that they will meet again. He runs deeper into the forest, calling out to Alicia. Meanwhile, the instructor reports to the chairman that she will also enter the forest. Although professors have been dispatched throughout, it is best to remain cautious. She asks where a certain child is and inquires whether the chairman has seen him. He replies that he did not send her, she stepped out on her own. The instructor asks for confirmation, and he thinks that she must have had a change of heart. Meanwhile, Korin runs through the forest, followed by Warren. Someone shouts to catch her, while Alicia asks why he is behaving like this. Doesn't he think it is unfair to have several students attack one of her? She grabs her sword and knocks out some of the other students. One of them exclaims that what is unfair is her abilities. Another student attacks her from behind, pleading for her to just get knocked out, calling her a monster. Korin arrives and hurls a rock at the student, sending him flying. Alicia looks at him in surprise and asks if he just saved her. As expected, she thinks, he is so kind. He replies, calling her pretty, and she becomes confused, asking for clarification. He explains that he said her blue armband is so pretty. She reflects that she trusted him, thinking he was a good person who even gave her candy. Korin observes that Alicia is a pure fighting type second-rank knight. She cannot yet use her Vigilant Eyes ability properly, and in terms of raw fighting power, she is around the middle tier among second ranks. He thinks she can still become a good person by giving him her armband. Although she is incomparable to her real genius sister, Alicia still ranks among the top 1%. Alicia easily dealt with 7 students who formed an alliance of 3rd and 4th rank members and had not felt worried about the 5th rank knight, Korin, at all, until 30 seconds ago. He attacks her, and she blocks the strike, thinking to herself what is with him. He is so strong. Their close proximity sword wrestling becomes a test of strategy, each trying to penetrate the other's outer defenses while competing fiercely. She thinks that he is toying with her, counterattacking and pressuring her, but noticing that he has slight gaps. If she aims for those brief intervals between his stabs and cuts, she might find an opening. He attacks her while she blocks his spear. He remarks on his own lack of practice due to over-reliance on talent. He explains Lan for deflecting incoming attacks, Na for pushing down an opponent's weapon, and Chal for stabbing in a straight line. By combining these basics, he can create the most fundamental yet extreme counter, a manifestation of spear intent, ultimate essence, capable of pushing her away. He activates 6 steps, block capture plaque, throwing her back. She falls and coughs, thinking that if she had not immediately blocked with her aura, it would have been dangerous. It is not sheer strength or speed that makes him formidable. It is the level of mastery he holds over each skill. Who is this person? She wonders. He claims to be a 5th rank knight, and in her eyes, that constitutes complete defeat. He says that he will use his abilities well and show her the armband. She protests, insisting it is unfair, when he hears a sound and looks around, questioning what it is. Dren attacks him, but he blocks it in time. He thinks that it is heavy, a magic sword forged from heavy ironstone, 4 times denser than steel. This weapon is effective even against most large boss monsters. The fact that he has been targeted by it indicates the seriousness of the threat. Dren asks what this is, noting that Corrin blocked his heavy iron sword. He remarks that Corrin is quite skilled and demands that he put the armband down and leave, 5th rank. Corrin places the armband in his mouth and thinks of Drenwarski, realizing he really did not want to meet him. Even after slaying countless people, Dren remains unscathed, radiating a sense of ease. Corrin notes that this clearly distinguishes him from Alicia. He resigns himself, thinking that since the situation has escalated, he needs to run and start moving away. There is no benefit in fighting him now. Dren asks whether what Corrin held in his mouth was definitely blue. Corrin mutters to himself, frustrated, wondering why Dren is so interested, since he thought Dren did not care about things that do not make him money. He also notices that Alicia is following him. She explains that she does not want to die and does not know the way out. Corrin thinks that there is no point in fighting. His only objective is to deliver the armband to the cabin. Cranel interjects, saying that if he wants to get past, he needs that armband. Alicia protests that it is unfair since he is blocking the exit. Corrin considers the situation. Cranel is in front, Dren is behind, and avoiding a fight seems impossible. He realizes that he might have to face 2 named opponents at once. He grips his spear, thinking that if he cannot avoid combat, what choice does he have but to confront them? He steels himself, preparing to fight both Cranel and Dren simultaneously. Meanwhile, Corrin arrives at the door and knocks. The voice from inside exclaims in surprise, noting that the first person has already arrived. Can Corrin Locke choose his prize? The door opens, and the other person reacts in amazement, seeing Corrin holding 3 blue armbands in his mouth. He remarks that Corrin is quite impressive and laughs, admitting that he must have been lucky. Corrin had already knocked out Cranel, and Alicia watched in astonishment. She thinks that it is incredible. He pierced the magic sword's core before it could reach maximum output and rammed it deep into the ground, making it impossible to be removed with telekinesis. Using minimal movement, he dodged the swords he could not block, guided them toward the golems, moved behind Dren, and used him as a shield against the golem attacks. While Dren was occupied, Corrin targeted the golem's crystals and neutralized them. Afterward, he dealt with Cranel. His reaction speed, judgment, and even psychological tactics reveal the experience of someone who has fought countless battles. He organizes the entire battlefield in a single moment, combining basic spear techniques with advanced strategies and experience to overcome his weaknesses. Watching him, Alicia thinks that it is like observing his sister. Corrin remarks that his skill results from a lack of practice due to over-reliance on talent. Alicia resolves that she, too, must work hard. She reflects that before she could even demonstrate her own power, he had already attacked, anticipating his techniques and abilities. Just who is he, she wonders. Corrin remarks that golems are large targets for small but powerful opponents. If it were him, he would have found a friend capable of standing guard. She admits that she does not have one. Cranel declares that he has no friends either, and Corrin responds with a simple good luck. Cranel curses him under his breath. On that day, the 3 named first-year students each came to remember Corrin in their own way. Corrin begins singing excitedly and thinks that the strongest remaining participant in the hunting ground is the druid who receives the protection of the forest. Yule activates his skill, but Corrin reflects that participants are not the only ones present. The most formidable figure is the greatest mage of Merkaba Academy, Humiliates Dunilef. The seniors assume the roles of monsters to assist with practical training. Yule's matchup is exceptionally unfortunate, and thus, the hunting ground practice concludes. Humiliates sits near Yule and asks if he is the new druid student. He confirms that he is Yule. She introduces herself as Humiliates. Yule then asks what her real name is. Humiliates looks at H. Warren and remarks that she must be searching for someone, having only gathered similar people. H. Warren drags a person, throws him, and runs away. She dashes toward Humiliates, apologizing and asking for forgiveness. Humiliates creates an ice barrier and responds that she can ignore her, but according to regulations, H. Warren is considered a monster at the moment, so she cannot act in the same way toward her. H. Warren mutters that it is so annoying. Corin calculates the total, 117 points, and reflects that he has not seen a score like this in a long time. He asks if he can choose his prize. He receives 3 cards, the first, matte boar molar knife, the second, a leather protective coat, and the third, shark bear's bile. He considers the most valuable item to be the shark bear's bile, but he had entered with another objective in mind. Corin decides to select the mandrake's seed. Another person exclaims in surprise, noting that Corin truly has an eye for valuable items in choosing the mandrake's seed, and asks what he will do with the remaining 17 points. Corin presents 2 additional cards, one, nutritional plant supplements, worth 6 points, and the other, earmuffs, worth 10 points. He reflects that it was an excellent shopping experience. Even among his countless retries of this game, nothing had ever worked out so perfectly, and it was the first time he had witnessed those others finish as well. Ysar exclaims in surprise at the second place finish and 19 points. Lark notes that he earned 15 points. Corin observes that they worked well together. Ysar suggests training further in the stamina training room that night, and, if they have enough energy, helping him locate the golem core. Cranel glances back as Corin approaches and remarks that it is precious, and that they will assist him. Cranel replies that it is fine. Corin reflects that in moments like these, one should express gratitude. He recalls that in his past life, he collaborated extensively with Cranel Luden. There are few aggro tank dealers as capable as a golem for handling semi-large monster battles. The situation begins to resolve slowly. Second-rank mage Cranel Luden is restoring the core. Second-rank knight Alicia Arden is injured. Second-rank knight Drenworski is exhausted. And second-rank mage druid Yule appears to be dead. Corin thinks that there is no way Yule could have truly perished. He wonders what the professors are doing, if merely staying alive is all that matters. He moves closer to Yule, lifting her gently, and remarks that Humiliates is too much. He questions what is happening as several animals approach. Yule urges Humiliates to run. Corin asks what about Humiliates and reflects on her natural ability to analyze magic, her blessed mana reserves, and her apparent immunity to despair, frustration, or failure. She possesses the talent to continue Senior Professor Josephine's path. Truly, she is a genius, Humiliates Dunilef. For Humiliates, the hunting ground is merely a playground. She only needs to moderate the difficulty and help her juniors grow as their senior. Humiliates states that she needs to analyze and activate her magical skills. H. Warren arrives and launches an ice attack against her. Humiliates realizes that she cannot block with merely elementary level magic and wonders what kind of spell she should employ. Corin observes them and reflects that although Humiliates had promised the senior professors not to use offensive magic above the intermediate level, she had already begun employing advanced magic. In other words, despite her desire to deny it, Humiliates was already using her full power. Both of them engage in a fierce contest, with H. Warren striking Humiliates and kicking her to the ground. She collides with a tree, falls, and commands H. Warren not to come any closer. Corin thinks that what stands before Humiliates is neither a knight nor a mage, nor a mere player. It is a natural disaster in human form. Humiliates warns H. Warren to stop as she attempts to attack him with her ice magic. Instructor intervenes, asking Humiliates if she is okay and blocking her path. Humiliates looks at her and addresses her as Professor Josephine, assuring her that she is fine before collapsing. Corin reflects that several unexpected outcomes have occurred during this hunting ground training. First, the student who achieved the highest points is a 5th-rank student. Second, the first-year ace H. Warren and the second-year ace Humiliates have come into conflict. This alarms him. He fears that Humiliates may have already awakened as a boss. For now, she appears fine, so the events seem to be unfolding in alignment with the original plot. Corin thinks to set that aside for later. There are still roughly 3 weeks remaining before she awakens, and there are preparations to make now. At the outskirts of the hunting ground forest, he ventures into the trees to meet the beings that reside there, surveying his surroundings. First, he decides to put several eye drops in his eyes. As he does so, he slips and mutters oops, realizing he is about to fall into the river. Panic strikes him. No, the precious seed that his mother left him. He watches helplessly as it falls into the water. An old man appears and asks why he is crying so bitterly. Corin reflects that in the heroic legend of Arhen, there is an Easter egg he can use only once, the gold-axe Taoist hermit, who appears to a woodcutter after the latter accidentally drops his iron axe into a pond. The hermit asks whether the gold or silver axe belongs to him. Just like in the original story, the hermit responds only to unique grade or lower weapons. Other items elicit no reaction, and the event ends there. Corin checks his inventory and recalls trying to drop 500 different items into the Taoist hermit's pond. Some old-time players had even attempted random item challenges, including dropping rare items. It was an Easter egg the developers had added, no doubt while giggling. The old man then asks if the gold seed belongs to him. Corin refuses. The hermit asks if the silver seed is his, and again, Corin refuses. Corin thinks which crazy idiot would put the mandrake seed, for which they had labored so hard to exchange 100 points, into the pond. The old man laughs and says then this must be his seed, presenting it to him. Corin becomes emotional and says yes, it is, this is definitely his seed, and thinks yes, this is the crazy hero. Even when presented with gold and silver, he had not coveted them. He is truly honest. The old man takes out the seeds and says he appreciates Corin's honesty and will give him all 3 seeds, then bids him goodbye. Corin bows deeply and thanks him, wishing him well, and laughs. He reflects that items can be duplicated. The standard mandrake seed improves his mana, but the gold and silver seeds possess exceptionally unique effects. He examines both the gold and silver seeds and realizes this is a hidden piece that can only be obtained through this method in the heroic legend of Arhen. The problem of those who scream upon acquiring it and are subsequently harvested is noted, but it is not a major concern. In his previous life, Sehu consumed the gold seed while he had the silver, but this time they are all his. Corin considers the cause behind Mariette's eventual awakening as the first boss and transformation into a special vampire. The upcoming mission in 3 weeks involving the murderous vampire of Fog City, John Doe. He does not yet understand how the agent of the demon tribe within Mariette will awaken, but there is still time to prepare. That was part of the reason he demonstrated his power against the second-rank names, since no one would willingly fight alongside a weak 5th-rank knight, even if he requested it. The first factor that captures the attention of the names is natural talent and strength. Within a week, the names will have fully recovered, and that will be the moment he can propose forming a party. The heroic legend of Arhen's first final boss, the special vampire Mariette Dunilef, is set to awaken in approximately 3 weeks. Meanwhile, Professor Josephine sits beside Mariette as she awakens and asks if she is well, how her throat feels, and notes that as a first-year student, she should have restrained herself, having been limited to elementary-level magic. With sufficient preparation, faith, and capable members, she will be able to rescue a girl from her misfortune with ease. Until that time, Mariette will train Alicia, employ the mercenary specializing in sword control, coax the Avaloan Forest's druid, and strengthen ties with the Golem sorcerer Cranel. Meanwhile, Corin reflects that everything is perfect, with proper preparation. This will be effortless, provided no unexpected variables arise. Mariette suddenly shouts as she strikes at the professor, exclaiming that she is 30. H. Warren places a book on the table and says that it is boring, while she recalls Josephine telling her that she should not have been sent. If H. Warren wants to learn something, Josephine will give her private lessons, but for now, she must reflect on herself. H. Warren comes out of her thoughts and asks if she should jump the wall. Corin hangs outside her window and exclaims that he knew she would be there. He asks if she has seen him before, introduces himself as Corin Locke, and requests that she open the window so he can show her a box of cake. He admits that it may seem random, but he did not want to come empty-handed, so he has brought this. She opens the window and reminds him that entering in this way goes against school rules. Corin responds that he is only on a tree at the moment. And so what, since Madame Josephine does not seem to be present right now? He thinks that he came just in case, but notices that H. Warren truly does not have a single scar. He wonders whether she is being banned from going out and receiving visitors because of what happened on the hunting ground. To be locked up like this for more than 4 days, since she is a special demi-human. He understands Madame Josephine's concerns. H. Warren explains that Josephine has not simply left. She has not come for more than 4 days. Corin asks what she means by that and whether Josephine has not visited even once. H. Warren confirms it. The system window notifies that the persistent warrior's regeneration is activated. Corin falls down and winces in pain, saying that it hurts. He tells her he will see her later and that he will buy her some food next time. In his thoughts, he realizes that Madame Josephine has left behind the most dangerous person in Merkaba Academy, H. Warren, and something abnormal is taking place. Meanwhile, a magician flies through the air and asks Fermac if she has been found. He also runs alongside him and replies that she has not, and that he is going to head towards the outskirts. Corin passes near them swiftly and thinks that these two are former guardians, Professor Dana of the Martial Artist Magic Faculty and Professor Fermac Demon of the Night Faculty. Seeing that even these two are moving in such a manner, something is not right. At that moment, Kron notices him, calls his name, and asks what it is, reminding him that his visiting request has already been rejected. Corin smiles and replies that it is not about that, identifying him as 3rd Security Officer Kron. He explains that Madame Josephine has told him to bring something to eat and drink. Kron asks if Madame really did, commenting that she truly takes good care of those below her, and accepts the food from him. Corin reflects that his request to visit Mariette has been rejected and that Isabelle, who has been protecting her, has gone missing. The fact that a guard is stationed at the sick bay is suspicious in itself. As Kron begins eating, Corin continues to think that the more he considers the situation, the more his suspicions seem to be correct. Kron suddenly feels a strange sensation in his stomach, while Corin asks him what is wrong and whether his stomach hurts. He points out that there should be a washroom in that direction. Kron quickly rushes towards it and asks Corin to guard the door for a while, telling him not to go inside. Corin agrees, wishing him a good trip, and promises that he will definitely not enter. Once Kron leaves, Corin immediately goes inside, thinking that it cannot be what he suspects. It is 1 month too early, far too early. He enters quietly, hoping his suspicions are wrong, and removes the blanket from Mariette. He calls her name while she continues to sleep peacefully. He asks if she is Isabelle and realizes that, in the place where Mariette is supposed to be, lies Isabelle, who was believed to have gone missing. There is no doubt about it. This is what the professors have wanted to hide, for he now sees the vampire's bite mark on her neck. Mariette Dunilef has awakened as the first final boss, a vampire, 3 weeks earlier than originally expected. To defeat the final boss of the first act, Mariette, 4 phases of attack strategy are required. Phase 1 involves dealing with the monster wave, which he can handle with ease. Phase 2 requires restraining her with magic circles and gaining the upper hand by inflicting damage. Phase 3 is the true trial, facing the powerful enemy who rampages in the realm of blood. Once the powerful enemy is knocked down, the final phase is activated, and the last pattern, the very heart of the strategy, must be overcome. Even without the player, if the first-year names are combined, it is not too difficult to progress to the 3rd phase. He recalls Alicia Arden, injured, his doing. Dren, the weapon destroyed, was also his fault. Cranel, Golem core shattered. He is responsible for that as well. All of the first-year names have been wiped out because of him. Irritated, he mutters that they are doomed. In the original sequence, after encountering the murderous vampire of Fog City, Mariette attacks her roommate and then goes on a rampage. In his last life, when this event occurs, they have been waiting beneath the dormitories where Mariette and Isabelle are, prepared to respond immediately. Although Sihu purposely lets Mariette go, thanks to him, the situation has turned into complete chaos. Alicia has her bones broken into 8 pieces, and Cranel's golem core has been shattered, rendering him practically useless. He considers H. Warren, but he cannot predict how the situation might change if she joins. The scene shifts to a corner of the stamina training room, where Corin arrives and announces that this is an employment commission for a mercenary. The difficulty is special, and the task requires finding someone and capturing them without killing them. Drin asks if he has lost his mind, reminding him that it is the rule of mercenaries not to enter battles they cannot win. Moreover, since his sword has been broken, he now has only 2 handles. Corin offers 20 cold coins. He presents him with a card and tells him that if he does not trust him, he can take the card as collateral, as it has 100% purity without flaws. Drin replies that Corin is a desirable employer. The system window notifies that Drin has joined his party. The scene then shifts to the library, where Corin arrives and searches for a book. Yule asks how he knows that, since he thought all the records had disappeared when the forest burned down. Corin replies that he once read a book about it, and identifies the traditional alphabet as the Ogham alphabet. He remarks that she must be here to find it. If she helps him, he will teach her all of it. She asks what she must do. The system window notifies that Yule has joined his party. After some time, Lark sits with his companions in the canteen, eating buns, and remarks that he is searching for a party. He explains that it is difficult, poorly paid, and extremely dangerous, and that they might even die since they are facing a powerful special demon tribe. Corin also sits with them and adds that if they succeed, honor and fame can be gained. Lark and Jaeger are shocked to hear this, while Corin wonders if it may be too much for them. Jaeger responds that it sounds romantic, and Lark declares that they should do it. Corin becomes excited and agrees, realizing that they are captivated by the idea of romance. With a sub-dealer, support, and enough members to endure the first phase, the minimum conditions have been achieved. This is the best they can manage for now. He recalls Sihu saying that afterward, she had been crying and hiding in the forest, and it had been extremely difficult to find her. Who would have thought that such a strong person would dig a tunnel in the forest and remain there for a month? He had said that Mariette hid in the forest, and within Merkaba Academy, there is only one. The scene shifts to the hunting ground, where they all walk together. Drin asks if she is really there. Another replies, referring to Senior Mariette. Drin says that he understands the goal, but asks how they will locate her. Corin responds that finding her would take several years, but all they need to do is ask, so there is no need to worry. Yule then questions how much he actually knows. She places her magic staff on the ground, activates her skill, and commands the spirits to lead them to her. Lark is shocked to see this and exclaims in awe, while Jaeger places a hand on his shoulder and remarks that a multitude of spirits has gathered. Corin thinks that, judging from their reactions, countless spirits are responding to Yule, although he himself cannot see anything. He asks if they have found Mariette. Yule confirms, and Corin then asks what is happening, wondering what they are all staring at and where she is, when suddenly a monster launches an attack on him. The others shout that it is right behind him. Corin reacts instantly, striking with his spear and knocking the creature out. He asks what is going on all of a sudden. Drin warns him that monsters are ahead. Lark and Jaeger, shocked, ask if Senior Mariette has become a monster. Corin firmly denies it. Lark opens his book, unleashing rays of ice. Jaeger laughs and declares that the monster dares to come at him, calling it the perfect warm-up before the real fight. Corin notices him and warns him not to rush to the front, reminding him that they will be surrounded. Yet Jaeger has already charged forward. Corin instructs him to retreat 3 steps, not to rush, and to steadily cut down their numbers instead. He tells Lark to cover the rear, and Lark responds with agreement. Corin then orders Yule to stay with Lark, while telling Drin that nothing more needs to be said, just not to advance too far. Drin moves forward and slashes the necks of 2 monsters. Corin observes and thinks that Drin is not even shaken by a sudden attack. Moreover, he has given precise directions and support. He is not only strong, but also experienced as a leader and strategist, someone who guides a group like a commander. He thinks that for someone who is only ranked as a 5th knight, there is no doubt that their academy's rank test has been completely flawed. Jaeger remarks that he thought Mariette was supposed to be here, but instead, there are only countless monsters. Yule explains that this is what the spirits have told her. Corin asks if Senior Mariette is controlling them, but Lark interjects, insisting there is no way monsters would naturally travel in such a pack. They seem several times more ferocious than normal. Corin denies it, stating that Mariette is not a puppeteer, nor is she capable of controlling monsters so easily. Even if it were possible, she would never handle them so recklessly. As he speaks, he slashes down another monster. They eventually defeat all the creatures, after which Drin asks what this means and why the monsters are attacking them. Jaeger insists it is not what they think, while Yule demands an explanation. Corin explains that monsters usually act according to their habits. On rare occasion, however, a desperate situation can make them abandon those instincts, such as when something appears that they cannot resist and must flee from. At that moment, Mariette appears before them. Corin immediately orders them to prepare for battle, instructing Yule and Lark to move to the rear. Lark objects that there is no time to rest, while Yule asks if the distance is far enough. Corin commands Drin and Jaeger to take a step back and provide support. Drin remarks that Corin seems to have a plan, so he will place his trust in him. Jaeger then asks whether a single step is Corin's standard or his own. Corin responds that he will take the front. At that moment, the system window notifies the activation of the third commandment. He will save the world. Mariette Dunlif's status is elevated by 50%, with related C backup engaged. The system then reveals Corin's profile. Corin Locke, Aura Mark 1408 plus 740, which is considered low, and Mana rank 920 points plus an additional 460, also very low. His strength, agility, stamina, aura, and mana stand at 26 points, with an additional 13 points granted. Mariette's fate, the influence she will exert upon this world. These must be the backup numbers calculated not from the incident of the first act, but from the larger impact that will unfold in the future. The system window further notifies that he will save the world, that he has taken the first step towards saving the world, and that he must stop Mariette Dunlif. Corin declares that it is time to begin. The system displays a warning message, stating that this action conflicts with the first commandment. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of others. Mariette walks toward them while the system window notifies the mission to rescue Mariette Dunlif, wishing hero Corin good luck. Mariette cries bitterly, and Yule looks at her in shock, pointing out that she is weeping. Drin insists that this does not change anything, and that the demon tribe must still be subjugated. Suddenly, a sword appears and strikes toward Mariette, but she blocks it with her magical shield. Corin demands to know what it is. Lark explains that it is an orb, a familiar born from a vampire's blood, and expresses his astonishment that a newly awakened vampire can already create such an orb. Corin reassures them that there is no need for fear. Since it was just born, the orb cannot properly receive her blood or mana. Without being supplied by its master, it cannot do anything beyond blocking. Drin points out that a mage's greatest weakness, the lack of defensibility, has been covered, which is a significant concern. Corin responds calmly that it is fine. Mariette shouts for them to disappear, and her magical shield shatters. Corin warns Yule that a wide-range attack is incoming. She replies that she knows, and although she is unsure about anywhere else, this forest is her stage. She unleashes her mana attack, and the system window notifies of rapid development and spirit's protection. Her power breaks a tree, but the force of the mana also begins to harm her. Jaeger asks what will happen if the shield breaks, but Lark tells him not to speak such words. Yule realizes that one strike has consumed half of her mana, and as an after-effect of the hunting ground, her mana heart throbs painfully. Yet she knows she must keep going. Corin looks at Yule and asks if she is reaching her limit. She thinks to herself that it is because this man has made such a preposterous promise. He urges her to keep going for just a little longer, assuring her that he will turn the tables within 5 moves. She asks if he truly can, and he replies that it is possible. Mariette, meanwhile, grows furious at the sight before her. The narration describes that the vampire Mariette Dunlif's boss's round is divided into 4 phases. The first phase consists of surrounding monsters attacking the player's party. The second phase begins once those monsters are defeated, when Mariette herself appears. From the second phase onward, the battle progresses until the 4th phase, where the final boss's attack pattern is activated. In other words, until the final phase, she is not using her full power. The same occurs both in the game and in his previous life. Corin instructs Lark to leave before Yule, reminding him that he can only use beginner magic about 2 more times. Lark asks if he has calculated that. Corin acknowledges his effort and tells him that once Yule joins him, he should retreat as far away as possible. Lark runs off, responding that he understands. Corin reflects that up until now, the number and scale of the attacks have been great. but the power itself has not been overwhelming. The true danger lies in the alchemy magic that follows. When he sees the alchemy magic stars, he realizes she is approaching. The system window notifies that alchemy magic has been activated. The trees freeze, shatter, and scatter into particles. Jaeger watches in shock and exclaims that everything is collapsing. Yule declares that the earth that nurtures the trees, the gods and insects, and the ashes that sustain the world are all converging. Yule activates the spells Sail, Ifin, Uath, and Strafe, while Corin thinks that they are responding. Although he is the one who engraved the text, only a pure-blooded Yule can activate it. He reflects that, while it is similar to rune text, this is an ancient script with a system and methods from a long-forgotten era. A secret text that he could obtain only after completing the Yule scenario, as she constantly strives to grow into a sage of the forest. The sages of the forest, the advocates of nature, possess this 1,000-year-old secret text, which belongs to a family devoted to spirits. Meanwhile, the Wicker Man, a giant willow doll, appears. Corin asks what it is, and Yule confirms that it has truly been summoned. Corin thinks that, although helping her summon it could be considered cheating, there is no other choice in this situation. He notices that an owl bear from the earlier monsters is still alive and instructs that it be thrown at the Wicker Man. Jaeger reacts in surprise, exclaiming that an owl bear is still alive. Corin reflects that he had prepared all of this beforehand, although the others likely did not notice while fighting in haste. He urges Jaeger to hurry and throw it. Jaeger complies, launching the creature with a blast. Corin observes that the Wicker Man, a golem-type magical weapon, burns its sacrifice within its hollow wooden frame and continues moving until it is completely consumed. He commands it to go. Yule struggles, realizing that the effort is too much for her. At this rate, it will be difficult for her to maintain the spell for even a minute. Corin urges Yule not to stop, warning that if she ceases controlling it, they will all die. She replies that she knows. Mariette shouts at the Wicker Man and attacks it. Yule asks Corin if this is really okay. He reassures her not to worry and thinks that the Wicker Man is not a living creature, but a structure. Its hollow body will not break easily. Logically, in a fight of fire versus ice, there is virtually no chance that the fire will lose. Mariette stabs it, and Corin is shocked to see the Wicker Man's flames extinguished. The common sense he relied upon is overturned and collapsing. This is the special level difficulty of Mariette Dunlef. Corin tells Yule to fall back. She looks at him and asks what he means. He explains that her presence will not change anything. She acknowledges and steps back. Jaeger asks if they can handle this on their own, noting that Yule has expended all her wide-range attacks and asking if Corin understands what that implies. Corin inquires for clarification. He realizes that it is time to act and accelerates forward. Jaeger warns to wait for them, but they all charge toward Mariette, who attacks with spears. Dren blocks one of her spears and thinks about linking passes, accelerating directly to strike her. She summons a magical shield to block their attacks. Dren comments on her irritating sturdiness. Jaeger soars into the air, exclaiming as he launches his assault. Corin notes that this is Jaeger's special attack, Cumulative Destruction, where the power of the attacks he has faced accumulates. He thinks that Jaeger is proving to be quite useful. Jaeger laughs and remarks that he is broken. Corin immediately tells him to stay on guard, the warning following quickly after his compliment. The system window notifies that Phase 3 has been activated. Mariette unleashes the Realm of Blood, and they are all injured by the attack. Corin struggles to maintain control, thinking that they are trapped within this realm. When the blood orb shattered, it triggered a trap, which now holds them captive. The pressure is immense, far stronger than anything Mariette has done while performing only minimal defense. The orb forcibly drew her blood and mana, creating this deadly effect. He never imagined that he would be the last one left, as clearing this phase normally requires at least 3 people until the 3rd phase is completed. Corin reflects that it does not truly matter, the outcome will ultimately be the same. The scene shifts back to the past, where the narrator explains that if he were born as a human, he would be able to distinguish between livestock and humans. As a human, it would be natural for him to cringe and shut his eyes while witnessing the desperate struggles of livestock unwilling to die. Amidst this, a strange flow of air passes through. Mariette regains consciousness and senses the cold air flowing from the tips of her feet up her spine, a stark contrast to the burning sensation in her throat. That throat finds the neck of someone whose name she does not know attractive, and she bites it. Her canines, which have naturally always existed, pierce the skin and reach the vessels beneath. The livestock trembles vaguely, recalling when she had bitten a nurse. She contemplates whether this is fear before being butchered or a reaction of rage and resistance, but it does not matter. She feels no need to cringe or close her eyes. The sounds of painful moans strike her as beautiful, like the melody of a piano. The warm blood that reaches her lips wets her throat, flowing through her and warming her cold skin. As she rises and looks around, her vessels, which had seemed to have stopped, feel as if they are expanding. Isabel's moans and the creaking of the bed have ceased. Only the pounding of her heart, which feels as if it might explode, courses through her body. The intoxicating scent of blood is suffocating and revolting, and her body, which had felt imbued with vitality, now seems to be collapsing. Only now does she realize that it was not livestock. He has committed a crime and almost killed his friend. She had acted as if she were slaughtering livestock, or perhaps even more unconsciously than that. As soon as she understands that she has treated humans as livestock, the girl clutches her famished stomach and runs away until the boy comes to find her. The scene shifts back to the present, where she runs into the forest and Corin watches her. A giant dog appears, roaring and attacking Corin. He moves quickly to counterattack, using stab 6 steps, the 4th step. He asks how the creature dares attempt to bite a human while employing spin, returning heaven against it. The dog slashes across his chest, and 2 shadow dogs emerge, charging toward him. Corin notes that it really is a dog and uses stab 6 steps, the 5th step, to knock out both. He follows up with throw pagoda tree mountain to subdue the first dog, tapping his spear against the ground and asking if that was all for the welcome. He remarks that it was quite simple compared to its scream and wonders if anything else remains. He thinks that it has disappeared, then realizes it is only moving too fast for him to see. Corin considers whether he should teach it a lesson. He reflects that what is necessary for victory is not 100 steps, but the ability to identify weak points with a single move. He concludes that there is no way it could work otherwise, as he has already demonstrated this before. He summons Calamity Serpent Intent and Rising Serpent Skies to attack the dog, then employs Poisonous Dragon Exit to erect a barrier. A blast erupts, knocking the dog out, forcing it to fall and cough violently. He struggles to rise while Corin assures him that he will protect his creator until the end. The boy replies that he understands, questioning what crime he has committed, and resolves that he will definitely save his mother. Mariette appears in her demonic phase. Corin observes her and realizes that it is the final phase. As soon as this phase begins, Mariette Dunilef can place one of the party members in critical condition. She floats in the air, and Corin reflects that this is precisely why she cannot be defeated alone. Normally, to save a party member targeted by her blood-sucking while she moves angrily toward him, all party members would need to stay close and forcibly separate Mariette. But no one is able to assist him right now. The system window notifies that boss bloodsucking is active, and Mariette Dunilef's stamina and mana are recovering. She lands on him and begins to suck his blood. He thinks that this is what it feels like to have one's life taken, but he reassures himself that he can endure it and clenches his fist. He possesses a skill for such a situation. The system window notifies Persistent Warrior's regeneration. Just as a warrior never loses his fighting spirit, as long as he maintains his will, his body continues to recover. He realizes that he can simply endure this, recalling the kindness of the child who once shared potatoes with him using her small hand. Since he is an adult, he embraces her gently, telling her to take her time before she chokes. She releases her bite and looks at his face. He reflects that when Sabantia Duke awakened as a vampire, he immediately sucked the blood and killed his servant. Even a great commander recorded in history could not resist the urge to feed. It took 1 month for Sihu to capture Mariette alive, and during that time, she wet her throat with the blood of monsters. Like drinking seawater, it intensified her thirst, yet she still did not kill anyone. She endured her urges and thirst through superhuman willpower. This, he thinks, is an unnecessary setup for a final boss that has only malice, which is why he wants to believe that another ending must exist. She begins to cry and apologizes. He thinks that no matter how many times he nearly died, or whether she is a first-rank mage, it does not matter. The fact that she is a vampire is trivial. Perhaps he once viewed her as merely a character, as Sihu did, but the teachings of his master, whom he met in this world, have shaped him into a different person. Another woman appears, telling the child that as long as she is an adult, she has the duty to protect him. He realizes that the person he had once looked down upon as a game NPC is now protecting him, speaking as her successor who witnessed her last moments and as her disciple who studied her teachings. It will be acceptable to make it a little obvious that he is an adult. He resolves silently to walk a different path from Sihu. The system window notifies that Mariette Dunilef, whose difficulty is S, has been rewarded. Her aura rank rises from low to upper low, her mana rank increases from lowest to low, and 100 points of pain tolerance are obtained and equally distributed. The scene shifts to the space prison created by Professor Josephine, a master of space magic, where Mariette is confined. Corin arrives to meet her, bringing some potatoes. She remarks that they look delicious and says she missed eating potatoes. Corin greets her with a good morning. She eats quickly, calling him Junior, and coughs. He asks Josephine if he may enter. She inquires whether he will be okay. He replies that he will be, trusting her. He enters the cell while she continues coughing. Corin advises her to eat slowly, warning that she might choke, and comments that it is unusual to serve steamed potatoes without water. He explains that he thought her taste would have changed, but he unexpectedly enjoys the potatoes himself. He asks if they taste good. She responds that potatoes always taste good, being a hardy plant that tastes amazing no matter how it is cooked. He moves closer and asks if that is true. She becomes irritated and tells him to go that way. She can smell him. He asks what she means, realizing that even after everything, when she bit her neck, he had not washed either. She shouts for him to stop. He reassures her that it is not like she smells bad. She admits that she was scared. Corin asks for clarification. She sits to the side and explains that H. Warren was frightening, and she truly thought she might die. She had been terrified but could not act as he did. Corin reflects that meeting H. Warren must have evoked something within her, changing her mindset and prompting her to participate in the hunting ground practice using her actual power. He recalls how H. Warren's forceful kick provoked Mariette and triggered the vampire within her to react. She asks how he manages to get up, why he never gives up, noting that it was the same with the spirit bodies back then. Everyone had mocked him, claiming he would fail, yet in the end, he succeeded. She comments that he is so cool. He responds that it is nothing particularly impressive, but he appreciates happy endings. He explains that he likes stories where the good are rewarded and the bad are punished, stories that are obvious yet emotionally touching. He reflects that she is a good person, Senior Mariette, kind and beautiful. He admits that he prefers happy endings whenever possible and wishes that Mariette herself could be happy. She says that she needs to wash up and finish eating the potatoes and asks if he can leave now. He asks for clarification, pointing out that he has just arrived. She insists, and he agrees, walking out while saying he will see her later. She replies goodbye and says that she will see him later. She thinks about thanking him for comforting her, but hesitates, unsure whether she has the right to be happy. Corin walks away, considering that Mariette will remain temporarily isolated. Given recent events, returning to normal will be difficult. Still, he believes the isolation will end soon, since H. Warren, a demi-human representative, is attending school without issue. Even if Mariette awakens fully as a demi-human, most people will not feel threatened by her status. Iryu calls out to Corin, who looks back. Iryu asks if he can have a moment of his time. Corin addresses him as chairman. Iryu notes that it is his first time meeting Corin personally and inquires how he is feeling. Corin says that he is all right and asks what the matter is. Iryu replies that it concerns Mariette's punishment. Corin inquires what her punishment will be, thinking that he had never expected Mariette to face any, and that this could prevent a happy ending. He offers to explain everything, but Iryu interrupts, saying that it is unnecessary. Her punishment has already been decided. Corin insists that he be heard, arguing that as someone who actually fought her, he should know what kind of punishment could be determined so quickly. He asserts that Senior Mariette is innocent. Iryu laughs, saying that this is exactly what he expected. He reassures Corin that there will be no punishment. Corin asks for clarification. Iryu explains that he also does not consider Mariette dangerous. He merely wished to observe the attitude of someone who fought her firsthand, and now he has no doubts regarding his decision. Her isolation will end soon, they only need to confirm her stability first. Iryu mentions that he has heard the story from other students, but is curious about the details. Korin exhales, admitting that the events had shocked him. Iryu encourages him to explain, even if it is simple. Korin reflects that he has only shared what was already meant to be revealed, that Mariette is safe, and that the child is not a monster. He does not know how much Iryu will believe, but he has sent a clear message. Iryu nods in understanding and thanks Korin for sharing the information. He explains that an official announcement will need to be made, though it will not be possible to disclose everything transparently. Now that he has heard the details, Iryu must perform his duties. He bows and thanks Korin. Korin asks for clarification, and Iryu responds that he is truly grateful and apologetic for helping prevent the danger caused by the inexperience and complacency of the adults. He assures Korin that if he ever requires anything, he will do his utmost to repay him. Korin reflects that Iryu is truly worthy of being the Academy chairman, a person who consistently acknowledges his weaknesses while taking on greater responsibilities. He recalls a woman saying that although she has experienced countless failures, he was never among them. Remembering the words spoken to him in his previous life, he trusts in Iryu's good intentions. Korin requests that Iryu raise his head, emphasizing that this is his wish. Meanwhile, Mariette sits within her cell, recalling the moment when Korin hugged her and gently told her to eat slowly or she would choke. The narrator describes the hand that tapped her back as soft and the skin she touched as warm. She recalls Korin reassuring her that it is okay. The narrator explains that her rationality, which had drifted away, is guided back to shore by the waves of emotion. When she expelled the cold beast within, she reclaimed her humanity. She apologizes, the only words she can muster. She wonders what right she has to seek forgiveness and questions whether Isabelle is safe. Because she is a person who values others more than anyone, her guilt gnaws at her. This is why she offers no resistance to Madame Josephine's magic, which imprisons her, and willingly accepts her confinement within the iron bars. When the boy visits her, she pretends otherwise, but she is exhausted. She is a beast, a monster, a demon, an enemy of humans who might randomly crave human blood. She recalls Korin saying that he would like it if she, Mariette, were happy. She reflects that a single sentence from him sends all of her concerns flying. More than anything she has ever heard, those words resonate with honesty, especially as she remembers the boy throwing his body to protect her when she had transformed into a monster. That strong, heated moment, the boy's sincere goodwill and devotion remain vivid in her mind. She covers herself with a blanket, realizing that a piece of her life will be forever immortalized in her memory. Meanwhile, Korin sits in the library and overhears a student asking a fellow if they have heard about the second-year magic faculty top student, Senior Mariette. The other asks if they mean the Potato Senior. The narrator explains that 1 week has passed since the Mariette incident. Although there was initial chaos caused by those who opposed Mariette staying at the school, the situation quickly settled. The scene shifts to the cooking classroom, where the narrator notes that because the demi-human H. Warren obediently attends school, public opinion soon loses momentum. A student asks whether Mariette is still in isolation, mentioning that they heard she is not attending classes and questioning whether she is actually dangerous. Korin, got it. Everyone is surprised to hear this and wonders if she is still in isolation, even after a week. Mariette arrives, and all the students are astonished to see her. He thinks that officially, Mariette's isolation has ended. A student asks if she is all right, while another comments that they heard she has become special and congratulates her. Mariette looks around at the students and realizes that Isabelle is not among them. This does not mean she is ready to free herself yet. Returning to her room, she sits on her bed. She must be scared of her and hate her, she thinks, reasoning that even if she were Isabelle, she would not want a friend who had bitten a chunk of her. She does not want to interfere with others or with Isabelle and recalls how she once hugged her. Concluding that she needs to disappear from the academy, she looks at her pouch of blood. A knock sounds at the door. She asks who it is, thinking who would come at this time, and opens it. Isabelle enters, embracing her emotionally. Isabelle asks if she is all right and how she is feeling. Mariette recognizes her as Isabelle. She asks why she is here. Isabelle responds that she was not supposed to come. Mariette clarifies that it is not exactly that, prompting Isabelle to ask if she does not want to see her. Mariette insists that it is not so and asks if she is not afraid of her. Isabel, surprised, asks what she means by that. Mariette apologizes, explaining that she saw everything before she fainted, her own face after biting her, unsure of what to do, and filled with remorse. Isabel grasps her face and tells her that no matter what happens, she will always consider her a friend. She adds that she hopes Mariette will also think of her as a friend, regardless of the circumstances. Mariette becomes emotional and calls out to Isabel, thanking her. She admits that she had thought Isabel would hate her. Isabel responds, asking if she has been feeling bad about herself all this time. She explains that, to be honest, she began to feel better after a while. But the hospital instructed her not to go out, so she could not leave even after her isolation ended. If the junior had not secretly helped her, Mariette asks where he went, recalling a tall junior who had been behind her just moments ago. Isabel confirms that she means the junior. The narrator explains that trust toward a girl like Mariette Dunlef does not collapse even after such an incident. Meanwhile, Corinne walks along the street. Mariette covers her face as Isabel calls to her. She realizes that Corinne has helped her once again. The narrator reflects that this is how the first part of the story concludes, providing a happy ending for everyone, a conclusion that did not occur in the game or in his previous life. Although unexpected events arose and nothing went exactly according to plan, he appreciates it even more for that reason. Even without a player, the world continues, and even without following a set plan, better endings can exist. Meanwhile, Corinne stands on a bridge, thinking that this moment confirms the beginning of a new world. Corinne explains that his schedule is somewhat desolate, consisting of a repetition of class, lunch, class, training, dinner, and more training, but he needs to get stronger. He begins his practice, thinking that he must move even faster, considering the scenario with that girl, who is approaching quickly. He trains using the skill Calamity Serpent, Ultimate Essence, and also Rising Serpent Skies. He further practices with Poisonous Dragon Exit. Mariette arrives and watches him, exclaiming that it is amazing. Corinne stops and looks at her. She comments that he is working hard today as well, to which he replies that she seems back to normal, as if nothing had happened. She smiles and says that since he has worked so hard, they need to feed him properly. Although she did not prepare much, she urges him to eat. She serves him food, and he notes that she has actually prepared a lot, all made from potatoes. He says he has been getting hungry, so he will eat gratefully and begins to eat. She encourages him, telling him to eat up. As he eats, his hand begins bleeding. She looks at the blood and thinks it is blood. Corinne asks if something is wrong or if there is something on his face. She refuses to answer aloud, thinking instead that she saw the blood and drooled. He asks anyway if she has been drinking blood these days. She admits that there is a slight difference in freshness and taste, and that his blood was particularly delicious, she means. She worries that this makes her seem strange. Corinne asks if it is similar to the difference between organic products and those sprayed with pesticides. She agrees, saying that it is similar, like the difference between frozen meat and freshly cut meat. He asks if that means she is destined to eat frozen meat for the rest of her life. She protests, but he reassures her that it is fine if she drinks it only occasionally. Surprised, she asks what he means by that. He explains that he means his blood. She is shocked and exclaims, asking what he is talking about. He tells her that he regenerates anyway, so if she tires of the blood packs, she can come find him. He even asks if she wants some now, presenting his neck to her. She scolds him, saying he should not say such things and that she will refuse, as she does not want to be a bother. Instead, she presents him with a bottle, explaining that it is for him. He asks what it is, and she tells him it is blood. She admits that it might be slightly nauseating, but assures him that it is good for his body, as a vampire's blood is one of the greatest magical ingredients. He takes the bottle and drinks it, while she remarks that it is embarrassing for him to simply drink it in front of her. The system window notifies that he has consumed a second-rank life elixir, an elixir made with a special ingredient. Another window notifies that his aura rank has risen by 1 stage, and his maximum aura amount has increased by 510 points, which have been equally distributed. She asks if it was tasty. He feels a powerful aura flowing throughout his body and reflects that, although it did not taste particularly good, he is undeniably stronger than he was in his previous life. He remarks that it was great, thinking that with this, He can finally begin the scenario with that girl. The narrator describes Alicia Arden, a direct descendant of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family and a second-rank knight, whose life has changed considerably. She had felt an insurmountable wall between herself and a fifth-rank knight she encountered during the hunting ground practice. Realizing that she needed to improve, she had begun to put effort into developing herself, of course, up until recently. Alicia walks down the street, happily eating snacks, and remarks on the abundance of honey bomb candy. Her servant presents her with clothes, and she excitedly says yes, this, and that, insisting that she wants to wear them all. The narrator explains that Alicia had been fundamentally lazy and unambitious, with no real concern for swordsmanship. Although her talent as a swordswoman was nearly genius level, her attitude had made her a terrible student who constantly received failing marks. Alicia thinks that, while here, she does not need to swing her sword 10,000 times a day, be examined repeatedly on basic moves, or duel with sweaty and brutal martial brothers and sisters. Above all, she does not have a sister here, and this makes her happy. She selects 2 dresses and remarks that she should enjoy moments like these. Corin arrives and asks what she is enjoying. She is shocked, looks back at him, and calls his name, Corin. Corin smirks, noting that she has not been in the training room these days. She says in a trembling voice that she has a lot to do these days, with assignments and missions that must be completed. He smiles and says that he knows something that could earn her a lot of money, and asks if she wants to join his party. She asks pardon, growing irritated, and wonders why he keeps seeking her out. The narrator describes that at some point, Corin had become difficult for Alicia to approach. When she stood in front of him, she felt as though her lazy reliance on her talent alone had been exposed. In irritation, she throws her candies and clothes to the ground. The narrator explains that the bare face of a genius swordswoman, a second-rank knight who had received her guardian certificate at a young age, and granddaughter of a sword genius, had been revealed. She thinks that, above all, his methods are far too rigorous. He keeps emphasizing the basics. He insists that the basics are important. She wonders if it is normal for someone her age to focus on such things instead of attempting a flashy, lethal move. He steps closer to her and says that for the 2 parties, the reward is 2 gold coins, and the difficulty is set at second rank. She asks what he means by 2 gold coins, thinking about how many clothes and honey bomb candies she could buy with that money. He asks if she wants to go. She replies yes. He confirms that they will leave mid-next week and tells her to prepare her belongings. She agrees. He says that he is thinking of taking a 20 silver coin short-term mission today and suggests they do it together. She becomes excited at the mention of 20 silver coins and agrees to go with him. He thinks that she only needs money, how simple, and that this will be enough for the scenario. He is not certain, but based on his predictions, it will happen today. The narrator explains that Alicia enjoys patrol missions from the mission board. She simply follows a designated route through the city, checking for any problems. The monsters that approach the city are at most 4th or 5th rank, with only a minimal chance of mid-level monsters appearing. Meanwhile, Alicia moves into the forest with some knights, knocking out wolves and other monsters. One of the knights comments that they have finished things over here. She replies that he should take the claws and leather and sell them later. The narrator explains that although there is not much to do, she can earn enough money, which she appreciates because it is not too burdensome. Some other knights arrive, and one of them praises her, saying that, of course, she is amazing. There were 10 monsters, but she defeated them instantaneously. She asks what he means and says it is nothing special. The knight responds that it is remarkable to call an owl bear nothing much and adds that she is truly worthy of being a swordswoman from the renowned swordsmanship family. She smiles and recalls when her parents said that her sister had already reached the supreme stage at her age. The Arden family will finally have an heir to the title of sword genius. Munya Arden is this generation's greatest prodigy, and compared to her, the second daughter is merely an illegitimate child, with a lowly bloodline from the start. She thinks that her family looks down on her, but she does not believe she is that bad. Corin arrives and calls her, saying that there is an owl bear over there. She replies that she has already dealt with that easily. He responds with amazement, saying that it is impressive. Later that night, he tells her that patrolling is over. He thinks the patrol will have ended easily, safely, and without incident today, as long as nothing unexpected occurs. Suddenly, a bright light appears in the sky. and one of the knights says that it is a signal from the preceding patrol group, indicating a nest of monsters that are at least second rank. She overhears and says that she cannot see it. She looks back at them when one of the knights explains that it is a magical firework visible only through the special goggles they are wearing. It is a secret method used by the guards, but they must go investigate. She thinks that if nothing significant occurs during a patrol, it can end without even a single monster being killed. But when changes like this arise, it is one's duty to participate in the raid. The knights shout excitedly, declaring that it is fine because they have the granddaughter of the sword genius with them. She tells them to wait, while Corin looks at the sky, smirks, and says that he was right. The nest discovered by the preceding patrol group is confirmed to be a second-rank monster nest, centered around werewolves. At that moment, some werewolves arrive and roar at them. These are the same monsters Alicia had defeated, even while poisoned. They attack the monsters, slashing their bodies, while he thinks that they have been able to defeat them easily this time as well. Suddenly, a monster appears, riding a demonic horse. Alicia sees it in shock and thinks that it must be Dullahan. The system window notifies that it is Dullahan, a first-rank monster. She becomes surprised but immediately moves to engage, thinking that although the battle is not yet finished, she must act. She draws her sword and uses the Arden-style one-slice skill, followed by territory cut, but Dullahan dodges her attacks effortlessly. She stares in disbelief, thinking about his unnatural flexibility. He is practically mollusk-like. Dullahan quickly captures her with a rope while she is unprepared. She thinks that he is fast and experienced, estimating him to be at least a first-rank monster. She shouts for Corin to help her. The narrator explains that the pride of a warrior is something Alicia has never possessed. A fellow knight informs her that Corin is engaged with another monster. She begins to cry, asking why he is not present when she needs him most. Dullahan moves to stab her as she screams in terror, but at that moment, Lunia arrives and slashes the monster's neck. Alicia falls to the ground alongside Dullahan's body and expresses her gratitude, thanking her for the timely intervention. She attempts to recognize the sword of her savior. Lunia comments that she is still as weak, lazy, and cocky as ever. The narrator explains that Lunia, the eldest daughter of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family, and likely the next term heir, is regarded as the greatest swordsman of their generation, destined to continue the path of the family's sword genius. Alicia recognizes her and calls her sister, acknowledging that this is her older sister. Meanwhile, Lunia asks Alicia about the state she is in, questioning why she does not back up when she sees Dullahan, why she does not properly analyze the enemy, and above all, why she so carelessly unsheathes her sword, asking whom she is sloppily attempting to imitate. Alicia lowers her head and says she apologizes, but Lunia dismisses it, stating that enough excuses have been made. The result of her actions is entirely her responsibility, and such consequences cannot be erased with mere words. A knight also helps his fellow to stand and asks if he is fine, to which he replies yes and expresses his gratitude. Meanwhile, Lunia makes Alicia realize that her careless actions have endangered the soldiers who trusted and followed her, and she asks if Alicia is aware of it. Alicia replies yes. Lunia rests her sword on her shoulder and instructs her to hold her shoulders high, reminding her that swordsmen of Arden must always maintain confidence. Alicia replies in affirmation. At that moment, Corin arrives and sees Lunia. He asks who she is. Lunia looks at him and wonders if she has been caught watching Alicia while pretending to remain occupied. She introduces herself as the Divine Sword, the Great Disciple, as well as the first Sword Pavilion Master, Lunia Arden. Corin bows respectfully and introduces himself as the disciple of the 8 Hanging Spears, Corin Locke, and a friend of Alicia, expressing his honor in meeting her. She repeats the word friend with doubt, while he thinks to himself that he knows exactly what she wants to say, but that he cannot reveal Alicia's spearmanship. There are only 2 people who use this spearmanship other than him. Only those 2 exist. Lunia walks away in annoyance and says that if he does not wish to talk about it, it is fine. He replies that the Pavilion Master is informed that all of the monsters in the area have been dealt with. He thinks that Arden's elite troops consist of second-rank knights, also known as the 5 Swords. At that moment, the 5 swordswomen arrive, and one of them, the swift high-speed Jenny, asks if they should pursue the monsters that are fleeing. Corin looks at them and thinks that all of them are of the same rank as Alicia or even higher. Lunia states that there is no need to pursue them and orders the group to return. They all bow before her, and Jenny responds with understanding, addressing her as Pavilion Master. Lunia then calls upon Alicia Arden as well. Alicia, in confusion, asks for clarification. The narrator explains that swordsmen are inclined to travel in groups. Those who are commonly referred to as the sword faction are partly akin to gangster-like swordsmanship organizations. They follow their leaders, form bonds, and eventually regard themselves as a sect. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garand initiated a new generation of swordsmanship, while the current family head began promoting the idea of martial arts schools. Through this legacy, Arden rose as a renowned swordsmanship family representing the continent. The scene shifts to the Merkaba Arden studio, where Lunia sits with her sword ladies and orders her cigar to be lit. Jenny obeys and lights it for her. The narrator explains that the lingering scent of their unique command, combined with their disciplined yet gangster-like tendencies, continues to remain present even today. Everyone bows before her, and Alicia also bows as she introduces herself as the disciple of the main family and a second-rank swordsman, Alicia Arden, paying respect to the first Pavilion Master. The others feel drenched in nervous sweat, and one of them wonders what is happening, questioning why. Even if she is the main family's great disciple, the direct descendant of the main family is being made to kneel. Lunia examines several documents and reads aloud: Patrol Mission, Tradesman Security Mission, 4th Rank Monster Group Raid Mission. She declares it absurd and questions what this cafe helper's mission means. Alicia explains that it is where she wears a uniform and distributes advertisement flyers. Lunia asks if that request came from a friend of hers. Alicia denies it and says she only thought the uniform was beautiful, so beautiful that she wanted to wear it. Lunia responds by calling her pathetic, scolding her for using the guardian certificate granted as a favor to the main family for something so trivial. She demands to know if Alicia is attempting to tarnish the name of Arden. She points out that all of these missions involve facing only low-ranking monsters and asks whether Alicia truly believed she was playing the role of a hero by participating in such raids. Alicia recalls the words of her father, who once reminded her never to forget that she cannot escape her essence. After a while, Alicia rides away in a carriage while Lunia and her sword ladies watch her departure. Jenny remarks that the lady, or rather their junior sister, appears to be in good health. Lena adds that she even seems to have gained some weight, winking as she speaks. Lunia shifts the subject and asks about the boy, noting that no one seemed to know him. Jenny clarifies, asking if she means Corin, and explains that he is only a 5th rank knight. Lunia questions if he is truly only of the 5th rank, doubting whether the Merkaba Academy's rank test could be so unreliable. Jenny, confused, asks for clarification. Lunia reflects that Corin's gaze remained fixed on Alicia from beginning to end, while the monsters did not receive even 20% of his attention. She recognizes that such focus is not the product of ordinary training, but the result of sensitivity and obsession born only from genuine experience. She notes that his spearmanship, though appearing simple at a glance, reveals its depth to someone who has reached the pinnacle of the Arden style. From that perspective, she can discern the destination of that spearmanship. She considers that it was a brief encounter, yet she is quite satisfied with this friend. If that boy remains by her younger sister's side, it may prove worthwhile. She recalls the request she received from the academy and thinks that she may have the chance to meet him again this time. The narrator explains that whenever Mariette, who is often called Potato Senior, arrives, she always brings many things. Mariette presents food to Corin, telling him that it is a potato pie with minced mutton baked inside, and instructs him to eat it whenever he feels hungry. Corin begins eating and asks if the mutton inside is raw. She laughs and says he has caught on. It is fresh raw meat that arrived today. Professor Josephine asked her to assist with the slaughter process, so she practiced. Corin feels conflicted and thinks that while she lives a sorrowful, vampire-like life eating frozen meat, this fresh food tastes so delicious and moving. She asks how it is and if it tastes good, then promises to bring beef next time, asking if he likes braised oxtail. He takes her hands and replies that he does, very much. He asks if she is truly referring to braised oxtail. She answers that she will make sure to bring it for him next time. As she speaks, she notices his hands, large and rough, covered in scars, hands of effort, strength, and maturity, which she finds admirable. At that moment, Isabella arrives and calls out to Mariette. Mariette runs toward her excitedly and asks if she has eaten. Isabella questions what she has been doing just now. Mariette hurriedly denies doing anything, waves goodbye to Corin, and says she will see him later before running off with Isabella. Corin reflects that he does not understand children of this age. In his previous life, he never once managed to date during the 3 years of schooling because of Park SC's interference. He thinks he did have certain situationships, but the reason he could not properly date was entirely thanks to that foolish Park. Looking at the food before him, he wonders when he will ever finish eating all of it. The next morning, he goes out and reflects that his current platonic relationships are vastly different from those of his past life. At times, Yule brings him rare and precious mushrooms from the forest. Afterwards, they proceed directly to the library and begin lessons on the Ogham alphabet. Drin comes looking for him quite often as well. Rather than out of friendship, he thinks Drin regards him as a considerably useful colleague. Whenever there are difficult missions that yield money, Drin asks him to join his party. He is usually accompanied by the same group of people who also attend his classes. Jaeger and Lark suddenly shout, and Corin asks what is wrong, wondering if a monster has appeared, before looking behind him. He sees H. Warren, who simply says food promised. Corin thinks in disbelief that it is only H. Warren, though he admits she might as well be considered a monster in her own right. He asks her what a food promise is supposed to mean. He recalls hanging outside H. Warren's window some time ago, when he promised to buy her a meal later. He thinks it has already been a month since then and finds it impressive that she remembers. Jaeger and Lark run off, and Corin looks after them, remarking that he will not be able to meet them today. Jaeger agrees, while Lark claims that he has suddenly remembered he has not finished his assignment. Meanwhile, Corin leads H. Warren to another place, and says that since she reminds him of a cat, he has brought her here, and asks if she likes fish. She grabs a raw fish and tries to eat it, causing him to ask if she is out of her mind and whether her throat is equally stubborn. He tells her to stop, saying that such behavior is not respectful to food. She replies that she only needs to chew and swallow. He begins preparing the fish properly and laughs, saying that she will not be able to make such claims once she tastes it cooked. After serving her the prepared dish, he asks for her opinion, insisting that it looks much tastier now. He tells her that instead of consuming food thoughtlessly, she should look at it with her eyes, sense its aroma, and treat it with respect. She questions what respect means, but then begins eating quickly. He tells her to eat slowly. As he watches her, he thinks that weapon production is nearly complete. It may be a little early, but the second stage is already beginning. The scene shifts to the next day, where the narrator explains that the introduction of the second part is the midterms. Jaeger dips his face into a bowl of water, feeling exhausted, and asks what he should do now, admitting that he has not studied at all. Lark looks at him and asks what the point is of regretting 10 minutes before the exam, reminding him that he had told him to study. Jaeger replies that Lark should have scolded him more. Lark counters that Jaeger should have listened to him more. Jaeger then asks Corin if he studied. Corin replies that he does not need to do something like that. Jaeger presses further, asking what Corin is planning to do. Corin laughs and apologizes, saying that he is different from the rest of them. It is not his first time taking this exam. He tells them to wait and see, claiming he will rank number 1. The scene shifts to exam day. An instructor announces that the exam is about to begin and instructs them to flip the page over. Corin says that if it is time to begin, then so be it. He reads the first question. If the inertia value of x motion is y, what value of y0 is required to implement 85z? He becomes confused and thinks he is doomed, wondering what the question even means. Jaeger yawns and asks if the exam is already finished. Lark says he expected such behavior and asks what about Corin. Corin shrugs and says knights only need to know how to write their names. Another knight notices that Corin's answer sheet is completely blank. A third point is that even though he managed to finish 1 or 2 questions, he knew before falling asleep. Corin thinks to himself that he had forgotten. In his past life, he had never studied these subjects. He had focused only on continuously researching expert skills. He does not know any of the theoretical knowledge of this world. He crumples his test paper and convinces himself that it is fine. A written exam like this can still be redeemed in other ways. The scene shifts to the festival conference hall, where all the knights gather. One of them calls out to the first years, telling them to have strength. Another student complains that he has already used up his monthly living expenses. The narrator explains that the highlight of the midterms, one of the easier events in the game, is the faculty exam. It serves as a golden opportunity to redeem the marks that had plummeted during the written test. These midterms are designed by the night faculty professors, or by temporary instructors who are invited from outside. 15 students are placed into a team, where they must face the instructors, demonstrate their abilities, and receive grades from the professors in charge of evaluation. Since Corin is officially ranked only as a 5th rank knight, the level of the assigned instructor should not be very high. Corin laughs and thinks that if he defeats the instructor, he will receive additional points. He does not know who it will be, but he feels sorry for them in advance. No matter who it turns out to be, he resolves that he will defeat them and recover from the poor results of his written exam. A student suddenly calls out to wait, and Jaeger stares in disbelief, asking why that person has appeared. Corin looks at them and wonders about their reactions, questioning who the instructor is. At that moment, Lunia arrives and greets him, asking if he has been well and remarking that they meet again. Corin is struck with shock at the sight of her, and thinks to himself, why is she here? The scene shifts to the first-year group a practical test, where an instructor announces that the specially invited guests for this test are the elites of the renowned swordsmanship family, Arden, the 5 swords of the First Sword Pavilion. Lena asks if they will take it easy. Jenny replies that, after all, the opponents are only students. Siren warns the others to watch out for the sword control sorcerer, pointing out that one is particularly strong. Some soldiers rush in and charge at the sword ladies, shouting for an attack. Drin runs with the soldiers and thinks that although all of them are second rankers, with Alicia and him included, they also have 2 second rankers, which should even the odds. The sword ladies employ the Arden-style sword formation, executing the 5 swords combo technique together. They strike in unison and knock down the soldiers instantly. The crowd screams in shock, saying they cannot even follow what just happened. Drin stands at the side, observing everything, and realizes that the odds of victory are not as high as he first assumed. Against a large number of enemies, the sword ladies have blinded their opponents first. Their reactions are sharpened not by rank, but by battle-hardened experience. He activates his sword skill to secure a proper view of the field. Phantom Sword Milia advances toward him and strikes, but he blocks her attack. He wonders if they are attempting to ambush them. Alicia calls out to Dren, who tells her not to be distracted. High-speed sword Jenny steps forward to face Alicia directly, declaring herself her opponent. Alicia tries to block her strike and asks if she is deliberately marking her. She replies that although there are around 15 students, 6 are more than enough, and with a swift kick to Alicia's leg, she throws her aside. She remarks that the young lady's posture is far too unstable. She launches another attack, but Alicia evades her strike. The crowd is shocked by the exchange, and someone comments that this is to be expected from one of the 5 swords, an elite of Arden. The soldiers cry out in panic, exclaiming that the sword ladies are too fast and demanding that something be done. The sword ladies continue their assault, cutting through the soldiers and knocking them down one after another. Jenny points toward the battlefield and remarks that everyone is falling except for those 2, gesturing toward Drin and Alicia. The narrator explains that while it appears this way, the reality is the complete opposite. Drin calls forth his technique, commanding the fire spirit sword and the heavy iron swords. As the dust clears, Milia is overwhelmed by the 5 magical blades. She advances nevertheless, declaring that 2 against 5 is far too much. The narrator reveals that Drin is soon to claim victory, but Alicia's situation differs. Jenny and Alicia remain locked in a contest, exchanging blows and blocking each other's strikes. Jenny tells her that she requires far more practice. She mocks her by saying that if she dares to claim the title of the Sword Emperor's heir with only this level of skill, then at this rate, she should not even consider graduation. Jenny insists she would be better off dropping out and receiving proper training at home. Alicia declares that she will not allow such an outcome and charges forward to launch her attack once again. Jenny keeps her eyes vigilant, opening them to observe the territory, though she is not yet looking directly at it. She launches another attack, telling herself that she must remain focused until the very end. She knows she still has a long way to go. She thinks that originally Lunia Arden was supposed to assume this role in the storyline. wondering why she is now the examiner for Group B. Jaeger leads that group when Lunia steps forward, waving her sword. She declares that they should begin and advises them to treat it as an experience akin to the Great Special Rank War. Jaeger asks what she means by special, and then repeats his question about the Great Special Rank War. The narrator explains that the Great Special Rank War is a monstrosity capable of confronting an entire army by itself, a disaster that even dozens of guardians could not be certain of defeating. It is a creature that most guardians will never encounter in their lifetimes, the kind of tale that, if told by anyone else, would be dismissed as mere exaggeration. Yet when it comes to Lunia Arden, the story is entirely different, for she is a warrior capable of facing monsters of that caliber, a true monster among monsters. Lunia begins her attack with full force, unleashing all of her powers. The knights are injured and attempt to retreat, while Corrin hides behind a pillar, observing the chaos, thinking of all that destruction. Jaeger also takes cover, muttering that the assault almost killed him and questioning why the examiner is overdoing it, why she is so unrelentingly serious even when fighting students. Corrin thinks that she is going easy on them. If she were serious, the fight would be over in 10 seconds. He notices something in her hand and asks what it is. Jaeger, holding Lark high in the air, smiles and says that it is Lark. He explains that he thought Lark would die if left behind, so he brought him along. Corrin remarks that he thinks Lark is already dead. Suddenly, an attack strikes Jaeger, and he falls back, telling Corrin not to faint because Lark is heavy and he doubts he can handle carrying him. Corrin calls out to Jaeger in concern. Lunia arrives and comments that they are all too subpar to receive any guidance from him, surprising Corrin. She then calls out for the remaining two to step forward, stating that only he and she are left. Corrin steps out and asks if he can surrender. She replies that if he wants to earn the lowest score, that is fine, but he will not do so, because he would not want to waste a rare opportunity to fight a powerhouse. He realizes that she could recognize him as Lunia Arden from a mile away. Lunia and he were comrades who fought together many times in his past life. If his master had been her teacher for the spear, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she had taught him real-life combat techniques. That is why, by the end of the previous round, he had been no match for her. She was a wall he would have to break through if he were to claim the place of a player. He knows that he must eventually surpass her through his own strength. She declares the match ready, and they both charge, attacking each other with full force. They continue attacking each other, each striving to gain the upper hand, while she thinks to herself, who is this young man? Had he not claimed to be a 5th rank knight? Yet here he is, a first-year 5th rank knight, holding his own against Lunia Arden. How could this be possible? He grows fatigued, breathing heavily. She observes that he is drained of energy and remarks how sad it is. She sheathes her sword, and he wonders if that means she considers his effort sufficient. Of course not, no way. The sword territory has been cut, foreshadowing the most powerful technique of the greatest sword emperor, Garand. She challenges him to respond, commanding him to show a worthy counter with his spearmanship. She launches an attack imbued with lethal intent, releasing rays of energy in every direction. The onlookers are shocked. One cries out in disbelief, while another warns that the attack is far too dangerous. An instructor demands a pause, questioning whether she is attempting to kill the student. A second instructor calls to stop the test, and a third screams that it must end immediately. She employs the Arden-style one slice, a feint of the territory cut, directed at Corrin. The world seems to freeze, yet Lunia Arden's translucent reflection moves through the stillness. Her sword drifts as if in slow motion, while he thrusts his spear at full speed toward her crystal-clear blade, every movement vivid to him despite the apparent stasis around them. He throws his spear, which lodges in midair, and he thinks that the spear is not moving. He cannot act in this frozen world. He can only perceive the stillness around him to some degree. He wonders if it was a coincidence back then with Mariette and realizes that he is still unable to fully control the territory. He attempts to move forward and urges himself to take just one step, insisting that it does not have to be perfect. He only needs to advance enough to approach her and strike. She blocks his attack. The instructors watch in shock, one of them muttering that it is instinct rather than knowledge, a sensation of omnipotence, as if he is the center of the world. She strikes at him and observes that, in the end, he has reacted to the territory. She steps back and announces that the match concludes here. She adds that he must equip a better spear, as his current gear is far too weak for his skill. On her way, she stops and notices Alicia. She remarks that the test itself was not important. The reason he did not avoid the fight was to showcase his control of the territory, indicating that he was aware of Alicia's talent as well. He sweats heavily and realizes that she is correct. He lost the fight, but he accomplished his goal. She declares that she will remain in the city for a while, having work to attend to. She warns that no matter how hard he tries, nothing will change, for she will personally crush Alicia with her own hands. He thinks that now that he has revealed the territory to her, the outcome will likely not go as she has planned. An instructor announces that Corin, as a result of a unanimous decision by the instructors, receives full marks and the maximum additional points on the practical test. The students begin to gossip about him, astonished that he earned full marks while facing Lunia as his opponent. Another student remarks that he fought alone. A third asks who he really is. One instructor comments that it does not make sense. How could he possibly face Lunia one-on-one? Can he truly be only a 5th-ranked knight? An older instructor reflects that this must be the student who attempted to capture the spirit bodies. Fermac remarks that it is incomprehensible how Corin is employing his techniques. The scene shifts to a few days later. Corin recalls that even before Lunia had given him her advice, he had felt the need for a proper weapon. A person emerges from the shower, wiping his hair, and asks Corin who he really is, noting that the academy unhesitatingly provides such precious and rare ingredients, and questioning how he knows his family's secret methods. Corin replies that they should not worry about it and thinks that he accomplished much in his past life. Explaining it now would be tedious. To acquire such extraordinarily expensive ingredients, one would need at least several hundred gold coins, and no player would be willing to pay entirely in cash. Typically, the materials are created using ingredients obtained from scenarios or quests, but he possesses the special soul dust, a 2nd-rank runestone, a 1st-rank silver stone, and the wholehearted support of the chairman. One of the very few weapons capable of handling the territory is revealed. He draws a spear, and the system window notifies that it is legendary, the Shadow Kingdom Silver Knight's Spear, also known as the Silver Spear. Alicia notices that the blood will not stop. It was supposed to be non-lethal, so how could this happen? She recalls the first time she participated in a real battle, remembering cutting a 5th-rank monster and grimacing as its blood and intestines spilled out. Yet the smell of human blood is different. Despite it being her first encounter, she comprehends it instantly. Trembling as she grips her sword, she realizes that this intense scent signifies the death throes of a fading life. After some time, Alicia rides on the train, remarking that she is working again today. The system notifies her of a mission to capture a werewolf for 70 silver coins. She thinks that at least this mission is better than the alternative. Another notification appears, indicating an urgent mission to search for a murderous vampire in Fog City, requiring a bachelor's permit or consultation with an advisor. She shouts that she does not like dangerous assignments. She suspects there is an underlying reason why she was given a mission involving werewolves and wonders where her savior is at that moment. Corin arrives and questions her comment about a 5th-rank knight, stating that he simply performs well at the portal. He curses under his breath, frustrated that he must pick up after these idiots at his age. She turns to him, and he waves, remarking what a coincidence, while she greets him in return. The narrator explains that the other guardians do not look pleased. Due to the quota system, the Guardian Association must tolerate students' involvement. Yet they likely did not anticipate a 5th-rank guardian like him appearing, while others complain begrudgingly about the appearance of a 5th-rank knight. Corin approaches her and takes her hands, saying that they should do well. No one can speak openly in front of the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. Corin thinks that if she keeps glaring at him, the back of his head will burn. He asks about her eyes, and she responds, asking what he means, insisting that her eyes are fine. He tells her that she knows he is not referring to that. She says that he must have heard it from her sister. He replies that, of course, Lunia has not said a single word to him. He warns her that she needs to hurry because her sister is serious and will likely destroy him, leaving him unable to wield a sword again. She responds that if that happens, she can simply stop wielding a sword. He doubts she will be able to do that. At the werewolf nest, 2 werewolves and approximately 20 shorthounds are present. The capturing party handles the shorthounds skillfully, and even hunts one werewolf. But the situation gradually takes a strange turn. More monsters begin to appear. A knight asks what is happening, why there are so many, where they are coming from, and what the fog is. He calls out to Hansen, asking where the 5th rank kid is. Hansen replies that he does not know, but insists that this is not the time to worry about that, and that it is a relief that Lady Arden is performing so well. Meanwhile, Alicia attacks the monsters, quickly knocking them out. She wonders aloud where they are all coming from, noticing that monsters and ghosts are mixed together. Never mind the monsters, this is not an area that typically harbors so many evil spirits. She considers that places with few humans usually do not attract such entities, and this somehow feels man-made. A shadowy monster follows her, and she asks who it is. The shadow attacks, and she blocks the strike, realizing that its weight is not that of a ghost, but of a knight. She demands to know why they are attacking and warns that she will cut the next one that strikes. Another soldier approaches from behind and attacks, throwing her aside. She is injured but quickly recovers, counterattacking when the shadow strikes again and knocking it out. She notices that the smell of human blood is different, the intense scent signaling the death throes of a fading life. She murmurs that she has just killed, when another shadow attempts to strike her from behind. Corin arrives, knocking out the shadow, and asks why she is simply sitting there, pointing out that these are not people. She looks back at him and insists that they are not people. He explains that they are corpses raised through black magic. He thinks about the main event of the opening act of the second part, the subjugation of Fog City's murderous vampire. Normally, the lunatic serial killer that Mariette failed to capture in the latter half of the first part would begin pursuing the player's party. If she had chosen the mission to capture the werewolf, she would have encountered the murderer John Doe during the mission. After fighting, she would be able to fend off his attacks. She notices a giant shadow behind him and asks if he is all right. Alarmed, she inquires what it is and begins to move toward him. But he stops her, assuring her that it is fine and instructing her to prepare to retreat. She questions what he means by that. He activates his 6-step technique, using the 5th step to strike the shadow, and simultaneously employs the Pagoda Tree Mountain skill, stabbing it with a tree. She exclaims in awe, impressed by his skill, remarking that he is incredible. He examines the shadow, surprised that it dies in a single blow, and notes that it must be weak. He thinks that obviously it is not truly weak. If it could die this easily, it could not possibly be the boss of the opening act. Based on John Doe's characteristics, it would be impossible for him to catch him alone. A shadow remarks that it is impressive to destroy its doll and states that it will conclude matters here today, adding that it looks forward to seeing him again. Corin reflects that the real issue is not strength or teamwork, but the specialty of stealth. As fog begins to spread, she asks what it is and what the fog means. Corin identifies it as the Crimson Haze. He explains that when the HP of the undead mage, which serves as the source of the fog, reaches 0, it automatically triggers a death fog. What he just destroyed was merely a doll and the device that activates the fog. The undead mage uses the corpse as a vessel. The difficulty in capturing John Doe arises from his use of dolls in this manner, allowing him to evade tracking. He fully assimilates with the fog, making it impossible for them to locate him. Corin urges everyone to run, noting that the fog looks clearly dangerous, and they all begin retreating. Alicia agrees, while Charlie also insists that they run, and they flee quickly. She asks Corin if it is all right not to retrieve his spear, considering its value. He assures her that it is fine and summons the Rune of Return, causing the spear to appear, which he then grabs. Corin remarks that he can retrieve it in this way. She observes this and marvels at how incredible it is. Charlie trips over a root, and they both look back at him. Worried, she runs toward him and calls out for him to grab her hand. He takes her hand, and Charlie expresses his gratitude for avoiding a fall. Corin attacks a shadow to secure their escape. She asks what he is doing, and he thinks that the situation is annoying. Corin helps Charlie to his feet, instructing him to run, and tells him to forget everything else and just leave the forest, returning his robe to him. He reflects that he did not expect to face this situation twice. In his previous life, he had tripped and become trapped in the fog, falling into critical condition within minutes. Now, with his regeneration ability, he can endure much longer. Alicia attacks the shadows while Corin observes that the real problem is her. She shouts "let go," urging herself forward, but she is injured by the fog. Corin realizes that blood must be draining from her body, and she will likely not last long. She wonders why the shadows are not being cut, questioning whether her strength or her posture is insufficient, and sustains further injuries. Lunia arrives and asks why she is in such a state. Alicia admits that it is because she is weak and apologizes, explaining that she wanted to appear capable, to save someone, and to become a respectable person in his eyes. She recalls how Corin had saved her life in the past. Corin arrives, calling out to her, and she hears his voice, recognizing it as her savior's. Corin asks her if she is all right. She responds in a trembling voice, asking if it is really him, Corin, and pleads silently for help, fearing that she might die in this moment. He instructs her to calm down, explaining that striking randomly will not work. She must focus properly and cut decisively. All she needs is to remain calm. She asks him to clarify, and he assures her that he will protect her from the undead from this point onward. He asks if she knows what she must do. She protests that she cannot, claiming that she lacks the strength, is dizzy, and is hurt from the fog, tears streaming down her face. He steadies her by pulling her shoulder and tells her that she can do it. Among the swordsmen he has known, she possesses remarkable talent, and if she decides to act, she is capable. He emphasizes that one step is enough. Alicia Arden. He charges at the monsters, silently thanking her in advance, knowing that she cannot endure for long. If he says this to her, she has no choice but to act. She draws her sword, thinking of her grandfather's secret technique, capable of cutting through anything, and knows that she must awaken the eyes of the boundary skill, a cursed ability that forcibly allows the user to perceive other territories. He repeats, emphasizing that one step is enough. Using the Arden-style sword technique, he slashes through the skeleton warriors. She counters with her domain severance skill, attacking decisively. He is shocked by the display, while a skeleton warrior asks in disbelief how she is doing this. The attack slices through the surrounding trees as well, leaving all who witness it stunned. A knight sees the aftermath and exclaims that the fog has vanished, asking if she is all right. Another knight questions what just occurred. Suddenly, John Doe, the murderous vampire from Fog City, appears. One knight mutters in disbelief that the forest has been cut in half and wonders how a human could accomplish such a feat. Another knight responds that he has heard of it, recognizing it as the Sword Emperor's legendary domain severance. He reflects that he had only expected her to use One Slice's third form or the Iron Wave, wondering how she could already master such a technique. Alicia exclaims to Corin that she did it, but internally thinks no, he should not yet be capable of such a feat. A knight asks whether this means that the next head of the Arden family will be her. Another knight confirms, noting that aside from the Sword Emperor himself, no one else is able to wield domain severance. They enthusiastically praise her as the future of the Arden family. One of them declares that the next Sword Emperor will be Alicia. Excited, Alicia begins to dance joyfully. Corin thinks to himself that his plans always seem to get twisted in unexpected ways. Soon after, the news broadcasts report that John Doe has been defeated. The nightly news describes the notorious slayer, John Doe, as having been overcome by the next candidate for head of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family. Another report highlights the pretty knight who defeated a first-rank black mage, revealing her identity as Alicia Arden. Headlines speculate on the implications for the Arden family's succession structure and question the decisions of the martial officers. In truth, Alicia is the true genius of the Arden family. May, in frustration, crushes the newspaper and shouts in anger, demanding that it be discarded. Milia responds affirmatively while Lunia sits calmly, sipping her tea. The scene shifts into a flashback as the narrator explains that the renowned Arden swordsmanship family operates within the sword faction, moving according to the logic of power when Garand arrives. Under the overwhelming charisma of Garand Arden, they have long anticipated the swordsman who will succeed him. Domain severance exists on the stage of the Heart's Path, a realm unknown to most martial artists. Garand Arden has awaited someone capable of carrying on his legacy. Lunia had trained relentlessly, her sweat and blood soaking her practice space, the calluses on her palms bearing witness to the life she had led. Yet even Lunia, hailed as the genius of her generation, could not satisfy the Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, Alicia also trains alongside them. After practice, Alicia becomes exhausted. Her younger sister, who had only recently held a sword, engages in a friendly duel with her older sister, the illegitimate child the head of the family had brought from outside. Lunia had never considered that child a competitor. Alicia attacks, and her strike cuts Lunia's arm. Lunia, shocked, observes the blood and wonders why it continues to flow, for it was supposed to be non-lethal. She realizes she had not seen it coming. By the time she had pulled herself together, she had already been struck. It was not a matter of speed, this was a different domain entirely. Within that profound path of martial arts, Alicia had taken a step into a space that even Lunia had not fully mastered. She wonders how it was possible that such a young child, so seemingly lazy, could achieve so much. There is no doubt that she is taken aback. Alicia calls out to her and points her sword forward. She understands the title her grandfather had told her about the twisted nature of a talent mortals could not comprehend. Sword Demon, the skill of a demon. Garand arrives and announces that he is appointing Alicia as the next head candidate, patting her on the head. The narrator explains that this is how Alicia overcame everyone's objections and became a candidate for the head of the Arden family. Alicia reflects that it is her first time holding a sword. Memories of rubbing the hair of her half-sister, who grew up neglected by their father's family, probably linger somewhere in her mind. Lunia returns from her thoughts and takes a sip of her tea. May asks if she is all right. Lunia wonders if they are worried about her and reassures them not to be concerned. She thinks that she wanted Alicia to step into the domain as well, for if she were to witness that sword once more, she too might be able to reach that extraordinary level. Lunia instructs everyone to prepare for the sword challenge, and they all proceed outside. The next morning, Corin asks when she thinks Alicia will recover. She replies that the potions should allow her to heal within a day or two. Then she offers him some honey bomb candy. He asks what she means by candy, noting how carefree she seems. As for domain severance, he wonders how she managed it. Even if she can perceive domains with the eyes of the boundary, it does not mean she can use the skill immediately. She blushes and replies that he believed in her and that she could do it. She laughs, realizing that if she truly tried, she could accomplish it. He remarks that she is truly a genius who defies conventional effort. Mariette knocks on the door and announces her visit. She opens the door and addresses him, asking if he is all right. Corin introduces her to Alicia, explaining that she is Senior Mariette. Mariette greets Alicia, stating that she is a second-year student of the magic faculty, Mariette Dunelif. Alicia returns the greeting, introducing herself as a first-year Knight faculty student, Alicia Arden. Corin asks Mariette if she came specifically to visit Alicia. She confirms, explaining that she was worried. Alicia blushes at this and laughs. Mariette then asks Corin if the two of them are particularly close. He responds with surprise, noticing that her expression has suddenly turned intimidating. At that moment, H. Warren appears at the window, hanging there and knocking while calling out about the food, the raw fish from before. Corin is startled. He wonders if Mariette finds H. Warren unsettling, though he thinks anyone would find such an appearance uncomfortable, even if it were not H. Warren. Mariette insists on the food and asks if he has eaten with H. Warren as well. Corin, taken aback, realizes that this is likely what made her uncomfortable. He reassures her not to worry, saying he will prepare a wonderful meal with her as well. She asks excitedly what a wonderful meal is. He pauses, thinking that this is an unexpected gathering of remarkable all-star members. He turns to Alicia and remarks that, since rumors of her mastering domain severance have spread, Lunia will probably arrive soon with a sword challenge. He asks if she feels confident. She asks what a sword challenge is. The narrator explains that the sword challenge is a swordsman's tradition used by 5 master-level swordsmen to test the sword pavilion master in charge of a faction of the family, serving as a preliminary evaluation. For a long time, Arden's sword challenge has also been employed as a lawful means to eliminate rivals. Alicia becomes irritated and exclaims that confidence is meaningless. If she fights Lunia, she will die. No, she cannot defeat the 5 swords to begin with. He reassures her that he has a good method. She asks what it is. He replies that he will explain, but he has a condition. She pledges that she will do whatever he asks and demands to know the condition. He explains that if he ever suggests fighting monsters or training in the practice hall from now on, she must do it without complaint. She will essentially become a fixed member of his party. She agrees and vows her allegiance. He smiles and accepts it as a solemn vow, stating that he, Corin Locke, will guide her through the hardships of this time, whether long or short, using the truths he has learned through a lifetime of experience and practice. Meanwhile, May walks along the street when H. Warren attacks her, but she manages to evade the strike, and the sword becomes embedded in the wall. She exclaims in confusion, asking who the attacker is. She draws her sword as H. Warren announces the presence of a challenger. May asks if the attacker is a student of H. Warren. H. Warren replies that she is from Alicia's studio and a master of knife style. May questions what is meant by knife style as H. Warren lunges at her with a knife. May demands to know why she is behaving so aggressively all of a sudden. H. Warren explains that she was promised sushi if she managed to catch her. May asks what sushi is. They clash repeatedly, attempting to defeat each other. May protests, asking what all of this is about and what H. Warren intends to accomplish. H. Warren responds that she is from Alicia's studio and a master of Guandao style, and that Corin intervened before she could be struck. At that moment, Corin arrives and states that May has requested to learn from the distinguished master, Lena, and, demonstrating the truth of life, he attacks her with his spear. May question how that qualifies as Guandao style. The narrator explains that Corin, H. Warren, and Dren all train under instructors of the Alicia Dojo sword method, with H. Warren specifically using the over sword method, Dren employing the standard sword method, and Mariette studying the Gandale method. Alicia herself serves as the chief instructor of the newly established Alicia Dojo. They collectively launch attacks on the sword ladies, who are utilizing the first sword angle under the Arden style, swiftly defeating them. Lena questions the purpose of their actions. Corin explains that for a new dojo to expand, it must first establish its fame, and they are pursuing an aggressive form of expansion. Lena recalls the recent news regarding Alicia and Corin, reflecting on the concept of sword breaking within the family rules, a test designed to select the key holder responsible for managing both major and minor family matters. However, she recognizes that this situation is less a test and more a targeted assault meant to suppress a potential competitor. Corin refers to this restructuring as dojo breaking, systematically defeating the first sword practitioners one by one, framed as challenges from a rising martial artist. Ultimately, the true objective is to secure a one-on-one duel with Alicia. By winning and publicly announcing it, the forces loyal to her sister would be temporarily restrained, allowing the challenge to proceed without interference. The costs associated with the dojo, the registration, the acquisition of the abandoned dojo, and the hiring of the mercenary Dren were all covered by Senior Mariette, who beams with pride. She grows emotional and remarks that once the bounty for subduing John Doe is received, they will be able to repay the investment quickly. Lunia arrives and announces that she has begun something interesting. Alicia looks back at her and calls her sister. Lunia scolds her, saying she should have fled the moment she faced her, and observing the situation, she remarks that dojo breaking was not her idea, was it? Alicia begins to cry bitterly, confessing that her sister is far too sharp and frightening. Lunia, observing her reaction, nods and comments that it seems right, as expected of Corin. Corin arrives and addresses Alicia, noting that she has something to say. She wonders if she can win and turns to the first sword holder of Arden style, Lunia Arden. Bowing respectfully, she calls her sister and requests a friendly duel in her capacity as a new instructor of the Arden style. Lunia agrees, acknowledging it as a friendly duel, yet she knows that she will not employ practice swords or non-lethal measures. Alicia affirms that she is fully prepared. The narrator explains that Lunia Arden is the first disciple of the Arden style, while Alicia is a second-grade swordsman of the same style. The moment to settle the sisters' dispute has arrived, and both are ready themselves for combat. Mariette reflects that even if Alicia were to transform into a vampire and exert her maximum strength, victory against Lunia could not be guaranteed. She asks Alicia if she is truly prepared. Corin expresses his confidence, stating that he believes she will perform well. Mariette, trusting his judgment, agrees. The system window notifies that Mariette's bank credit rating for Corin remains unchanged. Lunia then tosses a pouch toward Corin. He catches it and asks what it is, noting that it seems excessive for dojo repair costs. She corrects him, stating that it is intended for reconstruction expenses. Alicia and Lunia begin their duel, each striving to overcome the other. Corin and Mariette watch in astonishment at the intensity of their fight. Every attack is met with a precise block, their movements perfectly mirrored. Alicia reflects on her admiration for her sister. In the time when her sister still burned with passion for the sword, she had been her idol. She recalls the moment when someone had remarked that Lunia had returned from subduing the first-class monster Minotauros at just 15, an extraordinary achievement. Lord Garand himself had taken notice of her. In her eyes, her sister resembled a hero from a fairy tale, a hero like their grandfather Garand, whose deeds she had heard of since childhood. In contrast, Alicia had been born the daughter of a concubine. Her mother had died during childbirth, and her father had regarded her as a mistake, a shame upon his lineage. In their family, only those who carried the blood of the great swordmaster Garand were truly valued. Calling out to her sister, she congratulates her on her accomplishments. Lunia pats her head, noting how much she has grown. Yet Alicia cannot escape the memory of her first kill. She remembers the moment she stabbed someone, the tears that followed, and how her world felt twisted in that instant. She is pulled back to the present as she narrowly blocks Lunia's attack. She executes her first defensive maneuver, stepping back one pace and sliding to the side, maintaining her stance under the pressure of her sister's skill. Lunia observes the unconventional guard and thinks it defies the textbook form. The guard demonstrates proficiency learned from the book, yet she had not expected such a tricky, unorthodox defense. She launches an attack on Alicia, who steps back to evade the strike. Lunia remarks on her poor footwork, labeling her a cowardly girl, and urges herself to accelerate, confuse the opponent's vision, and strike at the shortest distance. Throwing rocks to distract her, Lunia faces a swift counter as Alicia attacks from behind using the thunder in 3 steps technique. Lunia narrowly escapes the strike and executes an upper reversal quanrak aimed at Alicia, but the younger swordswoman dodges with precision. Lunia thinks that Alicia is not merely relying on the sword, but utilizing her entire body in combat. The two continue exchanging blows, each attempting to overpower the other. Lunia scolds Alicia, calling her foolish for relying on petty tricks, yet she presses her attack relentlessly. Alicia blocks and responds with quanrak, reflecting on Corin's advice as she executes her own combination. Their movements blur as they dodge and counter each other with increasing intensity. Alicia notes that she has managed a counterattack from the brink of defeat and resolves not to lose so easily. Lunia, assessing her opponent, observes that Alicia remains inexperienced and delivers a kick that sends her sprawling. Injured, Alicia quickly recovers and blocks Lunia's subsequent strike with her sword, countering in turn. Lunia evades the attack and realizes that Alicia is closing the gap in skill. Not only is she adapting, but she is beginning to perceive the realm itself. Corin observes them and thinks that it is exactly as it should be. Lunia reflects that Alicia is the one she has been seeking, a girl with immense talent who had so desperately denied her true self. She had longed to witness her genuine form. Alicia grows weary from the intense competition. Lunia notes that Alicia seems to have realized the truth. The critical moment does not lie in 10 moves, but in a single move, a single step. She prepares herself and calls out silently to Alicia. Lunia charges forward to strike, and Alicia runs to counterattack, both pursuing each other with unrelenting speed. Alicia recalls her own words. Today she learned how to wield a sword for the first time. She knows that one day she wishes to become a great knight, like her sister. Shaking off her thoughts, she surges forward again, activating her aura. Her strike lands, cutting her opponent as a brilliant blast erupts. Corin and Mariette watch in shock as the aftermath unfolds. Alicia, panting, asks if it is over. The duel has been decided. Corin Locke sees Alicia standing while Lunia Arden kneels on the ground, and he thinks that the winner has already been decided. Mariette Duneluf is excited and says that Alicia has won. He rises with a faint smile and reflects that, compared to the sword master Lunia Arden, Alicia's only true strength is domain severance. Therefore, the only way to secure victory in this fight is within the domain. For that reason, he instructed Alicia to focus on dodging, escaping, and stalling for time. By exploiting Lunia's known habits and patterns from his past life, they seized the single opportunity to triumph in a domain battle. As expected, the clash within the domain results in Lunia's sword being severed. Covered in bruises, Alicia looks at her hand in confusion, exhales, and says that she has achieved victory. Lunia rises, places her hand on her waist, and asks whether her performance is not good enough. She begins to walk away and says that from this moment onward, neither she nor her subordinates will interfere with Alicia's work. Shocked, Alicia tells her to wait, quickly moves toward her and grabs her arm from behind. She feels sorrow and says that she is sorry. Corin thinks that she must be frightened. Alicia, who is clearly the weaker one, has defeated the Pavilion Master Lunia, and it is understandable that she is afraid of the gazes Lunia will now receive, as well as of Lunia's attitude when she turns her back on her. Yet he considers that to be a pointless worry. Lunia turns, sees Alicia, and moves her hand toward her head to pat her. She trembles, shocked by the gesture. The scene shifts to a flashback as Corin recalls earlier memories. He thinks that the first time he met Lunia Arden in his previous life was before Mariette's incident had even occurred. He remembers being somewhat taken aback, since they met far earlier than they should have, according to the storyline. He reflects that throughout that time, Lunia continued to search for Alicia's murderer. In the end, she never found him, as the true culprit was Park Si-hyu. Even on the 3rd anniversary of Alicia's death, Lunia persisted in her search for the one responsible. Later, Lunia stands near Alicia's grave when Corin approaches from behind and says that she comes to pray every year on her sister's death anniversary, though he once thought she despised her. She replies that she does, since she only knew her as lazy, unserious, and annoyingly clingy, yet apart from her, no one else can resolve the bitterness in her heart. Back in the present, Corin thinks that Lunia has not turned her back on Alicia. If anything, even if Alicia is to take the lead over her, she will quietly support her with a smile. Lunia pats Alicia's head and says that she has grown quite tall. Corin smiles faintly and thinks that the Lunia Arden he remembers is exactly that kind of person. Alicia begins to cry as she looks at her sister. The status window notifies that Lunia Arden has been defeated. Alicia Arden, Lunia Arden, difficulty B+, reward, aura rank increased, aura amount plus 600, 40 points equally distributed, skill obtained, domain severance. After some time, Alicia sits on her bed and says that she is afraid of fighting. Corin replies that he knows. She adds that there is still a part of her that fights with a smile. He answers that he has seen it too, and she explains that this is why she has always avoided combat. It never felt like her, and she even feared facing Lunia, so she pretended to be less serious and chose only simple tasks. Corin peels an apple and says that others behave the same way. Alicia continues that since she has won the battle, she will officially become an heir of Arden, and Lunia and her followers will begin to be wary of her. Yet she admits that if she runs away now, she believes her bond with Lunia will truly be severed. He stares at the apple and says no, it will not. She asks him to pardon her. He resumes peeling it and says that there might be some distance, and their relationship might become awkward. But relationships are not something she can sever so easily, since, at the end of the day, they are still sisters. She is shocked to hear this. He recalls certain memories and says that she has done a good job. When he was younger, all he ever did was get beaten by the neighborhood thugs. But later he realized that what truly weighed on him was not the physical pain, but his anger toward himself for never standing up for his own dignity. He says that she is far stronger than the weak child he once was, and he hopes she can always remain proud of herself, for she is a strange person. She says that he is the same age as her and asks why he keeps acting so mature. He asks whether he looks old. She replies that he does, that he seems like someone who has endured all kinds of hardships, and she can feel it. He thinks to himself that it is because he has already lived 14 more years than she, and if she includes the memories of the 30-year-old Corin, his age would be 50. She thanks him. He asks for what, and she says for what happened today, and for what happened in the forest as well, stretching her arms as she speaks. She recalls the memories of the forest and says that when he saved her there, that was him, if it was not. He asks how she knows. She winks and says that his voice and his belt gave him away, and that is how she guessed. He replies that there is no way she can be this clever, and says that now that she knows, he cannot simply overlook it. She laughs and says that she is so indebted to him that if there is anything he wants, he should feel free to ask. He extends his hand and says that they should be friends. She looks confused and asks what he means. He asks why she does not want to. She takes his hand and says she does want to, so friends it is. She adds that she has never had a boy as a friend before, so she thinks it will be good. She means a friend who is a boy. He says that it is fine, then lets them get along as friends, and he smiles. She winks again and says yes, she is glad to have a reliable friend like him. He recalls certain memories and thinks that punishments always await the wicked, while a bright future awaits the kind-hearted, for children are meant to make better choices. After some time, Isabel Carmen secretly watches Mariette and thinks that her name is Isabel Carmen and that she has a troubling concern these days. Just then, a boy calls out to Mariette, holds out a blood pack to her, and says to accept this, not just his feelings, but his blood as well. Mariette looks at him in shock. He adds that he can even offer his neck. She replies that it is unnecessary, since she regularly receives blood packs from Professor Josephine. Isabel grows annoyed and thinks what an idiot he is. Those words make Mariette the most uncomfortable. Such things happen every day, so they do not truly matter, but his real concern lies elsewhere. Just then, Corin asks Mariette if her class is over. With her face blushing, she turns back and sees Corin. Isabel also notices him and thinks that Corin Locke, a first year who has recently grown close to Mariette, is a fifth-rank scrappy knight. That alone may not seem significant, but the fact that he was able to hold his own against the sword master Lunia Arden proves that he is certainly talented. Yet something about him still troubles her. Corin asks Mariette if she would like some blood. She asks if she should, then follows him into a room and closes the door behind her. Isabel grows frightened and thinks that they have locked the door. Just what could those two be up to? Corin asks Mariette to recall his earlier proposal. Isabel silently repeats the word proposal to herself in surprise. Corin explains that it concerns the land they acquired when they registered the dojo. Since it is under reconstruction after being damaged, he has been considering building an inn there. Mariette asks in surprise if he means an inn. He nods and says yes, urging her to consider investing in it, assuring her that he can guarantee at least triple the profit. He calls it a sure bet. From outside the door, Isabel overhears their conversation and thinks to herself, invest, profit. If this jerk is trying to make business off Mariette, then just who does he think he is? The scene shifts to the training room, where Alicia steps down, sees Corin, and asks if he is training again today. He replies that he is only doing basic stamina exercises. Isabel sits on the roof, observing as Corin stretches his arms. Alicia comments that he is quite dedicated. He answers that the basics are crucial in everything. She also stretches her arms and says that she would like to join him. Isabel thinks in surprise, who is she? Wait, is she not the second daughter of the Arden family? Corin moves a card toward Alicia and says that he has often eaten there, and the food is always delicious. Alicia looks at it and says that this is Holy Panda, known as the most delightful restaurant. Isabel reacts with shock and says to herself, Holy Panda, is that not renowned as the best spot for a date? She then adds in frustration that after seducing Mariette until just now, he is already at it again, when suddenly her hand slips. Alicia looks around and asks if he heard something. He replies that he is not sure, but anyway, he asks how much money she has made. She asks him why. Isabel falls to the ground in frustration and thinks that not only has he flirted with two girls, but now he is talking about money again. The scene then shifts to the following afternoon, where Corin and Alicia are sitting together in a restaurant, having a meal. He asks her what she thinks and adds that the meat is good too, not just the sushi, if it is not. She agrees, and he then asks if she has any money, saying that he has an amazing investment idea. She replies that he may do as he wishes. Meanwhile, Isabel secretly watches them with growing frustration and thinks that even H. Warren is no longer her main concern. Corin Locke is nothing but an incredible scammer and an idiot. After some time, Corin sits in a car and reflects on the expenses. Corporation registration costs, dojo renovation costs, mercenary instructor hiring costs, tax services, and countless others. Altogether, it required 97 gold coins just to deal with the process of fighting Lunia. In modern Korea, that amount equals roughly 100 million won, and all of it came from Mariette, something for which he feels deeply grateful. He thinks further that for her to lend 100 gold coins in cash is astonishing. Do mages truly earn money this easily, he wonders. Lunia has offered 50 gold coins for reconstruction, and Alicia has received 110 gold coins as a raid reward. H. Warren also possesses a considerable amount of funds managed by the Protestants. Yule, Lark, and Jaeger all have significant savings as well, and Dren, that money-obsessed fool, has an incredible fortune at his disposal. He steps out of the car and thinks that in the end, He has collected 550 gold coins. With that amount, he has purchased all of this land. Although for now it is nothing more than empty plains on the outskirts of the city, in the second semester, it will serve as the venue for a friendly exchange festival with the Boromir Academy of the Eastern Continent. He considers that it will become the peak season for the lodging industry, when tourists from across the entire continent will flood in, and with only a couple of hundred gold coins invested, the returns could be earned back within 2 weeks. He smiles and thinks that, as both a possessor and a regressor, knowing the future obliges him to use such information to his advantage. He tells himself to wait. He will sweep all the wealth of this world. After some time, at the academy, Chairman Iriu Kassar sits in his office and says that the stance of the Catholic Church, the royal family, the Mage Tower, and the association toward their school is not very favorable. But it is not a matter that cannot be resolved. Josephine stands at the front and says that their order will support his decisions. She believes that opportunities should be given to everyone. He rises and says that he will be taking a leave for a while. She offers that she could have gone in his place, but he replies that while other destinations may be acceptable, the Catholic Church is not a pleasant place for her, Josephine. He instructs her to take care of matters here during his absence and adds that if anything happens, she must use the emergency communication network. As he leaves the room, she tells him to have a safe trip. She adjusts her glasses and says, "Then let them see." An experiment on a vampire's regenerative power is disapproved. She checks a paper and says, "Permission to construct a third dormitory, deferred." She sits down, examines more papers, and says, "Next is Corin Locke." She suddenly grows shocked as she observes the documents and asks what he is up to this time. She reads on the paper a land provision request for harvesting mandrakes, filed by Corin Locke, and asks aloud, "Harvesting mandrakes?" After a while, at the testing facilities on the west side of the academy, Alicia asks Corin if they are really harvesting mandrakes in a place like this. Corin sits holding a small shovel and asks her how much she knows about mandrakes. She leans toward him, resting her hands on her knees, and says that she only knows they scream a lot when he plucks them. He says that she is correct, and that is why, when plucking mandrakes, she must be careful not to rupture her eardrums. High-quality earplugs are essential, and it is best to have ample space in a vacant lot. He puts in his earplugs and asks if she is ready, calling her worker Alicia. She also puts earplugs into her ears, excitedly saying that she is ready, Captain. The status window notifies that the earplugs are special, crafted from silver and leather. He thinks that he cannot harvest mandrakes alone. He needs one person to grab the flower and pull it out by the roots, while another cuts off the roots and stem. As long as the roots are not separated from the stem, the mandrake will continue to scream endlessly. He grips a plant and thinks that this is his 4th time harvesting mandrakes. In his previous life, he and Park had worked together on this task. Corin says that he is a bit nervous, and she asks why. Laughing darkly with glowing eyes, he pulls out a plant and says, "Let them begin." The mandrake screams with full force, forcing them to stumble backward. Corin turns to Alicia and tells her that it is time to show her swordsmanship, the very skill that even reached the Damat. He is shocked to see her already unconscious from the noise and thinks to himself that this idiot has not worn her earplugs properly. Cursing under his breath, he realizes that he will have to handle it alone. Gripping the small shovel, he thinks, does she believe she is the only one who knows how to scream? And he lets out a roar as he strikes. He tosses the mandrake upward, then swiftly cuts it into 2 parts with his dagger, letting it fall to the ground. Turning to Alicia, he tells her to wake up, calling her a brat, and adds that he has brought her here, yet she is proving to be absolutely useless. Alicia suddenly opens her eyes and asks Corin if he has slept well. Enraged, he asks if she wants to die, wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. He thinks that he had planned to harvest until reaching the silver mandrakes, but if he attempts that again, he might collapse. Just then, a voice calls Corin, addressing him by name. Corin turns back, thinking he has already placed a no-entry sign, wondering who it could be, and sees Marriott standing there. He asks if she does not have tests scheduled at the testing facilities today. She replies that she does, but it is too noisy, so she jumps down. He notices an open window at the top of the building and thinks it must be from there, but it is on the 12th floor. Spreading dark energy around, she asks what the 2 of them are doing together. He responds that he has already told her last time that they are harvesting mandrakes. She excitedly asks if they are planning to harvest the rest as well. Alicia asks what that sound just now was. He answers that they are, but since they have become tired today, they will finish the rest later. Marriott steps forward and says she will do it for him. He warns her to wait, explaining that if she is not a knight, cutting is difficult. She plucks a mandrake with both hands and remarks that its color is fascinating, a silver hue. He is shocked to see her and thinks it is too late, for she has already plucked it. If she hears the screams of a white-silver mandrake, she might die. The mandrake trembles, about to scream, but she separates the root from the upper leaves and says she has a mandrake farm at home. She explains that she has harvested 30 of them this year alone and asks what he thinks, adding that it is easier than expected. He is surprised and thinks it is incredible. She says he is planning to make a herbal decoction, and while he is at it, she will cook a stew. She then asks Alicia if she could prepare something to eat. She suggests that rabbit meat and potatoes would be good. Alicia agrees, addresses her as captain, and runs quickly. Corin, confused, asks what he should do. She tells him there is nothing for him to do, as she will handle everything. He laughs and says he would be grateful for that, thinking that Marriott is truly amazing. After a while, the narrator explains that there are 2 ways to consume a mandrake. The first is the traditional method of eating the root directly. However, the most effective way is to prepare it as a herbal decoction. He adds reed roots, silver vines, Chinese matrimony vine roots, deer antlers, and up to 28 ingredients, boiling the mixture for more than 10 hours. The narrator states that if he does this, he can create oriental medicine, known as mandrake herbal decoction. He then thinks it is strange and concludes that this must be the K-game. Later, Marriott stands excitedly, gripping a large spoon, and says that it is nice, as they only need to let it boil now. She then asks Corin what he is doing. Corin draws lines on the ground with his finger, and replies that he is bored while waiting. Marriott leans over his head to look down, surprised, and asks if those are rune characters. He confirms and asks if she can recognize them. She says she does not know their meaning, but she has seen them before in a liberal arts class, and she asks where he has learned this knowledge. She adds that rune characters are essentially a dead language these days. He answers that his master has taught him and recalls a memory, thinking that until just a year ago, he learned both runes and the spear from her, along with martial arts and the original runes she left behind. He also learned the method to master martial arts, yet the original runes were different, because simply knowing the letters did not mean they could be used. He thinks that original runes are retrieved and engraved onto the body, granting a power that can only be used by one person. One of the final goals of the great battles was to retrieve and possess this original rune. While his master tried to entrust the original rune to him, she passed away before she could, and he believes it was because of him. Marriott asks who his master is and whether, if she knows about runes, she is a member of the Mage Tower. Corin replies that she is just a normal person, the kind one could find anywhere, and he thinks of her as a genuinely kind person who always does her best. Marriott adjusts her hair and says he seems somewhat affectionate, then asks if he wants some potatoes. He answers that he has not actually eaten. She says she has brought some and calls out to Diaku. Corin thinks of Diaku, the highest class of familiars, then turns and sees the orb of an ex-vampire, Diaku. He asks what it is, whether it is really Diaku, and remarks that she has completely bound the orb. She says it is thanks to him, since he kept sharing his blood, and that is how she has officially gained a familiar. She adds that it is cute, right? He repeats the word cute in disbelief and sees Diaku teasing her by sticking out his tongue. She says yes, the more she looks, the cuter it seems. He then remarks that if Diaku is made from his blood, then half of the blood in his body must also be him. He points at Diaku and asks whether that makes him Diaku's father. She is shocked, holds her face with both hands, and says she never thought about that, then calls him Diaku's father. He turns to her and asks if that is true. She asks why he does not play with Diaku. He responds in surprise, asking if she means to play with him, and adds that Diaku is not even a real dog. At that moment, Diaku leaps forward and starts playing with him, while Marriott laughs as she watches and says how nice it is to see. Corin screams inwardly and thinks that a 1-year-old vampire-type dog is far too active. forcing him to roll around until he reaches his limit. After a while, he notices the stew, says it looks good, and quickly gulps it down. Mariette and Alicia stand aside, watching him. Alicia notices Mariette's excited expression and asks what's with her. Mariette replies that it is because he played with Diaku. Alicia asks what Diaku is. The status window then notifies that he has consumed Mandrake herbal decoction. His mana recovery ability has been greatly increased, and his maximum mana amount has risen by 1300. Corin remarks that now he has stats worthy of a dignified named level, but since drinking it more than once has no effect, they should have some too. Mariette asks if they can. He thinks that, as strong as mandrakes are, their effect only applies once. If he takes what remains after they drink and gives it to Lark or Yule, they will be delighted. He then thinks that what is left now is the white-silver mandrake. He puts it in his mouth and thinks that he needs to consume this one by the root. The status window notifies that he has consumed the white-silver mandrake, and that his aura core has been created. He thinks that an aura core is a storage vessel for a knight's aura and laughs as he sees a powerful, radiant energy surrounding him. He reflects that, ordinarily, to create one, a knight needs to train his aura to the extreme, yet he already possesses one. He thinks that once his aura rank reaches a higher level, he will be able to obtain more cores, which would essentially mean double cores. He observes his fist and says that he now has an aura core. Mariette asks in astonishment if it is truly an aura core. He replies that the silver mandrake has an incredible effect. Alicia, excited, urges him to hurry and consume the golden ones as well, saying it would be incredible. He answers not yet, explaining that he will pluck and eat them later. She asks for confirmation, then remarks that it is true that too many powerful herbs consumed at once would not be good for him. He smiles and thinks that she is correct, although his reasoning is somewhat different. After a while, all the instructors gather. Instructor Heyman announces that 5th rank knight Corin Locke's rank must be reassessed. A short-haired instructor asks if Corin Locke is not merely a first-year student. Another instructor remarks that the 5th rank, according to the available data, seems underwhelming and questions why a reassessment is needed, adding that the upper-grade professors must not have reviewed the first-year midterms. Firmak Damon states that Corin Locke directly faced Sword Master Lunia Arden, and although the duel lasted only about 3 minutes, it was still remarkable. The gray-haired instructor places a hand on his chin and remarks that she must have gone easy on him, asking why a sword master like Lunia Arden would exert her full power during a children's midterm. Instructor Heyman responds by asking the professors present, including himself, whether any of them believe that Lunia Arden went easy on Corin Locke. When everyone remains silent, he concludes that there is no one who thinks so. Another instructor argues that, even so, raising his rank solely based on a midterm is questionable. He adds that although there may be grounds to doubt Corin's ability, without concrete results, regulations prevent them from acknowledging a promotion, as those are the rules. Instructor Heyman then proposes leaving the official rank assessment to the association. He says it should be sufficient to reassess him under the condition of issuing an official guardian certificate, but acknowledges that they would then need to adjust the student's academic schedule, and the professor in charge would have to step down. One instructor remarks that the matter was raised by Professor Heyman, correcting himself and addressing him as Instructor Heyman. Another instructor suggests that, in that case, he should take responsibility for it. Placing a hand on his chin, Heyman replies that this is exactly what he intended, and confirms that this will be the course of action regarding Corin Locke. Firmak Damon thinks that for Corin Locke, even the 5th rank seems excessive based on his recorded stats, yet his duel with Lunia was undeniably remarkable. That spear technique, no matter how he looks at it, is clearly the technique of that person, which makes it necessary to remeasure him. Meanwhile, Alicia greets Corin and says hi. Corin responds with the same and sits down in class. She remarks that they are in the same class today and asks if she may sit beside him. He replies that there is no point in asking after she has already sat down, adding that the seat belongs to Jaeger. Just then, Jaeger arrives and Alicia, shocked, quickly apologizes, saying she will move and stand up in a hurry. Jaeger leaps over the table, sits in another chair, and tells her to stay where she is. Alicia comments that Jaeger is so gentle. Corin notices Jaeger glaring at him and asks what the hell he is glaring at. He then thinks about why Jaeger would look at him like that. After all, he is the most famous person in the academy, with the senior known as Potato, the super cute demon tribe girl, and now even the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor around him. He begins crying inwardly and thinks that he must be incredibly jealous. He wonders why he alone is being forced to act like the protagonist of a dating simulation game. He laments about his youth, asking why the seats next to him feel so cold and empty, and lowers his head onto the desk. Alicia, shocked to see him like that, says she wonders if he is going through something. Corin replies that who knows. Just then, Instructor Fermac Damon, wearing glasses, arrives and asks the first-year students if they are ready. He announces that class is about to begin and tells everyone to take their seats. He reminds them that, as he said in the last class, they are starting group projects today. One student complains that he hates group projects. Fermac responds by telling them to wipe away their annoyed expressions, assuring them that it will all be helpful. He explains that since they are in the night faculty, he will not assign difficult mathematics or tasks such as raising magical crops, as the magic faculty professors might. He snaps his fingers, and the papers on the front table move into a set pattern to form a complete image. He instructs the students to look at the paper. The students are amazed, and he declares that the topic of the group project is spearmanship. A student, surprised, asks about spearmanship. Suddenly, Alicia, excited, turns to Corin and says that since the topic is spearmanship, it will be easy for him. Corin thinks to himself in disbelief, recalling that in his last life, it was boxing. Fermac Damon is a boxer, a fighter who specializes in range adjustments and sudden dashes, with shadow techniques as his specialty. He is also a first-rank knight from the North's Virtute Academy, famous for the rune magic engraved on his gauntlet. He thinks that if Fermac is suddenly teaching spearmanship, then he is quick-witted and must be trying to test him. Instructor Fermac explains that the group project will require each team to choose and research a specific type of spearmanship. They will then be given time to demonstrate the various techniques of spearmanship. A student raises a hand and asks whether this does not favor those who are already spear users. Fermac replies that he will take that into account during evaluation by adjusting the assessment criteria and offering bonus points. He adds that each group will consist of 4 members and that the groups will be assigned randomly. He places slips of paper into a box for selection. Corin reflects that group projects are said to foster and evaluate student cooperation, but in truth, the hardest worker always suffers. It is, in his mind, a merciless game of chicken, filled with people who do not know what they are doing, those who want a free ride, or those who claim that their grandparents have passed away. He recalls having endured this both during his 4 years as a physical education major at university and during his 3 years at the academy. However, he thinks that this time will be different. Corin sits with Alicia, while Jaeger and H. Warren stand behind him. Jaeger whistles and thinks that being in the same group as Corin is incredible. Corin thinks about Jaeger Hinchpeter, a third-rank knight whose physical abilities are in the upper ranks. His judgment is reliable, and he is skilled at following instructions. As for Alicia, she hardly needs mention, being a swordsmanship prodigy, incredibly strong, and more than capable of quickly mastering anything physical. The last member, H. Warren, may have a somewhat rough attitude, yet she is diligent, and watching her concentrate in class lately has often brought a smile to his face. Since all his group members are strong and hardworking, he feels that he can finally say goodbye to the painful memories of his past group project experiences. He smiles and announces that he has reserved the training room for 3 hours from now, so for the moment, he will teach them about theory and attributes. After a while, Jaeger calls out to Corin and says, "Hey, friend." Corin asks what is wrong. Jaeger replies that they have been using this training room for about 2 months. He says yes. Jaeger continues, pointing out that the room's walls and floors are made from high-density shock-absorbing material. Corin confirms, saying that they were not cheap either. He then asks if such material can even be destroyed. At that moment, he turns and sees Alicia on the ground, with H. Warren standing nearby. Alicia, shocked, looks behind her and sees a hole in the wall. Corin thinks that with a single punch, that lunatic has ruined everything. He only asked her to have a light sparring session with Alicia to practice spearmanship. But instead, she went and destroyed the place. Looking at her expression, she does not even seem aware of what she has done wrong. Inevitably, they are all kicked out of the training room. Corin asks where they are supposed to practice now. The scene shifts to Sunday at the church, where Corin sits with his group members and announces that it is time for their first reflection session on the group assignment. He asks the members to share their thoughts openly. Alicia begins to cry and apologizes for what happened yesterday, admitting that she is not good at controlling her power. Corin tells her that she did well and that it is fortunate he has been helping her practice all this time. She clears her throat and says his spearmanship is so flawless that simply copying his movements makes her feel as though she has become a true spearman. He replies that it is only because she has a good eye and then asks Jaeger for his thoughts. Jaeger covers his mouth with his hand and says he is not certain yet. He explains that wielding a long weapon and trying to learn the returning heaven technique is difficult. He confesses that he is struggling to grasp how to execute the unique spin and cannot seem to find the correct path. Corin says that Jaeger is doing well, and as long as he learns the 8 Balmu spear moves, the handling of his mace will become even more diversified. He then turns and asks H. Warren for her thoughts. H. Warren stands holding a tray of wine and snacks and simply says to eat. Corin thinks that perhaps because he arranged several of Earth's religions into this world, there are overlapping customs, which is why H. Warren is compelled to attend. He asks if this is communion or volunteer work. She replies that it represents the saintess's blood and flesh, and that weekend service is mandatory. Corin comments that she is training to be a nun with the Protestants. Correct. She answers that it is not because she wanted to. Corin says that even so, she should read the scripture, as there is still something to be learned from the stories of those known as saints and saintesses. He adds that while the Catholic Church may hold outdated views, Protestant teachings often emphasize the same values, particularly love. Love of oneself, love of those around, love of neighbors, to love and to be loved. Alicia responds that it is a wonderful teaching and that love is indeed important. Corin then addresses Sister H. Warren, asking whether she knows the cause of their failure yesterday. H. Warren bluntly answers that it is because they are all too weak. They all turn to her in shock. She continues, saying that it is true, they are too weak. Even if she puts in only a little strength, everything breaks. Even with practice, the weak will remain weak, while the strong will remain strong. Corin stands and says that she is not wrong, but that such a sentiment can only be expressed by someone truly strong. He then leans toward her. She asks what he means. He asks if she wants to make a bet and says that within 1 minute, he will make her kneel. If she succeeds, she must pay for tonight's dinner, raising one finger as his wager. She agrees and says that if she wins, she requires no reward, because something will inevitably break. After a while, they stand on the training ground as Corin says that the spot is suitable and they should begin on Jaeger's signal. Jaeger asks how the situation escalated into this. Alicia says that she knows, and he replies that it cannot be helped, then tells them to prepare. H. Warren and Corin stare at each other with glowing eyes, and as Jaeger gives the signal to begin, Corin leaps forward to attack. He thinks that from the start, he must rely on his secret arts, the highest ranked techniques. He unleashes the slithering serpent, the calamity serpent intense skill, to strike her with a violent explosion. As the dust settles, he sees that she remains unscathed and realizes she is deflecting the attack as though it is nothing. He thinks she truly is as formidable as her reputation. He then attempts another strike, using the tiger sweeping wind, the second step technique. However, he is shocked when his sword shatters against her counterattack. She leaps forward again and declares, empty hands and naked fists. Corin smiles and says that she certainly excels at destroying things. She uses the 8 trigrams step body technique to strike him, but he dodges her attacks, slides back across the ground, and asks what is wrong, asking if it seems as though she is unable to land a single blow. She charges forward again and says he is annoying, telling him to dodge this if he does not want to die. She gathers a powerful energy around her fist and strikes using the right fist technique. He forms a sphere of lightning in his hands and thinks that if he gets hit, he will be hospitalized for at least a month. According to H. Warren's own advice, he needs to dodge, but he decides to attempt blocking instead. He releases a wave of lightning toward her, using the 8 trigrams linking chains technique, and thinks that even though he has perfectly blocked, it feels as if every muscle in his body is about to rupture. She is shocked and thinks he has not dodged. Suddenly, she feels sweat forming, grows dizzy, and collapses to her knees. Corin appears behind her and kicks her leg, forcing her down completely. Alicia asks Corin when he managed to get behind her. Jaeger says he is insane and calls the feat incredible. Corin smiles and says that at last she has kneeled. Warren says they should go again. He waves his hand dismissively and says no. She asks what he means, and he replies that he has already won, so why should he fight again? She grits her teeth in frustration and insists that they go again. He says no, he does not want to, and he can hear the sound of her trembling as he asks if she is angry. She glares at him in fury. The scene shifts to a few days later, as Corin holds a sheet of paper and thinks that it has taken some effort. But he has managed to suppress his group members' rebellion. He believes that now he can slowly teach them spearmanship and prepare for the presentation. He reads a note on the paper that says she is sick and that they should proceed without her. He thinks it is a lie, wondering why she would pretend to be sick. He grits his teeth in frustration, crumples the paper, and thinks that if she wants to do it this way, then the troubleshooter of this group project will have to resort to his secret weapon. Later, Corin greets Warren, tells her to dig in, and points at the dishes on the table with a sinister smile. Warren's mouth waters at the sight of the food, but he remarks that if she eats, she is clearly not sick anymore, and he asks whether she thinks she can refuse. She quickly sits down, starts eating fish, and admits that she is not sick anymore. He laughs and says it is no surprise, telling her she already knows. He then asks how long she thinks chefs work to prepare a single dish. She replies that it probably does not take more than 30 minutes. He answers that it actually takes 10 years, from sourcing good ingredients, processing them properly, and refining every detail, since most chefs spend about a decade before daring to present their cooking to customers. She frowns and asks what exactly he is trying to say. He says it has taken him 3 years to become skilled enough in martial arts to make her kneel even once, and that his favorite fish and his martial arts share similarities, from selecting the right ingredients to the posture he assumes before striking. He reflects that it all begins with small details and recalls a memory. He clenches his fist, leans toward her, and says that, anyway, they have reconciled, right? She slams a book against his face, and he exclaims in irritation, asking what it is. He reads the cover and mutters that it says Positions of Spearmanship, Principles, and realizes it is the research he assigned to her. He pats her and asks if she completed all of it, then calls her a cutie. She tells him to get off. After some time, Corin thinks that Alicia and Jaeger are also practicing spearmanship diligently, and thanks to Warren, there is no longer any need to worry about the research. With this, they have enough to prepare for the presentation. Eventually, time passes, and it becomes mid-May, the first week of group project presentations. He thinks the order of presentations is determined by his number, and the group ahead of them begins their turn. Instructor Fermac stands before the gathered student groups and announces that they will now begin the group project presentations. Palais introduces himself as the leader of Group 1 and states that their topic today is 5-star spearmanship. He responds positively and asks them to give a demonstration. Palais's group members step forward. Alicia observes them and remarks that they have all prepared quite well. Jaeger agrees. Instructor Fermac examines Palais's group notes and comments that they are not bad. Palais thanks him, but Fermac continues, saying that from this point onward, he himself will attempt to break through their formation. Palais is shocked and asks what he means. The narration explains that Fermac Damon, a distinguished graduate of the Northern Guardian Academy Virtute and the former first-ranked knight of the Ellas Kingdom, now reveals the true nature of the group project. Fermac gathers lightning energy in his hand, surrounds his body with it, and declares that if Palais can last 10 seconds, he will award him full marks for the project. He commands him to block. Palais opens his mouth wide in shock as he asks what. He tosses the notes aside and swiftly moves to attack, ducking low and using the southpaw boost combination skill to strike and knock them out. Jaeger is shocked and thinks he is incredibly fast. Corin thinks he is truly not holding back. Fermac catches the notes again and says it is good that he has chosen group spearmanship, though his practice is lacking. It is not terrible, and a grade of B should be adequate. Then he asks if there are any objections. Palais lies on the floor and says no. Fermac replies that it is fine, and they should move on to Group 2. A student asks how they are supposed to fight against Professor Fermac. Another student asks if they should simply give up now. One student says they have chosen the deadly spearmanship of the north, 9 deadly dragons, because it resembles 9 dragons flying. Fermac leaps to attack him, spreading energy, and says his technique is not only uselessly elaborate but also improperly learned. He knocks them out and says the next is Group 3, with Corin Locke as the leader, who must step forward. Corin smiles, says excellent, and asks if they shall begin. He steps onto the platform with his group and says they are showcasing the 8 trigram spearmanship, Lan Naja. Fermac responds by saying very well, then please demonstrate. Jaeger moves his spear and says Lan, while Alicia moves hers and says Na. H. Warren lifts her spear and says Ja. Corin, filled with excitement, thinks about deflecting incoming attacks, pressing down an opponent's weapon, and striking an unguarded enemy. He thinks they have done well, that it is a pass, and that H. Warren has worked harder than he expected. Fermac writes something down and says it is incredible, as all redundancy has been removed, and while simple, the principles remain excellent. Corin says he will inform the rest of the group to prepare, but Fermac says there is no need, as he only requires Corin. Corin turns his head and asks what. Fermac says that for the real fight, it will be only him and Corin, and he asks if there are any objections. Corin thinks this fool was his plan from the beginning, and replies that there are none. With glowing eyes, Fermac says excellent, then declares that it is starting, and he moves swiftly to attack, charging his fist with energy through the southpaw jet boost skill. He observes him and thinks about the right hook that follows from the distinct posture adopted in the boxing arts when preparing to punch. Normally, in this situation, he should be blocking his right side. Yet Fermac's body is not pivoting on his right foot, but instead on his left, and he knows that Fermac is left-handed. He dodges the attack with his spear and employs the 6 steps second step Lan Naja technique. Fermac is surprised and wonders how this is possible. A student remarks that Professor Fermac's movements have completely changed compared to when they last faced him, urging others to look at his speed. Another student exclaims in disbelief, questioning how a 5th-ranked student is managing to keep up with Professor Fermac, who attempts to punch, only for Corin to block it with his spear before charging forward. Fermac wonders if this means Corin has already ascended beyond the level of a student. He thinks that he should not be shown the basics in such a way, but the true mastery of spearmanship, and he attempts to punch again. Corin remains still, carefully observing his movements. The force of Fermac's punch stirs up dust, and the surrounding students are left shocked by the display. As the dust settles, they see Professor Fermac's punch halted just short of Corin's face. Fermac demands to know why he is standing still. Corin says that 10 seconds have already passed and stares at him while recalling earlier fight memories. He thinks that Fermac must be suspicious, for he has only used his right arm until now and deliberately displayed himself as right-handed. Yet his reaction was possible because he already knew Fermac was left-handed. He wonders what this signifies and what Marshall Nephew is thinking. Fermac walks away and addresses Group 3, saying that when it comes to secret arts, many blindly choose only elaborate techniques, but in truth, these basics are the genuine secret arts. He calls out Corin Locke, and then declares that Group 3 is awarded an A+. The students become excited upon hearing this. Corin raises his spear, asks what they think, and then says that he is a plus Corin Locke. Fermac asks Corin if he can see him for a moment. Corin replies yes, and Fermac tells him not to feel pressured, as it will only be a casual one-on-one meeting. After a short while, Fermac sees Corin standing before him and addresses him by name. Corin replies respectfully, calling him Professor. Fermac asks if he is truly a 5th-rank knight. Corin answers yes. Fermac then tells him that he must be aware that his abilities do not correspond to those of a 5th-rank knight. Corin replies that he is fairly good, but in his thoughts, he admits that he, who cannot sense spirits, is only able to catch evil spirits under certain conditions, which is why he cannot even subdue a 5th-rank evil spirit ghost. He says that the professors of the Knight faculty have recently met and debated about him. The conclusion was that he needs to be reevaluated, and he will be assigned several missions through which his rank will be reassessed. He explains that the highest rank permitted will be semi-first rank, since although he has produced results, those results have emerged in a rather unconventional manner. Corin thinks that advancing to semi-first rank would not be disadvantageous, since the pay would increase, he would gain more freedom in selecting missions, and he would even be able to choose high-ranking missions. He reflects that if he were a player in second grade, this privilege would normally only be granted after becoming a second year. He agrees, saying he will accept the rank reassessment, and asks what he has to do. Fermac holds out a paper and explains that he must complete 2 missions involving semi-first rank monsters and evil spirits, and he must accomplish them alone. He adds that at present there are 4 semi-first rank raid missions available at the Guardian Association, conveniently divided into 2 monster missions and 2 evil spirit missions. Corin thinks that, in the end, what they are truly saying is that he must capture 1 monster and 1 evil spirit, yet the timing is inconvenient. Fermac slides the paper toward him and tells him to choose. Corin thinks that this situation makes him nervous. After a while, Instructor Heyman walks through the forest with Corin and says that it is perfect timing. Corin greets him with good morning, though he adds that it feels somewhat gloomy to say so. Heyman replies that it is not unpleasant, and recalls that when he was younger, he often ventured into the fog in search of monster nests. Corin remarks that if Heyman tells him heroic stories along the way, the journey will not be boring. Heyman touches his chin with a smile and says that perhaps he can tell him what happened during his time in the West. The narrator explains that the wisdom of life gained from listening to old Heyman's heroic stories always brings great satisfaction to him. Heyman recalls a memory and explains that Corin's first hunt will be the semi-first rank monster dwelling in the western mountains of the city, the twin-headed ogre. Though slow, it is quite dangerous, and he notes that he has chosen it. He then asks why the twin-headed ogre has been classified as semi-first rank when they are usually ranked as first-rank monsters. Corin responds that this one is not yet an adult, which is why its rank is lower. He adds that from what he has heard, the creature is raising long hounds and several hunting dogs, so a frontal assault must not be attempted. He answers that, of course, the role of a guardian demands more than simple strength, and he will evaluate every aspect of his abilities. The scene shifts to the western mountains of the city, where the narrator explains that in the cave inhabited by the twin-headed ogre, neither old Heyman nor the association staff who have accompanied them as a precaution will intervene. They will only act if the situation becomes truly life-threatening, but should that happen, it will mean Corin's rank test is already ruined. Instructor Heyman instructs Corin to report the results of his analysis. Corin surveys the area and explains that, judging from the surrounding footprints, there are clear signs of both the ogre and the long hounds traveling together, which confirms they are cohabiting. Heyman asks how many long hounds there are. Corin replies that there are 3. Heyman points out, however, that only the tracks of 2 4-footed beasts are visible following the ogre's trail. Corin responds that one of the hounds appears to be female and likely pregnant. He remarks that it seems he already knows the answer, but instructs him to explain it in full. Corin places his hand on the ground and explains that aside from the footsteps, there are also traces of a beast being dragged. This indicates that the hunted prey was not consumed on the spot but carried back. Since neither ogres nor long hounds possess the instinct to store food, it shows that they were thinking of one among them who was unable to move and brought the prey as sustenance. Heyman remarks that this is incredible, and then asks how Corin plans to hunt the semi-first rank monster, the not fully grown twin-headed ogre, as well as the third-rank long hounds. Corin replies that his first step will be to separate the ogre from the hounds. Heyman asks how this can be done. Corin rises and says that they are beasts guided by an animal instinct to avoid danger, but he intends to counter this by using what has been given to humanity, a powerful weapon. Heyman repeats his words with curiosity, asking if he means a weapon granted to humanity. Corin rests his spear on his shoulder, which becomes surrounded by red energy as his eyes begin to glow, and says that he must use his mind. Unfortunately for them, he is an expert in this field. Later, the narrator explains that even as humans expand their influence and traverse the world, threats continue to lurk, demonic beings that impose their dominance. The ruler of this forest is one such being. Like a tyrant, the twin-headed ogre commands the forest, a place into which free humans scarcely dare to step. To him, this forest is his kingdom, and the first to sense intrusion are the long hounds. The narrator continues, saying that they are now gone. The female, who had recently given birth and was unable to move freely, is nowhere to be seen. The hounds roar when they see the dragging marks on the ground. The narrator explains that an intruder has dragged the female away, and once the hounds realize that their comrade, the female of the group, and her offspring have been taken, their fury erupts. The rage of the beasts, echoed by the roar of the ruler of the forest and his pawns, shakes the woods. The hounds race forward at full speed, and the narrator notes that the two males, twisted with fury, cry out in dissonant voices that they must give chase and rescue the female. The long hounds pursue the scent trail of the abducted female, with the ogre following closely behind. The scent of the female grows steadily stronger, and mingled with it, they can now detect the trail of the intruder who has carried her away. The narrator explains that, as always, nothing within the forest is able to hinder them, and now it is time for the foolish intruder to pay the proper price for provoking the rulers of the woods. The tracking reaches its end. The hounds see the female lying on the ground, bound with ropes, and the narrator describes that what they witness is the collapsed female whining in sorrow. She rubs noses with her mate, confirming that he is safe, while the hounds attempt to support her and lead her away. Suddenly, sharp claws strike, tearing into the female, and the hounds recoil in fear at the sight. At that instant, a suspended wooden trap swings down and smashes into another hound, brutally tearing him apart and scattering blood across the ground. Another rope snaps, releasing a barrage of sharpened wooden stakes that fly toward the leader hound. Shock overwhelms him, and his scream echoes through the forest. He dashes desperately between the incoming strikes, glimpsing his life flash before him, and the narrator states that this is no longer a hunt, but a frantic attempt to survive. The hounds flee, searching for a safe space beyond the trees. The leader breathes heavily, struggling to steady himself, but fails to comprehend the depth of human malice. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, scorching the air. The blast wounds the twin-headed ogre severely and leaves the hound badly burned. In agony and rage, the twin-headed ogre grits his teeth and roars furiously. The narrator says that he has lost his loyal subordinates, and the furious howl of the tyrant reverberates throughout the forest. Suddenly, more ropes snap, and flaming arrows surge toward the twin-headed ogre. Yet he shatters them before they can make contact. The narrator explains that mere traps can never harm the tyrant, for this figure truly stands as the ruler of the forest. However, the tyrant remains unaware that the hunt has only just begun. The narrator continues, describing that the forest's ruler, the twin-headed ogre, is also a natural-born hunter. His first head possesses keen vision, while the second possesses an acute sense of smell. United, the two work together to avenge the long hounds. Following their trail is no difficulty. In fact, there are so many traces that it borders on the absurd. To the ogre, his adversary appears to be a fool incapable of concealing either his scent or his footsteps. That the long hounds could have fallen to such an opponent seems laughable. Yet the narrator reveals that, against his expectations, the ogre cannot locate his prey on the first day. The tracks are undeniable, and despite his relentless pursuit, he is unable to find him. Even when it feels as though he is just about to overtake him, his quarry slips away. Later, as he sets up camp and pushes aside his mounting frustration, he is suddenly ambushed. The narrator says that it is an attack that would have caught him off guard had one of the two heads not remained alert. The second head of the twin-headed ogre awakens to the hailstorm descending from the sky. The ogre moves swiftly through the blasts, and the narrator explains that he is only grazed by fragments of ice. It is an attack with no greater purpose than harassment, yet sabotage continues without pause. Whenever he is on the verge of falling asleep, hail falls again. After enduring this several times, he begins to dismiss it as insignificant. But then flaming rocks fly past him and ignite the ground around him. The narrator continues, stating that despite his relentless pursuit at dawn and the chaos he unleashes, the prey reveals nothing more than faint, ambiguous traces. In the end, the adversary never appears, and 3 days pass in this manner before the ogre realizes the truth. He is the one being hunted. The narrator explains that when he comprehends his role as a hunter has been overturned and that he has become the prey, only grief and fury remain within him. Then, at last, the source of that fury appears. Corin stands with his spear resting on his shoulder, yawning, and greets him with a casual hi. He asks what all this effort amounts to, just to catch him, and declares that it is time to put an end to this. The twin-headed ogre roars in rage and leaps forward to strike. Corin charges forward as well, leaping high and swinging his spear. The narrator says that as he jumps, the moment he lands, he intends to use a 2-meter birch club to send his small body flying. Corin grips his spear and thinks of Pagoda Tree Mountain intent. concluding that 2 strikes are unnecessary. He employs the marrow hit technique, hurling the spear as it strikes the ogre's chest. Energy bursts outward from the impact, forcing a scream from the beast. Corin advances quickly and unleashes the 8 trigram primordial chaos palm, slamming his palm into the ogre's chest. A surge of lightning-like energy spreads through the tyrant, tearing another scream from him as his body collapses heavily to the ground. The narrator declares that the tyrant who once ruled the forest has now met his end as the prey of a human. Corin retrieves his spear and remarks in surprise that after filling his aura core, the ogre did not even have the chance to use it. He yawns, saying that the ogre is finished, and wonders aloud if Mariette is doing well. The scene shifts to 3 days earlier, where Corin sits with Mariette and asks how much she trusts him. She smiles warmly and replies that she would trust him, even if he claimed he was going to make kimchi out of potatoes. Chewing his food, Corin says that such a thing is possible, and then adds that if she trusts him, he wants to know how far she is willing to go with him. Shocked, she squeezes the blood pack in her hand and asks in disbelief, together, how far? She stands with excitement and declares that she will stay with him until the end. Before asking if she has gone too far, he moves a handkerchief toward her and tells her that he has a plan, and that he needs her for it. Mariette. She replies that she understands, so she is needed in his plan. He says that he will explain the details now, beginning tomorrow, with her and Alicia. She squeezes the blood pack tightly, repeats his words, and asks why that girl must be included. He responds with surprise, asking what she means. Later, Mariette places her dress in a basket and takes a shower, murmuring that the matter is turning out to be more troublesome than she expected. The narrator explains that although she is a seasoned guardian and a special vampire who has spent her youth in extraordinary circumstances, she remains at heart still a young girl. Corin Locke's choice of words, which could so easily lead to misunderstanding, is enough to make her heart tremble. Yet she is no fool. She recognizes that the boy is always one step ahead, planning and reacting before events unfold. Whether it is when he saves her or aids Alicia Arden, she cannot deny his earnest dedication. But the question lingers within her, just how much does the boy truly know, and how far does his insight reach? The narrator explains that she cannot help but carry many questions, yet because she has fallen in love, she remains blind to them and once again chooses to follow the wishes of her one-sided crush. The narrator further explains that the reason mages aspire to become professors at the Academy is not only due to the extraordinary collection of books preserved in Merkaba's great library, but also because of the vast research complex at the Academy's western end. Within it lie the finest ingredients that mages can only dream of, including special monsters that cannot be killed and can only be sealed. After some time, in room B306, Professor Dana stands beside Professor Fermac, gazing at a horn bound in golden chains. He exclaims in awe, remarking on the magnificent wild boar. She says he has seen it mentioned in textbooks before, the very beast that devoured an entire iron mine, along with the primordial origins engraved deep within it. Fermac responds that this research is indeed based on the alpha characteristics of that special entity. She explains that she wants to write a thesis on the influence of the special demon tribe on low-rank entities and the nature of unique alpha energy. He asks if he only needs to engrave a rune on this special monster. She replies yes, exactly, and adds that it is a great relief to have him, since rune mages have become extremely rare among mages these days. He remarks that this is the fate of dead languages. They are also difficult to apply in real battles, unless one is a knight like him who possesses abundant mana and can draw numbers with a finger. Suddenly, he turns back at the sound of rustling and asks who is there. Dana also turns and sees Mariette. She comments that, as she knows, there are more special monsters within their academy, but she never expected a special vampire to volunteer to assist in an experiment. She then asks if it is rude to call her that. Mariette answers that it is fine, since it is not exactly wrong, and she winks while smiling. The narrator states that this is the encounter of 2 specials, the meeting of the first act's boss, Mariette Dunilef, and the second act's boss, the King of the Iron Mine. The scene shifts to a full moon night at the haunted house mission. The narrator states that it is a simple mission that he is able to choose during the second semester in the original game. But in order to defeat the first-rank evil spirit possessing the haunted house, he must endure attacks from various household items and locate the hidden magic circle in the basement to destroy it. and so on. The narrator explains that the difficulty level of this mission far surpasses its apparent simplicity. Expert players describe the haunted house as the challenge that proves whether one is a true expert player. The narrator remarks that normally he is unable to sense spirits, but this time is an exception. The Sabantia Duke, who possesses Lark, the spirit body that possesses the magic tools in the training room, and the Geist phenomenon that occurs when a building that is a home is possessed. The narrator clarifies that this means they exert physical force, and he is unable to disregard them by relying solely on religious precepts. Later, Corin walks toward a house holding his spear when suddenly, tentacles move behind him to seize him. He leaps to strike them and says that now he leaps and attacks, taking the spear to sever the stalk and cut away the upper part in order to disconnect the root. He cuts the root and says to jump in one motion, then brings the spear forward and proceeds to shatter the terrace window, causing glass shards to fly toward him. He slides on the ground and says to dodge them with a slide, then move toward the door. He leaps while holding the spear and says that once he enters, he must cut the clock on his upper right, perform a jump slice 3 times, destroy the nails protruding from the stair floor, and avoid looking upward, heading straight down instead. He says that when he steps once on the center carpet, it cracks. He explains that in the middle of the basement, beside the magic circle, there is a table, and when it flies toward him, it must be cut in 2 and broken apart. Then, he must scratch the magic circle to damage it and weaken its telekinetic power. He notes that there is a candlestick on the upper right, and it must be kicked once while using the spear with Kenaz plus Hagalah's fire. He says to go up the stairs, and when the door breaks with a boom and a picture flies toward him, he must open his eyes with an intimidating gaze, change his expression to appear friendly, and run up the stairs. Once he reaches the top, chairs and tables will fly toward him at random, so he must be prepared to dodge them. Then, he encounters a wall that cannot be moved, and immediately afterward, the dishes inflict a tetanus debuff. Professor Heyman eats popcorn while wearing glasses, watching in shock, together with the others. Corin says that no more furniture will come for him. When he opens his eyes sharply and wonders who this fool is, they are taken aback, and all of the rune magic that has been engraved until now becomes activated. He sets the house aflame, walks out with his spear resting on his shoulder, and says that now it will burn on its own, so he is free to leave. He smiles and says that a real man does not turn back at the scene of an explosion. That is what he must do, and it is quite easy. He adds that 30 seconds is simple. Professor Heyman, shocked, asks how this is possible, since that is a magic cave that even 2-second rank mages are unable to handle, and wonders what Corin keeps muttering to himself. Corin laughs and thinks that this is the final strategy left behind by the legendary streamer who once shook the internet streaming world of South Korea. He places a hand on his shoulder and says congratulations, confirming that Corin is indeed recognized as a semi-first rank. He adds that there is a port city nearby called Sar, where he knows an excellent restaurant, and suggests that they share a meal there. Corin asks if it is Sar and whether it is a raw fish place, thinking also that it is the reason he chose to conduct an evil spirit raid in this region. He places an arm around his shoulder as they start walking and asks if he is aware and whether he is comfortable with raw fish. Corin says that he loves it. He replies that it is great and promises to introduce him to an extraordinary raw fish restaurant. Just then, he notices a hound secretly observing them from behind a tree and thinks that it is good, for it is following them well. After a while, the narrator says that 88 years ago, in the polar region of the northern continent on the Dingle Peninsula, although the land was bitterly cold, it contained countless natural resources buried within its frozen expanse. Amidst those icy mountains lay a vast mine, so rich in resources that it was called the Iron Mountain. The narrator explains that the miners who pioneered in the polar regions in search of iron and gold witnessed something unbelievable: a massive boar greedily devouring the iron ore. He was the one who consumed everything, the demonic pig of the Dingle Peninsula, the king of the Iron Mountain, and this was the first sight of him. Meanwhile, Alicia runs quickly and thinks about why she overslept on such a day. She recalls that he said it was on the 4th floor of the testing facilities and worries that she must not be late, since this is what Corin has asked of her. The scene shifts to a few days earlier, on the 1st floor of the testing facilities, where Alicia approaches while calling out to Senior Mariette, who is cooking something. Mariette turns and says that it is her junior, admitting that she startled her. Alicia holds her head and apologizes, saying that she seems to have been focused on her experiment and asks if it is something important. Mariette smiles and replies that it is nothing serious, as she is merely testing it during the rest period. Alicia then asks why she was called there and says that Diaku told her to come, so she did. She says yes, Corin asked her to explain it to him around this time. Alicia is surprised and asks whether Corin did. She slides a bottle toward her, affirms that he did, and then asks whether she would like to try it before they begin. Alicia asks whether it is an elixir. She replies that technically it is. Alicia says that if it is beneficial to her body, she will, of course, drink it. She cautions that it is hot and tells her to take her time, since she must check whether it is safe. Alicia apologizes and asks what she just said, and then she burps. Mariette, stunned, inquires what is wrong. Alicia, excited, exclaims that it is delicious, that it almost tastes like home, she can feel that. Mariette asks whether she really means that, and Alicia breathes a sigh of relief. The taste is good, the safety is acceptable, the toxicity is acceptable, and she instructs Mariette to write it down. Alicia then asks what it was that Corin wanted her to explain. Mariette assures her she will tell her now. Corin asked her to explain what is about to occur soon. Alicia asks what it is. The scene shifts back to the present as Alicia thinks that it must have been concerning the king of the Iron Mountain. Running, she collides with a girl and says excuse her, passing through. She continues running and thinks that the demonic pig is sealed within the testing facilities, that it is the king of the Iron Mountain. She does not know why Corin summoned her, but she must go quickly. After a while, in the basement on the 4th floor of the testing facilities, Professor Dana asks Mariette what she thinks distinguishes special demons from monsters. Mariette answers that they are strong. Dana responds that strength is a given among the specials, but one of their most formidable abilities is the power of domination. Mariette repeats the phrase, asking whether she means the power of domination. Dana confirms that it is. Fermac stands with his arms folded and thinks that she is called on Mariette. Dana explains that some demons emit a different energy from ordinary demons. Theoretically, they are identified as alpha entities, and unlike their kin, they are stronger and capable of issuing commands. She adds that these alpha entities are able to command their own kind with ease, but their domination ability does not extend to demons of other categories, whereas for special demons, it does. Mariette says that it is true, since special demons can command any demons weaker than themselves. Dana affirms her statement, adding that Mariette has personal experience with that. The narrator recalls Mariette's memory of when she fled from the hunting ground, maddened by thirst, and controlled the monsters, forcing them to offer their blood to her. Mariette places a finger on her chin and says that, in her recollection, it felt somewhat different from domination. At that time, rather than controlling their minds, she had exploited their fear. Dana replies that it depends on her species. She explains to Mariette that there are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and demihumans. These 3 categories are simple in structure, yet the influence of alpha traits differs among them. For example, Mariette asks whether that means she can easily command other demihumans. She replies that more research is required on that matter, but she does not believe it is generally possible, since the intellect of demihumans surpasses that of humans, and therefore, such domination is said not to work effectively. She then says that they should end the theoretical discussion and move on to the real experiment, instructing everyone to bring in the fang boars. The guards wheeled in the fang boars, secured inside cages. Dana explains that the central purpose of this experiment is to determine how far the alpha traits of a special monster can extend. If such alpha traits can be freely employed, then theoretically, humanity should be able to control most monsters and evil spirits. The narrator remarks that the experiment is greater in scope than he anticipated, and it is also content in which he, as a mage, is genuinely interested. If it succeeds, humanity will be able to preemptively block the dangers posed by demons. Professor Dana turns to Mariette and asks whether she succeeded in making the elixir tasty, reminding her of what she had been asked earlier. Mariette confirms that thanks to her, it turned out delicious. She expresses relief and apologizes, saying that she was suddenly curious. She then says very well and instructs Mariette to attempt to dominate the fang boars. Mariette agrees and commands them to come out. The fang boars step forward as the guards open the cages. She begins to use her powers and then orders them to lie down. The fang boars roll on the ground. She asks what they are doing and reminds them that she told them to lie down. Shocked, she turns to Dana and asks why they are not obeying. Dana rests her chin on her hand and says that she thinks this is the limit of communication between a demihuman and a monster, since lower-ranked monsters lack the intelligence to understand her commands. She then suggests that they test how different the results are with the same beasts and instructs Professor Fermac to release the king's seal. Fermac replies with understanding, saying that by using the rune of banishment first, he will release only the first seal. He traces symbols with his finger, sending chains toward them. The fang boars roar, their mouths opening wide as energy bursts forth while they are restrained by the chains. Dana observes and announces that the first, third, and seventh resistance circles have been activated, and she orders that the chains of the fourth and sixth seals be reinforced. The fang boars roar again, their eyes glowing red as they charge forward. Alarm spreads among the onlookers as the fang boars rush at them. Marriott shouts for them to stop and strikes one of the beasts with her fist. Dana, still holding her chin thoughtfully, asks if their loss of control is simply because they are all boars, remarking that they are succumbing far too easily. She then adds that, fortunately, they are still manageable enough to be apprehended without much difficulty. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, and a voice announces an emergency situation. The monster in Cage A107 has escaped. Dana, shocked, asks what has happened in Cage A107 and exclaims in alarm that it is the manticore. Suddenly, the manticore leaps toward them with glowing eyes. Marriott uses the blood spear skill, launching it toward the beast in an attempt to strike, but the manticore slips between them. She says that he is incredibly fast and summons Diaku to the spot. Professor Fermac tells her to conserve her strength and charges his power, striking the manticore's face with the southpaw screw demolition skill. He immediately follows with another charge, unleashing his left straight skill to hurl the beast away. He warns Professor Dana that something is wrong, for he hears the hissing of monsters and the screams of those pressed against the bars, urging that she must evacuate. Dana quickly operates the system and commands Manual Z-17 to activate large-scale monster resistance circles and sealing magic. For the moment, she says she is resealing the King of the Iron Mountain, and she orders the activation of the sealing ceremony. She clenches her teeth in frustration and admits that they may lose some research funds, but their priority must be to secure the situation safely. This much she can handle. A servant reports that this is Group 2 and that the magic circles are not activating. Another shouts that the sealing magic circles are also failing, cursing in frustration. A voice calls out that someone has destroyed the sealing magic circles. Dana turns her head sharply and demands what has happened. She then sees the golden chains shatter and is stunned. In horror, she declares that the King of the Iron Mountain has freed himself. Just as the colossal boar breaks its bonds, shattering the chains, the scene shifts to the port city of Sar, where Corin roams through the street bazaar and remarks that it feels so refreshing, and if they were to have a drink at that moment, it would be perfect. Professor Heyman laughs and comments that this young man certainly knows how to eat. Corin notices a table full of delicious dishes and reflects that the reason he is able to enjoy such a great feast in the middle of the day is to celebrate his semi-first rank promotion, as Old Man Heyman has brought him to a famous raw fish restaurant. Corin laughs and asks whether they should order a bottle of soju. Heyman replies that Corin is a student while he himself is an instructor. Corin blushes slightly, sticks out his tongue, and thinks that, as Corin Locke, a third-year student, he is legally a minor and therefore seldom has the opportunity to drink. He wonders why these damned pubs are so thorough in checking identification. This strange mixture of the Middle Ages, the early modern era, and the present does not permit alcohol according to its worldview. He thinks to himself whether Heyman understands the sadness of not being able to enjoy chicken and beer together at Chef Yoon's restaurant, the creator of seasoned chicken. He reflects that for someone who came from a nation ranked first in daily alcohol consumption, it is absurd that he cannot drink alcohol. He then says that in the East, there is a saying like this, "Instructor." Heyman is stunned upon hearing this. He says that alcohol is something he needs to learn from adults, and he wishes for the teacher of his life who introduces him to it to be Heyman, as he looks directly into his eyes. Heyman observes him and thinks that to be gazed upon with such kind and admiring eyes is certainly not a sign of greed for wanting to drink alcohol. Instead, Corin truly desires to have a genuine conversation with him. Heyman pours soju into his glass and says that they should have a drink. Corin becomes excited and thinks that he has fallen for it. Suddenly, he is startled by the sound of barking and wonders where it is coming from, asking if someone has brought a dog, while glancing around. Corin thinks about why it has to happen now, then sees Diaku standing beside him and barking. He laments that this was supposed to be his first drink in years. Meanwhile, the sound of chains shattering shocks Dana. She curses, exclaiming that the king of the Iron Mountain has freed himself, as she sees the boar breaking his restraints. Professor Fermac swears and says they need to block him, calling out to Mariette. Mariette responds affirmatively, raises her magical staff, and unleashes a powerful wave using her crystal lance skill. She watches the crystal shatter and thinks that it is strange, as the attack is causing so little damage. Fermac charges forward with his fists and praises her efforts, saying she has done well anyway, and declares that he will finish it. Radiating intense energy, he strikes the boar with a powerful punch, but exclaims in shock that he cannot feel anything. He sees it clearly and asks in disbelief whether it has truly taken no damage. He notices a rune shining with golden light and, shocked, exclaims that it cannot be possible. The king of the Iron Mountain strikes him with overwhelming force and hurls him backward. He screams as his body crashes into a nearby wall. Dana, equally shocked, calls out to the professor and cries that the wall has been destroyed, which means the barrier system has collapsed. The other monsters also begin to attempt to break free from their cages. At that moment, a voice announces an emergency, declaring that all monsters sealed within the cages have been released, and that Code Veronica has been activated. All workers are ordered to evacuate, while the security team is commanded to activate every available magic circle and mobilize the spirit golems. The voice further announces that the golem team has been activated, the interception system has been engaged, and the monsters must not be allowed to escape the testing facilities. The golem team immediately engages the monsters in battle. The poisonous dragon, a first-rank demonic beast, attacks the golems alongside King Harrant, another first-rank demonic beast, and together they shatter the construct's bodies. They advance forward with the other monsters. Another announcement is made requesting immediate support, as it is declared that the higher-level monsters cannot be contained without a magic circle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dana stands in the operating room over the systems and exclaims in frustration that if they escape the academy, it will permit consecutive lightning strikes in the shared area. Suddenly, with an explosion of flames, the manticore appears and charges at her with a thunderous roar. Terrified, she steps back, but at that moment, a sword flashes forward at great speed and slashes across the beast's body. It is Dren who remarks that his employer's insight is becoming more frightening. Shocked to see him, she asks what he is doing there. He replies that it is a field trip, then swings his sword again to strike the surrounding monsters. At once, King Harrant appears and breathes out flames, shattering the floor beneath them. Cranel Luden commands debris fusion, golem formation, and casts the castle golem, jump golem skill, causing the debris to merge into a towering construct. The castle golem emerges in front of King Harrant and launches an attack. Excited, Cranel exclaims that it works, and that he is able to control it successfully. He marvels that the technique really functions, exactly as the one who taught him had promised. He recalls a memory from just days ago, when he was sitting tired on the floor while Corin sat nearby holding a book. He remembers Corin telling him that stamina is power, forcing him to train in the training room before finally passing on some golem magic techniques. Corin had said he discovered them while reading in the library, tossed the knowledge to Cranel, and demanded today's field trip as the price for it. The golem continues its assault against King Harrant as one of the defenders exclaims that they are being pushed back and questions whether it is because he is a first-rank monster. Just then, root supplementation is activated, summoning wooden parts that merge with the junk golem. Yule manifests her powers to reinforce the construct and asks how he had known such an event would happen in advance and why he had taught her this method. Dana exclaims that Yule has arrived at the perfect time and reports that the poisonous dragon is ascending to the 3rd floor. She looks up and sees the creature rising. At that moment, Alicia rushes in, slashes the dragon with her sword, and kills it, asking if they have defeated it. Dana thinks that the timing could not have been better and reflects that every student who has appeared is at least a 2nd-rank knight or mage. She realizes she has never felt more grateful for her students. Then, surprised, she questions why all of them are at the testing facilities. They turn toward her and answer that it is a field trip. She repeats the words in disbelief, asking what they mean. The narrator explains that at this very moment, the plan devised by a boy who is not currently at the academy is proceeding splendidly. Meanwhile, in the realm of blood, the king of the Iron Mountain roars and charges toward the wall. Mariette remarks that it is fortunate they prepared the barrier beforehand, just as Corin had advised, ensuring that the creature will not be able to reach the surface. She surrounds the king of the Iron Mountain with sharp crystal lances. The servants nearby are astonished by the sight. Channeling her power through her magical staff, she warns them not to let their guard down, declaring that she is a special class mage just like them. Just then, King Herent rises with a thunderous roar, his eyes glowing fiercely. The narrator remarks that King Herent, rather than resembling an ordinary demonic beast, appears more like a first-rank monster that could have stepped straight out of a monster movie. Drin notices the destruction around them and curses, saying that even the creature's slightest movements are shattering everything, urging the others to do something. Cranel grips a lever on the control panel and instructs Yule to provide him with additional support. She channels her power, forming a magic circle on the floor, and asks if he truly wants her to move it as the wooden parts of the junk golem begin to stir, its massive fists coated in mana. The narrator explains that the fragments of the shattered spirit golems are being reassembled using the magical techniques provided by Corin Locke, along with the mana of Druid Yule of Avaloan and the skills of golem sorcerer Cranel Ludin. Together, their combined efforts bring the construct to life once more. He strikes King Herent with its full strength, while King Herent counters with a powerful swing of his claw. Cranel, maintaining focus, calls out to Yule to replenish the golem's outer layer according to the plan's technique. She asks him what his next move is. He says that they are going to detonate all 5 of the spirit golem's absorbed bombs simultaneously and release an immense surge of mana. The narrator explains that this is the heroic legend of Arhan, the duo responsible for handling large-scale monster suppression. King Herent attempts to strike the golem with a thunderous blow, but the golem blocks the attack with equal force. The system interface activates, displaying notifications, position balance control technique, check, mana bias boost technique, check, designated target tracking radar, on, nature's weapon, wooden fist, equipped, spirit bombs 5, forced explosion, system status, all green. Control has been secured. The golem's fist charges with radiant energy as Cranel, filled with excitement, shouts energetically and moves his finger toward the control screen, pressing the command. Instantly, the golem transforms into its master form, Junk Wooden Golem, and unleashes its elbow rocket skill, striking King Herent with a tremendous burst of concentrated mana. Cranel clenches his fist in triumph and exclaims that this is perfect, Ludin Warrior. Yule, astonished, wonders when he even gave it that name. The narrator concludes that this moment is what makes the hearts of veteran players tremble with excitement. The true dream team of the heroic legend of Arhan. The scene shifts to Port City Sar, as the narrator explains that it is a port city located a certain distance from the experiment building. The reason he specifically chose the haunted house was to come here. Diaku creaks as Corin says to hold on and wait, mentioning that he has some matters to attend to as he knocks on a door. A nun opens it and asks what he needs. Corin explains that he is a student dispatched from the academy, that he could not attend the weekend service due to his assignment, and asks if he may use the prayer room. She asks if he is a guardian and then grants permission, telling him to proceed. Later, he sits inside a quiet room at a table and says that if his memory serves him correctly, this should be the marker. As he notices a faint light, he moves his finger toward it and remarks that, given the situation, it would be best if the other party arrives quickly. Just then, a portal opens behind him. He slightly turns his head and comments that the response came quickly, as expected, while Josephine steps out of the portal. She asks how he knows about this marker and warns him to answer carefully. Corin thinks that she must have many questions, but now is not the right time, at least not yet, and says that for the moment, they should deal with the urgent matter first. Meanwhile, Cranel commands the charge as the Junk Wooden Golem advances to attack alongside King Herent, radiating immense mana. He laughs and says that it is alright, calling it the Ludin Warrior. Yule asks when he even came up with that name. Alicia, startled, exclaims in disbelief, saying that she has never seen anything like it before. She suddenly freezes when she notices Huey Long, a first-class demonic beast, charging toward her. She mutters that now is not the time to be distracted and realizes she must face this creature alone. A memory of Mariette flashes through her mind. Mariette had said that Corin wanted her to remember one thing: she must never use the domain /. Determined, she leaps forward to attack Huey Long, thinking that if Corin forbade her from using the domain /, he must have seen potential in her to fight without it. She wonders whether she can truly manage it. Just then, she hears a strange noise and asks what that sound is. Suddenly, cracks spread across the floor, and a powerful explosion of energy erupts near Mariette, shattering her domain of blood. She is thrown aside, severely injured, and lies on the ground thinking that Corin was right. Most likely, even Senior will not be able to defeat Maju. Struggling to rise, she grips her magic staff once more in front of the demonic boar and notices the primordial rune beginning to glow with a cracking light. The narrator explains that the creature became known as Maju because it had consumed the oldest steel, granting it complete resistance to both physical and magical attacks. For this reason, countless heroes had fallen before it, unable to destroy it, and had ultimately chosen to seal it away instead. Mariette spreads a surge of red energy from her staff, causing the boar to scream in pain. She says that since this is something Corin requested, she will not hesitate. With fierce determination, she charges toward it, thinking that she will not give up no matter what. Alicia, shocked to see her, calls out to her as Senior Mariette. At that moment, Huey Long suddenly appears behind Alicia with a piercing screech. She breaks into a sweat, realizing that she, too, has no choice but to prevail, and turns around to release a powerful burst of energy from her sword. Meanwhile, Professor Dana, observing the events through the system, is taken aback. The narrator notes that Professor Dana, from the Department of Magic, can only hold her breath in disbelief at the overwhelming scene unfolding before her eyes. On the other side, Mariette continues her fierce battle against the demonic boar, channeling immense energy as she activates her alchemy magic, Snowflake skill. The narrator describes her as the legendary Great Beast King of Iron Mountain and the Elder Vampire, Mariette Dunerve. Although she is clearly struggling, she is undeniably fighting against Maju, a confrontation made possible only because they are beings of the same class. Witnessing this, Professor Dana feels as though she is watching a moment that will one day become a page in history, unable to conceal the mixture of awe and fear rising within her. Mariette sees the boar charging toward her and hurls a flurry of snowflakes to strike it. She forms a defensive barrier in front of herself using the multiphase shield, blood rampart formation skill, but the boar smashes through it and continues its assault. The narrator explains that thanks to the students' resistance, the demonic beasts are prevented from escaping the experiment building. However, everyone can feel the intensity of the situation growing increasingly dire. Mariette freezes in shock as the boar rushes toward her, but before it reaches her, it collides with a wall and shatters it. Diaku appears there and catches her in his arms. Startled, she looks at him, smiles, and says that the outside has finally arrived. Meanwhile, Alicia struggles against Huey Long, thinking that she must not use the domain /. She wonders how she can possibly defeat this creature and asks herself what Corin would do in her place. Huey Long glares at her, roars furiously, and charges. She tightens her grip on her sword and thinks that if it were Corin, there would only be one way. Frowning with focus, she clears her mind, dodges, bends, erases everything else. She swings her sword and delivers a precise strike using Aiden style. One sword heavenly strike. Huey Long crashes to the ground with a thunderous impact. She quickly covers her head with her arms as the dust rises around her, then brushes the dirt from her dress with one hand and mutters in disbelief, asking what all of this has been. She laughs and says that she has done it, that she has succeeded without using the domain /. Just then, a voice speaks from behind, saying that she has worked hard. She turns around and sees Corin standing with his arms folded, telling her that she has done well. The golem exclaims that it has won and defeated the monster. Cranel sticks out his tongue and says that he does not need Corin or friends, that all he needs is the Luden warrior. Yule replies that the Luden warrior only exists because Corin and his friends are there. On the other side, Corin says that it seems King Tyrant has been somewhat dealt with and asks about Huey Long, wondering where it has gone after leaving only its fluids behind. Alicia asks if he was not supposed to arrive. He responds that before anything else, they should report the situation, then asks about Maju. Alicia says that Senior Mariette is still holding it off and that they should go help her. Corin asks if that is so. Josephine, standing behind him, asks what he plans to do now. She reminds him that he went all the way to the cathedral to bring her along, so he must already have a plan. He smiles, grips his spear, and says that exactly, he just needs to help them. She frowns and asks what he means by that. He says that aside from Maju, there are going to be many other demonic beasts, right? He strikes his spear against the floor. She tells him not to worry. The narrator explains that while discussing the plan with Mariette, Corin made a special request to feed the demonic beasts in the experiment building with stones engraved with rune magic. Using the pretext of feeding the beasts, they gave them numerous rune-engraved stones, intending to annihilate them all through a rune resonance activation sequence, as the monsters are engulfed in flames. The narrator adds that resonance activation, conducted through a silver spear forged from runestones, is indeed possible with sufficient time and determination. Corin swiftly dashes forward through the scattering sparks, shouting for Alicia to follow. She responds with a firm yes and runs after him. The narrator states that the demonic beasts who survive the resonance activation, moderately to severely injured, begin to regroup in an organized formation. Around 30 remain, with the special class beast Maju positioned at the rear. Later, Corin says that there is no need to be overly nervous and calls for Dren to join them. Dren spots him and says that he has finally arrived. Corin replies that the time for playing the romantic member is over and tells him to get to work. Cranel scoffs and says that he does not need someone like him, while Yule urges everyone to stop joking and move quickly. The narrator declares that the named characters from the heroic legend of Arhen have gathered, the heroes who will continue to protect the world in the days to come. Later, Corin notices Mariette and asks if she is all right. She turns to him and says that she is. He smiles and says that in that case, they should start over, then stands beside his group members, ready for what comes next. The narrator states that from this moment onward, the counterattack begins. The party is not merely grand, it overflows with power and spirit. Yet, the members remain uncertain, for their opponent is the King of Iron Mountain, the great demonic beast. The King of Iron Mountain reigns but does not rule, crushes but does not conquer, ravages but shows no mercy. Flee, for the ferocious king who devours everything has arrived. Mariette commands everyone to scatter as the King of Iron Mountain advances to attack. Clenching his fist, Cranel grips the lever with one hand and declares that the Luden warrior shall engage in a frontal assault. Corin, shocked, exclaims that he cannot possibly face the king head-on and questions what madness has overtaken him. The junk wooden golem charges toward the King of Iron Mountain to attack, and Cranel shouts that he has defeated the tyrant king, a powerful siege golem, then laughs, sticking out his tongue and pointing forward. The golem unleashes Nuclear Core X7, forced rampage flying kick to strike, but the King of Iron Mountain counterattacks and shatters its body into pieces. Cranel screams in shock upon witnessing this and cries out for his Luden warrior. Corin, equally stunned, curses and shouts that the fool has doomed himself. He urges Cranel to somehow hold on and commands everyone else to disperse immediately. He tells Yule to grow the plants and make them cling to the enemy somehow. Cranel kneels down, on the verge of tears, and says that the Luden warrior must not fall. Yule replies that it is easier said than done, then extends her magic staff, spreading green plant tentacles around the King of Iron Mountain. The tentacles capture him, and she asks if the attempt has succeeded. With his eyes glowing red, the King of Iron Mountain moves and shatters the tentacles to free himself. Cranel opens his eyes wide in shock and asks if what he is seeing is real. Yule, equally stunned, mutters about the overwhelming power before them. Corin runs beside Dren, gripping his spear, and orders him to attack from the flank using the two magic swords. Dren dashes forward, sending his swords to strike, and responds that he understands. Extending his hand, he thinks that, as expected, their employer provides optimal timing and the best contingency plans, leaving no reason for the mercenaries to disobey. The fiery head sword and the lightning sword glow brightly as they surge toward the king. He reflects that these weapons, given as compensation after the Mariette Dunnerf incident and enhanced with top-quality first-class magic stones, are overpowered artifacts that are not easy to control. The King of Iron Mountain's eyes light up as the swords collide with him. Dren grits his teeth and exclaims in disbelief that the attack is inflicting no damage at all. Mariette calls out to Corin, and he responds that he knows he must summon Diaku. She commands Diaku to come forth, and the creature emerges, charging toward the King of Iron Mountain and striking him with great force. She asks if the attack has worked. Corin replies that, when facing the King of Iron Mountain, the strategy requires an even division between physical and magical roles, as it follows a surprisingly common pattern. The narrator explains that the primordial is essential for entry into paradise. The 8 characters signify that paradise, which once existed but has ceased to be, can only be reached through the primordial runes. The power of an incomplete concept is bestowed upon a creature. Red fur grants resistance to physical attacks. Blue fur grants resistance to magical attacks. Absolute resistance lies beyond both, and the secret golden fur surpasses all. Corin rests his spear on his shoulder and instructs Yule and Cranel to keep clinging to the king no matter what happens, and if he escapes, they must restrain him again. He orders Dren to strike from mid-range, while Alicia and he will stand by at the rear. Mariette points to herself and asks what she should do. Corin replies that all attacks must be left to Diaku, and that Mariette should follow his instructions precisely. He warns everyone not to concern themselves with what comes after. He moves forward with the others and declares that this is their decisive battle. They must give everything they have, for only then can they claim victory. A faint smile crosses his face as he turns his head slightly. The narrator concludes that this man stands confident even in the face of legends. The King of Iron Mountain charges forward to attack as Corin shouts to Yule and Cranel. Cranel's golem leaps to strike while Yule spreads green tentacles to capture the enemy. The King of Iron Mountain is ensnared by the tentacles, and the golem attacks him, but he breaks free, shattering the bindings and hurling the golem aside. Alicia exclaims that they missed. Corin calls out to Dren, who sends his swords flying toward the king. They collide once more as before. Diaku then leaps forward, striking the King of Iron Mountain squarely on the head. Cranel cries out that the attack has landed directly, more precisely than before, and that even for such a being, a hit that powerful must have an effect. Diaku grits his teeth in fury and prepares to attack again. The narrator explains that the color of the fur has not changed. The transformation was halted. It remains red. It was a deception, a false change to blue fur, which would have signified resistance to magic. The King of Iron Mountain feigned the shift to lure in the greatest threat, Diaku. The King of Iron Mountain releases a violent wave of lightning energy. The narrator describes it as a rune of a giant deity that annihilates everything it touches, a destructive light that blasts Diaku away. Diaku crashes into the wall, and Corin immediately orders Mariette to strike with her blood spears. She answers resolutely and unleashes the attack, declaring that she will blow him away. The spears pierce the air, strike him, and shatter upon impact. Corin smiles faintly and asks whether it is time for them to begin their next move. He runs swiftly while holding his spear, his eyes fixed on the enemy. Charging both his body and weapon with lightning energy, he asks how he can possibly block such an attack. He hurls the spear forward, invoking Kogi, mountain crossing, unnecessary pain, and powerful blow to strike. A massive explosion erupts near the target. Cranel, stunned, exclaims in awe, asking what kind of power that is. Yule, equally shocked, remarks that the surrounding area has been shattered merely by the throw of a single spear. Corin lands on the ground, seeing his spear embedded deep into the earth, and mutters that it barely missed. The king truly possesses remarkable reflexes. He then calls out to Mariette, telling her to use the blood spear once more. She agrees and launches the spears toward the king again. Corin charges forward as well, gripping his spear tightly. The narrator explains that if the King of Iron Mountain wraps himself in blue fur to block the magical power of the blood spear, he cannot defend against the physical attack of Corin's spear. Conversely, if he envelops himself in red fur to withstand the physical strike, he cannot block the magic of the blood spear. Now, with simultaneous attacks coming from both sides, how can he possibly defend against them? The King of Iron Mountain rushes forward, striking Corin and throwing him aside. He then shatters Mariette's blood spears with overwhelming force. Cranel stares in disbelief and demands to know what is happening. Lying on the ground, Corin grits his teeth and mutters that to deflect both attacks at once, he must have finally revealed his trump card. The king's fur begins to change color as the narrator explains that it grants complete resistance to both physical and magical attacks, rendering him truly indestructible. The fur of the King of Iron Mountain fully transforms into a radiant gold. The narrator continues, saying that the king smiles, twisting his mouth in satisfaction. As always, in the end, a hidden ultimate move emerges: 5 minutes of absolute invincibility. In the presence of such power, no one can stand against the king. The King of Iron Mountain charges forward as Corrin exclaims that it is coming again, growing increasingly troublesome, and orders everyone to run. Turning his head slightly, he warns that for the next 5 minutes, no attack will be able to touch the enemy. Drin, lying on the ground, mutters that it is impossible. Observing the surroundings littered with debris, he adds that there is nowhere left to escape. Corrin clenches his teeth in frustration, scanning the ruins, and demands to know when the building became like this. His expression hardens as he suspects that the destruction must have been caused by the king himself. The narrator states that the king laughs mockingly, as though boasting about how many walls he has demolished to corner the swift humans. Cranel calls out to his golem, commanding it to move. It is their turn to act. The golem charges its fist with green mana and strikes toward the King of Iron Mountain. Mariette raises her magic staff, invoking alchemy magic. Blood ice and sharp crystalline spikes burst from the ground to attack the king. The narrator explains that no giant can match the king any longer, and even the magic of the lesser beings has lost its power. Now is the time for the King of Iron Mountain to break free from the prison in which he has been confined. With eyes glowing fiercely, the King of Iron Mountain charges forward. The narrator continues, describing the golden-furred King of Iron Mountain as the final phase of the demon from the Dingle Peninsula, a mandatory pattern for the final boss of Act 2, lasting 5 minutes. It is a terrifying sight that has frustrated countless players. Corrin exclaims in disbelief that it cannot be happening now. Yet a faint smirk crosses his face as he thinks to himself that there is, in fact, a hidden strategy available. He commands Alicia to release the seal. Alicia grips her sword tightly, releasing the seal and unleashing a surge of powerful lightning that charges toward the king. The King of Iron Mountain glares furiously as she activates Aiden First Sword style. Drawing her blade from its sheath, she fixes her gaze firmly ahead. The narrator states that her ability possesses complete physical and magical penetration, an attack designed to work most effectively against legendary foes. This is the Severing Demon Blade. She strikes the creature with domain severance, and a blinding light erupts, followed by a violent explosion of lightning. Corrin exclaims in excitement that a well-trained Alicia is worth more than 10 party members. Alicia turns to him in alarm and asks what he is talking about. If the king starts moving again, can this situation still be handled? Corrin replies that now is the time for Madame Josephine to shine. Josephine forms a magic circle above them, from which chains emerge and bind the King of Iron Mountain. Corrin watches in astonishment and remarks that she managed to reconstruct such an enormous magic circle in so little time, then adds that it is just as expected from Professor Josephine. Folding his arms with a faint smile, he notes that the golden pattern is indeed a formidable ability. But once it is shattered, the king cannot use his original runes for a while. He calls out to Mariette, who answers that she is ready. Raising her magic staff, she conjures a massive, razor-sharp blood crystal. Corrin moves forward with his spear, while Dren and Alicia advance from different directions. He calls Professor Josephine, urging her to block the king's next move personally. She startled, cursing the situation under her breath. Mariette declares that she will finish it and extends her hand, channeling magic through her staff as she activates the Great Blood technique, Crimson Spear. The blood-forged spear surges forth and pierces toward the King of Iron Mountain. The narrator describes that the nightmare of 80 years ago, the murderous hero, the demonic pig of the Dingle Peninsula, has finally met his end. The original light that departs from his disintegrating body does not escape the notice of the spearman. The narrator continues, explaining that the origin represents the 8 inscriptions required to reach paradise. It is a remnant of the divine era that no power can destroy, though its vessel, the runestone, can sometimes be shattered. The narrator recounts that 88 years ago, a boar on the Dingle Peninsula swallowed a runestone. No one ever considered removing it, for it granted its bearer near immortal power. Yet today, the demonic pig, whose seal had been released, has been defeated, and the runestone within it has been shattered. The narrator continues, questioning where the original rune, now deprived of its container, would go? The answer, he explains, is simple. It would seek the nearest rune stone, wandering aimlessly until it finds a new host. The narrator reveals that the rune has already reached its destination. 10 years ago, a man had entered the academy with this very purpose, disguising himself as a professor. The king of Iron Mountain, who has now been defeated by the academy students, meets an end far less glorious than his legend suggested. Having been sealed for 80 years, it is unsurprising that his power has greatly diminished. Meanwhile, Marriott's blood crystal spears pierce the surrounding boars, killing them instantly and leaving everyone momentarily stunned. She asks whether the testing facilities have been completely evacuated. Drin responds that a few monsters remain and orders the others to eliminate them and seal off the nearby entrance. The narrator concludes that now, all the man needs to do is leave the academy and the city quietly through the secret tunnel. Yet standing in his path is the one who defeated both the special class vampire Marriott Dunilef and the great monster, the king of Iron Mountain, 5th rank knight Corin Locke. Later, Fermac places his hand on his face, lowers his glasses slightly to look ahead, and asks how Martial Brother Baltazar is doing. Corin sits on a chair with his hand resting on his chin and addresses him as Martial Nephew Fermac. Fermac repeats the address of the Martial Nephew. Corin replies that since Fermac is the disciple of the disciple whom his master once renounced, he is, by seniority, his martial uncle, and therefore Fermac should show him respect. Fermac responds with the address of the martial uncle but refuses. He thinks that he has finally realized his true identity. There is only one conclusion Fermac must have reached after witnessing him use the same spearmanship as his master, since the 6-step spearmanship can only be performed by one who has attained the rank of martial master, his master himself. He reasons that when he saw him using the same technique, he must have assumed there was a high probability that Fermac was that man's disciple. Yet, in truth, he was a spearman disciple of the same master, one unknown to him, operating in secret at the place he had infiltrated to fulfill his duty. He concludes that Corin must have been both suspicious and uncertain about his identity, and the most prudent decision Corin could have made was to ignore his existence altogether. As he recalls the past, he remembers that the same Corin, who had fought impressively against Lunia Arden during the midterms, was later sent outside the city under the pretext of a rank reassessment, merely to remove him entirely from Corin's plan. He thinks that he has successfully executed his plan and left the city, as he could have learned of his identity later from his master, the king. He smiles and reflects that Fermac could not have anticipated his use of Madame Josephine's marker for long-distance teleportation to return. He remarks that Professor Dana's experiment and Marriott's incident must have served Fermac well, as he had been waiting for the right moment. Origin cannot be reversed with that, he thinks, as golden energy is released from his body. Fermac says that such information is not something a mere student should know and asks whether Josephine has told him. He immediately denies it, insisting that there is no possibility of that. Clenching his fist with his other hand, he declares that a 6-step spearman unknown to him has disrupted all his plans and now stands before him. He releases dark energy from his body, his eyes glowing, and proclaims him his enemy. Corin stares at him and thinks that Fermac Damon, although known to the world as a renowned first-rank knight, is far more than that. He realizes that Fermac is, in truth, the mastermind behind the unsealing of the King of the Iron Mountains, the final adversary of the second arc, and the one destined to appear later alongside the King of Paradise, as one of the 4 executives. He concludes that Fermac's strength is at least equal to that of Lunia Arden, placing him in the semi-special rank, and under the right conditions, he possesses the potential to ascend to the special rank. He says that he is indeed arrogant, merely because he has shown a little talent, and asks whether he truly believes that someone like him can face him. He commands his shadows to arise and uses the Shadow Servant's skill to summon them. Frowning, he declares that he will end the matter quickly. Corin thinks about Fermac's overwhelming ability to attack offensively twice in areas covered by shadows. However, he knows that he has not chosen this place as the battlefield without reason. The rune of the sun, Soillo, begins to emit a radiant glow. He clenches his teeth and frowns as he watches Fermac's shadow burn. Fermac calls out the name of the rune in disbelief. Corin looks at him and says that the natural enemy of shadow-type sorcery is light. He adds that Fermac must already know the weakness of his own skill. The narrator explains that shadow-type sorcery requires the presence of shadows to exist. just as water attribute magic requires moisture, and fire attribute magic requires air. Firmak charges forward to attack, but suddenly, the rune of lightning glows and appears on the ground. He halts in anger upon seeing it and exclaims in frustration that it is everywhere throughout the lot. Corin replies that it has indeed been a great deal of work. He has engraved the rune of the sun throughout the entire lot over the course of 20 days. It was arduous, but he now possesses an abundance of mana. He thinks that this desolate lot, with its restricted access, is secretly connected to the testing facility's basement. He had prepared for the final battle long before anyone else, a meticulous and relentless counterattack crafted solely for Firmak Damon. Firmak clenches his teeth tightly in frustration and says that he is cowardly. Closing his eyes, Corin casually replies that it would be more accurate to say he is well prepared. He thinks that the Shadow Servant skill, which consumes a large amount of mana, must have enraged Firmak when it was sealed by elementary level runes. Firmak admits that he will acknowledge Corin's perseverance, but then he leaps forward, charging at him with the Rado skill. Corin observes his movement, calculates the 10-meter instantaneous dash, and swiftly swings his spear, slashing through Firmak's clone. Firmak activates the Southpaw Jet Boost skill and throws a punch, but Corin quickly evades it using the 8 trigrams Flowing Body skill. Surprised, Firmak exclaims that he managed to dodge it. Corin thinks that Rado is a technique designed to consecutively strike at his opponent's blind spots, and wonders whether Firmak truly believed he would be unable to evade it. Frowning, he advances, using the 4th step Returning Heaven full back skill to counterattack. But Firmak bends backward just in time to avoid the strike. Firmak comments that Corin's balance of technique, gained through training and experience, is remarkable. Corin smirks and asks whether he is pretending to be a professor now, continuing his relentless assault. He blocks and counters, remarking that he has been doing this for 10 years. It has become an occupational habit. Corin asks whether Firmak has stopped speaking in that ridiculous manner as well and tells him to act as he truly is. Firmak calls him a sassy brat and blocks his spear strike with his arm, while Corin declares that regardless of what he does, he will die here. Firmak replies that it is unfortunate he cannot finish the battle at this moment and vows to kill him the next time they meet. He then quickly steps back, sliding across the floor. Corin swings his spear and thinks that he must leave the city as soon as possible. He needs to avoid attracting the attention of those who still believe he is dead. If he truly decides to escape, he will even use space magic to elude Madame Josephine herself. Firmak traces the magical letter R in the air with his finger, while Corin declares that this is a duel and points his spear at him. Firmak responds coldly that he does not possess the loyalty required to engage in a duel with someone like him. Corin smiles and says that he should agree, for it is the commandment that binds and imprisons him. Firmak's expression hardens with anger as he snaps, calling him a fool. He thinks that Firmak must not believe he will allow him to do that. He realizes that it is a high-risk, high-reward method capable of granting immense power under specific conditions, the technique of the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise, known as the Commandment, which forbids them from refusing duels. He knows that Firmak Damon, who has engraved that commandment upon himself, has no choice but to accept any duel that is declared. The engraved tattoo on his chest begins to shine, and he asks whether that is the reason he has come alone. Corin replies that the duel must be one-on-one and thinks that a duel is both fair and sacred, a solemn contest fought between two individuals. Therefore, the limitation imposed by the imprisonment is that the duel can only occur between 1 and 1. He concludes that as long as Firmak stands here alone and the rune of duels has been activated, he has no choice but to accept the challenge. Dark energy spreads from Firmak's body as he clenches his fist, preparing to fight. He declares himself as Firmak Damon, an ordinary warrior under the King of Paradise, Tadez Valtazar. Surrounded by golden energy, Corin responds, identifying himself as Corin Locke, first spear of the Queen of Paradise, Erin Danua. He thinks that, according to the sacred rules, both warriors must reveal their names before combat begins. Whether victory or defeat awaits, there is only one possible conclusion to the duel, as both leap forward to strike. The system window notifies that the system backup has revealed the review of the commandments. The first commandment, duty, do not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of others, holds a relevance grade of a plus. The second commandment, restraint, He does not perceive spirits, grants a 50% increase in additional damage. The third commandment, Oath, he shall save the world, records Firmac Damon's relevance as grade A. With the backup status elevated to 100%, it further notifies that his aura measures 5,530, Mana 170, Strength 67, Agility 66, Stamina 68, Aura 64, and Mana 64. It also reports that the Persistent Warrior's regeneration has risen by 100%, and lists the additional attributes: Pain Tolerance, Domain Comprehension, and Aura Core Storage Capacity of 3,500. The system then states, please take the first step in defeating Firmac Damon and saving the world, and wish him good fortune, Hero Corin Locke. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, shattering the ground. The narrator describes that between a spearman and a fist fighter, the battle is one of distance. Fist fighters using Rado techniques employ acceleration runes to close the gap, while a spearman strives to keep them from approaching too closely. Firmac sidesteps as Corin extends his spear to strike, using the Calamity Serpent Intent skill, releasing a surge of golden energy from his body. He then activates the Slithering Serpent skill, surrounding Firmac with spear projections. Firmac raises his arms before his face to block the incoming strikes. Corin studies him carefully, thinking that a fist fighter never misses the moment when a spear is being withdrawn, because as the spear is retrieved, they will attempt to close the distance. Yet, he knows that this, too, lies within the spearman's calculations. Firmac attempts to strike him, surrounding his fist with dark energy, but Corin drives his spear into the ground, leaps high over Firmac's head, and thinks that jumping during close combat is an act that only exposes greater weaknesses, for a fist fighter always waits for the moment his opponent lands. While in midair, he thrusts his spear toward Firmac, using the Infinite Returning Heavens Chaos Spear skill. Firmac blocks the attack and thinks that Corin is fast. He has just delivered 7 consecutive strikes from the moment he jumped until he landed, leaving only a split second of stiffness afterward. Firmac then leaps upward to counterattack, but Corin kneels, swiftly turning to unleash the Returning Heaven's second technique, the Returning Demonic Spear skill, which injures Firmac's arm. Firmac retaliates with a punch to Corin's face, causing blood to spill as Corin stumbles and slides across the ground. Corin thinks that even though his arm is bleeding, he cannot relent. He must continue attacking and close the distance, even if it means enduring the counter-impact. Firmac repeatedly swings his fists, but Corin successfully blocks each strike with his spear. Firmac then channels immense energy into his fist, activating the Meteor Strike skill to deliver a finishing blow. Corin observes the attack and thinks that it is a decisive strike, one in which all of Firmac's strength has been concentrated. If he can block this blow, the advantage will shift back to him. However, in the brief instant before impact, a subtle movement catches Corin's eye. He notices his fist and thinks that it is opening. Firmac suddenly grabs the spear, realizing that the earlier attack was a feint. He traces a digit along the spear's shaft, and the weapon swiftly flies out of Corin's grasp, now enveloped in pink lightning energy. Charging toward him with a clenched fist, Firmac taunts, asking what he intends to do now, a spearman who has lost his spear. He punches, but Corin raises his arm to block the blow and lets out a sharp cry as he is pushed backward by the impact. Sliding across the ground, he uses his hands to steady himself. Extending one hand, he calls out for his weapon and thinks that everything will be fine as long as he retrieves his spear. At that moment, the spear embedded within a nearby tree begins to emit radiant light energy. Corin frowns and thinks that it must be lodged too tightly to come free. Suddenly, Firmac appears behind him and throws a punch using the southpaw flicker jab, but Corin bends low just in time to evade it. Raising his hand, Corin declares that regardless of the weapon, he remains a martial artist. It is evident that even a spearman trained in martial arts must always adhere to the fundamentals. He strikes Firmac across the face with a palm strike, using the 8 trigrams raised palm skill, and says that Firmac should already know this truth. With his eyes glowing intensely, Corin stares at him and declares that the foundation of every martial artist lies in physical combat. His body becomes completely surrounded by golden flame-like energy as he charges forward, unleashing the 8 trigrams 3 piercing palms skill and driving his glowing hand into his chest. Firmac says that he is almost impressed, but remarks that Corin's boxing is far inferior to his spearmanship, standing unfazed after the exchange. Corin stares at him in shock, realizing that he has sustained no damage at all. Fermac then strikes him in the abdomen using the South liver shot skill. The narrator explains that Corin's 8 trigrams technique is indeed extraordinary, but he has overlooked one crucial fact. Although Corin has refined his physical combat to a high degree, Fermac has devoted himself entirely to mastering physical combat alone. Fermac follows up with another blow, using the Southpaw Flicker jab skill, forcing Corin to spit out blood. He continues his relentless assault with the Southpaw Jet Straight, Southpaw Liver Shot, and elbow skills in rapid succession. Taunting him, he says that since Corin is only taking hits without retaliating, he must have lost his will to fight. He assures him not to worry and declares that he will end it now, raising his fist for the finishing strike. Clenching his teeth, Corin thrusts his spear forward to block the attack. Fermac is taken aback and thinks that it is impossible. The spear should have been thrown away earlier. Corin smiles faintly and says that he will acknowledge it. Fermac is certainly no ordinary opponent. Shocked, Fermac realizes that Corin has deliberately endured the blows, moving little by little toward the place where his spear had fallen, luring him there all along. Corin turns sharply, gripping his spear with both hands, and drives it through Fermac's body using the Calamity Serpent intent, Slithering Serpent skill. He pulls out his spear, sending him flying backward. Fermac slides across the ground and remarks that it is impressive how Corin handled the moment when he was without his spear, and how he managed when his physical combat failed. Removing his jacket, he admits that each response was a standard close to the correct answer, and acknowledges that he is at a disadvantage once again. Corin, still catching his breath, says that even after being beaten so badly, Fermac continues to act like a professor, and asks if he can stop pretending. Fermac removes his glasses and repeats his words, asking if he truly believes he is acting like a professor. Gripping his wrist with his other hand, he says that it is time to truly bring this to an end. He traces the symbols of Tiwaz, Ophala, and Ingwaz on his hand with his finger. Instantly, the runes of the sun and lightning glow across the ground, and the surrounding rocks begin to rise violently from the places marked by the symbols. The narrator explains that it is a manifestation of a world where the sun does not exist, a forsaken fragment of paradise known as the Shadow Citadel, summoned through the technique Simple Summons, Paradise Shadow Citadel. A colossal fortress takes form around them as Fermac, now enveloped in dark energy, clenches his fists and stands at the center. The system window notifies, Third Commandment, Oath, he shall serve the shadows. Fermac smirks and says that using the rune of the sun to erase shadows is indeed remarkable, but with such a trivial ability, he will never be able to dispel these shadows. He conjures malevolent shadows and declares that this realm is reserved only for the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise, and that he will now face defeat. Charging forward alongside his summoned shadows, he taunts that Corin will either be torn apart by the demonic beasts of paradise or beaten to death by his fists. Corin smiles calmly and asks whether this is not supposed to be a sacred one-on-one battle. Fermac hesitates, momentarily confused, as Corin smirks and says how cheap it is. He knew he would resort to such tactics once pressured. He then draws out a golden mandrake, his expression confident. The golden mandrake lets out an ear-piercing scream, and the surrounding shadows begin to dissolve into nothingness. The narrator explains that the gold mandrake, 7 times louder than a normal mandrake, produces a sound that cannot be blocked by any form of magic. Even demonic beasts born of shadow cannot withstand the cry of a one-of-a-kind, epic rank mandrake. Fermac's eardrums rupture, and blood runs down as he shouts, asking whether Corin truly believes he can survive with such a petty trick. He laughs bitterly and says that, as he has already declared, he, Fermac Damon, will not fall to something so trivial. Surrounding his entire body with radiant golden energy, he roars that he will most certainly die here. He asks what he will do now as Fermac covers his ears with both hands. He says the demonic beast is gone, and the mandrakes continue to scream. He adds that he possesses abilities known as regeneration and pain tolerance. He smiles and says that the longer this continues, the more accustomed he becomes to it, and he asks how long Fermac will be able to endure. Fermac grits his teeth in frustration and calls him a coward. He summons 12 shadow servants, extends his hand, and says that from the moment Corin entered the Shadow Fortress, his chances of victory were reduced to 0. The shadow servants charge forward to attack. Corin swings his spear, slashing through the body of one shadow, but another grabs his arm from behind. He activates the returning daimonic spear skill, rotates his weapon, and cuts through its body. Fermac appears behind him and unleashes the jet screw combination skill to strike Corin, smashing him against the wall. Fermac and his shadow servants rush toward him again to continue the assault. Corin clenches his shirt and says that he cannot handle this anymore. He asks if Fermac is even listening to him. Suddenly, an explosion of light erupts, forcing Fermac to cover his face. His shadow servants begin to shatter, and he exclaims in shock at their destruction. Corin leaps toward him, laughing, and says that he already told him this would be a good old one-on-one fight. Fermac notices the runes of the sun glowing across his body and thinks that with the runes of the sun covering him, the shadow servants are rendered useless against him in that state, but such an act is nothing short of suicide. His eyes widen as he realizes that he is prepared to let his entire body be consumed by flames, and thinks what a fool he is. Corin activates the Calamity Serpent intent, slithering serpent skill, advancing with his spear in hand, but Fermac blocks the strike and raises his arms to shield his face. Corin says that they should end these petty tricks and settle this battle through pure combat. He frowns and tells him to stop holding back his strength and to attack him with everything he has. Fermac senses instinctively that the warrior standing before him is his arch-nemesis. With his eyes glowing, he lets out a furious roar and thinks that he will risk his life for this moment and wager everything he possesses. The ground beneath his feet shatters as he charges forward, his body overflowing with energy, while activating the 6-step Sura skill. The narrator says that this is a self-destructive technique that burns the aura core to amplify power and speed, a skill belonging to the great warriors of paradise. Corin's eyes blaze with light, and he says that this is how it should have been from the very beginning. He activates the 6-step spearmanship's final form, 6th-step Sura, smiling wickedly as the floor beneath his feet fractures under the immense surge of energy. The narrator says that it is evident Corin can also wield the same skill, and both warriors are now unleashing their full power through this move. Corin strikes at Fermac's arm with his spear as Fermac counters with a punch to his face. Fermac attempts another attack, but Corin bends low, narrowly avoiding the blow. Fermac clenches his teeth and charges forward with a fist ready to strike, yet Corin swiftly sidesteps the assault. The two continue to exchange relentless attacks, neither yielding an inch. Suddenly, Fermac clenches his teeth, falls to one knee, and sweat begins to drip from his face as he looks at Corin standing before him. Corin's spear has pierced through his chest, and he says that it is amazing. Sweat covers Corin's face as he closes his eyes and declares that he has won. He thinks that when he closes his eyes, he can still hear the screams from that time. A memory resurfaces, a warrior kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood, cries for help, saying he does not want to die and wishes to live, while another voice calls out to Corin for aid. Corin reflects that when he faced Fermac again after losing to him in the second phase, they both found themselves trapped within a nightmarish realm, a hell known as paradise. Remembering those days, he thinks of the innocent lives that were lost, the friends he failed to protect, and the fall of one of the 4 heavenly kings, Fermac Daman. He recalls that an evil king once attempted to bring that same hell into this world, Tades Valtazar's confidant, and he resolves that this time, things will be different. He sees Fermac lying on the ground, kneels beside him, and says that, as expected, he does not possess it. The narrator explains that it is one of the 4 secret treasures guarded by the Druids. The Phalia's Stone of Fate, Leah Fail. If he had possessed Leah Fail after restoring the original rune, Corin's chances of victory would have diminished significantly. He discovers the stone, the original rune, and says that he has found it. He thinks that at least he has succeeded in reclaiming the original rune. Memories of a dark, full moon night resurface as he reflects that Tades Valtazar is gathering the 8 original runes to bring Shadow Paradise into this world, and this is the one thing he cannot allow to happen. He asks what is so important about this, and thinks that Tades killed all those people. Their rage and resentment toward the world are understandable, he admits. Yet, he believes the way they have chosen to vent that anger is wrong. He collapses to the ground, breathing heavily, and thinks about the reckless actions he has taken. His left eardrum is ruptured from carrying those mandrakes. His right ear is no better, and although he relies on regeneration to restore himself, the rune of the sun has burned much of his upper torso. He thinks that he can endure the pain, but the real problem lies in the injuries inflicted by Fermac. His liver has been pierced, his right collarbone fractured, and the blow to his sternum has crushed his bones and twisted his organs. He examines his hand and realizes that he can barely move his left arm and leg, both of which have been damaged by the impact of the six-step Sura. He exhales heavily, looks up, and thinks that although he believed he had grown accustomed to pain, he must not lose consciousness now. The system window notifies him that Fermac Damon has been defeated and that the commandment rewards are being distributed. His eyes begin to close as he thinks that such things are not important. Only the runes and the gold mandrake matter. The system then displays a message. First commandment, do not turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. Good person, unspecified number, difficulty, A, reward, 60 distributed points. It further announces that since he has defeated a great evil, he will receive an additional reward, the map of the 4 secret treasures, Findia's son. Later, Corin regains consciousness, opens his eyes, and finds himself being carried on Alicia's back. He softly calls her name. She asks if he is awake. He inquires about the cleanup. She recalls and replies that Professor Dana is handling it, though she seems upset. She adds that Dren has left, and Yule, along with the others, were the ones who found him. He mutters that Dren is an idiot and thinks that he truly does not understand the meaning of loyalty. She says that he told her not to expect much from him since their relationship is purely business-related and that he asked her to repay him by the following week. Corin responds with surprise and begins to ask about something. But before he can finish, she interrupts, asking about the rune and the gold mandrake, and adds that they have already been secured. He finds it strange and asks how she knew what he was about to say, remarking that she is not usually that perceptive. She replies that she is carrying him, in case he has not noticed, and warns that she might drop him if he continues to talk like that. He tells her not to be like that, joking that he might die if she does. After some time, he rests on a street side bench, placing his head on Alicia's lap, and thanks her for saving him. She answers simply that, of course, she did. He asks her about Domain Severance and says that if it were not for her, he would not have been able to defeat the king of the Iron Mountain. She insists that she did not do much and recalls the earlier battle. He tells her that the results matter just as much. She then remembers a scene from the past in which Fermac stands in the classroom. Reflecting, she says that during their group assignment, when they were preparing the Mandrake Potion, he had been drawing runes there. She asks if he had been preparing for this battle ahead of time. He places a hand on his forehead, confirms that he had, and asks how she managed to figure that out. She asks why he chose to fight alone and says that there is nothing wrong with fighting together. He laughs and replies that it is better when fewer people die. She asks why everyone is so insensitive and then sighs, saying that it is fine. She adds that he is great. Corin. After some time, Jaeger asks if Corin is badly injured and says that he has been admitted to the hospital. Lark replies that his ribs are broken and that what he did was reckless, which is why he did not ask for their help. Jaeger calls him a poor fool and suggests that they should go visit him. Lark agrees and asks who else would do it if not them. Later, Jaeger enters Corin's hospital room, holding a bag of snacks, and excitedly asks if Corin is feeling all right. Lark, also carrying snacks, says that they brought a bunch because they knew he would be lonely. Marriott sits beside Corin's bed, peeling a peach, and asks if he would like some, adding that she will cut them into pieces for him. H. Warren, sitting nearby and pointing at a dish, says that there is a large flatfish for him as well. Alicia pushes a cake toward him and tells him to have some dessert too. Corin chews his food enthusiastically and asks why they brought so many snacks, saying that he is already full. Lark and Jaeger frown, squeeze their snack packets in irritation, and curse him under their breath. After some time, they arranged a table filled with numerous dishes in front of Corin. Marriott tells him to try the apple as well, while Alicia encourages him to have more of the sweet candy. Marriott feeds him a piece and asks how it tastes, saying that it must feel as though the vitamins are seeping into his body. Alicia adds that sweets are said to help with recovery and that the flounder tastes delicious. Jaeger begins to cry and mutters that the idiot is so lucky, clearly envious. Lark asks why he even came if he is going to act like that. Alicia smiles and says that it is not often they all gather like this, then suggests that they play a game to pass the time. Mariette agrees, saying it sounds fun, and asks whether they should invite Corin's friends to join as well. Jaeger nods enthusiastically, calling Corin an amazing fool, a blessing, and the greatest. Lark smiles and says that it is good he came, really good. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. Jaeger asks if anyone else was expected to visit. He goes to open it and, surprised, asks who it is. Seeing Josephine, he asks what brings her there. Corin looks up and sees both Chairman Iryu Kassar and Josephine. He thinks that their arrival is expected, as he had planned to meet them soon anyway. Chairman Iryu Kassar, the lady, was publicly recognized as the head of Merkaba Academy. He asks Corin how his body is. Corin smiles, greets her politely, and thinks that it is about time he begins to reveal some of his cards to his teacher. After a while, Kassar says he apologizes for having his friends leave the room, explaining that it cannot be helped as the matter is confidential. Corin says he understands. Kassar continues that, first of all, they have many questions for him, and this is not something they can overlook, unlike the incident involving student Mariette. Corin thinks that they are still trying to assess him and decides that he needs to move the conversation forward a little. He says that Professor Fermac is a spy. Kassar replies that he already knows. Josephine turns to the chairman and asks if that means what she thinks it does. He confirms that yes, he knows. Corin observes them and thinks that their lack of surprise is expected. They have probably figured things out after seeing the commandment on his body. Yet, there is still a truth that even those two do not know. He closes his eyes and says that Tadeusz Baltazar, Fermac Damon, is a disciple of that man. Josephine is shocked and says that it is impossible, as 80 years ago that man had died. Corin says that the six-step spearmanship, infinity, and the commandment are things she should recognize because those are what the man personally taught him. To be clear, he adds, he himself is the same as well. Furious, Josephine grips her lightning whip and exclaims that being the same is impossible. She demands to know if he is also a disciple of Baltazar. Corin steps down from his bed, puts on his slippers, and says that there is no need for her to be so wary of him, as it is not as if she would kill anyone without proof anyway. He says he is not giving her this information so that she may act on it immediately, and asks if the body present here is not merely a spare anyway. He adds that her main body should be at the main castle, and is probably not in a condition to leave. Kassar begins to ask how he knows, but Corin continues, saying that his disciple, Baltazar, is still alive and has grown immensely powerful. He explains that Baltazar is far stronger now, and is no longer alone as he once was, all because of Corin's indecision 80 years ago. Rising from his bed, he walks toward them, holding a stone in his hand. He says that the origin was divided across the world due to the betrayal of the disciple he had trusted. The fragments he managed to recover were only 2, and even those would have been taken from him had he not intervened. He continues that, including the Stone of Fate, Leophale, the 4 secret treasures of Danua are most likely in Baltazar's possession. If the coronation takes place, Tadeusz Baltazar will no longer be regarded as a usurper. He says he should be able to infer what will follow after that. Aaron Danua and Kassar are both startled upon hearing this. Corin thinks that everything is finally being revealed. The reason Professor Josephine, despite her 80 years of service, has never become chairman, and the reason the rising star, Aaron Kassar, who appeared so suddenly, is not the chairman either. He recalls his memories and thinks that 80 years ago, the chairman was Vyern, 50 years ago, it was Weig, and the current chairman is Kassar. The truth is that all of them are bodies created from rune stones to watch over the world, all governed by a single person, Aaron Danua. Kassar holds the stone and asks what Corin intends to do. Corin says that they both share the same goal. He removes his shirt, begins radiating golden energy, and reveals the runes engraved upon his body. Kassar asks if that is the commandment. Corin replies that he will willingly become his first spear. Kassar, startled, asks what he means. Corin kneels before him and says that, to protect the world, he may even treat him like a dog if necessary. A memory resurfaces in his mind. A woman stands holding a spear, saying that she is an adult, and as an adult, she has the duty to protect children like him first. Corin thinks of Kassar, or rather, Aaron Danua, and realizes that he has never forgotten that warm act of sacrifice once made for him. Now, it is his turn to protect him. After a while, in a dark room, Professor Josephine calls for Aaron, who sits upon a throne, and says she is against it. Erin responds that Tades is still alive, then asks about Corin, that child, and whether he can be trusted. She looks at her in surprise as Erin continues, saying that she knows she should not place her trust in others so easily. She says they should watch over him for now, since they cannot be certain of his intentions yet. Josephine replies that she understands. She thinks that it is not a decision that can be made easily, as a person who bears great responsibility cannot afford to take such a risk, especially when everything he has said could be a lie. Yet, what she still cannot comprehend is why he looked at him with such sorrowful eyes. She thinks of Corin Locke, of that child, and wonders what could have happened to him, lowering her head with a feeling of sadness. The narrator says that during the Merkaba Academy's summer break ceremony, ranks are reassigned based on the student's performance. The rank reassignment ceremony holds a special significance. If the rank a student received upon entering the academy was only temporary, this new rank is the one officially granted by the Guardian Association. The narrator continues that this means, depending on their reassigned rank, these students may now exercise rights equivalent to those of the Guardians themselves. Later, in the classroom, as an announcement praises everyone for their hard work and says that their growth this semester brings great pride to the school, a girl walks around distributing potatoes and says that they should have some, as they were made by Mariette. Corin asks why she has brought so many potatoes today. She says that since today is the ceremony, it would be best to steam and distribute all the potatoes stored in the warehouse so that they do not rot while everyone is away. He asks about the storage and thinks that having an entire storage just for potatoes is quite remarkable. The voice announces that they will now begin announcing the students whose rankings are to be changed. Corin extends his hand and asks if they should get going. She replies affirmatively. The voice then announces, second year, Magic Class Valedictorian, Mariette Dunilef. She gulps upon hearing her name as the announcer continues, stating that student Mariette, despite facing unfortunate incidents, has shown great determination and has proven herself by making significant contributions to preventing a major catastrophe in the testing ward. The narrator says that, truthfully, it could be said she has made little academic progress this semester, since she was unable to leave the city after turning into a vampire. However, she has achieved recognition through her assistance in Professor Dana's research, and the tremendous increase in her mana after her transformation has been a decisive factor. With such a remarkable surge in power, it has been impossible not to raise her rank. The narrator adds that, moreover, her efforts in restraining the King of the Iron Mountain have greatly reduced potential casualties. After a while, Cassar smiles, holds a paper in his hand, and announces that Mariette Dunilef, with recommendations from the Merkaba Academy's chairman Cassar and the Southern Guardian Association's chairman Dina Grandia, is to be promoted to the semi-special rank. All the students in the classroom become emotional as one of them exclaims in amazement. Another student asks if she will be the youngest semi-special rank guardian in history. A third student remarks that he never imagined he would witness such a legendary moment. The announcer continues, saying that the names of the students he will now call, like student Mariette, belong to those who have made great contributions in preventing the incident that occurred at the test ward. The class begins to murmur among themselves as a girl asks if there were other students who contributed besides Mariette. A boy strokes his chin thoughtfully and says he does not recall hearing anything about that. The narrator says that although the incident involving the King of the Iron Mountain is widely known to have been a major event, the specific details were not made public because the situation had been contained within the test ward. The narrator adds that what happened there has been kept confidential, including the existence of the King of the Iron Mountain and the betrayal of Fermac Damon. He then declares the following names: Magic Class, Cranel Luden and Yule; Night Class, Alicia Arden, Drenworski, and lastly, Corin Locke. Corin smiles upon hearing his name. Cassar announces that students Yule, Cranel, Alicia, and Dren, for their accomplishments during the incident at the test ward, are to be promoted to the semi-first rank. He then continues, stating that lastly, student Corin Locke, who currently holds the 5th rank as a guardian, will receive a special announcement. The voice declares that, in recognition of his brilliance in class and his exceptional achievements, and with recommendations from Chairman Iriu Cassar, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and tenured Professor Heyman Welsh, student Corin Locke is to be promoted to the 1st rank guardian. The students are stunned upon hearing this. One student exclaims in disbelief, asking how someone who entered the academy as a 5th rank guardian could be promoted to the 1st rank in just 1 semester. Another asks if such a thing is even possible. The narrator says that Corin Locke, promoted from 5th rank guardian to 1st rank guardian, has been granted this rank unofficially after internal discussions with the Guardian Association. His abilities are undeniable. However, the reason he has been granted a rank surpassing the semi-1st rank is also a means for the upper echelons to secure his silence regarding Fermac's betrayal. He says that the important part here lies in the special privileges granted to a 1st rank knight, the authority to recruit guardians directly. He adds that everything is finally beginning, and if this were the game, it would correspond to the 3rd year. Even in the previous iteration, he had barely managed to achieve this by the 2nd year, and this will create a significant difference in what he is able to accomplish from now on. He smiles. With eyes glowing faintly, he looks toward the others, smiling mischievously, and thinks that he will gather all the aces under his command. Such strength and authority will become power, enabling him to achieve far greater things. Yet, he also senses a strange unease for some reason. After a while, Corin says that the break has finally begun and asks what everyone plans to do. Drin says he intends to earn some money. Jaeger replies that he is going home. Lark says he has applied for an internship at the Magic Tower. Yule explains that she plans to visit several places where druids reside, mentioning that there are some in the west with whom she has already made contact. Cranel says that he will also be heading west, as an old castle there is soon to be demolished, making it a good opportunity for him to create a new core. Alicia, with tears in her eyes, says that she will most likely have to return to her family since her grandfather has asked her to come home. Corin tells her to have a safe trip. She asks what he is planning to do and whether he intends to return home. Corin says no and thinks that he had tried returning home around this time before, but the place he went back to, guided by Corin Locke's memories, had been empty. He says that his family had decided to go on a trip without him. He thinks that his effort had been in vain, as the letter informing him of this had arrived 3 days after the ceremony due to an error in the mail system. She says she understands, then pauses as Corin looks at her in confusion. Suddenly, with excitement, she asks if he would like to come with her. He asks if she means to go to her home. She clenches her fist and says it is frightening to go alone. Corin thinks that her being scared is not surprising, given her personality. Since there were no issues in the game, it should be fine, probably. He then says that, unfortunately, he will have to join her another time, though he truly did want to experience the East. He says that they will definitely go together next time. Just then, Mariette approaches, raising her hand and calling out to Corin. Corin thinks that he has somewhere important to be. He needs to leave the academy now. He still has plenty of time before the next episode begins, and if he does not go at this moment, he will not have another chance. After a while, on a moving train, a punk opens his weapon case and thinks that, as he travels through this endless field, it will still take him 9 hours to reach the southern continent, and that all preparations have been completed perfectly. His companions also ready their weapons. A large punk raises his sword and shouts for everyone to put their hands up and hand over all their belongings. The passengers in the carriage scream in fear. The giant punk warns that it would be best for them to cooperate, unless they wish to face him, a semi-first rank fighter. Just then, Corin enters the carriage with Mariette and says that this does not seem to be the correct room, realizing that they have been in the wrong place the entire time. The giant punk, irritated, swings his sword and shouts, asking who these fools are and whether they cannot read the situation. He demands that they raise their hands if they value their lives and places his sword against his neck. Corin looks at his raised hands, then punches him hard on the chin, sending him flying backward. The other punks stare in shock. Corin lowers his fist, smirks, and thinks that this marks the beginning of the journey southward. The scene shifts to the secret library of Merkaba Academy, where books materialize through the system. Corin picks up the red, glowing book titled Grimoire, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration. He thinks he once saw a warrior who was dying on a battlefield that reeked of blood. The warrior had tied his body to a boulder with his own intestines and was still standing. In the flashback, a person asks the warrior if he should slit his throat. The warrior replies that he would be thankful for some water to quench his thirst. The narrator says the person had asked him and, respecting that tenacious warrior, gathered water in his hands from a nearby lake to quench his thirst. Then, something astonishing happens. His wounds heal completely. Corin thinks in disbelief that he was standing, bound by his own intestines, his posture as upright as that of General Yi Sun Sin, and he says that was impressive as he places his hand on the book. At that moment, Lark kneels before him and asks whether his castle in the south is still standing. Corin answers that it is. Lark tells him that if he ever has a reason to go there, he should look inside his office. It might still be there. Corin asks what he means, and thinks that he did not find anything there in his previous life. With glowing eyes, Lark says he must find it himself and run. He calls Corin a sorcerer and adds that he hopes Corin possesses the ability and courage of that warrior. He says that if he possesses that courage, there will be nothing he cannot accomplish. It was a humble man, not a hero or a sage, who once swore to save the world. He adds that there is always an option to run away. Yet that man did not choose to flee. He respects him deeply, calling him a young man, as a radiant soul emerges from his body. He vanishes, saying his final words, thanking him for telling him about his wife and daughter. The scene then shifts to the present, at the entrance of the Southern Plains Intermediate platform. Corin stands below, extending his hand toward Mariette to help her step down the stairs. He thinks that, according to the Duke's words, this is how he decided to come to the south, and why he chose to travel with Mariette, who belongs to the southern region. The train driver lifts his cap and says with relief that he is truly thankful, for if it had not been for them, it would have caused serious trouble. Corin replies that it was nothing significant and laughs upon seeing the captured delinquents tied with ropes. He moves a pouch toward him and insists that he accept it at least. Corin, excited, extends his hand and says that he did not need to do so, but he cannot refuse such kindness. A system window appears, notifying that the duty "don't turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes" has been completed, and rewards are being distributed, 2 points shared equally. Corin thinks that, as expected, people must live kindly and continue to laugh. He walks forward with Mariette, says that he is hungry, and asks whether they should eat first. She offers to recommend a place. He asks if she knows the area well, and she replies that she has visited here quite often. He laughs and says that she only needs to say the word, and he will buy everything. The train driver remarks on what kind students they are, still so cheerful after doing such a good deed. After a while, at the entrance to the Southern Plains, the narrator explains that the carriages stopping there all travel to the great southern city of Lef. From there, he must take another carriage for at least 8 hours. Corin walks excitedly behind Mariette as she says they have arrived and points toward a transfer station she often uses. He asks if she means a transfer station. Later, they arrive at the Wyvern Landing Zone gate. Corin thinks about the Wyvern Landing Zone, recalling that he has used this transportation method several times in his past life. It is far more comfortable and faster than carriages, but also expensive, so much so that even Park Idiot disliked using it. He asks whether borrowing one costs at least 30 silver coins for a one-way trip. She replies that it does not. Her family sends her one that is a bit different. Startled, he asks what she means by a different one. Soon after, an enormous eagle named Hriesvelger perches atop a castle, and a person announces that it is Lef 1, preparing to land for a VIP guest. The narrator declares that it is the heroic legend of Arhan, the boss vehicle, worth the price of 12 wyverns. Just then, Duff says to Controller Mac that this is Lef 1. Mac responds that he has heard it too. He places his hand on his headphones and says that this is Duff. They will begin clearing the landing site. He instructs Cat 1 to confirm the visual reference at 200 feet above ground. The response comes that the message is understood, with an expected arrival in 10 minutes, and that they will gradually lower altitude. Duff replies with a confirmation check. On the other side, Mac looks up and asks what the Dunelifs are doing this month. The man standing beside him answers that it is the Academy vacation period. Mac then says that the princess must be returning. A worker nearby says that Lef 1 will soon arrive, which means Lady Mariette is also coming, and instructs everyone to prepare for a grand welcoming ceremony. At that moment, the castle doors open, and the servants bow deeply before Lady Mariette, congratulating her on her break as she and Corin enter the hall. They also congratulate both of them on their semi-special rank promotion. Corin, surprised to see them all, thinks that he does not understand why he failed to notice earlier that their destination had been Lef City, and to the east lay Duna City. He turns to Mariette and says that she once mentioned her family was involved in farming, then asks how large the scale of that farming is. Mariette replies that she is not sure, but it should be around 2 million. He is astonished, asks if she means 2 million pyong, and exclaims that it is truly incredible. She says the unit is slightly different. He asks what she means. She laughs while looking at him and says it is not in pyong, but in hectares. He is stunned to hear this, and she smiles and asks why he looks so surprised. He thinks to himself, hectares, 2 million hectares, that is approximately 6.05 billion pyong. And yes, Mariette Dunilef, her family are truly the icons of the South. The narrator says that there is the Dunilef Salon, Dunilef Grocery Store, Dunilef Post Office, Dunilef Agricultural Cooperative, Dunilef Professional Wrestling Association, and countless other establishments bearing their name. Later, as Corin sits in the carriage, he looks outside through the window and thinks that all the signs he has seen on the way to the residence clearly show the family's influence. He mutters that this is no joke and wonders why there is even a professional wrestling association under their name. After a while, the carriage stops at the Dunilef Great Residence, and they both step out and begin walking. Corin asks Mariette why she never mentioned that she was wealthy. She replies that her parents are rich, not she herself. He laughs and says that this is what rich people always say. Just then, Butler Paul laughs while standing before them and says that she will inherit all these assets anyway, since she is the firstborn daughter of the Dunilef family. Corin asks where he came from and who he is. Mariette laughs and says that it is Grandpa Paul. He enjoys surprising guests. Paul then tells the servants to hand over all her luggage to him and asks who the person accompanying her is. She says that this is Corin, one of her juniors. Paul remarks that she has come with a junior and then leans toward Corin, saying that for generations, the family has always had a son-in-law living with them. He adds that such men have always received tremendous support and have been given positions within the Dunilef family's various enterprises. Corin, startled, asks for pardon. He continues, saying that Lady Mariette has been known as the flower of the South since childhood for her intelligence and beauty. The number of marriage proposals from men who have wished to become her husband has been enough to fill an entire potato warehouse, and even more. Corin, bewildered, says that he sees, but that he is speaking so quickly he can hardly understand him. Paul then changes the subject and says, "By the way, Mariette, about that castle he mentioned earlier." She asks excitedly if he means the Duke Castle. He nods and says that he heard someone recently purchased it. Corin asks who bought it. Paul replies that, if it is the Duke Castle, then someone named Count Cassius has bought it. Corin thinks to himself that the Duke Castle had been owned by someone in his previous life as well. He recalls that it was a trader from an archipelago at the far end of the south, a rather vile man. He remembers the scene vividly, as Cassius points his finger and orders a guardian that if he fails to catch the sea serpent, he should not even think of returning. Corin and Sihu ride on a boat when a monster attacks them, and Corin thinks that, in order to receive his permission, Park Sihu and he have spent an entire day and night fighting the great sea serpent. After indescribable hardships, they have finally been allowed to enter Duke Castle. Holding his head, he wonders whether he must endure that suffering again. Mariette says that she has already informed Count Cassius beforehand, so they can go together. He asks in disbelief what she means. She recalls her conversation with Cassius and says that he seemed eager to visit Duke Castle, so she told him in advance. He readily agreed, saying they could come any time, and mentioned that he would be hosting a party on Friday, therefore, they should go together. Corin, utterly shocked upon hearing this, clutches his head and groans, thinking that this quest can be completed so easily now, while in his previous life, he had gone through hell just to enter that castle once. He wonders if Mariette is a goddess. She then asks Corin if he wants to go shopping the next day, saying that they will need proper outfits for the Count's party, and besides, they are bored. He immediately agrees, saying, of course they should. Later, at Mariette Street, Corin thinks to himself that if this is what shopping is supposed to be like, then it is far more extravagant than he imagined. A suit costs 3 gold coins, a necklace and shoes together 6 gold coins, everyday clothes 4 gold coins, and on top of that, a watch and several other items, all paid for with a blank check. He stands sweating, holding numerous shopping bags, and thinks that all of these are luxury brands. The amount of money spent is enough to make someone wealthy in real estate within Seoul. He wonders anxiously whether she plans to make him sign a slave contract after all this. Marriott moves ahead and says that they have arrived, pointing forward and calling his attention. He thinks that she is frightening him and silently pleads for her to stop buying him things. Just then, the shopkeeper greets her warmly, saying that Lady Marriott has finally arrived, and asks if she has come for the commissioned item. She confirms and calls Corin over, holding out a large box. Corin looks at it in surprise. She explains that these are the same minerals used in Alicia's Odachi. The system window then notifies him of the item Unbreakable Stone. He holds one of the stones and thinks that this is the item he could not obtain before, even when the Academy lacked it. Unlike the refined silver stone, which could not endure within a domain, the Unbreakable Stone does not shatter. He thinks that, if anything, it manifests even greater power within domains. Amazed, he asks how she managed to acquire it, saying that there should not even be a market for such a material. His eyes gleam with excitement as he examines it closely. He thinks that this single stone brings him more joy than all the gifts he has received today, for it is the very special stone once used in Sword Emperor Garand Arden's hidden piece. She smiles and says that if he coats his spear with this material, he will be able to use it without any problem, even within the domain he mentioned. He answers that yes, of course, he will. She laughs excitedly and says that this is her final present, adding that seeing him happy makes her happy as well. He smiles and thanks her sincerely. After a while, Marriott calls him and says this way, Corin, as he walks into a room and greets everyone. Marriott is seated with her parents at the dining table. She stands, waves her hand toward him, and says this way, over here. Her mother looks at him and remarks that he is a handsome young man, asking him kindly to take a seat. Corin bows respectfully and replies in agreement. He thinks that when visiting a friend's home, it is customary to dine with their family. The woman with a warm smile must be her mother, and the man sitting next to her must be her dad. Just then, Marriott's father, Mard, interrupts and says that before they begin eating, he wants to ask one question. Depending on Corin's answer, he may or may not be allowed to sit at the table. Surrounded by an aura of dark energy, he asks whether Corin is a virgin. Corin, startled, asks him to pardon the question. Her mother immediately rises from her seat, gestures toward Mard, and demands to know why he would ask something so inappropriate. Marriott, equally shocked, calls out to her father. She tells Corin to ignore him and just sit down. However, Mard insists that if Corin is to become the son-in-law of the Dunala family, he must be a virgin. He thinks that this meal will certainly not proceed smoothly. He says his daughter is off limits, but Marriott declared that she will marry her father and that he can never oppose it. Marriott slams his head against the table as he groans in pain and asks why she is so strong, remarking that she resembles her mother when she is like this. She tells him to stop talking and start dragging. He asks why she is acting this way, saying he only wants to protect her. She pleads with him to stop talking and calls him dad. Her mother apologizes to Corin, but he replies that it is fine and even calls it merry and kind. She says she has heard about him in Marriott's letters and that she has wanted to meet and greet him for a long time. He asks if she is the Duchess. She bows and thanks him deeply for helping Marriott. He says that it feels a little burdensome, as he only did what he could, and above all, Marriott deserves happiness. She responds that if that is so, then when she received Marriott's letters, she had thought her daughter was viewing him through rose-tinted glasses, but just as she expected, Corin truly is special. At that moment, Mard enters the room again and says that while being thankful is one thing, he only permits hand-holding. She looks shocked and calls him darling. Marriott and her mother push him to the floor as he insists that anything beyond that would threaten his vow of purity. Marriott begs him to stop, while her mother welcomes Corin warmly, saying that, unlike her husband, she is quite liberal. Marriott exclaims in embarrassment, asking what her mother is saying. Corin laughs quietly to himself and thinks that this is indeed a liberal and merry family. The scene shifts to the next day at the Duke's castle, near the main gate. Marriott greets Count Cassius. He smiles and replies, Lady Marriott, welcome. Clasping one hand over the other, he continues with a polite smile, saying that she has arrived just as she promised, and that the Blandria family warmly welcomes her visit. Corin recalls a memory of Cassius from his past life and thinks that it is hard to believe this man is the same as the stern one from back then. The very man who once declared that unless they captured a sea serpent, he would not open the castle gates. Moments later, a door opens, and an attendant announces, "Lady Mariette, Sir Corin Locke," entering. Corin and Mariette step inside. Corin thinks that, honestly, he feels proud. If he had not saved this girl, he would never have been able to see her like this today. The southern people would have lost their beloved princess. A lady spots Mariette and exclaims that it truly is Lady Mariette. A short-haired girl remarks that to think the Dunlop family is here means the rumors were true. Another girl adds that Count Blandria must indeed be someone remarkable. Corin reflects that in the south, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Dunlop family's influence is absolute. It is truly more beneficial to have Mariette appear in person than to capture a sea serpent. A man then says to Mariette that they should enjoy themselves a little before heading to the office. Mariette agrees softly. Corin thinks that both she and he have brought their equipment, and when the party reaches its peak, they will speak with the Count, retrieve the gear they left in his care, and then proceed to the office. Later, Garly kneels before her and introduces himself as Garly of the Rendinium family. He says he has always admired her and asks her to grant him the honor of her first dance, extending his hand toward her. She looks surprised and asks what he means. Another man steps forward, extending his hand as well, and requests that Lady Mariette grant him her first dance, too. Soon, several men stretch out their hands toward her, calling her name. She froze, astonished by their enthusiasm. Corin then steps forward, extends his hand to her, and calls her name. She startles when she sees him approaching. Someone in the crowd asks who he is. Corin observes that while the men are energetic, their manners are severely lacking. He takes her hand gently, kisses it, and asks if she will share her first dance with him. He reminds himself that it is a basic rule of etiquette at a ball to reserve one's first dance for one's partner. A memory flashes before his eyes of a lady extending her hand toward him and saying that when a beautiful lady stands before him, it is the gentleman's duty to kiss her hand and invite her to dance, calling him Knight Corin. He recalls being scolded for forgetting that custom in his past life. Mariette blushes deeply, places a hand over her face, and softly says yes. Later, the musicians begin to play, and Corin dances with Mariette, commenting that she is quite popular. She replies with a simple yes. He asks if his earlier actions were too reckless and apologizes in case she felt uncomfortable. She answers that it was a little difficult, but that she liked it. Corin reflects that it feels as though he is abandoning his savior, the one who has given him a free pass up to this point. He feels he cannot help but return the kindness, having received so many favors on his journey to the south. Yet, the situation is dangerous, and he lowers his head, feeling a quiet sadness. Suddenly, she steps on his foot with her heel and quickly apologizes, saying she is not good at dancing. He suppresses a groan and manages to say that it is fine, though he winces in pain. He then thinks it might be better if he takes the lead. Leaning close to her ear, he softly instructs her to place her left foot on his, assuring her that they will dance like that. She blushes, looking flustered, and asks what he means. He explains that it may dirty his foot and make the dance slightly awkward, but it does not matter. There is no need to worry about anyone's gaze. Smiling, he tells her to look only at him, her partner, and to simply enjoy the dance. He tells her to place her foot on his and follow his movements, to look into his eyes, observe the direction of his feet, and read the rhythm of each push and pull. Mariette, who has a keen eye, does as instructed and gently places her foot on his shoe. Corin thinks that, just as he learned in his previous life, when two trembling gazes meet, they find stability, and without realizing who started it, both of them begin to laugh. They continue dancing together in perfect harmony. He thinks that at that moment, the two of them are dancing and sharing a dreamlike experience. After a while, several men stretch out their hands toward Mariette, asking her to dance with them next. One man insists that she dance with him, while another argues for his own turn. Mariette apologizes, saying that she feels quite tired and wishes to rest for a short while. Corin takes her hand and walks forward, asking if he should escort her to the lounge, calling her his lady. She replies that she would be thankful for that, addressing him as Sir Corin. The surrounding men watch in frustration, and one mutters resentfully, "Lady Mariette, with a loafer like that?" Nearby, a woman folds her arms and exclaims in amazement to her companion, asking if she saw what just happened. The other woman replies that she did, saying that Lady Mariette danced with her feet on top of his. How romantic. A brown-haired girl comments that the gentleman's care was remarkable, that even though the dance was slightly clumsy, it was still deeply impressive. She asks if her friend noticed how brightly Lady Mariette was smiling, then adds with excitement that this must be it. She is 99% certain. After a while, Corin inserts a key into the lock, opens the door, and walks forward with Mariette. Mariette looks around in amazement and says that this is Duke Sabancha's office, then asks what they are searching for. He replies that it does not matter what exactly, as they are simply looking for any traces of Duke Sabancha. She nods and says that it sounds interesting. He pulls a book from the bookshelf and says softly that this might be something. As he reads the title, The Duke's Story, he recalls that in the game, these are the traces of the Duke's wife, Luina, and daughter, Cecilia, which the player must find during Duke Sabancha's quest. Normally, giving this item to the Duke concludes the side quest. Yet, in the game, and in his previous life, there was never any clue suggesting that they should search the Duke's office. He wonders why he has been summoned here now. He thinks that he is not certain yet, but they should examine everything carefully. After some time, Corin and Mariette sit on the sofa to rest. Mariette sighs and says that she cannot find anything. He agrees, saying that the task is not easy. She asks if there is truly no evidence and remarks that she thought there would be some kind of hidden space or secret compartment. Exhaling, she admits that she feels hungry. He asks if she did not eat in the banquet hall. She replies that she had no time, as she left immediately after, reminding him of that fact. Placing both hands under her chin, she tilts her head, making a playful expression as she looks at him, and says softly, "So, Corin." He thinks that this gaze of hers is a sign, a natural signal that has developed with the deepening of their relationship. She remarks that she is just now realizing how handsome his jawline and collarbone are. After she bites his shoulder to drink his blood, he asks if she is finished. She replies yes, then asks if it hurts. He says that perhaps because of his persistent warrior's tolerance, he cannot feel any pain. She looks surprised and asks if that is true, then admits that, for her as well, she cannot feel anything. He thinks to himself that the persistent warrior's tolerance was indeed an ability he received along with soul dust. Just then, the system window appears before him, notifying him that Grimoire, the book in which Duke Sabancha's soul is sealed, contains abilities and spells that can be learned if he reads it, both for body and soul. He turns to Mariette and asks if she can summon Diaku. She looks startled upon hearing this, but proceeds to summon him. Corin then asks if she can truly summon him in this form, remarking that Diaku seems hazy, appearing closer to an astral body, the state before full materialization. Mariette, still slightly confused, repeats his words, saying, "close to an astral body," and then nods, saying she understands. Corin tells Diaku to hold on for a moment. Diaku responds with a faint sound, "Jing, jing." He remarks that he certainly whines a lot, then adds that this is the state one experiences when the body is being destroyed, so he understands why Diaku dislikes it. He watches the transformation closely and thinks that it is going well, but he is beginning to fade. It is simply that he, being unable to perceive spirits, cannot see him properly. Then, something unexpected happens. A surge of dark energy suddenly manifests behind his head, and he freezes in shock, exclaiming in disbelief at what he is seeing. He quickly rises to his feet and orders Mariette to prepare herself. In an instant, a dense black smoke engulfs the entire room, startling him further. As he scans his surroundings, he thinks he can see the Duke's figure forming within the darkness. He mutters in frustration that the Duke should have warned him earlier if this was how things were going to unfold. He recalls that what had been sealed within the Great Library's grimoire was Duke Sabancha's spirit. When he found himself unable to die and tormented by an insatiable thirst for blood, the decision he made was to separate his body from his soul. He wonders where Duke Sabancha's body has gone, and then realizes that the answer stands right before him. At that moment, Duke Sabancha appears, his presence imposing and cold, and demands to know how it is that a mere stranger has arrived bearing remnants of his soul. He fixes his gaze on Corin and says that he is asking him, the visitor, what brings him to his castle. Corin addresses him respectfully, confirming that he is indeed Duke Sabancha. He nods and asks in return who he is. Corin introduces himself as Corin Locke, describing himself as his distant junior. He studies him briefly and remarks that his appearance is not unpleasant and that he seems rather ordinary. Corin replies that his evaluation of him is far kinder than the one he received back in the library. He asks whether Corin has seen his soul. Corin answers that he has and adds that there is something he wishes to understand. If his body and soul have truly been separated, how is it that he appears so composed and whole? He interrupts him sharply, commanding him to stop speaking, saying that he will be the one asking questions, and points his sword directly at Corin. Corin exhales and mutters that he thought things were proceeding too smoothly. It seems this is no mere illusion after all. He rests his spear upon his shoulder as crimson energy begins to surge and spread from its tip, filling the air with tension. The narrator explains that 800 years ago, the great general who commanded the southern territories, Duke Sabancha, was spoken of as the strongest warrior of his age, no, the strongest of all time. Sabancha charges forward and attacks Corin with his sword, saying that now that he thinks of it, Corin must have come from meeting his soul, and he demands to know whether Corin has killed it. Corin quickly ducks under the strike and replies that, of course, he has not. He merely helped his soul find peace and ascend. He adds that he thought he was bringing him something beyond the grimoire this time. He counters his movement and says that if his soul had truly guided Corin here, he would never have arrived with a vampire. He asks if Corin truly believes he will fall for such lies. Corin parries and attempts to strike back, asking what he means, then adds in disbelief that, more importantly, how can a body without its soul still be moving? Sabancha's blade cuts through the air as he replies that this body, being that of a vampire, cannot die. It requires a fragment of his soul to remain trapped within this castle. He drives Corin backward, forcing him onto the floor, and declares that this was done to prevent him from becoming a mindless beast like the one he has brought with him. Frowning, Corin protests, asking what he means by beast, insisting that Mariette is different, that she controls her vampiric power, and that he must believe him. He slams his sword into the ground and repeats the words with cold fury, asking if Corin expects him to believe that. Placing a hand over his face mask, Sabancha says that in his attempt to rid himself of the bloodlust consuming him over 8 centuries, he has worn away his soul, his senses, and his emotions. Yet, there is one thing that has never vanished. Corin stands frozen in shock as the mask comes off, revealing his lips crudely sewn together. With his eyes glowing like molten gold, he declares that it is the taste of blood, an impulse no vampire can ever resist. He recalls a memory of himself screaming and says that he was once the same, urging him to believe him, for he never trusts anything that he cannot verify himself. He puts on his face mask again and warns that if he plans on stopping him, even he will not remain safe, as dark energy begins to spread from his body. Corin, irritated, grits his teeth and thinks that he did not anticipate this. He regrets bringing Mariette along, realizing that the hero, Duke Sabancha's body, sealed for so long, has been completely destroyed by his hatred for vampires. He tightens his grip, lightning energy surging and spreading from his body, and thinks that if Sabancha was the strongest of his era while alive, he must now at least possess the power of a semi-special rank. With glowing eyes, he activates the 6-step spearmanship. 6 steps are a skill, determined to fight at full power. He then channels the Calamity Serpent's ultimate essence, Rising Serpent Skies, and the Poisonous Dragon Head Charge skill, extending his spear as it becomes enveloped in pink energy to strike. The spear transforms into a lightning serpent as he grits his teeth and launches his attack. Sabancha extends his sword, now covered in radiant energy, and declares that this is the very power of creation itself. He remembers that, in his youth, this was the strength he obtained after slaying a dragon. A blinding lightning explosion erupts as he unleashes the final demonic sword, Dragon Murder. Corin's eyes widen in shock as he realizes he was mistaken. This man is even stronger than a special rank monster. Later, Mariette is covered in blood as Sabancha calls her a petty beast and asks how she dares to hope for a human's life while walking toward her from within the pool of blood. She questions what he means by calling her a beast. He lifts a man by his collar, sniffs him, and asks if she truly does not consider herself one. He declares that if she does not, she must be certain she has overcome her instincts through sheer will, yet in the end, she will still crave the blood of her lover and kill those she holds dear. He steps forward, gripping his sword to strike, and commands her to vanish from his sight. She quickly moves aside and shouts in defiance. At that moment, Diaku appears behind him, barking fiercely. Sabancia notices him and immediately activates the binding trigram skill, conjuring chains that restrain Diaku. He seals his mouth as well and remarks that, as expected of a beast, his speed surpasses that of Sabancia's own prime, yet he lacks any form of strategy. Sabancia then impales Diaku with his sword and calls him a foolish creature that relies solely on brute strength. Mariette cries out Diaku's name, pleading for him to return. Her eyes widen in horror as she sees Sabancia using Romania's sealing sword skill while thrusting the blade into Diaku. Sabancia explains that this sealing sword is a space-binding weapon designed to imprison immortal beings. He warns that before this blade, the immortality of her entire party becomes meaningless, and he raises the crystal-shining sword toward her to deliver his next strike. As she falls to the floor after being struck, he commands her to hurry and die, declaring that he will end her frail existence, for a beast always remains a beast. He steps closer to her. She, in shock, denies his words and says that it is not true. A memory flashes before her eyes, Corin embracing her and saying that, whether now or before, she has not changed. She frowns, grips her sword tightly, and murmurs that Corin said it is all right. Sabancia summons the unconscious Corin before her using his power, and coldly says that he should repeat his words once more, die, for that is the path best suited for both of them. She freezes in disbelief at the sight of him and then runs toward him with trembling hands. Kneeling beside him, she softly calls his name. Suddenly, dizziness overwhelms her, and she exhales weakly, about to collapse onto him. Sabancia observes this and thinks that, as expected, vampires are unworthy of life. Even before her dying beloved, she cannot suppress her true instincts. She grits her teeth in fury. As her eyes begin to glow, he stops and watches her lower her face to Corin's lips. He wonders whether she is going for his blood, but then realizes that by using her own blood as an elixir, she is injecting it into him. He understands that she is not drinking his blood, but giving her own life, transcending her natural limits in that desperate moment. He walks toward her, astonished, thinking that she should not have possessed the rationality to restrain her nature. She bursts into tears and pleads for Corin to awaken. Sabancia recalls a memory and thinks that he has failed, that he could not save anyone, and that he once knelt before his own desires. Yet now, this boy and this girl stand before him. Mariette continues to cry and pleads for Corin to open his eyes. Sabancia murmurs that he understands now, he had misjudged everything. Gripping his sword tightly with both hands, he raises it high and then drives it into Corin's chest, shocking Mariette. She screams, begging him to stop, insisting that he has done enough. She demands to know how far he intends to go and pleads with him not to take Corin away from her. Suddenly, a flash of light fills the room, and a cloud of dark dust spreads throughout the air. As the dust settles, Corin places his hand gently on Mariette's shoulder and tells her that he is fine. Startled, she turns to see him standing there, and he reassures her that he is right beside her. She bursts into tears again and asks how he can be all right if he is truly unharmed. Corin glances down at the wound in his chest, and then looks at Sabancia, asking why he saved him. Mariette, stunned, repeats his words in disbelief, asking if Sabancia truly saved him. Sabancia swings his sword once more, then lets it fall to the floor. Both of them stare at him in confusion. He explains that he has transferred his aura core into Corin, and now understands why his soul still lingers in this world. He says that in Corin Locke, he sees the qualities of a true hero, one who lacks greed yet possesses the conviction and pride that those who seek power so often do not. He says that, above all, he has changed what he himself could not, and for that reason, he possesses the right to change the world. He adds that what he failed to protect 800 years ago must now be corrected through Corin, asking him to amend the mistakes he has carried for all this time. Slowly, his form begins to fade, and as he vanishes, he calls Corin a hero. Corin and Mariette sit on the floor, stunned. Corin feels his heartbeat returning and thinks that the great General Sabancia Duke's aura core now resides within him. He never imagined receiving such a gift. Mariette quickly embraces him as he winces, saying that his body still aches. She confesses that she was terrified, that she thought he had truly died, and that she was so afraid. Still crying, she begs him to promise never to die without her permission. Corin gives a faint smile and thinks that, regardless of everything, it seems things have ended well. and that alone is reward enough. He gently pats her head and says that he understands. A system window appears, notifying that he has obtained Sabantia Duke's Aura Core. His Aura rank has increased, and his core ability has been formed. The notification states, Duke's Demonic Nature, Corin Lock, Aura rank 6730, Mana rank 5 and 370, Abilities, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, Pain Tolerance, Domain Comprehension, and Dual Core, New. Corin recalls fragments of Sabantia's peaceful memories and thinks that if there is one thing he hopes for, it is that Sabantia's body and mind, tormented for 800 years, may finally find rest. After a while, Corin sits in meditation and thinks about his second core. Not only has his aura rank increased, but he also now possesses a second core, and it even holds a special ability, though it seems strange to him. He reflects that in the game and in his previous life, Duke Sabantia never grants the player such power. He exhales and thinks how wonderful it would have been if the Duke had been kind from the beginning instead of making him suffer. He notices that his clothes are drenched in blood and guesses that he will have to wash them, though they will take a long time to dry. Just then, a servant enters the room and apologizes, saying she never expected a guest to be there. Watching her go, he thinks that something has gone terribly wrong. It takes around 20 days for him to clear up this misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Marge shouts in anger, calling him an idiot and threatening to kill him for what he believes Corin has done to his daughter. After a while, the soldiers fly on wyverns to search for Corin in the mountains. One of the soldiers orders the others to find that despicable fool, while another angrily asks how he dares to touch their Lady Mariette. Corin hides among the rocks and thinks that for those 20 days, he has been concealing himself in the mountains, spending his time training his aura. It is a relief to him that the misunderstanding has finally been cleared up somehow. Later, he sits in a carriage, gazing out of the window, and thinks that he has almost become the greatest enemy of the southern region. He remarks that when they return to the academy, the second semester will begin, and the festival preparations will start as well. Mariette, sitting beside him, agrees and asks whether the inn business they invested in is performing well. He smiles while adjusting his glasses and replies that, of course, he will earn several times the amount she has invested. He reflects that the large number of tourists who will arrive because of the festival will increase the value of the lodging industry. He thinks that after making a fortune, selling that land, and receiving a vast sum of money, his wealth will multiply greatly. Laughing, he believes himself to be invincible and declares inwardly that the festival is the best. Later, Corin feels leaves and water carried by thunderous wind striking his face, and he wonders what is happening. Looking ahead, he sees a typhoon rapidly approaching and surrounding the inn. He realizes in shock that this event never occurred in his previous life. Mariette places her hand on his shoulder and says that the typhoon is truly insane, and it will cause problems for the opening of the festival as well. She adds that it is all right, for when a man attempts something grand, it is acceptable to fail at least once. Placing both hands on his shoulders, she asks if they should write an IOU. Blushing, she says that if he cannot repay her, he must grant her one condition of her choice and simply sign it. Corin thinks that Mariette is making a suspicious offer, and he cannot allow it to proceed as it is. There must be some way to handle this. After a while, on a rainy night at the Merkaba Academy's special dormitory, Corin sits inside on a sofa and asks the chairman about Professor Josephine. Chairman Kassar stands nearby, holding a towel, and replies that she is currently returning with H. Warren, as they have been at the Xion Chapel throughout the break. He tells Corin to stay there for the night. Corin dries his hair with the towel and asks if that is all right. He responds that Corin is no longer considered an outsider, and that he is thinking of letting him reside there starting from the second semester. Corin thinks that the decision must be partially for surveillance purposes, as Madame Josephine and Master Aaron must be seeking a way to keep watch over him, being unable to place full trust in him yet. He then asks about the typhoon. Mariette agrees that it is indeed severe, saying that it must have caused significant damage to the city, and asks if everything will be all right. Chairman Kassar sits drinking tea and says that the city itself has not suffered any major damage at present. It is likely not located at the center of the typhoon, though the outer regions are expected to be more severely affected. Mariette expresses concern that if the typhoon shifts its path, it will strike the city directly. Kassar replies that it will not move, for the typhoon is not a natural phenomenon, but rather the work of a monster. Mariette, startled, asks if he truly means a monster. The narrator explains that the story begins along an important sea route of the southern archipelago. Moving upstream through the Aegean Strait, at a certain point, the route becomes entangled within the Aegean Strait, the domain of the lone emperor of the ocean, the sea serpent. This lone emperor, indifferent to the economic affairs of humankind, grows wild and begins to sink trade ships that intrude upon his territory. Among those affected, one man, aspiring to become a hero, sets out to challenge and defeat the emperor. In a flashback, Cassius asks his son, Levant, if he truly must go. Levant, frustrated, replies that he must, for the serpent is a first-rank monster. If he succeeds in defeating it, his promotion to a first-rank knight will be guaranteed. As he grits his teeth and frowns, he recalls a memory of a man kneeling before Mariette and confessing that he has always loved her, pleading with her to grant him her first dance. Nearby, a group of men looks on in frustration as Mariette is led away by Corin. Walking forward, Corin turns back and sticks out his tongue to tease them. He thinks that he might be able to win Lady Mariette back from that deceitful fool once again. Clenching his fist and biting his lip, he declares that he will defeat the sea serpent and restore peace to the strait. The narrator explains that with the burning determination of one man, a raid group engages in a fierce battle lasting 5 nights and 6 days, ultimately restoring peace to the Aegean Strait by defeating the sea serpent. Later, when the sea serpent attacks a ship, the soldiers confront and battle it. They cheer as one soldier exclaims that the sea serpent is retreating. Another soldier shouts that victory is theirs and congratulates the young master on their triumph. A man turns to Lady Mariette and declares that he dedicates this victory to her. The narrator then remarks that, in truth, only about half of the story is accurate. In the end, they fail to capture the sea serpent, allowing it to escape, and its retreat results in the loss of many innocent lives. Later, a typhoon forms in that area, and within it, typhoon bats begin to mate. The narrator explains that typhoon bats, known as alvin, transform into the cores of typhoons to breed and to shield themselves from enemies. Suddenly, the sea serpent attacks one of the bats and bites it. The narrator explains that the creature is nicknamed the Golden Bat because its blood, bones, and flesh are all valuable elixirs desired even by monsters. The wounded sea serpent cannot simply pass by the nest of the alvins, and the female alvin makes a desperate decision for the sake of the unborn child within her womb. The narrator continues, saying that she flies north, and farther north still, as far as her wings can carry her, seeking a safe place. Thus, the place she chooses to give birth becomes Corin's land, Merkaba Academy. Returning to the present, Corin watches in shock as the typhoon destroys his inn. Crying out in disbelief, he thinks that no one could have predicted this, a typhoon bat. He reflects that such a rare species should not even be found on the continent during the summer, as they usually thrive on the small stone islands of the southern archipelago. He wonders why such a creature would appear here of all places. He then realizes the cause, thinking that it must once again be the result of some strange butterfly effect caused by his actions. Those small flutters have now returned to him in the form of a typhoon, a real, physical typhoon. Meanwhile, the tourists begin to evacuate the area. One of them says that they are leaving and can no longer continue their work there. Corin grabs his jacket and tells them to wait, insisting that he is almost finished and asking how they can leave now. The tourist replies that the typhoon keeps growing stronger, and if they continue working on the construction, they will lose their lives. Corin shouts for them to wait, but he mutters that perhaps he should give up as well, since such things sometimes happen in life. He thinks that if the typhoon continues at this rate, the festival will be ruined. What is certain, however, is that if the storm expands within a week, his inns will be destroyed. He recalls that he has spent 280 gold coins to purchase the land, another 330 gold coins on raw materials, labor, and construction costs, and still has 220 more coins left to invest in completing the project. Out of that amount, only 110 coins belong to him, the rest are borrowed. He calculates in despair that if the business fails, he will owe 720 gold coins. Overwhelmed with fear and distress, he looks up and mutters that he is utterly ruined. After some time, everyone gathers around a circular table. The narrator explains that Merkaba Academy has convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures against the typhoon. The chairman, Iryu Kassar, summons several senior professors and students to attend. Cassar announces that everyone is present and reminds them that they all know why they have been called. It is because of the typhoon Bat Alvin. Dana Arian, a professor from the Department of Magic, asks if they must subjugate it and thinks to herself that if they manage to capture it, all the research funds lost because of the King of the Iron Mountain will be recovered instantly. Heyman Welsh, a tenured professor from the Night Faculty, strikes the table with his fist and declares that, of course, they must subjugate it. Edgar Linton, a professor from the Magic Faculty, disagrees, saying that he opposes the idea. He explains that the typhoon will naturally subside within a month, and he does not believe there is any need to take such a dangerous risk. Lorala Mass, a professor from the Alchemy Faculty, questions Professor Edgar about the basis of his claim. Edgar replies that an Alvin's breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are known for their rapid cycles of fertilization and pregnancy. Even after accounting for environmental variables, he concludes that the typhoon will end within a month. Lorala responds that in that case, there is no real need to undertake such a risky mission, and she casts her vote in favor of maintaining the status quo. Ojin Rentry, a newly appointed professor from the Night Faculty, raises his finger and argues that it is still important to attempt the subjugation at least once. He reasons that delaying the students' return will disrupt both the semester schedule and the festival plans. Above all, outsiders may begin to believe that the Academy is acting cowardly and prioritizing its own safety. Dana remarks sarcastically that Professor Ojin seems to be forgetting that their academy is an educational institution, and that the subjugation of monsters is the responsibility of the association in the first place. He replies that, still, regarding the subjugation, he agrees with Professor Edgar and concludes that they should not proceed with it. Corin lowers his head, but suddenly rises and says that the professors, no, the seniors, must listen to him even though he lacks knowledge. He releases energy from his body, clenches his fist, and declares that they have sworn to be brave and to uphold kindness and justice, that they will not go against their creed even in the face of death, and that they will protect the weak and defeat evil. With determination, he states that they are guardians, the protectors of humanity. He adds that, of course, they need to carry out the subjugation. Edgar responds that he understands his fervor, but believes it would be more beneficial not to proceed with the subjugation. He demands to know how Edgar can say such a thing and asks whether he does not see the victims who have lost their homes to the typhoon and are now wandering in despair. He thinks to himself that if he simply says he will subjugate, he will soon become a beggar. Raising his hand, he asks whether he does not see those who have been forced onto the streets, who have lost their jobs, or the children who have lost their homes and are starving. He insists that lives cannot be measured in money. He asks how he can abandon them. Edgar places a finger on his cheek and says that is not what he means. He asks if he is truly such a sincere fellow. Ojin then remarks that Corin truly seems to be a model of chivalry. Corin says that this does not have to be about chivalry or the Oath of the Guardians, or anything as grand as that. He simply wants to save people, and tears begin to fall from his eyes. He says that he means they must save the people. A professor rises and says that he knew he had a good eye for people, and that Corin is absolutely right to be such a passionate knight at such a young age. He exclaims in frustration and asks, how touching, but what did he mean about the inn? Corin replies that there are precious lives in the inns as well. Ojin stands up and says that he understands. He declares that they shall form a subjugation squad immediately in the name of the Guardians, and swears that they will protect the people. Cassar also stands up and says that it seems they have reached a conclusion. Corin thinks that, thanks to his impassioned acting, all the professors and students have actively agreed to the subjugation, and the subjugation squad has been quickly formed and sent toward the typhoon. Later, they all stand in front of the typhoon outside. Edgar says that he has finished speaking with the support group and they only need to time their actions properly. Ojin notices Corin's expression and asks if he is truly that emotional, thinking that he is remarkably sincere about saving people. With shining eyes, he says that it is indeed a great relief to be able to protect everyone, and he thinks to himself that, of course, he is sincere, as he has 720 gold to repay and his entire future depends on it. He thinks that the plan is simple. To capture the golden bat Alvin, which resides within the Eye of Typhoons, they are to receive assistance from the support squad in creating a crack in the storm. He believes that if they succeed in creating the crack, the entry squad will advance inside and defeat Alvin. It would have been perfect if everything had proceeded as planned, but countless monsters are already present within the typhoon. Suddenly, the monsters appear before them. He thinks that these creatures, trapped within the typhoon during their attempts to devour Alvin, have been starving for a long time and are now utterly enraged. Yet he is not overly concerned. In his prime, he had been known as Strong Hand Haman, the semi-first rank knight Haman Welsh. The professors begin to attack the monsters together. He observes that Professor Ogen, a semi-first rank knight, wields a 2-meter-long axe as though it were a pair of chopsticks. He thinks of Professor Edgar, a first-rank mage and the current leader of the party, who displays exceptional skill. The object in his hand is not a cigarette but a monastick, which he uses as a weapon. Above all, there is the second-year academy student, a first-rank knight like himself, and a member of the North Island savage tribe, the crazed warrior Berjacker. With such distinguished members by his side, he thinks it would indeed be strange for them not to be able to defeat a few monsters. Corin approaches from behind Berjacker, remarks that he is incredibly tall, and asks if he is half-giant. He tells him to mind his own business and focus on the monster behind him. Corin slashes the creature and says that Berjacker is kinder than he appears. He thinks that, in any case, the main objective is to capture Alvin. They must reach the eye of the typhoon before the destruction spreads too far and apprehend Alvin, especially considering the damage to his inn. With eyes gleaming, he clenches his teeth and says that Alvin should wait, for he is coming soon. Haman announces that they are about to enter the typhoon's eye and orders everyone to follow. They all run behind him, and Corin responds respectfully, saying yes, sir. Edgar lights his cigarette and says that he did not expect this. Looking upward, he notices a smaller typhoon forming within the larger one and says that he has never witnessed such a phenomenon before. He explains that he believes she has realized that intruders are approaching, so she has used her remaining power to create a smaller typhoon. Haman asks if an Alvin is truly capable of such a feat. Edgar replies that it is possible only because of her maternal instincts. She may be a beast, but she is extraordinary. He turns to Professor Ogen and asks if he thinks they can break through. Ogen answers that if they are willing to endure severe wounds across their bodies, then yes. Raising his gun, he adds that their side will also suffer significant losses, so there is no need for them to overexert themselves. They should leave it to the support squad. He fires the gun, and a green flare shoots into the sky. He says that Professor Dana is being requested for support. Another professor asks if that is truly necessary. Dana channels her power, stands upon a magical formation, and says that it has been a while since she has shown her true strength. Her lightning strikes surge toward the typhoon clouds. A professor exclaims to Edgar that it looks a little dangerous. Edgar looks up and says, "By goodness, Professor Dana," and asks if she intends to kill them all. He forms a shield around everyone and orders them to get behind him, saying that he will deploy a barrier. He mutters that they only needed enough force to weaken the typhoon, not destroy everything, and calls her reckless. Dana unleashes her power with a scream and casts the spell Red Sprite. A blinding explosion of lightning follows. As the dust settles, the ground cracks and turns into fragments of debris. Professor Haman looks around and says that this is precisely why he dislikes reckless mages. They always end up killing the knights. Edgar sighs and says that, regardless, the matter has been resolved. With such a tremendous surge of lightning, the typhoon must surely have disappeared. Just then, they all look up and see the typhoon still raging. A professor asks if it is really still there. Edgar says that with that level of power, even semi-first rank monsters should not have been able to survive. Haman frowns and says that something seems strange. Edgar asks what he means. Haman points out that Alvin keeps growing larger. Edgar, bewildered, asks what is happening. Corin looks upward and says that it is evolution. She is evolving. He thinks that the evolution of demons is a unique phenomenon that occurs through the accumulation of experience and life. It is not merely the stage at which the alpha individual, the leader of the pack, transcends, but rather the moment when the vessel of the entire species itself undergoes sublimation. A professor remarks that for a creature capable of surviving within a typhoon of such magnitude, it would be strange if she did not possess any resistance to thunder. He realizes that Alvin has absorbed all of Professor Dana's lightning. She can no longer be regarded as a weak monster. She has now become the king of thunder clouds. As the Alvin lets out a piercing scream, the typhoon and lightning surge upward. Lifting them into the air, he shouts for everyone to be careful. Heyman calls out to the support squad's mage and asks if there is any available method. Edgar responds that even if they request assistance now, Alvin's power will continue to grow stronger. He points toward Professor Dana and says that the creature they face is no ordinary being. Another professor exclaims in frustration, asking what they are supposed to do now. Corin laughs and declares that it is time for him to take action. He activates his skill, Calamity Serpent Intent, drives his spear into the ground, and thinks that he has finally realized something. Martial arts are only effective when his feet are firmly grounded. His mouth opens wide as the fierce winds of thunder strike against him. He thinks in exasperation that this is unbearable, that he cannot do anything, and begs for just one chance to act. Corin shouts for Berjacker to do something. Berjacker tells him to shut up and asks what he expects him to do in such a situation. Corin thinks that while they are in the air, even a 2-meter-tall giant and a spearman with 2 cores are powerless. Frowning, he grips his spear tightly with both hands and thinks that he cannot give up. 720 gold pieces are at stake, depending on whether he captures that bat or not. He calls out to Berjacker again. Berjacker grows irritated and asks why this fool has been shouting his name repeatedly. Corin steps on Berjacker's head, leaps forward, and says that he will borrow it for a moment. He declares that being in the air does not mean he has nothing to step on, and thanks him as he propels himself ahead. Berjacker grits his teeth and mutters that Corin is a madman. Corin then steps on Ojin's back to push himself farther forward, thinking that he will not give up. Ojin exclaims in shock, demanding to know what he is doing. Corin then places his foot on Edgar's back and thinks that he refuses to yield to a mere monster. With eyes glowing and voice roaring, he charges ahead, shouting that he will destroy her. At the same moment, Alvin lets out a thunderous scream and surges forward, her body wrapped in blinding lightning. Corin thinks that this is the encounter between a man blinded by vengeance and a monster desperate to protect her child. Both of their fates depend on this instant, as a desperate battle has just begun. Suddenly, Corin places his foot on a slime, slips, and falls, exclaiming in disbelief as he asks why a slime is even present there. He quickly rises again, grips his spear tightly, and charges toward Alvin, thinking that it is not over yet. He activates the Pagoda Tree Mountain Intent and the Macro Hit skill, believing that 2 strikes are unnecessary, and hurls his spear toward her, its surface engulfed in flames. Before the spear can pierce the typhoon, a bolt of thunder strikes it, sending it crashing down. Corin stares in shock and thinks that he cannot help but feel it once more. All martial arts require solid ground, and in midair, he is utterly powerless. As he begins to fall, he asks if this is truly his end and mutters that everything is over now. At that moment, the clouds erupt with blinding thunder as his eyes begin to close. He laments that he should never have invested and that he should have simply used that money to buy something delicious. Tears stream down his face as he closes his eyes, cursing his misfortune, and thinks that this is how, within the heart of the typhoon, his world collapses. Suddenly, he notices a dark shadow darting toward Alvin, striking with immense force. Amidst the roar of the storm, the sound is loud enough for him to hear clearly. He realizes that someone is fighting Alvin and, stunned, wonders who she could possibly be. Alvin, the Golden Bat, roars at H. Warren as she gathers her power and charges forward to attack. After being struck, H. Warren begins to fall back, and suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, shattering everything around them. Corin quickly raises his arm to shield his face from the blinding light. As the dust begins to clear, the professors are thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. Ojin lies sprawled on the ground, looks around in confusion, and asks if the typhoon has stopped, and who could have caused it. Through the lingering haze, they see 2 shadows emerging, and everyone stares in shock. Corin stands with his spear in hand, his eyes wide in disbelief. He thinks that even though he walks through the valley of the shadow of death, he shall fear no evil, for the Lord is with him. The corpse of Alvin falls heavily to the ground. H. Warren turns to him and asks what he is doing. Corin kneels on the shattered earth, thinking of the 720 gold he owes. He mutters that even before he is buried beneath that debt, the rescue squad will surely arrive. Sitting down, he clasps his hands over his head in despair as H. Warren and Professor Josephine approach him through the settling dust. After some time, the narrator explains that the commotion caused by the typhoon bat, which had struck the outskirts of the city, resulted in only minor damage before subsiding. The narrator continues that, thanks to the early suppression efforts, apart from the highway, the city does not suffer significant harm. Although there are a few victims due to the heavy rain and strong winds, they are expected to recover soon. The narrator adds that the academy is funded through taxes, and therefore, its heroic image and symbolic influence are of great importance. For the guardians trained by the academy, volunteer work serves as a means of preserving that public image. Later, Marriott stands beside a food stall in front of a long queue and instructs everyone to take some food, announcing that the menu includes potatoes and onion soup. She also tells them to take a glass of juice as they go inside. A servant, holding his plate, steps aside and thanks her politely. She places a potato on the tray of the next person in line, who smiles and asks if she can give him another potato, addressing her as sister. H. Warren glares at him and curtly tells him to eat what he has while handing him the food. He immediately replies respectfully, saying yes, ma'am. Corin stares at her and says that she is being far too harsh. He then asks if she knows when humanity first began forming civilization. She tells him not to speak like a professor. Corin recalls something he once heard and says that the beginning of civilization is often traced to the discovery of a leg bone that had once been broken and then healed. He says that if a person's leg breaks in the wilderness, it is obvious that they will die. However, a leg bone that shows evidence of having been broken and then healed signifies that someone helped that person until recovery. He adds that when someone faces hardship, offering help is what defines humanity. As she begins to walk away, he says that this is what the beginning of civilization truly means. She clenches her fist and says that it all happened only because humans were weak. She adds that such an idea is meaningless to her since there is no human who would ever help her. He replies that he can help her. She turns back, staring at him silently, and he asks whether that would not make it meaningful. She exhales deeply and says that a weak person should not speak so carelessly. She thinks to herself that she is a living Jiangxi, a being created from a living human, something close to a monster. A memory flashes before her eyes, a young boy crying and calling her a monster. She wonders whether, if he knew her past and her true nature, he could still trust her enough to turn his back on her without fear. She walks forward and mutters that he is an idiot. A flashback appears in her mind. A short-haired girl grabs her by the head and screams for her to return her body. She shouts back, telling her to shut up, insisting that this is her body now and that she will never give it back. She thinks that deep down, she knows it is not truly hers, but wonders if he would still choose to help this version of her. The scene shifts to a dark night. The narrator explains that in Merkaba City, where the Guardian Academy is located, people often claim it to be the safest place in the world. However, the truth is quite different. Hidden behind its shining streets are countless back alleys, and those who rule these lawless zones are members of the Black Star faction. The narrator continues that their main sources of income include slave trading and the illegal distribution of bootleg liquor. Yet, to firmly establish their control over the area, they operate several special businesses, for instance, handling troublesome customers like the one currently causing a scene. Corin dances with a girl and casually tells her to bring some alcohol. He then sits at a table, takes a sip, and frowns, calling it a pathetic excuse for liquor. When the waiter hesitantly tries to speak, Corin interrupts him, demanding to know who the manager is and ordering that he come out immediately. Soon, the manager arrives with a group of guards, shouting in anger and asking which fool is causing trouble in his bar. Corin sees them and thinks that they have finally arrived. He knows that the Black Star faction not only sells bootleg liquor to this tavern, but also collects protection money to guard it. There is, he thinks, no better place to encounter a member of the faction than here. The manager looks at him and, judging by his uniform, remarks that he seems to be a student from the academy. He asks what a minor is doing in a place like this. Corin turns to him and asks who he is supposed to be. The manager tells him that if he has finished drinking, he should leave quietly, and in return, the cost of his drink will be covered for him. Corin picks up his glass, flips it upside down over his head, and, with a smirk, says that the timing is perfect before asking if the man before him is indeed the manager of this place. His guards become angry and call him an idiot, but he raises his hand, gesturing for them to stop. Taking a handkerchief from a servant, he wipes his face and says that he has met many boys like Corin, those who act recklessly simply because they are guardians. He explains that he has seen countless students like them, all diving in without fear because they believe themselves to be invincible. He finishes wiping his face and commands his men to teach the boy a lesson. His subordinates leap forward, gripping their swords tightly, their eyes glowing with hostility. Corin calmly raises his hand and says that these men are the wild hunting dogs who once rampaged across the northern lands. They were infamous slave hunters, known by the name of the Red Insane Dogs. He sneers and asks how a mere academy student, a small pup, dares to challenge a tiger without knowing its ferocity. Before he can finish, Corin strikes his man across their faces with immense force, sending them crashing to the floor. Moments later, the guards are thrown out of the building, their screams echoing through the alley. The manager stares in shock as his men lie unconscious on the blood-stained ground, while Corin stands calmly among them. Trembling and drenched in sweat, he stammers and asks who he is. Corin slightly tilts his head and replies that he is a dog handler who catches mad dogs. Without hesitation, he strikes the manager across the face, knocking him unconscious. Later, the narrator states that on that very day, the Black Star faction vanishes entirely. Yet, unrelated to his confrontation with the gang, Corin has another reason for targeting the Black Star faction. The narrator explains that Corin's true objective is to free the demihumans who have been bought and sold like slaves. Corin enters a dimly lit room and sees people confined in cages, their frightened eyes reflecting despair. He thinks that they are being treated as if they are nothing more than animals. The narrator says that in this world, demihumans are constant targets of ostracism. In many ways, they differ from ordinary humans, making them easy victims of social exclusion. Corin begins unlocking the cages, and the captives recoil in fear, startled by his sudden actions. Pointing toward the exit, he tells them that once they step outside, a carriage arranged by the Dunlop family will be waiting for them. He instructs those who leave first to move in that direction. As tears stream down their faces, the captives begin to move toward freedom. Corin observes them and thinks that this gesture will at least make them lower their guard around him. He opens another cage and thinks that it is time to achieve his true purpose. Approaching a red-haired girl, he asks if there are siblings named Ren and Ron among them. She nods and points to the side. He looks in that direction and notices two small figures. He thinks that something seems unusual because, in his previous life, when he met them, they were already in their 20s. He recalls hearing that the physical growth of werehumans depends on their mental development, but he finds this difference extreme. Still, since he has come this far, he decides to continue. He approaches their cage and softly says, "Hey, guys." Startled, Ren quickly hugs Ron and pleads with him not to hurt her brother. He thinks that this is his older sister, Ren. He has heard that the werehuman system awakens as soon as one is born, so in many cases, they are sold at a young age. He recalls a memory in which Ren, illuminated by her powers, stands with her hands on her waist and declares that she will kill him, calling him an idiot. He thinks her demeanor is completely different. She used to be a rugged and gruff woman. He wonders if this gentle girl truly develops into that in 1 year. He remembers that in his previous life, Ren and Ron were villains who served as the Catholic Church's werehumans, fundamentalists, and radical demon segregationists. In their attempt to shape public opinion, they committed countless atrocities using enslaved werehumans, which ultimately led to the political confrontation between the first and second princesses. He thinks that the two, who were never easy enemies, were later killed by Park Sihu. He opens the cage and remarks that they are quite different from what he had imagined, before saying that they should leave. He extends his hand toward them and thinks that he is saving the unfortunate villains who would later become mid-level bosses. Ren brushes his hand aside and tells him to leave them alone. He replies that she should come quietly. She insists that he let them go. He grabs her arm and tells her that she will get hurt, assuring her that it is all right. Then, he embraces them and says that no one will harm them anymore, that they are safe now. He thinks that children who have never received the protection of adults, but rather their persecution, will always remain on edge, and that is a tragedy. Ren and Ron become emotional. Corin asks what their names are. Ron says that he is Ron, and Ren wipes her eyes with her arm and says her name is Ren. He introduces himself as Corin Locke. She asks if he is a guardian. He replies that he is. She falls against his shoulder, closing her eyes, and Ron collapses as well. Corin thinks that she must have relaxed, and so has he. He pats them gently and thinks that, although he has managed to comfort them for now, he wonders if he truly has to hand them over to the Guardians. After some time, the bar employee Lenya appears and asks what he is thinking about, calling him Boss Corin. The narrator explains that although Lenya may appear to be an ordinary back alley bar employee, she is, in truth, a manager of an information guild. Sweating, he sits and thinks that what he had imagined were mid-level bosses, Ren and Ron, not children like these. He thinks that he had intended to use their abilities to keep this episode's enemies in check. He tells her to take them to his inn for the time being and to give them some food as he turns toward her. Lenya asks if he has become a philanthropist. He tells her to think whatever she wishes. Holding his head, he thinks that perhaps he must save H. Warren by himself. Then, the scene shifts to Merkaba City, at the Flying Beast landing zone on the eastern platform village, where a one-legged eagle descends to the ground. A guard standing in front greets them and says that they must be from the east, asking them to show their registration. Senior Professor Kang Ryan, Kang Yuhua, and Jinhyuk dismount from the beast as Jinhyuk places his hand inside his pocket and presents his badge. The guard remarks that he is an official from Borome Academy and nods in acknowledgement. Kang Ryan responds that he is Senior Professor Kang Ryan, and that the two beside him are his disciples. Jinhyuk introduces himself as Jinhyuk and says it is nice to meet him. Yuhua introduces herself as the Student Council President, Kang Yuhua. The guard gestures to the side and says that the El Lost Kingdom welcomes their visit, informing them that a carriage is waiting, and requests that they follow him. They step inside the carriage as Jinhyuk lets out a sigh of relief and says that this treatment is amazing. Yuhua points her sword toward him and says that Master has not even taken his seat yet. He says whoa, she knows that he is not strong. Kang Ryan sits down and asks if that is something a first-rank knight should be saying. He replies that it is easy for him to say. Ryan says that is enough and tells him to sit down and stop with the useless talk. Jinhyuk asks if the master is certain that it is here. He replies that he is sure the chairman of this place has taken it and that the emperor has guaranteed it. Both of them are left stunned upon hearing this. Ryan says that to conceal his murderous intent, he must forget all of that for now. Jinhyuk repeats the words in disbelief, asking if he is being told to forget everything. He recalls a memory in which he secretly witnesses an inn engulfed in flames, with a girl standing upon the burning debris. He asks how they could possibly forget that cursed event. After some time, the narrator says that 1 month has passed since the Typhoon Bat incident, and these days, the Academy is buzzing with excitement over the upcoming festival. The narrator explains that, contrary to what its name suggests, the festival is more like an inter-academy exchange war, an event where students from the 4 academies of each region compete in their pursuit of mastery. Jaeger flexes his arm muscles and asks whether they need to form teams soon. Lark raises a finger and says no. First they have to choose between individual, doubles, and group matches. Alicia asks what Corin is going to compete in. Corin replies that he will join the doubles category and that he is taking her with him. Lark says that he wants to compete in doubles, and then adds that he also wants to participate in both individual and group matches. Alicia places her arm behind her head and sighs, saying ugh. Corin asks what that sound means and reminds her that they are already a fixed team. She leans forward on her desk, resting her arms, and asks what he plans to do about the group match. Corin places a hand on his chin and says that the group match uses random team distribution, so he does not know yet, though he hopes to be placed on the same team as her. She sighs again, and he asks why she keeps doing that. She asks whether the doubles team distribution is not random as well, and says that simply wanting to be on her team does not guarantee anything. Corin replies that the official announcement will be released soon, and that if she ranks second or higher, she will have the right to participate. She folds her arms, feeling dejected, and says that he is going to use her as a slave again, forcing her to work during what is supposed to be a fun festival. He asks what she means by work. She asks why he does not pair with Mariette instead, saying that she is honestly the strongest, if she is not. He replies that Mariette is probably entering the individual match. She asks in surprise if a mage is participating in the individual match. He explains that it seems she wants the individual match prize. She says that if that is the case, just then, a student calls out for everyone to look over there. Another student asks what it is. Corin also turns in that direction as one of the students exclaims in awe. saying, "Look at those clothes, they must be from the east." Korin looks surprised and repeats the word east as he sees Kang Ryan, Kang Yuhua, and Jinhawk walking down the street. A student asks if those are Taoist robes, while another scoffs and says that they are simply Eastern-style clothes. Korin thinks that they have finally arrived, the protagonists of the third part, Heavenly Yaksha. After some time, Professor Josephine speaks, saying that he cannot approve of transferring one of their academy's students to Borome Academy. Ryan replies that they are merely making a reasonable request as the rightful blood relatives of that child. He recalls a memory of a castle engulfed in flames and says that 1 year ago, they suffered a tragic accident, and, sadly, the one at the center of that tragedy was his niece. She says that she knows. He replies that during the chaos when their castle was reduced to ashes, she took his niece. Now that they have discovered her whereabouts, they naturally want her back. She says that H. Warren is a special case and that he should already be aware of that. She thinks that the reason he requested a meeting immediately upon arriving as a judge for the group match is because of H. Warren. He says that, as she knows, a beast resides within Rand's body, and he only wishes to reclaim his niece from that creature. She explains that H. Warren's body remains alive solely because of that child, and that this was the will of Chairman Iryu's friend and his student's father, Kang Yu. He says that they will handle that matter on their own and asks if she truly believes that she can socialize such a beast in the first place. She responds that, of course, she can, adding that H. Warren has completed the first semester without any problems. He says that he would like her to prove that. After some time, the Catholic Church dispatched Bishop Lai Jinyang, who arrives and questions whether that wicked demon is truly socialized, saying that no one knows if all of this is merely part of her evil scheme. Josephine says that she hopes Bishop Lai Jinyang will refrain from speaking further. He refuses, saying that true believers do not accept her so-called evidence that consists only of words. She asks what he is implying. He says that they should send that wicked creature out during the festival. If it truly is the one that murdered countless innocent lambs, its true nature will be revealed in the heat of battle. She asks if he wants her to send H. Warren out during the festival, and thinks that although their claims are baseless, she has no confidence that she can logically persuade them, since when it comes to matters of faith, she, being a witch, is also a target for execution by fire. She thinks that perhaps this could actually be a good opportunity. If they can demonstrate that demons are capable of socialization and intelligence, it might lead to a better future. She says very well, she will recommend that H. Warren compete in the individual match under Professor Kang Ryan. He replies that he agrees. She adds that where H. Warren stays will be decided by the girl herself. She says that she does not know how things are done on the Eastern continent. But here, H. Warren's legal guardians are Chairman Iryu, herself, and the great saintess of Xi'an Cathedral. She concludes that their discussion is finished and tells them they may take their leave. Ryan says that he understands and thanks her for her time, Professor Josephine. Later, Josephine leans against a table, holding a cup of tea, and thinks that to imagine things would unfold exactly as the boy had predicted is unsettling. The scene shifts to a flashback at the academy, where Korin tells Josephine that during the upcoming festival, Baltazar's dogs are hiding among them. Shocked, she asks what, where, and who. He replies that all he knows is that something is going to happen, that he does not yet have the details, but he has a strong suspicion. He slides a piece of paper toward her and says that it could be either the Catholic Church or Borome, or perhaps both. He thinks that the truth is indeed both. The Catholic Church, which is declining day by day, is making desperate attempts to expand its influence, while Borome's spirit mage, together with some of their students, is taking part in this scheme. He thinks that the key elements are Heavenly Yaksha and H. Warren, and that this is a crucial event which determines the fate of a named character, marks the turning point in the main scenario, and influences the overall direction of the entire Ellos Kingdom. He tosses a potato fry into his mouth and says that he would like her to keep an eye on the Catholic Church. She asks what he intends to do. He says that there are several inns built in the outer regions like this one, and that she should have the Borome students stay there, as it will make monitoring them easier. She asks how she can trust him. He wonders if she still considers him Baltazar's disciple and begins unbuttoning his shirt. He says that she does not need to keep doubting him. Maintaining caution is the right attitude. But regardless of what she does, his objective remains unchanged. As he removes his shirt, he reveals an oath inscribed from his shoulder to his chest. declaring his vow to save the world. He thinks that if she understands the significance of a shadow warrior's oath, her doubts should begin to fade. She adjusts her glasses, takes a deep breath, and says that she has heard the newly constructed inns on the outskirts were built using student investments. He replies that it is unrelated to him. She says that according to her information, the owner of the inn who received those investments is him. He insists that it is unrelated. She adds that she has heard Mariette has recently moved her ingredients there and is setting up a street stall. Sweating, he says it is completely unrelated to him. He thinks that securing 100 long-term guests, arranging daily necessities, food supplies, and carriage round-trip expenses, everything, are profit-making projects that have been planned with a broad vision. He thinks that people sometimes need a little helping hand and that she should not be so stubborn. The scene shifts to the festival group match preliminary round. Jaeger calls out to Corin, saying, "Hey, friend." He responds, asking what it is. Jaeger asks if they will even be able to survive after seeing the number of participating groups. He asks why there are so many people. Lark holds his head and says that apparently even the seniors are participating this time. Corin stands with a hand on his chin and thinks that only 16 teams will advance through the festival group match trials. He notes that H. Warren is the only named character absent, assuming she is entering the individual match instead, and wonders where Alicia is. Just then, Alicia jumps and waves toward Corin, calling out that she is over there. Kang Ryan appears on a platform and greets the participants, saying that it is good to see them all. All the group members turn toward him as someone exclaims in awe, saying to look over there. That person is Kang Ryan. He introduces himself, saying that he is Kang Ryan, the judge in charge of these trials. He explains that this is the preliminary round, which will determine the 16 guardians who will advance to the group match, and he wishes them the best of luck. Jaeger asks who he is. Lark holds his head with both hands and says that the difficulty level must be unbearable. He says that once their armband is torn off, they will be eliminated, so they must be cautious. He then announces that he will begin and reveals the topic of this examination. He says that it concerns the most important duty of a guardian, saving civilians. Suddenly, massive walls rise from the ground, startling the students, as Kang Ryan activates the 8-array formation, a technique from the 8 gates array skills. Jaeger, in shock, asks what is happening and whether this even makes sense. Lark replies that, of course, it does, since Kang Ryan is the greatest formation sorcerer on the eastern continent. He says that the scale of this is unbelievable and asks what saving civilians actually means. Lark asks if he is referring to those figures. He recalls the rules of the game. First, after touching a civilian, a participant can issue commands. Second, guiding civilians to the designated goal earns 1 point for each person. And third, destroying civilians unnecessarily results in a deduction of 2 points per person. He then realizes that those stone dolls are the civilians. Jaeger places his hand on a doll's shoulder and asks if, once they reach and touch them, the dolls begin to move. Lark replies that he thinks so. Jaeger says in amazement that it is fascinating and actually quite fun. Lark says alright, let's go. Corin watches them and thinks that they truly are children, getting so easily excited. Later, a long hound lets out a roar and charges to attack, but Alicia swiftly moves and cuts it down in a single strike. The surrounding students cheer in excitement, and one of them exclaims that, as expected of Alicia, it is an honor to be on the same team as her. She clears her throat and tells them confidently to trust her and follow. The narrator explains that the civilian guard task requires the participants to demonstrate their ability as guardians by protecting civilians in a land overrun by monsters. The goal is to transport as many stone civilians as possible to the designated safe zone. Alicia feels quite accomplished as she leads her team forward. She runs ahead with her teammates following closely behind. One of the students points out that there is another civilian nearby. Alicia confirms and says yes. The student says that if they save that one, their total will reach 10, and that they are gathering them quickly. Alicia says that it would be wise to start searching for the safe zone soon. He responds that he will send his familiar to scout the area since, within an 8 gates array, there should be one located nearby. Suddenly, he gets startled and asks what that is all of a sudden. She says that the ground is shaking. He asks if that is the sound of drums. She looks behind and notices stone dolls approaching. She then sees Korin standing on a pile of stone dolls, raising his finger in the dark. He declares that if they peacefully lay down their lives, their weapons will be spared. She is shocked and asks what that is, calling it a trolley. Her companion says no, they have tied the stone dolls together to make a trolley. She asks in disbelief what exactly that is supposed to be. Jaeger begins to play a musical instrument and commands the dolls to kneel down, announcing that they are the Mandrake Bandits. She asks what he is doing and adds that, more importantly, whether it is even acceptable to strum a harp like a guitar. Korin laughs darkly, and she is stunned as she recognizes him, saying that it is Korin. Korin thinks that she wants more than 1,000 students to earn points by transporting a limited number of stone civilians, but he sees no reason to bother with something so troublesome. When asked who he is, he says to call him the Almighty Immortal, for he is the Almighty Immortal Locke, and he thinks that it is far easier to eliminate others instead. The scene shifts to a flashback. Jaeger cheers, raising his fist, and says that it is expected of their boss, whose foresight is truly remarkable. Korin stands with his arms folded and laughs. He steps forward, gripping his spear, and thinks that it has begun with 3 people. He has absorbed the surrounding students as they arrived, under the pretext of joining forces to clear the preliminary match. Since only 16 participants can advance, their goal has been to eliminate as many students as possible other than themselves. He believes that is why they have not sought a safe zone. Instead, they have absorbed as many civilians as possible and used them as shields. One student grips his magical staff and says to sweep them away with magic. Another student, standing behind him with his hand on his shoulder, calls him a reckless fool and warns that the civilians might be destroyed in the process. A student shouts at them, calling them foolish and asking how they can attack if such a thing happens. As Korin sits atop the crown of a stone doll, he thinks that the stone civilians have become excellent shields. If he moves them to a safe zone, he gains 1 point, but if he destroys them, he loses 2. He laughs and says that they should try their best, for they are terrified. A student kneels on the ground and calls him a shameless fool, saying that since matters have come to this, they will have to fight hand to hand. He declares that they must drag the others away from the stone civilians, as the students charge forward holding their swords. With an evil laugh, Lark steps forward and says that he has been holding back, asking if he may now go all out. Korin places his hand on Lark's head and replies that, of course, he may. Lark extends his hand and unleashes a fireball, causing a violent explosion. The surrounding students scream as they are engulfed in flames, and one of them shouts that there are stone civilians present as well. Korin responds that it does not matter, since they have many. He can simply take theirs and replenish his points. He thinks that this is the decisive difference between them and their opponents. Compared to them, who have increased their numbers early and secured the majority of the stone civilians, the others have been slow to gather. Whenever they have discovered stone civilians, they have focused on moving them to a safe zone. He thinks that, honestly, rather than pursuing a must-win strategy, it is simply immensely enjoyable. He says that they should kill anyone larger than a wheel. He recalls that when around 30 had been eliminated, he encountered Alicia. The scene shifts to the present. Alicia, in shock, points at Korin. Korin says that he has already told her he is the almighty and immortal Locke, Alicia Arden. He laughs wickedly and says that he will give her the opportunity to join the Mandrake Bandits. Alicia grips her sword and asks what he means. He tells her to bring him her colleagues' armbands, and in return, he will grant her the position of vice boss. She refuses, saying that there is no need. He says that he needs her, as they are expanding their offensive. He announces that anyone who brings Alicia's armband will be accepted into the bandits. At that moment, her colleagues behind her grip their weapons, their eyes glowing as they prepare to attack. She quickly turns and calls out to them, saying, "Guys." One of her comrades hurls an ice crystal toward her and apologizes, saying that rather than opposing the first-rank knight Korin, she is easier to face as a semi-first rank. She responds that they are being cruel and says that she has trusted them as her comrades. Korin smirks and thinks about the cruelty of human society. Although it maintains the appearance of civilization during peaceful times, when one's own safety is threatened, everyone becomes like squids trapped in a wash basin, devouring one another without hesitation. She strikes down her comrade with her sword and declares that she no longer needs any of them. Since matters have come to this, she will not hold back either. After some time, the narrator says that, meanwhile, everyone is forming teams in a similar manner. The same applies to the second-year ace, Marriott Dunliffe. Marriott's party, which has been formed on the basis of friendship, is performing well in gathering stone civilians, and she is filled with confidence that their friendship can overcome anything. The narrator adds that, of course, this is before they encounter the immortal. Later, Marriott stands startled, holding her magical staff, and says Corin. Isabel frowns and tells her not to worry, saying that they can handle this. They may lack in numbers, but their average rank is higher. Corin, speaking in a sweet voice, calls out to Marriott and asks if she intends to strike him. Marriott is utterly shocked. Blood seeps from her nostrils as she begins to tremble uncontrollably. Isabel looks at her in disbelief. Corin thinks that Isabel has not realized what has happened. A friendship of 2 years is nothing when compared to love. Marriott raises her magical staff and calls out Immortal Lock. She leaps forward to attack Isabel, who widens her eyes in shock and asks what she is doing. Trembling and drenched in sweat, Isabel calls out to her in fear. Corin and his companions stand cheering, their bodies glowing with excitement. Jaeger says that was a good one, new recruit, while Lark shouts for them to destroy the others. Marriott knocks out her friends, raises her staff again, and calls out Immortal Lock. The others follow, lifting their weapons and chanting the name of Immortal Lock in unison. Corin laughs with his mouth wide open and thinks that auto-hunting is truly magnificent. Meanwhile, Josephine and Ryan watch Corin on the screen. Ryan asks in disbelief who that student calling himself Immortal Lock is. Senior Professor Josephine adjusts her glasses and admits that she is not sure. Beginning to sweat, she asks whether they have ever had a student like him, then adds that she does not think he belongs to their academy. The narrator says that a brilliant strategist, yet at the same time a rather loathsome one, the Immortal Lock, had his ties swiftly severed by Josephine. That is how Corin Lock's party gains a detested reputation while still managing to pass the group match with extraordinary results. The narrator continues that after receiving their rewards, the participants enter the preliminary round of the doubles match. After some time, the Borromei twins, second-rank guardians known as the Chen siblings, make their appearance, one gripping her sword while the other holds a talisman. The sibling with the talisman hurls it toward Corin to attack, but Corin swiftly dodges and exclaims "Whoa." He points to the side and commands Alicia to go and perform a body slam. Alicia looks confused and asks what he means by body what. Frustrated, she grips her sword tightly and asks if this is why he has brought her along, to exploit her strength. She then moves at incredible speed and slashes at the Chen siblings with her sword. He gives her a thumbs up and says nice, noting that they have easily won the doubles match. Alicia, panting in exhaustion, retorts that she is the only one who has fought, calling him an idiot and saying she is tired. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk sits beside Yuhua and asks what Alicia is even talking about, claiming that he has been cheering her on. Yuhua sighs and says that he is unbearable. He replies that he was only excited because he heard that she was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, though she seems nothing special. She responds that she also feels Alicia's foundations appear lacking, but then asks, more importantly, who that spearman student is. He asks if she has felt it as well and says that the spearman is the real deal. She nods and replies that, from what she has heard, he was a 5th-rank knight until quite recently. He reflects that the most formidable opponents they had anticipated before arriving were 2 individuals, the crazed warrior Berjacker and the vampire Marriott Dunliffe. But the spearman has effortlessly dodged the Chen siblings' attacks as though they were nothing. He recalls their earlier battle and thinks that the Chen siblings are far from weak. They are among the strongest, even within Borromei. He senses the spearman's strength through his breathing, awareness, and gaze, and beyond that, his experience. So that is Corin Lock, the current strongest first year and a 1st-rank knight. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, he says that it will be troublesome to face Corin in the group match. Individuals like him, who make use of their intellect, tend to shine in group battles. He hopes Corin does not interfere when they execute their formation. Suddenly, he notices something unusual, and his expression darkens. After some time, everyone cheers on the training ground as H. Warren walks outside. She thinks that perhaps it is because everyone has gathered at the festival venue, but the area feels emptier than usual. The silence in a place that is normally filled with noise reminds her of that day. She closes her eyes, recalling a memory of herself surrounded by flames, and thinks of the day he became a yaksha. The words kill them, kill everything echo in her mind. She sees herself standing before a burning building. When she opens her eyes, she notices Jinhyuk about to kick her, releasing a surge of red energy. She stares at him, thinking it is an ambush. No, it is simply killing intent. Jinhyuk steps back, places his hands behind his back, spreads dark energy through the air, and says that she is impressive, since most people cannot even sense it and simply collapse. She realizes that his killing intent is so strong that she has mistaken it for an actual attack. A flash of memory surfaces. She sees him surrounded by flames, charging toward her with an outstretched hand, shouting that he is going to kill her. She looks at him and asks if he knows her. He, too, asks if he knows her. Then he smiles faintly and says no, he has never seen her before. Sister? He says that he apologizes, as he has mistaken her for someone he knows and has tried to play a joke. She feels that there is something familiar about him, but she cannot recall exactly what it is. However, she is uncertain and decides that it is not important. She turns to leave and tells him to be careful. He replies that next time, he will look carefully before pouncing, gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Yuhua approaches from behind and remarks that it was a reckless attempt, saying that he should not have done such a thing in a place like this. He responds that thanks to this, he has confirmed that the Master's 8 Gates technique functions against that monster. The narrator explains that the adamant monster, the masterpiece of necromancers, must be sealed in order to save Ran, and that the 8 Gates array, utter annihilation, must be formed. Once everything proceeds according to plan, he intends to kill that monster. Yuhua advises that if they wish to provoke the Yaksha, they must wait for the right moment, hold their breath, and stay patient for now. Jinhyuk clenches his trembling fist as she adds that from Ran Orchid, they will extract the HWA fire, that wicked essence, and that the rest will depend on him. He turns his head, his eyes glowing, and assures her not to worry, as he is not going to lose control to that extent. The scene then shifts to the venue of the group match's second round in El Lost Kingdom's central city, Nazria, where people walk along the streets while others sit in cafes, enjoying their coffee. Korin also sits aside, lost in thought, reflecting that this development is rather unexpected. He never imagines that they would come so far from the academy for this episode, and he is genuinely surprised when he hears the news from Madame Josephine. The scene shifts to a flashback as Josephine adjusts her glasses and says that Senior Professor Kang Ryan has changed the stage of the group match. She explains that Borome has reported the supplies to have been stolen by bandits and asks if that was his doing. Korin, shocked to hear this, asks what she means and insists that there is no way he has stolen them. She gives him a sharp glare. He thinks to himself that he did steal something, but it was the Catholic Church's supplies, the very items Kang Ryan has been secretly smuggling through the church. He realizes that those are the materials they need to prepare in advance in order to control H. Warren through the 8 Gates array, utter annihilation. He concludes that the report of Borome's stolen supplies must be a fabricated scenario orchestrated by Kang Ryan and Lai Jinyong to buy time to retrieve the confiscated goods. He thinks they are cunning fools who certainly think fast. Returning to the present, Alicia sits beside Korin, raises her hand, and remarks that Nazria City appears far more ordinary than she had expected. She then asks Korin if he wants to eat. He replies that she has not read the precautions properly, as they are not supposed to eat anything here. She asks why. At that moment, Ryan arrives and announces that Borome Academy's red, blue, green, and yellow teams, 16 people in total, and Merkaba Academy's A, B, C, and D teams, also 16 in total, are all present. He says very well then, 58 minutes, 59 minutes, and 59 minutes and 30 seconds. He counts down 59 minutes and 50 seconds, then says 5, 4, 3, 2. Korin swiftly grips his spear and rises to his feet. Alicia, startled, asks what is happening. Ryan takes out a golden, gleaming talisman and says 1, begin. Korin strikes a student on the head with his spear, killing him instantly, while Alicia, still confused, asks what he is doing. Mariette also appears, holding her magical staff, and attacks another student. The students of Borome Academy retaliate, slashing at them with their swords. Blood splatters across the room as severed limbs and lifeless bodies fall to the floor, drenched in red. Alicia, horrified and trembling, stares at the scene and asks what everyone is doing. Korin tells her to look at the corpses. She observes them closely and asks why they have already decomposed. He places a finger on his chin and thinks that of all places, it had to be here. He realizes that for 300 years, under Kang Ryan's influence, this city has been repeating the same moment in time. He reflects that during the day it appears as an ordinary city, but when night falls, the entire population of 1,200,000 transforms into the land of the dead, an unordinary existence known as the City of the Undead, Nazria. After a while, Ryan says that he is certain he understands the situation. He then declares that they will begin the group match and that he will soon announce the team divisions. Each team, he explains, must retrieve the Moonstone. He adds that the duration of the match extends from now until the morning of the third day, and that anyone may choose to withdraw midway if necessary. The system window displays the results, showing that Group D consists of Corin Locke, Alicia Arden, Jaeger Hinchpetter, and Lark Bugman. Corin stands with his team, thinking that the members who have been announced on the spot receive only a brief explanation and a backpack containing essential items before being sent outside the inn, where 1,200,000 undead are swarming. He reflects that the cutoff for passing is the top 4 teams and that, in order to save H. Warren, they must reach the third round at all costs. Until then, he resolves to go along with this absurd festival. He thinks the plan is simple. The truly dangerous ones are located outside the city's center. Therefore, they will target the low-level zones on the outskirts, where the undead possess appropriate levels of difficulty. He decides that his spear will clear the paths as he hurls it forward, releasing waves of lightning energy. After some time, at the outskirt steeple, Corin stands atop a building and thinks that they will ascend to a high vantage point and specifically target the Shining Moonstone undead, those who have swallowed a moonstone, so that they can safely collect points. Lark, kneeling, looks down and asks Corin what is happening with the undead who are shining for some reason. Corin replies that it is the stage boss and that they need to defeat him, emphasizing that quality is more important than quantity. Jaeger also asks what exactly he is witnessing. Corin responds that if he simply uses flying magic on them, they will handle the rest. Lark comments that the team seems quite reliable and says he will use telescope magic to observe. Corin asks what is wrong. Lark replies to wait, as he has not yet used any magic, then suddenly asks why it appears so close, just as he sees the Revenant Titan charging toward them at full speed. Corin, shocked, exclaims in frustration that they need to run and calls out to Lark. Lark turns to him, confused, and asks why and whether it is dangerous. Corin urgently tells him to hurry and use flying magic. He then exclaims that it is indeed dangerous, that the creature is the central stage boss, a Geist. Lark begins to float in mid-air, but is suddenly drawn into the system. The system window displays a notification stating that Lark Bugman has been eliminated. It explains that once a participant receives a certain level of impact, they are immediately removed. Corin, stunned, demands to know how Lark could already have been eliminated and what happened to the flying magic. With his eyes glowing, Corin looks toward the others and shouts in anger, calling out to Jaeger and Alicia first. The Revenant Titan raises his enormous sword to attack, letting out a roar as he swings the blade toward the steeple. Lightning energy bursts from the strike, and the building shatters, beginning to collapse into rubble. Corin exclaims in frustration that the tower is collapsing. He runs swiftly and instructs the others to climb to the top of the tower, and, once it falls, to run in the opposite direction. Jaeger rushes forward, glances at Alicia from the corner of his eye, and mutters that things like this always seem to happen whenever he is with her. The building shatters completely, turning into a cloud of debris. Suddenly, the rubble begins to move as Corin emerges, holding it up with his hands, and asks if everyone is all right. Alicia stands as well and remarks that she truly experiences all kinds of things whenever she is with him. Corin tells her to think of it as having made a fun friend, then adds that their first day has gone terribly wrong. Lark has been eliminated too early, and they have already been marked by a strange opponent. He concludes that they should keep running until daylight. Jaeger crawls out from under a rock and asks what just happened. He then feels something on his shoulder and, seeing a claw, asks what it is. The Abyss Shrieker suddenly grabs him by the shoulders and begins to drag him away as he screams. Corin, shocked, shouts in disbelief that it is an Abyss Shrieker. Alicia, equally alarmed, calls out to Corin and points ahead. Corin, tense and wary, realizes that things have escalated. He thinks that since it has come to this, He should have expected the appearance of the White King. He recognizes that the Revenant Titan, the Abyss Shrieker, and the White King, Nazria's 3 bosses, have all gathered, each one at least of the first rank. As the bosses surround them, Alicia asks Corin if this is the end for them. Corin groans that the situation is driving him insane and exclaims that it is coming, just as the Revenant Titan lands heavily on the ground nearby. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he thinks that he has wanted to avoid elimination. Yet if he is to be removed from the group match in such a way, it would be utterly humiliating. Suddenly, a brilliant light appears behind Corin. Startled, he tries to recognize its source, but a massive lightning explosion erupts, striking the Nazria bosses as they charge forward. Corin places a hand over his head and closes one eye to shield himself from the blinding glare, realizing that it is not an attack but a flash designed to obstruct his vision. He notices a spear embedded in the ground before him, glowing intensely, and wonders if this spear is the source of the light. Suddenly, a figure steps forward, gripping the weapon tightly and advancing toward him. Alicia, panting, asks Corin if he is all right and says that she is worried about Jaeger. Corin quickly runs ahead and tells her to move for now. She agrees and follows him without hesitation. After some time, Corin leans against a wall for support, his body drenched in sweat and his breathing heavy. At that moment, Erin appears in the middle of the street, her face concealed beneath a veil. She asks if he is all right and says that she is relieved he is unharmed. Corin thanks her for helping them, but asks about the spear technique she has just used, saying that he wishes to know more about it. She removes her veil and, with a calm expression, asks how he knows her style of spear mastery. Alicia's eyes widen in shock upon seeing her. Corin realizes that he had indeed recognized the familiar voice. Erin steps closer to him, smiles faintly, and says that she understands he is her disciple from a distant future. Corin gazes at her from up close and thinks of her soulless steps and eyes as blue and clear as pure water. He recognizes her as his master, Erin Danua. Astonished, he asks how she is. The scene shifts to a flashback as Corin recalls that it is around his second-year winter break in his previous life. Sihu leans against a door and tells him to hurry up. Corin walks toward him, saying that this is his problem, and asks why he always speaks so disrespectfully to his elders. He then asks why he suddenly calls for him. Sihu knocks on the door. Corin, stunned, says that it is the chairman's office. Sihu opens the door slightly and reminds him that he has already told him he wants to become stronger. He says he will introduce him to the teacher who will make him stronger, and looks inside. Erin Danua sits inside and says that he is Corin, welcoming him. Corin, surprised, thinks that the connection he establishes through the privilege of Park, Sihu being a player, is his first encounter with her. The scene then shifts back to the present, where Erin seals a building with her powers, enters, and says that this should be enough, as most undead will not enter the building. Alicia holds a piece of chocolate, thanks her, and asks if she would like some. Erin is about to sit in front of them and thanks her for the offer, but adds that here, she should not eat food from another time. She says she understands and begins eating. Corin thinks that this is a place where time flows from 300 years ago. If she consumes food from that era, 2 things might happen. Either the food will adjust according to the time that has passed, or the person who consumes it will become trapped in the past. He stares at her and thinks that this must be the world's reaction. He has not tested the reverse situation, but he believes there should be some effect. He remarks that she certainly eats well and asks Erin what she is doing here. Erin asks if he is not supposed to call her master. Corin glares at her, and she holds a cup of tea, saying that she understands and has got it. Alicia asks if Corin's master is from the past, and whether she has been in this city since the accident that occurred 300 years ago. Corin thinks that this is where his confusion lies. This place exists where the time of 300 years ago flows, and everything here should be repeating that era. He wonders how she maintains her rationality so perfectly. Erin replies that she has become friends with the Grim Reaper. Corin, startled, asks what she means. She stands up, turns away, and says that Nazria is a poisonous city that gives birth to the undead, and she has been preventing the birth of the immortal king. She adds that he will be born soon at the center of the city. Alicia, shocked, asks if she means the immortal king. Corin stands up and, realizing the situation, says that if that is the case, then they should go. Erin asks what he is doing and tells him that this is her task. He replies that she needs an assistant, doesn't she? She smiles faintly and says that he truly is sharp. He thinks that she does not have the option to reject this quest in the first place. After all, this is the main quest of the Nazria field. He runs outside along with Alicia and Aaron. The system window notifies that the main quest requires the player, who is the Grim Reaper, to assist the unknown spearman and prevent the birth of Nazria's immortal king. Alicia runs ahead, pointing forward, and calls out to Corin, telling him to look over there. Corin responds affirmatively and thinks that there is no reason for him to reject this quest either, since, in order to weaken the power of the immortal king, they must defeat the 3 undead. The Revenant Titan appears, gripping his enormous sword, and swings it to attack. Corin swiftly leaps forward alongside Aaron, gripping their spears tightly. They use Tiger Sweeping Wind, the whirlwind great magic spear technique, to unleash a surge of thunderous lightning toward him. The Revenant Titan roars and tries to strike them with his sword, but they charge forward with great speed to counterattack. Aaron forms a massive sphere of lightning, thrusting her spear into his chest. Corin shouts for Alicia, and she draws her sword, leaps high, and slashes, severing his head from his body. The headless corpse of the Revenant Titan collapses to the ground. Corin holds up a crystal and exclaims that it is unbelievably large. He thinks that only one person remains and that he had not expected the level of difficulty to become this easy. Aaron Danua truly is different, he supposes. Aaron says that they have done well and suggests ending things for the day, adding that dawn will arrive soon, so they should return tomorrow night. He agrees and thinks that when carrying out job assignments outside, she would normally sleep after setting up her camp at night, but Nazria functions in the opposite way. This is a contradictory battlefield where night is dangerous and day is safe. After some time, Alicia falls asleep, snoring softly on her bed, while Aaron sits outside with Corin and asks if Alicia has fallen asleep. Corin rests his face on his hand and replies that she has. Aaron tells him that he should sleep too, since children need to go to bed early and wake up early. He asks if he seems like a child to her. She answers that, of course, he does, and asks what else he could be. She smiles and says that it seems she has taught him everything. He mentions 6-step spearmanship, infinity, and origin, saying that she has taught him all of that, which is surprising, isn't it? She agrees, saying that it is indeed surprising that she chose a successor, but even more so that it is an ordinary child like him. He thinks that, to be honest, Master had chosen Baltazar as her successor before him, but she has regretted that choice for the following 80 years. He thinks that there is no need to burden someone who lives within the repeating time of 300 years ago. She asks him what he is afraid of and says that she is quite a fortunate woman to be so deeply loved by her disciple. He asks what she is talking about now. She replies that it seems her future is not very bright. He denies it, but she continues, calling him her disciple and asking if he knows who she is. He thinks that, of course, she is an adult who has faced great evil. The scene shifts to a flashback, where everything around them burns as Aaron tells him to go, saying that someone needs to buy time. Corin asks why she would do that, calling her master. She answers that she is an adult, and as long as she remains one, she has the duty to protect the child, him, above all else. He is startled and thinks that she is the teacher who guided him, taught him, and changed him, and the person who lost her life protecting him. She turns her head, smiles, and tells him that everything will be all right. Recalling those memories, he thinks that if he had discovered Park Siyu's identity earlier, he might have been able to save his master from dying. Even after knowing the future, he has failed countless times, and each time, he has repeated his attempts to correct his mistakes. He reflects that he has witnessed the destruction a single bat's flap can cause. Although he participated in this festival to save H. Warren, he has somehow ended up here. Meeting his master again in this city from 300 years ago lies completely outside his plans. He thinks that when changes occur beyond his expectations, everything can become meaningless. Back in the present, Corin closes his eyes, crying, and thinks that he might fail this time as well. He cannot stop thinking about it, and he is unable to sleep. She pinches his nose playfully, laughing, and says that he will fail. He asks what she is doing. She lets go and says with a soft laugh that a person who dwells on another's failures is foolish, but one who reflects on their own failures is wise, and he falls into the latter category, doesn't he? He asks if she can say the same, even if she fails. She wraps her arms around his neck from behind and says that she is a failure who has failed countless times and will continue to do so. However, she adds that choosing him as her successor seems to be the one thing she has not failed at. She says that she, the Queen of Paradise, will bless his future and tells him to rest for now, to sleep for a while, assuring him that everything will be all right. He lowers his head and wonders if everything will truly be all right, and whether he will really be able to save H. Warren. The scene shifts to the Merkaba and Borome Festival's individual match, where H. Warren is fighting against a student in the arena. Another student sitting nearby asks what that is. The student facing her tries to attack and demands to know why. Professor Josephine says that H. Warren should not take him too seriously. He grabs her by the head and shoulder, telling her to at least move. She says that most people in this world are weaker than she is, and that she must handle them as carefully as if she were holding a young branch. He strikes her on the head with an axe and asks how it makes sense that not even a strand of her hair is cut. Josephine says that there are many who wish to find fault even with his existence, and asks him to cooperate so the festival can pass quietly. The exhausted student lowers his head and admits that he has lost. H. Warren says that it is boring. She recalls a memory of Corin standing before her in the training ground, holding a spear, telling her to start with the small things. She thinks that the punching lessons she had with that boy were far more enjoyable than this. She recalls another memory of sharing a meal with Josephine and asks how much weaker the boy is compared to her. Josephine replies that she understands what she means and says that, compared to Corin, there is no one as strong as him. She thinks that the lesson she once took must never be repeated. She practices it every day until it is memorized in her body. She clenches her fist and thinks that this is how he does it. She summons her dragon and unleashes the 8 poles descending dragon's destructive strike technique. The student, shocked, sees his axe blade shatter, and he sweats in fear. H. Warren glares at him as he kneels, muttering monster. She reflects that she has heard that word so often that it no longer angers her. Rather, inexplicably more than before, it causes a flutter in the pit of her stomach. After a time, at the 8th round, during the Group C final match, H. Warren sees her next opponent and notes that he is a student from Borome Academy. Nothing seems different. Jinhyuk, surrounded by dark energy, smirks and greets her, saying they meet again. Corin uses his skills Sky Wind Kick, Instantaneous Arrow, Fighting Hound Combatant, and Deathly Full Moon Hit to attack her, but she remains motionless. With his eyes glowing, he illuminates his body once more to strike and says to take this. She thinks that each blow carries the speed and weight of utmost precision, realizing that Sa Jinhyuk is indeed powerful. The students are left stunned by the fight as one remarks that his aura force is unlike any other. He then employs the roundhouse kick skill, leaping to strike her face with radiant energy. A massive explosion follows, and as the dust settles, Jinhyuk is shocked to see her still standing unharmed. He realizes that her body, by human standards, possesses the adamant resilience of a yaksha with absolute defense, rendering his attacks meaningless. H. Warren asks if he has finished and tells him to give up, saying it is pointless to continue. He smirks and laughs, calling her a damned monster. He demands to know why she is acting kind now and says it is too late to show mercy or generosity. She, puzzled, asks what he means. He shouts that mercy is what she should have shown when she killed his family. The scene shifts to a flashback where Jinhyuk screams in anguish, vowing to kill her. Surrounded by flames and burning corpses, he sits on the ground, holding 2 dead girls in his lap, swearing revenge through his tears. The scene shifts to a workshop in Nazria, where Georg asks in frustration what has happened and why, wondering how his calculations could have gone wrong. He grits his teeth and mutters that it had been the perfect timing, a miraculous opportunity. The narrator explains that the black mage Georg senses something unusual. The ritual has been successful, or perhaps not yet, for the magic circle has not activated. Then he hesitates, realizing it might have activated now. Yet, the city remains peaceful, which confuses him further. Georg demands to know who has interfered, why this has occurred, and what has been done. He scribbles something hastily, shouts in fury, and declares that it must be the witch, the damned spearman. He rushes outside, yelling about a silver-haired, blue-eyed monster, the rune sorcerer. He thinks that the witch must be responsible for all of this, but questions how it is possible, how these repeating 3 days have continued for hundreds of years. After a moment, He steps onto the open ground and notices a magical circle glowing above. He realizes that it is the same circle he had engraved onto the city after channeling immense mana from the moon. It is pure mana, possessing a strength and clarity greater than any other grand magic in history. He quickly understands that identifying the foreign interference inscribed into this vast magic circle has taken less time than expected. The runic symbols begin to glow as he recognizes them. The language of beginnings, a sacred script that started to fade and was nearly forgotten 300 years ago. The original runes. Just then, a voice emerges, saying hi to Georg. He turns and sees a girl standing before him, her face hidden beneath a cap. She laughs softly, and he exclaims that he knows her secret. He has figured it out. He declares that it is her, that she is the one responsible, that time has been repeating because of her. She responds by addressing him as the immortal King Georg. He screams as her power begins to tear his body apart. She tells him that he must remain faithful to the role that has been given to him. His body turns into a skeleton as his final scream echoes through the workshop. The scene then shifts to the second night in Nazria, where Alicia rushes forward and strikes a monster, calling out to Corin and telling him to follow her lead. Corin joins the attack, thinking that they have managed to defeat both the Abyss Shrieker and the White King. He reflects that although Alicia and he are not on the same level as the students, all of them are facing first-rank undead bosses. Later, Alicia lifts a massive crystal and calls out excitedly that it is enormous. Corin, sitting on the ground, looks at her and thinks that their ability to hunt monsters so efficiently in a city overrun with the undead is entirely due to Aaron Danua. Aaron smiles and commends them for their effort, saying that only the immortal king remains. Corin touches his chin and realizes that her strategies are so precise and her plans so flawless that it feels as though she has hunted these creatures hundreds or even thousands of times before. On the third night, they suddenly find themselves facing the immortal King Georg, who stands before them radiating a surge of dark energy. Aaron calmly declares that they have finally reached Georg and that they must prevent him from awakening as the immortal king. Corin thinks about the Black Mage who had raised the immortal army in Nazria 300 years ago, the very monster who had sought to become the king of the undead. Alicia points toward the figure and asks if that is the immortal King Georg. Aaron confirms it and remarks that he is uglier than she expected. Corin asks if Georg has not fully undergone lichenification. Aaron replies that it might be so, as his soul extraction appears incomplete. Unlike typical liches, he lacks the clarity of intellect that mages usually possess. Corin tells them to stand aside, declaring that he will handle this alone, and charges forward swiftly. Alicia warns him that even though Georg looks that way, he is still at least of special rank. Corin thinks that Alicia is right, even if he is an incomplete lich. He remains the undead king born from a grand ritual. His power surpasses that of Mariette Dunilef, and it would indeed be fair to classify him as a special rank. Yet he hesitates. He calls out to Georg, greeting him, and the creature responds with a roar, its eyes glowing ominously. Corin unleashes his Doom Bolt skill, sending waves of energy that erupt into a massive explosion. Alicia, shocked, asks what kind of power that is. Corin leaps backward and exclaims that Georg is no joke. Georg roars again, invoking the Time Curse, Death Wind Apocalypse skill, launching a devastating attack that shatters a nearby house. Alicia, watching in awe, mutters that it is brutal. He is casting such grand magic without any delay. She asks Corin if he is all right. Georg moves forward, roaring as Corin slashes his body into pieces using the Infinite Returning Heavens skill, engulfing him in flames. Corin remarks that Georg's firepower is impressive, but with such massive techniques, he wonders how the creature is supposed to see what lies ahead. He swings his weapon and uses the Naja demonic technique skill to strike again. Corin thinks that those who rely solely on overwhelming power, like the immortal king, are actually easier to hunt. If he can dominate them with precise technique, they become fragile opponents he can control entirely. He reflects that Nazria is a repeating quest and that he has defeated this same enemy thousands of times before. Alicia walks toward him and exclaims in amazement that he handled it so easily, adding that it feels as though he is growing farther and farther beyond her reach. Corin replies casually that she could have defeated Georg even more easily than he did, then asks why she is alone. Startled, she turns around and says she is not sure. She had been right there just a moment ago. Corin places his spear on his shoulder and says that he is going to find Eren. He tells her that if any undead appear, she must block them for him. She replies with an okay and asks about Eren. After a while, Corin stands atop a building and looks down at the ruined town, remarking that it is not a pleasant sight to behold. He asks if she feels the same, as he notices Eren standing on a nearby rooftop. She responds that there is not much else left to see. Corin leans against the railing, placing his hand on the metal grill, and asks if this is not the first rebirth of the immortal King Georg. She asks if he has realized it, and then admits that he is correct, wondering aloud how many times it has occurred. Corin answers 36,539, and reflects that Nazria resets after every period of 3 days. The day when the Black Mage Georg used the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into the undead had been 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago. He thinks that for 1,200,000 undead to appear and vanish repeatedly along with the immortal king, Eren must have relived this same cycle 36,539 times. He tells her that it always takes her 3 days to defeat Georg, and that this is the reason the cycle continues to repeat. Eren confirms it quietly, admitting that she is the one who has made the city this way. She says that if 1,200,000 undead were to flood beyond the city's borders, it would only be a matter of time before the continent, and eventually the entire world, collapses. She explains that this is why she has used an original rune to interfere with Georg's magic circle. Corin, shocked, asks if reversing 1,200,000 deaths would not cause catastrophic consequences. Just then, a voice emerges, saying that he is quick to understand. Corin turns toward the sound and recognizes the voice, thinking that it must be the Death God. The Death God appears before him and says that he has been watching, the one who deceives death, Corin Locke. Corin wonders if he knows that he is a regressor. He reflects that the Death God exists within the system window as the one who harvests souls of the dead. The Death God's purpose, he realizes, is the purification of those souls so that they may be reborn. That is why the undead, who endlessly revive, are the most abhorrent existence to the Death God. And in Nazria, this same disturbance has been repeating for 3 years. Eren confirms it, saying that she is the one who has been repeating these 3 days, and that is why the Death God has come to this land. She explains that the original rune she created defies death itself, and the Death God came to destroy it. However, she made a deal with him. The scene shifts to a flashback. Eren explains that the undead transform every life they take into another undead being. If these 1,200,000 undead were ever to escape this city, all of humanity would become undead, and no souls would ever be purified again. She reflects that the Death God was forced to choose between losing the chance to purify 1,200,000 souls or risking the possibility of purifying the entire world, and he made his choice. The Death God says that they should make a contract. The narrator explains that there are 3 conditions within that contract. First, the Death God will overlook the repetition of the 3 days. Second, every time Eren Danua defeats the immortal King Georg, Georg's memories will be reset to 3 days prior. Third, the Eren Danua who leaves the city and the Eren Danua who continues to repeat the 3 days will be divided into 2 separate existences. From that moment onward, after defeating the Revenant Titan, the Abyss Shrieker, and the White King on the 3rd night, Eren continues to defeat the immortal King Georg endlessly, an unbroken cycle that has repeated for 300 years. Returning to the present, Eren says that it has been growing increasingly difficult. After the 20,000th repetition, Georg began to realize that the same 3 days were repeating. Corin frowns and asks how many more times she can continue this, how long her mind can endure it, and how much longer she can keep killing Georg. He demands to know how much longer she intends to repeat this meaningless cycle. Eren answers that she will continue for as long as possible. She says she has a vague idea why Corin has come here. There is someone he wishes to save, and there will be many more he will save in the future. She recalls H. Warren and tells him to go, saying that sacrifices are necessary to save the world. Corin thinks about the Eren before him, a separated personality unknown even to the Eren Danua who exists outside the city. No one will ever recognize her for this, yet she continues to sacrifice herself without hesitation. He knows her history, the endless pattern of self-sacrifice that defines her very existence. He thinks about the future he has witnessed, one in which she risks her life solely to protect children. and realizes that this is who she truly is. He respects that version of her deeply, but he decides that he will not give anything up. He turns toward the death god, addressing him directly. Eren quickly turns to him in alarm and asks what he intends to do. He extends his hand and declares that he wishes to make a contract with the death god. Suddenly, a blinding light emanates from the death god, who laughs and says how amusing it is. The deceiver of death wishes to make a deal with death itself. The death god commands him to speak. Korin states his terms. He wants the contract made with Eren Danua to be destroyed, and he requests the treasure of the netherworld as an advance, something at least within the range of the tens. The death god asks what price he intends to pay. Korin replies that he will purify Nazria within half a year. The death god declares that such a task is impossible. Korin responds that he is not the one to decide that. He only needs to place the weight upon the scale. He then asks if his proposed contract is fair. The death god answers that it is not. The price of purifying 1,200,000 souls far exceeds the reward he seeks. He tells Korin to choose a single number, for only that will allow for a balance between cost and gain. Startled, Korin thinks that the single numbers correspond to the 10 highest epic treasures, and among them, he points and says, "Fine, then the treasure he desires is this." Later, Korin walks forward, radiating a stream of light energy from his back. Eren, alarmed, asks what he has done. He replies that she has been waiting for this. After a moment, Korin explains that the purification of Nazria must be completed within half a year. If he succeeds, her contract will be nullified. Eren, horrified, tells him he must be insane if he fails to fulfill a contract with the death god. Even his soul will cease to exist. He will neither be reborn nor purified. Korin answers that this is what he has learned from her, then grips her shoulders firmly. She asks what he means, and he thinks to himself that, at first, she must have believed this was only a game. Yet, during the hardest moments, when fear overwhelmed him, he met a real adult and a true hero for the first time. The hero he failed to protect, the hero who once stayed behind to protect him. He declares that this time he will save her. He will not fail again. He is no longer the weak version of himself who could not even try. He adds that even if it is not something as grand as saving the world, he is simply returning what was once given to him. A while later, in Nazria, Gerorg appears in his monstrous form, standing with his magical staff raised. He calls Eren a witch and moves to attack. Eren retaliates, slashing his body into fragments, and a massive explosion erupts across the area. She exhales, thinking that this daily life, which has been repeating for 300 years, is repeating once again today. She steps onto a rooftop and surveys the surroundings. The narrator explains that the city remains a hellish pandemonium, an unending daily life that has continued for 300 years, ticking forward like clockwork. The narrator says she has endured this dreadful life for 300 years, not for any special reason, but simply because she is a hero. The narrator says she stands as the last remnant of a deity in this land, a paradise that has now vanished to the other side, and as the queen of the Shadow Kingdom. The narrator says Eren Danua has always known that she is a special human and has accepted it as her natural duty to live as a hero, at least until recently. Eren says it is the first time and recalls a memory in which Korin says he wants to save her this time. The narrator says that because she is a hero, she believes it is natural for her to be the one doing the saving. For when one lives a hero's life, one inevitably neglects one's own needs. Eren recalls Korin's smile and says she is merely returning what was once given. The narrator says that the boy rekindles something she has long forgotten during her endless solitude, for he once said he would remain by her side. She places her hand upon her lips and thinks of Korin, the first person who has ever cherished her. The narrator says the god of death feels content after witnessing this version of the friend he has spent 300 years with. The god of death says the sight of a hero who has fallen in love for the first time is, after all, not bad. He says that, even so, it still feels strange to think about. Despite being given only a single number, he made that choice. He recalls the memory of Korin saying, "Fine, then the treasure he wants is this." The system window then announces that the death god's orb possesses absolute accuracy, separates body and spirit, and ignores all forms of defense. The narrator explains that it is an absolute and lethal treasure. When attached to a weapon, it manifests the power of the death god's scythe. However, this effect applies only when wielded by the death god himself. For humans, its efficacy is average at best, and for Corin Locke, who cannot perceive spirits, it is the worst possible choice. The narrator adds that, despite this, the scales do not tip. This signifies that the reward granted is indeed a fair and fitting price for Corin Locke. The death god remarks with curiosity, wondering what the warrior of the silver spear is attempting to change. The scene then shifts to the entrance of Nazria at Cana Inn, where Ryan sits with his arms folded and comments that everything is slowly coming to an end. The narrator explains that across Boromé and Merkaba, there are 8 teams consisting of 32 participants, but only half, 4 teams, will advance to the next group match scheduled for 650. The system window notifies that the group leader has earned 558 points as Yua approaches with her team. The narrator states that Boromé Academy's group head, Kang Yuhua, leads her team alongside Merkaba's Group A, commanded by Mariette. The system window announces that Group A has earned 449 points as Mariette advances with her team. One of her group members comments that he told her the magic was too powerful. Mariette laughs and admits he is right, adding that if only he had not destroyed the Moonstone. The system window then updates, displaying the results. Advancing to the finals, Group Head with 558 points, Group A with 449 points, Group Hip with 160 points, and Group Shoulders with 155 points. A student exclaims that it is Boromé's complete victory and that Merkaba is finished. Another remarks that they have only won through luck and reckless actions. One student asks if this marks the end of the Mandrake Bandits. The narrator explains that the immortal Locke bandits have always believed Merkaba to be strong in group battles but weak individually, so good results were never expected from them. A student standing behind Ryan with others says there is no hope for Merkaba except for Group A, led by Mariette, or Group D, led by Corin. Another adds that 2 members of Group D were eliminated on the first day, making their chances nearly impossible. Ryan reflects that perhaps 3 teams from Boromé and only 1 from Merkaba will advance to the finals. Just then, the door opens as Alicia enters the room beside Corin and greets everyone with a cheerful good morning. Corin remarks that they are quite late. Alicia replies that it has been 59 minutes, cutting it close. Corin gestures with his hand and says that as long as they arrive on time, it is fine. Ryan clears his throat and says that they are still late, calling out both Corin and Alicia. Alicia responds that this is why she told him they should eat afterward. Corin argues that leaving the city and then eating would take forever and asks who has that much time. Ryan tells them to argue later and bring their packs so their scores can be counted, thinking to himself that they are obviously eliminated. Alicia sets down a huge crystal and asks if they only need to place it on top of the measuring device. Ryan confirms, saying that the score will probably be low. However, everyone is shocked when the screen of the measuring device lights up. A student exclaims that the score is 250 points. Ryan announces that Group D is in 3rd place with 200 points. Corin kneels beside the measuring tool with his bag and says that this is not all they have brought. Ryan asks if there is more. Corin places 3 more stones on the device, and the system window displays the notification. The Revenant Titan's Moonstone, the White King's Moonstone, and the Abyss Shrieker's Moonstone. A student asks how far they actually went. Another wonders if they reached the center of the city and whether they defeated all 3 of Nazria's bosses. Smiling, Corin holds up a small red stone and says that this is the last one. The system window notifies that it is the immortal King Gerorg's Moonstone. The measuring device's screen displays the weight, leaving everyone present in shock. Ryan's eyes widen as his mouth falls open, and he exclaims 1,000. A student murmurs 1,768 points as the screen flickers, almost appearing broken. Corin gives a thumbs up while Ryan, visibly irritated, says that this makes no sense. The system window then displays the results. Advancing to the finals, Group D with 1,768 points, Group Head with 558 points, Group O with 449 points, Group Hip with 160 points, and Group Shoulders with 155 points. The narrator says that with this, the group match qualifiers are decided. Later, inside a carriage, Alicia comments that it was quite an eventful day. Corin agrees, saying it certainly was. She asks if he is going back, and he sits with his hand resting on his chin, gazing out the window, and replies that he is. He thinks to himself whether she has realized that he is going back to save Aaron. She mentions that Mariette and she can accompany him. Laughing, she adds that she does not know what he is planning, but they can be of help, so he should stop looking so gloomy, as he is making her anxious as well. Startled by her words, he thinks that he is an idiot for making Alicia worry. He thanks her and says they should rest for now since it is too exhausting to keep working. She agrees. Leaning against the window with his arms folded, he thinks that he needs to find a way to utilize the power he has gained from the Death God. He has obtained a treasure of the Netherworld differently than he initially planned, but if he manages it well, the Death God's orb might become the hidden card in the third part. He recalls a memory of H. Warren walking away, saying that it is pointless since no human has ever helped her. He thinks that perhaps this hidden card could help that arrogant child. Later, at the academy, Corin asks about H. Warren, wondering what she is doing. Professor Josephine replies that she has been arrested. Shocked, he asks what she means, and she repeats that H. Warren has been arrested. The scene shifts to a flashback where H. Warren meets her father, Yuhua. She hugs him and says it has been so long. Yuhua greets her and asks how she has been. The narrator explains that there is a girl named Ran who is loved by everyone, yet she is an unfortunate child who has never gone outside on her own due to a chronic illness. The narrator describes Taiyan-Kai blockage disease as an innate condition mentioned in legends, where excessive yin energy suppresses the yang energy, a self-destructive curse that disrupts the body's balance. Ran is born with this curse. Her father, Kang Yu, seeks every possible method to heal his daughter, but nothing succeeds in removing the blockage. Later, Ran lies on her bed while her father sits beside her, holding her hand. The narrator says it is a happy and harmonious family, yet two misfortunes shadow their joy. The first is Ran's chronic illness, and the second is Kang Yu's genius, for he is known as the greatest necromancer of his time. Her father swears that he will save her, and if there is even a single way, he will do whatever it takes. The narrator explains that he searches for a source of strong yang energy to break through the yin energy, but the barrier created by Taiyan-Kai blockage disease cannot be overcome by human effort alone, so he begins searching for another way. The narrator explains that if there is not enough yang energy to contain the yin energy, then another method must be found to exhaust the yin energy instead. The narrator continues that a being naturally born with yin, a wicked existence most suited to a necromancer who guides lost souls back to their homes, becomes the key. Kang Yu transforms his daughter into a Jiangshi while she is still alive. Jiangshi Hwa was born at that very moment. Returning to the present, Jinhyuk grits his teeth and says that mercy is something she should have shown when she killed his family. He recalls a memory of himself weeping, vowing to kill her as he sits surrounded by flames, holding someone in his lap, screaming that he swears to end her life. H. Warren is startled and recalls a memory in which Ryan commands her to kill all the humans on that land, declaring that no living being should remain there. Jinhyuk says she is a monster, a creature without a trace of humanity, and that seeing her pretend to be human now is so revolting it makes him want to vomit. She pleads with him to wait. The scene shifts to a flashback of a burning place where everything is engulfed in flames. A person asks H. Warren who cares about that body, insisting that she is not Ran but a monster who has stolen Ran's body. H. Warren denies it and says that it is her. It is truly her body. Suddenly, a burning hand grips her leg and a voice cries out, begging her to die, calling her a monster, and pleading for her death. He accuses her of tearing her father's limbs apart and killing him, warning that the royal family will try to execute her. Then, the hands of her duplicate tighten around her neck, strangling her as she screams that a monster like her should never have been born and demands that she return the body. She screams in agony, insisting that it is hers, that this body belongs to her. Back on the battlefield, she covers her ears with both hands, shouting for the voices to stop, and an explosion of energy erupts behind her. Jinhyuk quickly raises his arms to shield his face. A golden chain suddenly glows and extends, wrapping tightly around her body. She falls to her knees, declaring that she has the right to possess this body. The soldiers rush toward her to capture her, but she cries out, swearing that she will not lose it. Back in Josephine's office, Josephine explains that this is the reason H. Warren has been arrested. Corin thinks he expected this outcome to some degree, but did not imagine it would happen so quickly. He asks if it is because of the seals. Josephine replies that it appears he already knows. She recalls the details, explaining that H. Warren bears the chains of Zion and the talisman of the East, two seals that restrain her power. But during her battle with Sa Geniak, the talisman was burned. She explains that Bishop Lai Jinyong uses the incident as an excuse to condemn it as a display of H. Warren's violent nature. In the end, under Professor Kang Ryan's leadership, H. Warren is transferred to the East, where it is decided that a new talisman will be created. Corin remarks that making such a drastic decision, simply because one of her two seals has been burned, is unreasonable. He adds that it seems they are determined to place the blame on the Academy for failing to maintain H. Warren's stability. At that moment, Cassar appears behind him and asks how much he knows. Seeing her expression, Corin realizes that his master must have already noticed. As well, the fact that this incident suggests the Catholic Church and Borrome's Professor Kang Ryan are plotting something. He slightly turns his head and tells her that he is certain she does not wish to hand H. Warren over to Borrome like this. He asks her to leave the matter to him, assuring her that even if she harbors doubts about him, she should trust him this once. He says that he needs everyone to work together to achieve the result he desires, without anyone acting alone. He reflects that the third chapter of Heroic Legend of Arhen, featuring the boss Heavenly Yaksha, has a slightly different background from the other bosses that have appeared so far. He thinks that it emphasizes his relationship with the character and the narrative he builds. Everything depends on that choice, whether he decides to save HWA or to save Ran. He thinks that, to be honest, the simplest and most effective approach is to do as Park Siyu did, just choose one, regardless of which it is. However, he decides that he is not interested in such an option. He intends to save everyone. The system window notifies him of the main quest, HWA Ran, with a difficulty level of a plus. The quest requirements state that if HWA dies, he fails, and if Ran dies, he fails as well. The scene shifts to a prison where H. Warren sits on the floor, bound by chains, repeating that it is hers, that this body belongs to her. Suddenly, Ryan appears before her, enveloped in energy, and asks if that is truly the case. He reveals that the owner of the body she has possessed, Kang Ran, is his niece. H. Warren grits her teeth in frustration and insists that she will not give it back, that it is hers. Ryan calmly tells her that she is misunderstanding something and asks if she truly wishes to completely possess that body. She recalls a memory of Ryan commanding him to kill all the humans on that land, declaring that no living being must remain there. Ryan smiles and tells her that he can help her. She looks at him and thinks that the poisonous snake smiles while offering a venomous apple, too sweet for a child to resist. Just then, Ran's soul appears before them and pleads with HWA not to do it. HWA thinks that the voice does not reach her. It never has. Ryan then says that the body will be given to her. The scene shifts to 2 days after their return from the group match, where Corin and Mariette walk down a busy street, enjoying some snacks. Corin reflects that after returning from the group match, the students have been given some free time out of consideration for those who came back from Nazria. He also thinks that he has preparations to make before Borome begins to move. He asks Mariette about the street stall they set up in front of the inn. She replies that she received the full report yesterday. Corin, surprised, asks how many sales they made. She hesitates and says, well, about that. Corin recalls that the ingredients were supplied by the Dunlop family, and they sold the food at 3 times the original price after adding some sauce. He thinks to himself that, of course, those Borome fools do not realize this is exactly how tourist pricing works. Laughing excitedly, he says that the day has finally come for him. Mariette smiles and says she is happy simply because he is happy. A moment later, she points to the side and says, Corin, look over there, it's a monostone throwing stall. The shopkeeper waves to them and says, hey, pretty lady, come try throwing some stones. He explains that these monostones were classified as defective at the mines, so he broke them apart for use here. He tells her to touch them, noting that they feel soft. She touches one and says it is true, then asks if stones are really supposed to be that squishy. He explains that normally, no, monostones are excellent at absorbing mana, which causes their attributes to change easily, and that is why they are often used in magic staffs. However, he adds that if a monostone is this soft, it becomes unstable and explodes easily. He tells her to watch. Corin picks up a stone and says he will throw it. As he prepares, he thinks that the techniques he learned from practicing spear and stone throwing make his accuracy at this distance nearly 100%. He throws and hits the bullseye perfectly. The shopkeeper announces his score, 995 points. Corin analyzes that the higher the accuracy, the narrower the diffusion range of these festival-grade defective monastones becomes, while the lower the accuracy, the wider the diffusion range grows. He recalls that in the game, when he equipped every possible debuffing item and spell to achieve 0% accuracy, he was able to expand the diffusion range to 100 meters. He calls out to the shopkeeper, telling him to sell all of his mana stones to him and promising to pay twice the price. The shopkeeper curiously asks what he plans to use them for. Corin smiles, thinking that there is only one reason for a special skill that only original generation players know how to use. He came to the festival for this very purpose. Covered in a faint aura of dark energy, he laughs and says that if he leaves this to Fergus, it will be perfect. Mariette watches him and thinks that Corin is laughing like a villain. He asks Mariette if the carriage transportation company is her subsidiary and whether she can obtain the carriage schedule for him. She raises a finger and asks what he is planning this time. With eyes gleaming mischievously, Corin smiles darkly and says that it is time for him to return. After some time, Ryan calls out to Yuhua. She responds, saying yes, uncle, while gripping H. Warren's head. She forces something into H. Warren's mouth and explains that it is a wooden tile made from a peach tree, the natural enemy of Jiangxi's. H. Warren begins to sweat profusely, slamming her head against the floor as she screams in agony. Ryan warns her not to attempt anything reckless until they arrive. Jinhyuk asks if this will be sufficient, remarking that at most, it will only cause a fever. Yuhua replies that it will be more than enough. Ryan states that their goal is to extract the wicked entity from Ran. H. Warren frowns and demands to know what they are talking about. Yuhua calmly tells her that, as her uncle said, he is going to remove her from Ran's body. H. Warren trembles and asks what will happen if they do that. Yuhua replies that once she loses her physical vessel, she will either die or become an evil spirit. She sits beside her and says that the body does not belong to her, and she knows it. H. Warren begins to sweat, her frustration and fear evident. After a while, the carriage driver glances around and asks about a strange noise, wondering if it is the sound of drums. A man stands closer to the drums, striking one of the drums, when a sudden explosion erupts near the carriage, hurling it violently into the air. When the dust settles, the driver lies beneath the wreckage, groaning and muttering in disbelief, wondering which fools are responsible. Ryan rushes forward and calls out to Yuhua and Jinhyuk, asking if they are all right. Yuhua replies that they are fine. Jinhyuk asks if it is an attack and who the assailants might be. Ryan answers that he is not certain. As the group becomes trapped within the realm of blood, a black sphere expands, releasing waves of dark energy throughout the area. Ryan remarks that their opponents are not to be underestimated. Jinhyuk asks if it is some kind of formation. An excited man nearby exclaims that it looks good and asks his boss what they should do next. Corin laughs and orders them to take everything that can be turned into profit. One of the men notices H. Warren lying on the ground, bound in chains, and shouts that she is a beautiful girl, that they have hit the jackpot. H. Warren glares at them in fury. Corin, disguised with makeup, laughs darkly and commands his men to capture her, declaring that the girl is being taken by the immortal Locke. Meanwhile, at the academy, a staff member reports that an abduction has occurred. Professor Josephine asks who has abducted whom. The man explains that, about 5 minutes ago, a group of unidentified bandits attacked the carriage carrying Borome's honored guests and claims that they have abducted a student named H. Warren. Shocked, Josephine drops her teacup, demanding to know what on earth he is talking about. The narrator notes that Madame Josephine has not uttered a single curse word in 35 years. Meanwhile, the bandits ride their horses at full speed. H. Warren sits on a horse beside Corin and demands to know what he is doing. Corin laughs and says that he heard she caused quite an incident while he was away, so he came to rescue her. She mutters that it is unnecessary. Corin replies that if she is taken away, he will not be able to witness her current state. She insists that he has no relation to her. He responds that, since they live under the same roof, of course, it is related. He thinks to himself that it is a relief he is not too late. If she had been captured by Kang Ryan, her soul would have been forcefully separated from her body, and then either HWA or Ran would have ceased to exist. Later, Corin announces that since they have arrived, they will proceed as planned, leaving behind as many traces as possible to buy time. Some of the bandit riders gallop off in the opposite direction, carrying a pouch of coins. One of them grins and says it was a good deal, Mr. Immortal. Corin says to live well and not to cause trouble that forces him to come looking for them again. He remarks on how happy they look and wonders if money truly brings that much joy. Suddenly, H. Warren stumbles and falls against him. Corin quickly asks what is wrong, noting that she has not looked well since earlier. She weakly replies that they fed her something. Placing his fist against his chin, he thinks that they must have fed her the wooden tile. For H. Warren, it only causes a fever, but she will still suffer for several days. He lifts her into his arms, and she protests, asking what he is doing and telling him to let her go because she can run on her own. He starts running, telling her to stop pretending to be fine since even walking is difficult for her. He adds that she is light, so she does not need to worry. She insists that it is uncomfortable and demands to be put down. He grins and says to charge it to his account. Meanwhile, Ryan runs and calls out to Yuhua and Jinhyuk, asking if they are unharmed. Yuhua answers that they are fine. Jinhyuk asks if it was a raid and who the attackers were. Ryan replies that he does not know, but whoever they are bold enough to challenge him. As he speaks, he notices the realm of blood barrier forming ahead. Jinhyuk asks if it is a barrier. At the same time, Mariette sits atop a rooftop, holding her magical staff. She says that this will be sufficient if she can keep them trapped for an hour, just as Corin requested. Inside the realm, Ryan releases his mana beast to shatter the barrier's wall and calls out to Yuhua. She says that she will chase them and sprints forward at full speed. Mariette, startled to see her breaking free, exclaims in frustration that one of them has escaped and that she must at least restrain the remaining two. She thinks in disbelief that someone has actually managed to break through the realm and silently warns Corin to stay cautious. Meanwhile, in the forest, rain begins to fall as H. Warren coughs weakly in Corin's arms. He realizes that her condition is worsening and that the rain is only making it worse. They have already come quite far, so he decides that he must find a place for them to rest. Just then, he notices a shadow trailing behind them. It is Yuhua. She says that he is slower than she expected and that she thought he would have made it much farther by now. She throws a sharp weapon toward them. Corin immediately recognizes her intent and thinks that she must have followed him all the way here, meaning she has also broken through the realm. The blade pierces his arm, and H. Warren, coughing, asks if he is all right. He replies that such a wound is nothing, and that she is not the type to coat her daggers with poison. Setting H. Warren down, he tells her to stay where she is. She asks what he plans to do, and he gives her a sidelong glance, answering that it should be obvious. As Yuhua leaps to strike him with her sword, he blocks her attack with his spear and says that he has no choice but to fight. Raindrops stream down her face as she declares that there will be no running away this time. He replies that he is not the type to choose an option with low probability and activates the Returning Heaven's second technique, the rotating demonic spear. Yuhua swiftly sidesteps the attack, calling it absurd. She raises her swords again, attacking with precision, and taunts him by asking whether he truly believes his chances of winning against her are any higher. The force of her own attack pushes her backward as he observes that such power from someone of her rank is remarkable. The sheer amount of aura she possesses is astonishing, exactly as he had expected. He thinks of her as Swordmaster Borome's strongest knight, known as the Sword Fairy, one who commands such a vast aura that it becomes visible to the naked eye, proving her extraordinary mastery. She charges at him and shouts for him not to hold back, demanding that he come at her with full force, claiming that he must possess an aura core as well. He replies that what he has was obtained through certain tricks and blocks her strike with his spear. He reminds himself that his aura core is a secret weapon he must keep hidden until the very last moment, the same aura core he gained after assisting Duke Sabancha's ascension. In truth, he considers it more of a burden, since he cannot yet control it properly. It feels like a dam where immense amounts of aura keep accumulating, yet the release mechanism remains jammed. She says that it makes no difference. If he wishes to conserve his strength, she will simply force him to use it, and she vanishes in an instant. Reappearing with swift precision, She unleashes the Slaughter Dragon Sword technique, second form, True Dragon Strike, her blade blazing like dragon fire as she charges at him. Korin counters, his red energy surging outward as he invokes the Calamity Serpent intent, Slithering Serpent skill. Their attacks collide, and the clash releases a massive explosion that engulfs the battlefield in blinding light and roaring wind. When the dust settles, Korin kneels, gripping his spear tightly, and mutters that it was brutal and far too close. She stands poised on a tree branch, and remarks that he might be going a bit overboard. She thinks that his previous attack was a lethal strike meant to end the battle, yet it did not even leave a scratch on him. She wonders who this person truly is. She asks why he is going to such lengths to protect that child. Rising to his feet, he asks what she means, claiming that he is the abductor. She scoffs and says what a joke, that child is her younger cousin. She declares that the girl is not human but a monster, a wicked and cruel yaksha, and she is certain he has heard of the tragedy of Moonlight Castle. He sighs and replies that someone else was responsible for that event, though it is always the underlings who end up fighting. With glowing eyes, he asks if she knows that the dojos here are ruthless, each obsessed with challenging the others in endless competition. Before she can respond, she is taken aback as a single strike of his spear, empowered by the rapid severance. No light skill, slices through the branch beneath her. She lands on the ground and freezes when she sees Alicia standing before her, enveloped in a surge of powerful energy. Rainwater runs down her face as she asks if he truly intends to challenge her in this way. Alicia raises her weapon and shouts, "Alicia Dojo's master, Alicia Arden, hereby challenges Borome's swordswoman, King Yuhua, under the laws of Hypon ties." She asks what he means. Korin snaps his fingers and says that swordsmen truly think differently, requesting a duel in such a remote place. How passionate they are. Alicia raises her sword and says she has admired her for a long time, and asks her to teach her. Yuhua frowns, blocks the strike with both swords, and says this is ridiculous, asking if she really believes this will work. Alicia turns around, winks, and says to the abductor, whose identity she does not even know, to get to work. Korin sighs and says he is deeply grateful that there is nothing he can do about this, and wishes them both a good time before running off with H. Warren in his arms. Yuhua shouts for him to stop, calling his name. Later, Korin wrings out a blood-soaked towel and mutters that he is unsure whether they chose a good day or a bad day for this. Sitting on the cave floor and looking out, he thinks that the heavy rain works to his advantage during the escape, as it disrupts the heightened senses of the knights and guards, delaying their pursuit of the abductor. He turns to H. Warren and asks if she is all right. He thinks that the unfortunate part is that the abducted hostage's condition is worsening. Placing his hand on her forehead to check her temperature, he quietly says to excuse him. He notices her face turning red and says that she has a high fever. He thinks that he has no choice but to use it. Holding her in his arms, he takes out a bottle of premium elixir and says that drinking this will make her feel a little better, urging her to drink it. As he helps her sip the elixir, he thinks that it is a bit of a waste, but necessary. The system window notifies that the premium elixir is made by Marriott. Later, H. Warren opens her eyes and weakly asks where they are. He says there is quite a bit of space, explaining that it is an owlbear's habitat. When there are no suitable caves, owlbears dig up large trees like this to make their nests. She groans in pain, her entire body drenched in sweat. Korin thinks that she does not look good at all and wonders if the elixir needs more time to take effect. He then says that this will not do. As she watches him stand up, she asks where he is going. He says that he is going to catch a bear and thinks that there must be owlbears nearby. If he covers her with their fur, her condition will improve. Outside, thunder rumbles and lightning flashes across the sky. Startled, H. Warren grabs the corner of his shirt, kneels on the ground, and looks up at him with teary eyes, pleading softly for him not to go. Later, H. Warren lies on the ground, lost in thought, while Korin sits beside her, gazing outside. The scene shifts to a flashback as Kang Yu, crying, calls her, saying that his daughter has finally awakened. The narrator states that the first thing H. Warren sees upon opening her eyes is her master, who is shedding tears while looking down at her. Kang Yu calls her his daughter, calling her Ran, and the newly born Jiangxi understands that this is the term referring to her. H. Warren rises and asks for her father, and he immediately embraces her. The narrator observes that a single word she utters, unaware of its meaning, brings immense joy to her master as he holds her, probably at that very moment. H. Warren instinctively realizes that she must act as Ran, for if her father discovers the truth, he would likely abandon her immediately, as she fears he would begin searching for Ran, envisioning a future in which she must return this body. However, not much time passes before her fabricated life collapses entirely due to a minor incident. Later, Kang stands with H. Warren near the window and declares that she is not his daughter. Afterward, H. Warren drags the corpse of a sea beast behind her. The narrator notes that the first time she sees blood is under the pretext of eliminating the sea beast that appeared in the city, as her father, at the Lord's request, commands her to slay it. Later, Ryan sees H. Warren and remarks on a Jonxi capable of so easily killing a first-class monster. He smiles like a devil and praises her, saying that she has done well. The narrator explains that her father's brother comes to assist in healing her and is the one who gives her the name HWA, his gaze full of greed, reflecting her father's neglect upon realizing she is not his daughter. The narrator adds that her utility, discovered for the first time, leads to repeated orders from the castle lord, the imperial family, and the ascetics, commanding her to slay monsters, ghosts, and humans alike. The narrator notes that those who become charcoal in fragments of her memory, seemingly amputated, are treated as if HWA has assumed the body after eliminating the weak original, thus giving rise to the heavenly yakshas. The scene returns to the present as Corin places a rune Suillo near H. Warren and drapes a blanket over her. She asks what it is. He inquires if she is a child of darkness and instructs her to get some sunlight and use the blanket. She protests, saying she does not need it. He responds firmly, telling her to take it when it is given and not to complain of a cold later. He turns and notes that the sun will rise soon, instructing her to sleep. He will wake her at sunrise, adding that he does not expect it to rain again. She asks what he wants from her. Corin turns his head slightly and reflects that everyone she has met until now has wanted something from her. A lost daughter, a healthy cousin, a weapon to massacre everything. Corin asks if she remembers when they first met. She stares at him, recalling a memory, and says that he told her she was not the owner of this body, that she was a thief and a robber, without any rights. He responds that his answer has not changed since then. There is no sin in being born. Frustrated, she grits her teeth and calls it an irresponsible thing to say. She argues that it is dangerous to speak so recklessly while a monster roams free, something Josephine and the chairman both know. She asks if he believes she will suddenly stop being a monster because of his smooth words, or if the world will change. He places a finger on his mouth and admits that he does not know whether the world will change or if she will cease being a monster, but he simply wants to save the people in front of him. He reflects that among those living to correct misfortunes, he is the only player who can save them, and asks if that alone is not enough. She sweats and confesses that she is scared, that this is not her body and never has been from the start, which is why everyone tells her she must return it. She lowers her head, knowing she needs to give it back, yet fears what will happen if she does. She asks what will happen to her. She demands an answer and asks if she must give it back. He confirms that she must. She closes her eyes and murmurs that it is the same for her, too. He replies that before that, she needs to speak. She responds as if suggesting that they can't live together in one house, if he pays rent and deposit, something like that. Shocked, she turns to him and asks what he means. He frowns and says that such conversations are meant for people to have. He knows what she is like. He asks, if it is important, why not? He recalls a memory and observes that there are plenty of humans who have committed worse acts than monsters, and evil people who masquerade as heroes while secretly massacring others. He emphasizes that what matters are her decisions and actions, always, so her nature is irrelevant. He lies on the floor with his hands under his head and says that he has not decided anything yet. He adds that he will help her until then, so she should not worry about unnecessary matters and should sleep well. He turns his back, closes his eyes, and says that he is going to sleep. The narrator explains that the outcome was determined from the beginning. She could not yield to Ran. She could not speak honestly to the boy, for if she did, the only hand extended to her would vanish. Her heart aches as she lowers her head onto her knees. H. Warren could neither grasp nor reject that hand. The scene shifts to the next day under a clear, sunny sky. H. Warren asks where they are going. Corin says he thinks it should be somewhere around here. He inquires why it burned so severely and explains that only a single piece may be usable as a place to rest hands on a tree. She asks what it is. He replies that it is a jujube tree struck by lightning and questions what they could possibly gain from it. He breaks a piece of the wood and explains that since they have come to this forest, he thought they might need it. He continues, mentioning that HWA is from Jiangxi. She recalls a past memory of herself spreading red energy from her body and confirms that she is. He says she knows that Jiangxi, with its overflowing yin energy, possesses certain weaknesses. She asks what these weaknesses are. He hands her the broken piece of wood and explains that jujube wood contains a tremendous amount of yang energy. It is often used to ward off ghosts, but if she ingests it, her yang and yin energies will temporarily balance. He adds that her traits as a Jiangxi will be momentarily neutralized. She asks what that means. He clarifies that if she consumes it, she will lose control over her body. Startled, she drops the wood immediately and asks why he would give it to her. He picks it up and replies that HWA must decide. She cannot monopolize everything and reap benefits without bearing responsibility. He recalls Sihu's creepy smile and thinks he understands what those who stand at the extremes of greed are like. He does not want her to become like them. He reflects that he wants H. Warren to make a decision and take responsibility for it, and he acknowledges that she knows this as well. She is about to speak when Jinhyuk suddenly appears and asks what they are doing in a place like this. He spreads dark energy from his body and exclaims that the monster is impressive, noting that she has even found someone to stick with all this time. Korin steps aside and tells her to stand back. She asks what he intends to do. He responds, questioning what else could be done, and says that no matter how far they run, he or Kang Yuhua will pursue them. He leaps forward, spear ready, stating that they need to tie things up. Jinhyuk calls out, addressing Korin Locke. Korin declares that he is immortal Locke, and asks if Jinhyuk has lost his conscience along with his disguise. He activates his skill, Acceleration Strong Liberation Stormy Wheel, summoning a magical wheel beneath his feet, and leaps high with explosive force. Smirking, he comments on how impressive it is and reveals a sharp weapon attached to his leg, stating that it is the work of that monster as well. Korin grins and remarks that it stings, realizing that Jinhyuk can perform alchemy without an alchemy circle. He declares that if he can, he will show it, and channels his power to attack, sending strings of energy. Jinhyuk quickly moves to protect himself from the attack, and thinks that the speed of the strikes is incredible, probably on the same level as her sister's or even faster. He again activates the Stormy Wheel skill to kick, but Korin stops it with his spear. He smiles and asks if he is not attacking too recklessly, noting that he has left himself wide open. Jinhyuk swiftly moves his arm forward to protect his face as Korin declares that the playing is over. Before he can act further, he notices talismans approaching with light, and a magical circle appears beneath his feet. Just then, Ryan steps in front and explains that there is no need to struggle. The talisman bears the 8-array formation, which controls the signals guiding his thoughts and muscles, as well as the flow of his inner strength, rendering nothing able to function as he intends. Korin bends to the ground, caught by the magical circle, and calls him an idiot. He then announces that the time has come and starts walking toward H. Warren. Korin tells H. Warren to run. She becomes frightened and screams no as he extends his hand, holding a black talisman toward her head. She loses consciousness and stands frozen. Yuhua asks Ryan about the talisman. He confirms that it is a talisman that seals H. Warren's consciousness. Her soul, without her awareness, will now be lost forever through utter annihilation. She remarks that they can finally recover Ran. Korin turns his head slightly and mutters that Kang Ryan is an idiot. Ryan declares that he must pay the price for his futile dreams and become food for the monsters. He shouts and asks in frustration what happened to Alicia. He insists that he cannot allow H. Warren to be taken like this and calls for her. Suddenly, spreading energy around him, he begins laughing like a possessed man, his eyes glowing, thinking that everything is proceeding according to plan. Shortly after, several wolves arrive and gather around Korin. At that moment, 2 golden wolves appear, roaring loudly. Their roar shatters the talisman surrounding him, freeing him from the magical circle. Korin laughs and asks if Kang Ryan is gone. He rises, stretching his shoulders, and remarks that he is stiff, but that everything went well. One wolf comments on their acting skills, while the other laughs, admitting that it may have been a bit overkill. Corin addresses them as Ren and Ron and asks about the task he had assigned. The golden wolves begin transforming into Ren and Ron. Ren explains that Lenya said she would take care of it. Ron winks and asks, but brother, he means Corin, what exactly had he requested? Corin holds his chin, smirking, and replies that it is nothing major. He is unsure whether they have heard about the corruption in the defense industry. After a while, Yuhua asks whether he has located the thieves who stole the items or found any suitable replacements. The worker laughs and requests patience, noting that they do not hold as much influence here as Yuhua and her companions. She challenges him, asking whether he does not think he has drawn too much attention to himself by saying that. He stares at her, thinking that these pagans are audacious. If this were the old days, they would never dare speak to the bishop of the order in such a manner. He remarks that they are mere shadows, not the type to reveal themselves easily, and thinks that he must restrain himself. The order has declined, so they need their power. He explains that he has located a merchant group capable of providing substitute items. They are traders who have conducted business with the Eastern continent for a long time, and the merchants will deliver the items today. She asks the name of the merchant group. He replies that they are the Mandrake merchants. She echoes mandrakes, noting that the name sounds familiar. After a while, an announcer proclaims the highlight of the festival, the final round of the group match and the question of who will emerge as the winner. Meanwhile, Ryan inquires about the item. The person confirms that it is right there. Ryan remarks that it is in good condition, observing H. Warren seated in a box, gripping the jujube wood. He states that it is time to proceed. On the ground, Professor Edgar announces the next stage. Players are to enter, with Kang Yuhua's group heading the proceedings. Yuhua and his group step onto the ground. Edgar then announces Merkaba Academy's Group A and Group D. Group D includes a disqualified member, as Alicia and Mariette enter the ground. Edgar explains that since their leader, Corin Locke, has gone missing and did not appear for the doubles competition, the outcome of this group match is likely to be affected. He asks for a moment as Corin steps onto the ground, declaring that at the moment of victory, they will run with him and shine like eternal chrome, and that he will lead them all to the gate of Valhalla himself. Yuhua sees him and exclaims that crazy idiot, realizing he is alive. Corin lifts his spear and commands those who are ready to prepare themselves. His members cheer loudly, chanting Immortal Locke. Corin smiles wickedly and says that with all the players present, the match may begin, addressing the professor. Ryan activates his magic and agrees to commence the test. He thinks that he is an annoying idiot, yet he cannot deny his extraordinary presence. He conjures maze walls across the ground and explains that the setup is simple. The 8 doors will continuously transform, misleading anyone trapped within the formation. He declares that whoever discovers the correct path and reaches the center to recover the golden dragon sign will win the final match. He then uses the 8-gate transformation, utter annihilation skill to transform the ground. A student observes that it is a maze, while another exclaims in frustration at its complexity. He realizes that the deployed formation alters the venue and separates the participants. Watching Corin behind his hand fan, he thinks that he cannot predict what Corin is planning, but the completion of the scheme cannot now be stopped. Suddenly, the broadcast video stops, and a student asks about the interruption. A magical circle appears on the camera, blocking the transmission, and another student exclaims in confusion, asking why the feed has frozen. Professor Edgar demands to know what is happening. Another professor responds that he believes the overflowing mana from the formation is interfering with the video transmission. Edgar curses and asks what kind of mistake this is. Ryan then declares that the ceremony to separate HWA from Ran should begin. He instructs Yuhua and Jinhyuk to guard the Black Tortoise of the North. They quickly run to carry out the command, and Ryan says that as long as the Black Tortoise is protected, everything else can be destroyed if necessary. Yuhua pleads with his uncle to take care of Ran, and he reassures him not to worry. Elsewhere, Corin smiles and observes that the 8 trigrams and the 9 cardinal directions must align over there. A student urges the others to locate the entrance to the formation. Another student tells Corin to remove his makeup, saying it makes him feel as though he should address him as boss. Corin thinks that they are indeed trying hard. Since ancient times, it has always been the Black Tortoise, the guardian of the North, who has protected the Emperor at the center. He reflects that because the tortoise stands directly behind the emperor's back, it occupies a position from which it can both defend and suddenly strike him. Later, Jinhyuk stands beside Yuhua and says that his sister is over there. Korin thinks that when targeting a formation based on the four symbols, they must strike the black tortoise first. He moves to attack Jinhyuk with his spear as Alicia lunges at Yuhua with her sword. Korin remarks that it has not been long since he last saw him, the prosthetic sorcerer of steel. Jinhyuk asks how much he knows and tells him to come without hesitation. Alicia asks Korin if it will truly be fine with just the two of them. He answers that it will be, and says it is far better than relying on Mariette, who will destroy the remaining three by herself, as Mariette and Diakgu unleash their powers, spreading red energy to attack the others. Yuhua blocks Alicia's sword with her own and thinks that he has bypassed the 8 gates of deception and come directly to the northern gate. That means her uncle's 8 gates have already been seen through, but that should be impossible. She thinks that the 8 gates transformation formation contains a total of 365 alterations, including stone soldiers, fog, and maze-like paths. Even the most gifted formation sorcerer cannot escape once trapped within it. Korin smiles and says he can almost hear her thoughts turning. He mentions that she recently acquired a new item, and he then explains that he followed the tracking rune engraved on that item. She clenches her teeth and demands to know how he learned about the item. She recalls that the materials required for the formation were recently stolen by a group of bandits, which forced them to purchase replacements from the Mandrake merchants. Breaking into a sweat, she mutters no. Korin laughs teasingly and says that, yes, he was the one who stole them and then sold them again. He adds that both the Mandrake bandits and the Mandrake merchants are his creation, laughing at her reaction. She frowns and calls him an idiot, but insists that it changes nothing. She charges at Alicia to attack, asking whether he truly believes that the two of them can defeat her. Korin relaxes, resting his spear on his shoulder, and tells Alicia that she must get her revenge. She asks what he means. He explains that she lost to King Yuhua last time. She retorts that it was only because he ordered her to lose on purpose, and that pretending was incredibly difficult. Yuhua is startled to hear this, while Jinhyuk smirks and remarks that they are admitting she went easy on her. She snaps at him to be quiet and declares that they should end this quickly. She moves at full speed, releasing lightning energy as she attacks. Jinhyuk follows closely, saying that this is exactly what he wanted as well. Korin tightens his grip on his spear and apologizes, saying that he is busy too. He urges Alicia to go all out, and they both charge forward together as Alicia grips her sword and answers with determination. He unleashes the revolving axis intent annihilation fighting skill to deliver a powerful kick, while Yuhua activates the Slaughter Dragon Sword technique, 7th form, Light Dragon Magic Slice, to strike. Korin counters with the Calamity Serpent's ultimate essence, Rising Serpent Skies, Poisonous Dragon Exit skill. Alicia responds with the Arden First Sword style, Domain Severance to counterattack. Their powers collide, creating a blinding explosion of light that obscures vision. Jinhyuk is shocked to see his leg missing, while Yuhua stands stunned, her sword shattered. Korin and Alicia remain unharmed on the ground near the fragments of his leg and her broken blade. Jinhyuk thinks that his leg is destroyed and her sword is ruined. Sweat covers his face as Yuhua clenches her teeth in frustration, declaring that they cannot lose like this, no way. Both rise again, their bodies engulfed in energy, and charge forward to attack. Korin thinks that H. Warren must be both eliminated and saved. He hurls his spear toward a pillar, shattering it with a serpent-like strike, and declares that he will show them his sincerity. The two freeze in shock, halting at the sight. The narrator explains that if Korin had not spoken those words, they would have continued fighting, even if it meant tearing at each other with their nails and teeth. A strange beast with the fangs of a tiger, the horns of a sheep, and the face of a boar appears as Korin stands holding its head in his hand, dark energy radiating from it. The narrator identifies it as Taudi, one of the 4 perils, beings that exist in complete opposition to the 4 symbols. While the 4 symbols represent order and protection, the 4 perils embody destruction and chaos. Yuhua, shocked, asks how a Taudi could exist upon the black tortoise's shell. She thinks that it cannot be possible. Surely Korin Locke could not have done this. No, there is no way Master Kang Ryan, a necromancer, would have failed to notice. Korin addresses Kang Yuhua and Sa Jinhyuk, telling them that they must believe the ceremony of utter annihilation is meant to separate HWA from Ran's body. But it is, in fact, the opposite. Holding the Tauti in his hand, he declares that from the beginning, Kang Ryan had no interest in Ran. He recalls a memory. H. Warren lies unconscious within a red magic circle, and Ryan, smiling eerily, tells her uncle not to hate him too much, saying that small sacrifices must be made for the greater good. Corrin says that what Kang Ryan truly desired was always HWA. The necromancer's ceremony was never meant to save Ran. It was designed to destroy her completely, allowing HWA to take full control of the body. The scene shifts to H. Warren, who stands upon the debris as dark mana emanates from her body. Kang Ryan reflects that 3 years may seem long to some and short to others. Yet after witnessing HWA, the creation of his biological brother Kang Yu, he becomes captivated by her overwhelming power. He recalls his memories, thinking that his foolish brother, who only wished to save his daughter, never realized that, in the end, HWA's control would fall into his hands. As Kang Yu embraces his daughter H. Warren, he thinks that his brother ultimately became the true culprit behind the tragedy of Moonlight Castle and had his limbs torn apart by the Imperial Army. How gracious of him, he muses, not only to die in his place as the scapegoat for the Moonlight Castle tragedy, but also to bring forth the Celestial Yaksha, HWA. He reflects that what he never foresaw was Kang Yu's desperate plea to the chairman of Merkaba Academy to take care of H. Warren. Even for Kang Ryan, the most skilled formation sorcerer and a senior professor at Boromé, his influence did not extend beyond his own continent. As he was drowning in despair, that man appeared before him. He thinks of Tadez Valtazar, the legendary spear star, a figure from 80 years ago, who demanded only one thing from him. He recalls the moment when Tadez ordered him to go wild, to slaughter as many humans as possible, and to destroy the chairman's vessel so that she would be forced to abandon the castle. He recalls the moment when he placed the talisman on H. Warren's forehead and thinks it was an offer tempting enough to make his mouth water. If the afterlife could be attained, what significance did the destruction of a single city hold? He thinks that soon, the Western Protestants' holy relic, the chains of Zion, which had bound and drained her limitless inner power, will finally be shattered. The entity that had preserved H. Warren's human form, Ran's soul, will be completely obliterated. He believes that once he feeds her the 10,000 flesh pill, bestowed upon him by Valtazar, H. Warren will transcend to the afterlife and awaken as a true Yaksha. In the present, Ryan laughs darkly as Corrin stands behind him and remarks that he does not believe that will suffice. He smiles and says that if everything proceeds according to plan, it would be dull. Ryan turns to Corrin Locke and asks if it is him once again. Yuhua speaks up, addressing her uncle, saying that she has heard something unbelievable from him and demands an explanation. She notices a red magic circle glowing beneath her feet and questions whether this ceremony is truly intended to destroy Ran. She asks why the items of the 4 perils are being used instead of the 4 symbols. She demands to know whether the tragedy of Moonlight Castle was not caused by her loss of control, but by his command. Ryan scoffs and calls them fools, saying that she cannot even follow simple instructions, and it appears her usefulness ends here. He then says not to worry, raises his hand fan before his face, and lifts it using the law of fresh blood technique. A red surge of formation energy spreads outward as, with gleaming eyes, he laughs and declares that within 10 minutes, every living being inside the formation will dissolve and merge into one. He will use them to forge the pill that transcends the Yaksha. Corrin recalls a memory and thinks of the golden bat, Alvin. At best, it was a second-ranked monster, yet after sacrificing its life to transcend, even parties of semi-first rank and first-rank guardians could not withstand its power. He thinks that if a special-ranked being like H. Warren were to transcend, there would be no conceivable way to stop her. He strikes his spear against the ground and says to remember this, the deep-rooted corruption within the defense industry is something he cannot overcome. Suddenly, the red magic circles begin to fade from the ground. Ryan, stunned, demands to know what is happening as his law of fresh blood vanishes. Corrin smirks and says here is a fun fact. Those items that grandfather Kang Ryan had been smuggling through the Catholic Church, who does he think stole them? Recalling past events, he explains that it was the merchants who could swiftly supply replacements. He asks who introduced them, who provided the materials, and who engraved the runes upon them. He points to himself and declares that it was all his doing, every bit of it, before spitting out an insult. He then asks what Ryan thinks will happen now that Mariette has destroyed all of them, and concludes that, obviously, H. Warren's transcension will never occur. Ryan becomes enraged and calls him an idiot. He extends his fan, releasing a surge of red mana from it, and declares that it is not over yet. Suddenly, the seal chains restraining H. Warren begin to shatter. Someone questions the breaking of the seal that had bound Ran. Corrin stares in disbelief and thinks that he has abandoned the afterlife transcension, using his remaining power to release the seal. Frowning, Ryan clenches his teeth and says that as long as he kills them all, he can perform the ceremony at any time. H. Warren rises as he commands her to slaughter them all. With explosive speed, H. Warren lunges forward, spreading waves of dark mana. Jinhyuk, stunned, exclaims that Ryan is truly controlling her and that he was indeed the one behind the tragedy of Moonlight Castle. Yuhua urges him to calm down. He repeats her words incredulously, demanding how he can calm down, and says they need to capture and torture that idiot. She reminds him that his prosthetic leg is broken and that she has lost her sword. There is nothing they can do for now. She insists they leave it to the others. Then, glancing at him from the corner of her eye, she says there is still something left for them to do. Corrin gathers his energy and orders Alicia to step back, warning her that this is nothing like facing the king of the Iron Mountain. He will buy time, and she must finish with domain severance. Alicia nods and says she understands. Moments later, a powerful explosion erupts, shattering the ground and scattering clouds of dust in every direction. Alicia, startled by the impact, watches in awe and mutters that it is incredible. The narrator explains that Alicia cannot help but feel overwhelmed by the sight before her. His movements tear through the atmosphere like a meteor, while before them stands the celestial Yaksha, H. Warren. Corrin unleashes a blazing explosion toward H. Warren as the system window displays a notification. Commandment, he will save the world. Status amplification, Aura Core, maximum. Alicia, taken aback by the surge of his power, thinks that if she were to face Corrin in his current state, she would not last even 30 seconds. She wonders if there exists any human alive who could possibly stand against him now. Corrin charges at H. Warren, gripping his spear tightly, and strikes with full force. She blocks the blow effortlessly with her arm, and even after enduring the fierce impact, her limb remains unscathed. Alicia thinks that, for H. Warren, this moment feels no more than a soothing, full-body sauna. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Corrin curses under his breath. He continues his relentless assault, thinking that only 1 minute and 20 seconds have passed since the battle began. Yet despite unleashing his most ferocious attacks, she remains untouched. He watches as radiant energy gathers in H. Warren's palm and realizes that his opponent, no, this natural disaster, does not even flinch. She charges forward, channeling demonic Kai and activating her poisonous claw technique, sending a devastating shockwave toward him. Startled, Corrin swiftly evades the attack. Alicia, frightened, calls out his name. Corrin turns in alarm just as he notices H. Warren about to strike, and her powerful kick aimed at his face, and throws him aside. Corrin collapses onto the ground, scattering dust around him, and thinks that this will not do. The magnitude of her power, the density of her aura, and her extraordinary physical body, everything about her exists on an entirely different level. He realizes that merely keeping up with her movements is tearing his body apart from the inside. He sees her charging toward him, red mana radiating like lightning across the field. He thinks he has reached his limit, no more regeneration, no strength left. He knows that with one more strike, he will die, leaving nothing behind. Clenching his teeth, he prepares for one final attempt. But before he can act, Alicia attacks H. Warren from behind, unleashing the domain severance skill. A surge of light spreads across the battlefield, but Alicia is badly injured by H. Warren's attack. Corrin, shocked by what he sees, calls out to her and asks what she has done. Alicia replies that she understood the plan, but she could not stand by and watch him die. He notices her wounds and thinks that she must have taken dozens of steps within the domain, each one a burden heavier than even receiving H. Warren's blow. Her body must be breaking under the pressure. H. Warren clenches her fist once more, charging with the demonic Kai technique to attack again. Alicia grips her sword tightly, teeth gritted, ready to face her. Terrified, Corrin extends his hand and curses, calling her an idiot. The ensuing impact triggers a massive explosion that shatters the surrounding rocks. As the dust settles, Warren still stands unharmed, while Corin sits beside a crumbling wall, holding the wounded Alicia in his lap. He whispers that she is a fool, saying she should be taking care of herself, and asks why she keeps pushing so recklessly. She laughs and says that her body moves on its own. He takes out a potion bottle and tells her to open her mouth. She opens her mouth and gulps down the elixir. Corin thinks it is a special potion he keeps for emergencies. If he does not heal Alicia now, she will either become completely paralyzed or die from blood loss. Alicia says she truly thought she was going to die. He recalls the earlier battle and thinks that, under normal circumstances, he would have waited until Mariette destroyed all 4 of the Peril's relics. He thinks that during that brief opening, he would have used Alicia's domain severance to deal 100% penetration damage and reveal his hidden card. He remembers keeping this strategy in the back of his mind ever since returning from Nazria, but 2 variables have changed. The first is Warren, whose seal has been undone, revealing her unimaginable strength. The second is that, in trying to save him, Alicia became gravely injured. Although he has managed to handle the immediate crisis, Alicia, who recklessly crossed dozens of steps within the domain, can no longer fight. He exhales, closes his eyes, and wonders whether he can endure until Mariette destroys all the relics. Alicia looks at his tense face and apologizes. He thinks there is no way he can blame Alicia for breaking the plan. If he had taken that attack himself, there is a high probability that he would have died instantly. Regeneration would not have mattered. Corin holds her in his arms and asks what there is to be sorry about, then thanks her for saving him. Later, he says the area will be safe and gently lays her on the ground. Alicia asks if he is all right, and he replies that he is not. He thinks that he has already used all the aura stored within his aura core, as well as the remaining energy in his body. The battles with Sajin-hyuk and later with Warren have drained him completely. He wonders if he must use it, Sabansha Duke's core. He knows he can force himself to draw on it, but that core contains power his body struggles to withstand. Even now, with the command reinforcing him, he is uncertain whether he can endure it. Alicia calls his name and says she realizes that Warren has not used her right hand this entire time. He observes her hand as Alicia adds that she believes Warren is holding something. Corin smirks, recognizing the jujube wood, and thinks that, in the end, the decision must be hers. She is still carrying that heavy burden. The memory resurfaces of the forest when he gave Warren the piece of jujube wood. He looks at her and asks if she is still in there. Warren's eyes begin to glow more brightly through the dust. Corin rises, grips his spear, channels his body with flames, extends the spear toward her, and says that he has no other choice. Corin drifts into a flashback where he sees a stone lying on the ground, and another person asks why he is giving it to him. Corin quickly grabs it and thinks that Warren needs to make a decision. She cannot monopolize everything and reap the benefits without taking responsibility. He knows what those who have stood at the extremes of greed are like, and he does not want her to become one of them. He wants Warren to make a choice and bear the consequences of it. He recalls the moment when he once told Warren that she knew it as well. He then sees a spell stuck to her forehead and wonders if she is still there. Warren. Coming out of his thoughts, he places his spear in front of him, and reminds himself that he will never forget the Sabansha Duke's swordsmanship he once witnessed in the Duke's castle. The other person activates his demonic energy as Corin realizes that the Duke's demonic energy has undoubtedly been passed down to him. Sabansha Duke, the great hero from 800 years ago, his myth will be recreated from this moment onward. Corin asks Warren if she has been waiting a long time. He declares that it is the first demonic spear, channels the black mysterious demonic Kai, and charges forward to attack Warren. Both of them strike with tremendous force, each trying to evade the other's assault. A powerful explosion occurs due to their clash, and Corin thinks that the collision of pure power against power is more than a mere battle between him and Warren. It is the confrontation between the myth of the heavenly Yaksha and the Sabansha Duke. Ryan witnesses the scene in disbelief and murmurs that it cannot be possible. How could someone like him be capable of fighting against the heavenly Yaksha? Warren tries to punch him while someone shouts for him to be killed already. He observes that her fist radiates with an aura of nearly 1,000. Corin narrowly escapes her strike and responds with determination, invoking the black mystery demonic spear, Ominous Serpent. The power he has prepared carries the same aura level of 1,000, and he launches a counterattack against her. Although H. Warren possesses an aura of 100,000, she can only release 1,000 at a time. If he can match her strength and neutralize it, he might stand a chance. She blocks his spear while he realizes that he can indeed face H. Warren. His entire body merely needs to endure the strain. Borrowing the Sabansha Duke's aura, however, is breaking his body in real time. The pain coursing through every vein threatens to make him lose his grip on the spear. As his tendons begin to tear and lose their function, he refuses to stop. No, he cannot stop. H. Warren looks at him and notices that he still has not used his right arm. Corrin activates his skill, unleashing the Black Mystery, 8 trigrams, extreme fists, to strike her. She attempts to kick him, but he blocks it with his arm and counters with a punch from his other hand. He steps firmly onto the ground, thinking that this next move is a step taken with his life on the line. He plants his right foot forward, solidifying it like Mount Tai, and pulls his left arm back like a javelin. The old man watching is shocked by what he sees. Corrin focuses his entire being, his consciousness, his breath, and his muscles into a single synchronized motion. It is a half-step movement, a fleeting opening, a fissure that will only be permitted once. He does not miss the moment. Using the Black Mystery, 8 trigrams, extreme fists along with the subdue enemy altar power, primordial chaos palm, he strikes with full force before collapsing from his injuries. As pain surges through him, he thinks that he has done it. H. Warren staggers back, wounded, blood beginning to flow from her body. He realizes that he has managed to break through her absolute defense, yet that is where it ends. He has not completely subdued H. Warren. She begins to walk toward him, and he feels death closing in. Ryan laughs mockingly, saying that of course, someone like Corrin could never hope to achieve more. Ryan tells him to die, declaring that it is all over. H. Warren clenches her fist, but as she looks around, she notices chains materializing in the air. She asks what is happening, but before she can react, the chains coil tightly around her, binding her completely. Falling to her knees, she repeats her question in confusion. Corrin forces himself to stand and thinks that he has done it. The reason he has been stalling for time until now has finally paid off, even if it only bought them a few more seconds. Mariette, Kang Yuhua, and Sa Jin-hyuk, who have already escaped this place, have succeeded in destroying all the items within the formation. Ryan demands to know how Corrin could have accomplished this. At that moment, Josephine arrives and points her magical spear at Ryan's neck, ordering him to stay still. Professor Kang Ryan stands frozen in shock at the sudden turn of events. Corrin smirks and says that it is over for him now, then turns his gaze toward H. Warren. He mutters that they should not have put such a hideous item on her and carefully removes the spell patch from her forehead. Lifting her into his arms, he quietly tells her to wake up. When she looks at him and asks why he is saying that, he reminds her that he once promised to help her until she could make a decision she would be proud of, so she will not regret it. She thinks that she must repay him, that she must prove he is not a monster, and show that just as he says, what defines her is not her birth, but the choices she makes. She coughs violently as black smoke escapes her mouth, staring in shock at what is happening to her. The jujube wood in her grasp, already crumbling under her superhuman strength, disintegrates into dust. She asks what she should do now. Everything feels meaningless. Even if she makes a decision, the outcome might not be what she desires, but she still wants to show him. She wants to repay the trust he has placed in her. He observes the shattered jujube wood and wonders aloud just how strong she truly is. Corrin laughs softly and says that there are still many ways forward. He thanks her for repaying his trust and pulls her into an embrace. She trembles and confesses that she is a monster, that she has hurt him, killed many people, and even stolen Rand's body. She asks if there is any way for her to be forgiven despite all of it. He answers quietly that he does not know, but they will find out together. Ryan is sent to prison as the narrator explains that Kang Ryan's transcension ceremony has ended in failure. The aftermath is handled in the usual manner. Corrin has already heard from Madame Josephine and Master Aaron about how they intend to resolve the matter if the incident concludes favorably. To be precise, the entire event will be covered up. It is a serious issue that a senior professor from Borome has caused such an incident, but the ceremony's connection to H. Warren makes it even more complicated. If word spreads, those who fear H. Warren will denounce her, while others will seek to exploit her power. The scene shifts back to the academy. where Josephine arrives and informs Corin that they plan to present the situation as if Professor Kang Ryan had returned first and then suffered an unfortunate accident. She adds that they have already discussed this with Borome's chairman. The conversation went smoothly, and for Borome, this arrangement is an exceptional act of leniency. Corin asks if she has requested proper compensation for the damages. Josephine replies that the chairman attempted to avoid the issue, but both of them understand how these negotiations work. Corin remarks that the chairman is somewhat of a pushover, too kind for his own good. Josephine nods, saying that they are in a position where they cannot afford to trust anyone thoughtlessly. Still, she commends him with a faint smile. Good work, Corin. He replies that he only did what needed to be done. One day, he believes, they will learn to trust one another. She smiles faintly and says that would be nice, reminding him to take care of himself as she adjusts her glasses. As she walks out, she adds that the festival is not over yet. After all, Mariette then arrives and immediately embraces Corin, exclaiming with relief that he is awake. She asks if he is all right, if he feels any pain, and notices his missing fingernails in shock. He responds lightly that he had been wondering why his hands felt so empty beneath the bandages. Mariette sighs and says she cannot deal with him anymore. He always pushes himself too far, always ends up injured and hospitalized, and always makes her emotional. Corin, seeing her eyes fill with tears, asks why she is crying, admitting that it hurts his heart to see her like that. She replies that she is crying precisely so that he will feel hurt. He recalls someone asking whether he was truly unharmed, considering he had to destroy all those stone soldiers and items on his own. Although Yuhua and Jinhyuk had managed to destroy one of them, the rest had been his responsibility. He thinks that is why they left, and thanks to their efforts, he was not too late. He barely survived. Mariette blushes as she asks why he is giving something to her. Corin thinks to himself that she should not misunderstand. They are not bad people at heart. They were simply caught in difficult circumstances. Jinhyuk, who sought revenge for his family, and Yuhua, who wanted to save her cousin, were both desperate in their own ways. The true villain was Ryan, who had taken advantage of their despair. Their hatred must never be directed toward the wrong people. She tells him that he is always so mature, even though she is older. He grins and tells her to call him Appa. She shouts in frustration that he always says that, calling it that damned Appa talk, and admits that sometimes she thinks he is obsessed with being called that. She adds that she would prefer if he stopped getting hurt, but knowing him, he will probably keep doing so if he won't. He thinks that he cannot deny it. He is someone burdened with the task of saving the world, yet he is nothing compared to the true player. He is merely a sub-player, relying solely on his skill with the spear. Naturally, his body will continue to suffer for it. She sighs and says he is not even denying it. It feels to her as though he lives in a world she cannot even see. Still, she declares that she will fight alongside him. Just like this time, she will always be there to help him. No matter who they face, she will stand by his side. He feels deeply grateful for her words, truly thankful from the bottom of his heart. From now on, he must face those driven by evil desires and false beliefs, the great enemies who seek to destroy the world. How he will save the world against them, he already knows. The answer remains simple. They tap their fists together, and Corin says, "Together." She nods in agreement. Then she mentions the Guardian program, saying that she will apply early. He asks in surprise if she means already. She explains that Harvest Day is almost here, and with all the upcoming holidays, if she does not apply now, everyone will be on break. He acknowledges that she is right and thanks her. She smiles and says yes, him as the leader, and her as the vice leader. He thinks for a moment while she asks who else will join them. Alicia arrives, calling out to Corin in a trembling voice. Both he and Mariette turn toward her, and Mariette greets her warmly. Corin laughs and remarks that she looks like a mummy. Alicia glares and asks whose fault he thinks that is. He thinks to himself that she did push herself that far because of him and recalls how much she had helped him. He admits it aloud, apologizing sincerely and thanking her. Alicia blushes slightly and says she will accept his apology. Corin notes inwardly that thanks to Mariette's elixir, Alicia's bones remain intact. But even with the best medical care, she will still need at least 2 weeks of rest. With only 1 week left of the festival, she will not be able to attend the campfire at the closing ceremony. He tells her that he will be discharged soon, but she should stay and rest a little longer before leaving. Becoming emotional, Alicia says that she really wanted to go to the campfire too. Corin reminds her that they still have the winter ball. She protests that it is not the same. He admits to himself that she is right. Even though he has lived through many experiences in his previous life, this would have been Alicia's first campfire. He smiles and tells her that he will buy her a Jeskier dress for the winter ball. Her eyes widen in excitement as she asks if he really means it, that famous, expensive luxury brand. Corin laughs and says she can ask for anything she wants. This appa of hers has plenty of money. She flushes and snaps at him to shut up, reminding him that they are the same age. Then she asks teasingly if he earned that much from running the inn. Corin chuckles and replies that he made enough to buy her the dress. He is an investor, after all. She says perhaps they should consider the other members of the Guardians. He turns abruptly and asks in surprise when she managed to get behind him. Alicia is standing nearby, and Claire is with her. He recalls a moment when someone once asked who that girl was. He had replied that she was a beautiful lady working in intelligence. The person had then asked if she was truly pretty, and he had moved on to say that next were Ren and Ron. When asked who they were, he had explained that they were Wolfman siblings, Ren being the sister and Ron the brother. He comes out of his thoughts as she continues, saying she had wanted to recruit Yule as well, but Yule's situation is a bit ambiguous. Still, since they are close, she believes Yule will join eventually. He asks if she means that druid girl and whether they are close. She replies that they are close enough to joke around and occasionally share a meal together. She adds that the last one is H. Warren, and she is definitely joining, so they should write her name down in advance. As he begins to write, his pen suddenly breaks. He remarks that Professor Josephine has already approved it, so everything should be fine. Mariette glares at him with an almost demonic tone and asks if he truly wants to see her lose her mind. He looks at her, confused, and asks what she means. The narrator explains that everyone fears H. Warren. They remain wary of her, blame her, and say she should never have been born. They once stoned her, calling her a monster. And now, once again, Corin has been injured because of her. She nearly killed people, just like she had before. She recalls the moment when he told her that he would help her until she made her own decision. She thinks that strength has always been her only worth, the only justification for taking control of the body after pushing the original aside. That is why she believes she cannot be weak and must never rely on anyone's help. Yet his words echo in her mind. He will help her make a decision she can be proud of, so she will not regret it, but they will find out together. She wonders bitterly what she is supposed to do now. The warmth he shows her only hurts more. His care and concern feel like sharp blades cutting into her. She hates him. She hates Corin. She comes out of her thoughts as she sits alone in her room, thinking that he makes her feel pain she has never known before. H. Warren has always been alone since birth. Her life has been nothing but a cycle of being used and discarded. Because of that, she has never allowed anyone past the walls she built around herself. That was how it had always been, until he came in. When Corin enters her room, he asks gently if she was worried. She denies it and stands up, walking past him as she tells him to hurry. She glances back at him and asks if there truly is a way for her to return to normal. He thinks to himself that, as expected, she is kind. She grabs his hand suddenly and tells him to wait. She wants to eat fish. He realizes that she must be afraid and tells her softly that it is all right. He will buy her some later. After a while, she begins to float in the air as he says that he is starting. The system window appears, notifying that the Death God's orb has locked onto its target. It will separate the body and the spirit, ignoring all defensive power once her spear is drawn, an overpowered Soul Reaper that exists purely as a data value. Of course, when a human wields it instead of a death god, the accuracy drops drastically, rendering it almost useless. Yet if he throws it, the system window notifies that he cannot perceive spirits. He thinks the accuracy rate of an attack against her is effectively 0, but she easily dodges his spear. He asks in surprise what this is. She replies to watch carefully, announcing that she will use some magic. The system window flashes a warning. Faulty festival use mana stone. She thinks that the diffusion range increases as the accuracy rate of the device decreases, explaining why the mini-games are deliberately difficult to win. Normally, the diffusion effect has a maximum range of 100 meters when the accuracy rate is at its lowest, around 1. But what happens when she, with an effective accuracy rate of 0, uses it? She casts her magic, which spreads outward, and the diffusion range becomes effectively infinite. It ignores the fact that she cannot perceive spirits, yet the effect still activates. In other words, the system does not register the attack as hers, but as an attack originating from the soft mana stone. She collapses as he rushes to catch her before she hits the ground. He asks, concerned, how she could fall despite having inserted some mana and whether she is awake. She slowly opens her eyes and calls him Appa. Corin looks at her in surprise, thinking over the word she just used. He drifts into a flashback where Mariette shouts at him, complaining that he always says that damned Appa talk, and sometimes she thinks he is obsessed with being called that. He recalls Alicia asking what Appa means, since they are the same age. A little girl, whose cat he had found, had thanked him, calling him Uncle Knight. Emerging from his thoughts, he feels a surge of emotion and reflects that he has finally escaped the uncle title. Her first impression of him, he thinks, remains the most important to H. Warren. She remarks that he seems to like it. He helps her stand on solid ground and comments that he has heard he looks much older. She agrees, saying it makes sense because he has always seemed to want to be called by HWA. He is surprised, realizing that she has been observing everything all along. H. Warren has possessed this body for 3 years, trapped inside, watching silently. He acknowledges that she lost her body for 3 years, yet she does not hate H. Warren. She pauses for a moment, then begins to run, exclaiming with joy that it is her first time walking and running since falling ill. He notes that it must be thanks to H. Warren, who has been using the energy accumulated inside her body. He warns her not to overdo it, since she is still unused to her own body. She reflects that at first, she resented H. Warren, screaming at her to return the body. Yet her voice never reached her, as H. Warren would only speak to herself. Over time, she realized that H. Warren's self-talk was not a turning away, but a way of coping with her own guilt. She understands now how difficult it is to overcome fear and anxiety. After all, they shared the same body. Sitting by the water, she touches its surface and reflects that she no longer resents H. Warren. H. Warren had been brave, choosing to return her body, and for that, she feels gratitude and relief. Corin looks at her and thinks that this is both admission and forgiveness. This girl, whose body had been taken from her for 3 years, now easily pulls HWA into an embrace. He marvels at her maturity. She points out that her own time stopped at 14, while HWA is only 3 years old, and remarks that she has finally gained the little sister she always wanted. Corin reflects that she is right. They are, in a sense, sisters now, sharing the same body. She then asks, knowing the gravity of her question, whether he would save her again if she were ever in danger, just as he did last time. Corin assures her that she only needs to say the word, anytime. She beams, saying that she had expected that answer and comments on how cool he is. She mentions that she likes sushi too, noting that HWA and she share the same tastes in almost everything: food, music, books, even men when they come close to her. Corin blushes at her sudden closeness. She teasingly adds that if he were to become her husband, he would, in effect, be able to have 2 wives legally, unbuttoning her shirt slightly. He steps back, asking in surprise what she is doing. She demands an answer, right now. Corin, trembling, protests, unsure what she is attempting, insisting that she cannot just tease him and then collapse. She smiles knowingly, explaining that it is not a joke. In her hometown, at her age, everyone has already done what needs to be done. He hesitates, pointing out that if she is sharing a body with HWA, she should seek her opinion as well. She kisses his cheek in thanks and attempts to hug him, leaving him shocked and asking what she is talking about. He calls her Ran. She transforms and quickly adds that he should not misunderstand. She had been speaking nonsense. He asks if that is so, thinking that she can shift forms quite easily. She walks away, muttering about who is the older sister and telling him to be quiet before he misunderstands again. He wonders what she is talking about to Ran. She asks him if he is not coming, reminding him that dinner will be ready at 7, at the same place as always. He agrees and thinks that this must be H. Warren's way of apologizing, through food. A kid is a kid, after all. He recalls when she had whispered in her room, even to men, and reflects that she is still very much a child. Meanwhile, on a battlefield, a man lies on the ground, thinking that he is utterly screwed. The amount of money the Catholic Church has invested in the Merkaba festival is staggering. He had expected that by the end of it all, they would be able to take down the Protestant princess. It was a total failure. He wonders who that man is and how he managed to catch on to all of their plans. The man had simply followed Li Jinhyang's orders, gathering 100 cross-charge squad members and leading them through a tunnel that is over 100 years old. They had taken an incredible risk to put H. Warren in danger, but when that man looks at Corin steps closer and says that if he was going to risk everything, he should have sent the Chapel Knights instead of 100 cross-charge squad members. The other man thinks that everything has been ruined. He rises to his feet, demanding to know what kind of backing this man has to act so boldly, and whether he truly believes he can survive after doing all this. Corin launches a counterattack and throws him aside just as Josephine arrives, commenting that she could have handled him herself. Corin waves it off, saying it is fine, he was able to test a new technique. She asks if he means the throw that took down all those people at once. Despite not being at his best, she praises his work and notes that they will arrest the remaining enemies. Corin instructs her to remove the suicide poison capsules implanted in their right molars in advance. He thinks about Josephine's many questions. How did he know about the underground invasion route the Catholic Church had established 100 years ago? And why had he originally asked her to monitor the church? For now, he is relieved that she is an ally as she restrains the unconscious knights. Meanwhile, H. Warren lies on her bed with her sister, thinking with the ease of someone born strong, whose body rarely suffers injury. She notes that this Jonxi girl's body functions are naturally slower than others. In other words, her sister calls to her, telling her to get up, it is morning. H. Warren thinks that she has been quite lazy, then asks if she is truly awake. She rises and goes downstairs, explaining that she is not getting up just because she was told to. She is simply curious. Corin is sleeping there, and she asks why he is sleeping in this spot. Her sister teases, calling him Corin Appa, and insists that they wake him up. H. Warren questions why she should bother. Her sister replies that if he sleeps like that, his mouth will become twisted and urges her to hurry. Playfully, she adds that H. Warren likes Corin Appa too as she touches his face. H. Warren reflects that she does not fully understand him. He acts according to his own will, always doing things for her without her asking, working tirelessly, yet she never truly comprehends him. She asks if that means she dislikes him, but H. Warren refuses. She then inquires whether that means she likes him. H. Warren replies that she hates him. Mariette arrives, looking at H. Warren, and comments that she is up unusually early today. H. Warren responds that it was noisy. Diaku arrives shortly after, carrying a sleepy Corin. He sighs, saying there is no helping it, and lifts him onto the bed. Mariette adds that H. Warren should not lose her sleep because of Corin. If he is sleepy, he should go in and rest, she says, walking away. H. Warren looks at him and suggests leaving him on the sofa instead. Mariette questions what she means, noting that there are no blankets and it is cold, he would freeze. H. Warren acknowledges that she is right, offering no objections. Mariette then mentions that she steamed some potatoes in the kitchen and tells them to eat. She will eat with Corin, so they can have the rest. H. Warren asks if she is speaking about the potatoes. The scene shifts to the classroom, where an instructor explains how, in situations like this, one can make use of materials gathered from the surroundings. Corin reflects that although the festival has not ended, classes continue. Having already learned everything in his previous life, he decides to focus on other matters. The system window appears, notifying that Corin Locke, hero, has an aura rank of 8,130 points, categorized as lower-high, and a mana rank of 6,770, categorized as upper-low. His abilities include Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, Pain Tolerance, and Domain Comprehension. He also acquires new skills, Triple Core and Daemonic Kai Release. Meanwhile, Corin reflects that he has now surpassed Alicia's starting stats. He has gained his third Aura Core and unlocked Daemonic Kai Release as well. He opens the stat window, which displays his abilities, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, Pain Tolerance, and Domain Comprehension, along with his newly acquired skills, Triple Core and Daemonic Kai Release. He notes that his current Aura Core is categorized as lower-high, essentially the level a normal knight would reach upon obtaining their first core. However, he possesses more than that. One core was obtained through the White Silver Mandrake, and another, the Demonic Nature's core, came from Sabantia Duke. In other words, while other knights were only attaining their first aura core, he already possesses 3. Alicia, he recalls, obtained her aura core this time as well. The countless steps within the domain have helped her develop an incredible amount, raising her aura rank to lower high. She had been upper middle at the beginning, but her development is at least half a year ahead of the normal pace. Corin cannot wait to see her future progress. Now, only Demonic Chi release remains. The system window notifies him that Demonic Chi release draws out inner power and accumulates it under high pressure, allowing up to 20% of overall aura and mana to be released at once. It is an extraordinary ability. With his current aura amount at 18,130, 20% corresponds to an instant release of 1,626. This makes an absurd amount of instantaneous power possible, but the problem is that he has grown tired from testing it carefully in the hunting grounds. Yet he cannot get a proper feel for it at all. He thinks that with this ability, he might be able to replicate something similar to what Sabantia Duke accomplished with his final demonic sword. He wonders if he will really be able to split the skies and cut dragons with a spear. The instructor announces that she will check the notes they have written 5 minutes before class ends. Corin wonders why she is doing something she has never done before. Is she upset that everyone has been dozing off during her class? This is going to be troublesome. From his 4 years of experience with Professor Larala, he knows that she will likely maintain her friendly demeanor while still imposing a punishment, such as making them clean the classroom. The problem is that this is the alchemy faculty's exclusive classroom, and the amount of ingrained dirt from experiments is immense. A student shouts to lend him his motes. Another student protests, saying he hasn't even finished yet. Corin groans internally, realizing that after this class, he has no other obligations and had planned to enjoy the festival. He knows he must write something down, so he reaches for H. Warren's hand. He notices Jaeger on his left and carefully retracts his hand from him. H. Warren grabs his hand instead, causing him to blush. He calls her Ran, and she responds softly, asking if he wants to see her, Appa. Corin asks her to clarify, saying that she means the notes, right. She replies to just flip through them, starting from the right page, and adds Appa. She glances behind at the other students and asks if he wants to have lunch together. He agrees, saying he will treat her and buy something delicious. A student nearby mutters, questioning what is up with that guy. Another asks if he was always this close to H. Warren, noting that usually the only person who talks to her frequently is Corin. One of them wonders what happened between them and calls him a playboy. Diaku, sitting behind, overhears their conversation. Meanwhile, Corin and H. Warren walk out, and he asks where HWA is. She explains that H. Warren had been dozing off, so she quietly switched places. She probably will not wake up for a while. She also asks if he has met Sa Jinhyuk and Chairman Yuhua, noting that these two bear considerable responsibility for the situation. Although they were used, it is still difficult not to hold them accountable. Corin recalls saying that Uncle Kang Ryan would be executed unofficially, probably in secret by the royal family. Now that his uncle is gone, Yuhua has assumed responsibility as head of the Kang family. However, he realizes that both Hyuk and Yuhua must have suffered because of her. Corin asks what she means by head of the family, wondering if that is not simply the literal meaning of the term. She confirms that, as head of the family, she oversees everything from minor household matters to decisions regarding marriage, so she has already obtained permission. Her sister asks what they plan to do, addressing him as her lord. Corin thinks about HWA, wondering when she will wake up, and notes that Appa is struggling to manage Ran. Meanwhile, Mariette begins cooking and instructs Diaku to explain everything to her slowly, from start to finish, step by step. She grows frustrated and exclaims that she understands. She reflects that, of course, Corin and she are not dating, but Mariette is remarkably rational. Her behavior is less affectionate and more predatory, yet this consistent, bizarre behavior clearly carries a special meaning. H. Warren recalls Mariette joking that if Appa becomes her husband, he would legally have 2 wives. Diaku asks what she means by Appa having 2 wives. H. Warren internally thinks that this situation cannot continue and that drastic measures are needed. She considers having a potato farm and a diamond mine and debates whether she should act boldly, but wonders what more she can do. She mutters no, yet remains annoyed, and calls Diaku over. asking if he knows what males like. He replies simply, bones. On the other side, Corin sits with Mariette while she explains that she has been researching something for a long time, specifically for him. He asks what it is. She replies that it is a dish made by the workers at their ranch for themselves. She presents him with the special dish, and the system window notifies him that it is Marie's special blood soup. She says that she thought he might like it. Corin becomes excited, exclaiming that he loves blood soup and wonders how she knew. He recalls that blood soup in another world was one of his favorites and feels completely grateful to her. He quickly drinks it while she admits that it is made with solidified blood, and she was unsure whether he would like it. Corin laughs, saying it is something she can never get enough of. The soft chunks are the best part. She asks if it is really that good, relieved. He replies that it is refreshing and absolutely delicious. The system window notifies him that he has consumed a top-grade blood elixir, containing special ingredients. Another window appears, notifying him that he has acquired super strength, increasing his strength by 30 points. Corin wonders why this notification is appearing now. He mutters senpai, surprising her, and explains that the blood used to make this blood pudding is not from pigs or cows. The system window clarifies that super strength temporarily increases strength by 200% and does not stack with other buffs. Corin grabs her cheeks, rubbing them and calling her crazy repeatedly, then declares that he loves her. She thinks that, as expected, it was wise to follow Dyaku's advice. Meanwhile, Warren goes to meet Josephine, explaining that this is a story from a friend. When they are with someone, their heart feels light and airy. Josephine asks if that is so. Warren replies yes, describing how it feels like floating on a cloud, how their heart pounds loudly when they are held, sometimes causing chest pain and a sensation of sinking into a swamp. Josephine nods in understanding. Warren thinks this is relationship advice. As expected, this child too, a young girl experiencing her first love after leaving the top-tier mine, is learning about these feelings. The object of her affection is, naturally, Corin. She recalls how Corin saved her, a spear-wielding boy with unusual luck with women. If it is a man that Warren is interacting with, it can only be him. That diligent and mature freshman has even been reported by sophomore girls as a natural-born player, with complaints suggesting he might be a con artist. Surely, a boy with so much experience with women would pose a difficult challenge for a girl like Warren. Josephine asks who the friend's crush is. Warren clarifies that she never said it was a crush. Josephine continues, noting that regardless, it surely means there are many women around him. She leans in and advises Warren to listen carefully. Opportunities like this do not come often. A man surrounded by women rarely approaches others himself. Women come to him. She recalls a popular romance novel from about 100 years ago, read by novice witches, titled 101 Ways to Capture That Man. It served as the romance guidebook for the girls of that era. Act boldly, fiercely, and passionately, or risk failing to win his love. Warren thinks how unfortunate it is for girls stepping into their youth. They are told simply to eliminate anyone standing in their way. She reflects that the advice comes from someone whose only experience in relationships is a century-old romance novel, a 117-year-old spinster, which, no less. Warren asks if she will take her home, and Josephine agrees. Warren thinks that both HWA and Ran are girls with woefully little experience, so they have taken the advice of a sticky old romance novel at face value. Josephine teleports behind her and says that she will head inside. Warren replies that she will be back before dinner as well and hopes she succeeds. Warren affirms her response. Meanwhile, Warren arrives and notices Dyaku sitting near the fire. She sees Corin and Mariette sitting so close together. She recalls that he had said they would look for it together, that he would help her, that they would do it together. She knows and understands that this overly kind boy does not reserve his goodwill solely for her. That same goodwill is also directed at the vampire girl. She knows this, yet it still hurts. Was she arrogant to think she was the only special one? She watches as Mariette licks Corin's neck and notices the look in her eyes, surely not the look one would give a junior. Her sister arrives, grabs her hand, and says that from now on, HWA should leave it to her. Anything in the way, she will take care of it. After a while, they all sit together at the dining table. Alicia comments that the chocolate mousse is incredible. It is delicious. Corin asks if she has never tried it in the East. She explains that it is fairly rural over there. In his town, there are no dessert shops, so they had to make sweets themselves in the kitchen. Corin wonders what she means by no dessert shops and how rural the place must be. He has visited the East a few times for quests, but never as part of the main storyline. He had just come out to take a short break before the upcoming vacation and to grab some dessert. Alicia says that she ran into them on the street continuously, while Lark adds that he followed him. Warren also says she followed her. Corin thinks he did not expect so many people to end up coming out together like this. Mariette calls to Corin, and he replies yes. She presents him with a cake, saying, "Here, eat it." Warren also offers Corin some food, urging him to try it. He asks if it is a crepe, noting that it looks tasty. He then asks Mariette if she said something earlier. She replies that it is nothing. Warren asks Mariette if she can try the strawberry cake, and Mariette agrees. Warren asks Corin if he can help her reach it. He agrees. As he starts eating the cake, he asks what this is. Does she want him to feed her? She is still a kid. Mariette smashes her face against Warren's and says, here she goes." She then asks how it tastes, noting that this place is famous for being delicious. Warren responds that it is really good. Mariette asks what else, addressing Warren as little sister. Warren laughs and declines. Corin wonders about the tense atmosphere. Warren then asks if Mariette has a potato farm and whether she also makes potato cake while cleaning her face. Mariette confirms that they bake it in the oven after putting it in a mold. Warren remarks that it hardly seems like a cake. Mariette replies that if she calls it a cake, then it is a cake, and asks if Warren wants more strawberry cake. Warren declines politely. Jaeger whispers to Corin, asking what is with this atmosphere. Did he do something wrong? Corin realizes Jaeger is asking with his eyes and replies that he does not know, admitting it is really scary. He gets up, saying he will go to the restroom for a bit. Jaeger and Lark also rise, saying they will go too. Corin asks if those two fought. Lark agrees, saying he is a playboy. Jaeger adds that from his perspective, he is the worst one. Mariette remarks that the East is rural, noting that Warren is lucky to live in an area with fresh air, unlike them. Warren responds that clean water and beautiful forests are certainly better than the smell of livestock, while Alicia quietly eats her cake. She thinks the atmosphere feels heavy. Although they are smiling and chatting, they are not truly relaxed. Mariette mentions that Corin will come down south with her this winter, as she owns a few hot spring inns, and he needs to wash off his fatigue. Warren asks if she is seriously planning to ask Corin to go to Zion's Holy Land, pointing out that the Saintess's blessing there would surely be better than a stinky hot spring. Alicia quietly asks if she hasn't heard about it yet, realizing that Corin is actually coming to her house. She shouts in surprise, asking what she is doing. Corin glances behind at them, sensing the sudden killing intent radiating from Alicia. Alicia places her mug on the table and says that he mentioned he had business in the East. They formed a party together and planned to see the eclipse. Corin asks if he didn't already tell her. Warren asks why she is bringing this up. Corin glances behind at them. The scene shifts to a few days earlier. Yule says that a spirit came from the eastern forest that morning. Corin asks what she means by "from the eastern forest, so far away." He thinks that Yule, who is beloved by spirits, can accompany them regardless of their affinity with spirits. But even so, for a spirit to come all the way from that distance is rare. He asks if it could be them, and she confirms. She found the ones he mentioned, the druids named Uskias and Findias. Findias is the hidden place where one of the 4 great treasures, the sun cloud Solas, is concealed. Uskias is the druid who protects that land. In the game, the hidden places of the 4 great treasures existed only as background lore. According to the official storyline, all of them fall into the hands of Tate's Balthazar and the king's subordinates. In the end, neither Balthazar nor the king's subordinates manage to clear the final challenge. The system window notifies that the player has died and the challenge has failed. Corin thinks it would be good to grow stronger, but it would also be advantageous to weaken his enemy's forces at the same time. What if, out of the 4 great treasures destined to fall into the hands of the king's subordinates, he could seize even one of them first? Normally, she would not be able to know the exact time or location to obtain it, but the reward he received from defeating Fermac Damon provides the necessary information. The system window notifies him about the map for the 4 great treasures, the son of Phindias. He thinks that the information is injected directly into his memory rather than stored in his inventory. During the eclipse, when the sun's power is weakest, she can obtain the cloud solas. In the last 3 years of playing, the eclipse has only occurred once, February 8th of the following year, during spring break. He asks if Phindias and Uskias are both located in the eastern part of the kingdom. Yule clarifies that, to be precise, they are beyond the border, in the territory of the Beast King. He thinks that Phindias is the hidden place of the Druids. Though it is a concealed location, he believes Yule, who has been leveling up, will be able to find the necessary clues. Good, everything is proceeding according to plan, he thinks as he clenches his fist. During this break, he will journey to the east and locate Phindias. There, he will acquire the Cloud Solas, one of the 4 great treasures, before anyone else. He will crush the plans of Baltazar and his henchmen. The scene shifts back to the present. Mariette asks if they are going together. Alicia confirms and adds that she still does not fully understand the technique of the old man, Duke Sabancha. She also plans to seek advice from the sword-obsessed elder in the east. Corin approaches Mariette and says he will be going, causing her to wonder why he looks at her so sternly. She asks if he will depart immediately after tomorrow's end-of-term ceremony. He confirms. She presents him with a flower badge and instructs him to take it. Corin asks what it is. She explains that her family is a ducal household, and with this badge, he should be able to secure cooperation in most places. Corin takes the flower badge and says it is quite valuable. Can she really give something like this to just anyone? Mariette replies that is why she is not giving it to just anyone. He asks what she means by that. She says it is not just anyone while he addresses her as senior. She adds that she will be there soon and tells him to go ahead and wait for her. He replies yes and says he will be counting on her, noting that it seems a dangerous person might appear, so he will need her help. She confirms she will definitely come to assist him and adds that he should not get hurt, must eat the potato sack she packed for him, and must not follow any strange women offering potatoes. He asks if she thinks he is a child. She says well, then he may leave now. She grabs his arm, tells him to wait, and says there is just one last thing. She wants him to do it one more time. He replies that he will do as she asks, since she will have to rely on blood packs for a while. She says okay, thanking him, and he agrees. The scene shifts to the day before departure. Corin comes out of the shower, dries himself, and thinks he was just sitting there having his blood drained, so why is he so exhausted? He finally leaves Mariette's room just before the next day begins. He realizes he barely slept and thinks he should rest now when he sees H. Warren lying on his bed. He asks what she is doing. She replies that he is taking too long in there and wonders whether he is taking long showers or just loitering, adding that she is sleeping here. He responds, "Whoa, men and women should not sit together after the age of 7 and warns her not to say things that could cause misunderstandings. She does not care, they slept together last time. But that was an unavoidable situation since they were only avoiding the rain. He thinks she must be tired, so there is no need to waste energy arguing. As long as Professor Josephine does not catch them, it should be fine. She wants to sleep together, and there is nothing he can do about it. Besides, what happened during the rain seems to have brought them closer. Well, so be it." He removes his shirt, and when she sees this, she throws a pillow at him. She asks why he is taking off his clothes. He replies that he usually sleeps without them. She grabs another pillow, prompting him to put his shirt back on and say he was only joking, that he cannot sleep in a robe and has pajamas instead. She tells him to turn around while she changes. He thinks why he should turn around when he is the one changing. It feels somewhat unreasonable. He says she can use the pillow, but she replies she can sleep perfectly fine without one. He insists, saying fine, then at least use this, and offers her his arm. She lies down on his arm and comments that it feels hard. He replies that she should not use it if she does not like it. She says she does not mind, and they both lie down together. She tells him not to get hurt when he goes to the east. He asks if she is worried about him. She says it hurts her when he gets hurt. He recalls when she told him he would keep fighting, just as he once fought for her. She says she will protect him so that he will get hurt less. He returns to the present moment and asks what she means by getting hurt less. Is she implying that he should still get hurt? She says anyway, he can take it however he wants. He replies yes and thanks her. She tells him to wait for her, saying she will head to the east soon. He replies all right, feeling reassured, and thinks that day Warren's words gave him the strength to keep going. The scene shifts to the next day at a cafe where Corin calls Alicia and asks if this is her, showing her picture on a newspaper. He reads that Swordmaster Garand has entrusted his granddaughter with the 5th Sword Division, and that the Arden House heir competition is heating up. Alicia sips her coffee, laughs, and admits she knows nothing about it. He replies that it was a foregone conclusion anyway. She nods and says she supposes so, while he remarks that it seems she will no longer be treated as an underdog. He asks if everyone has brought their cold weather gear and luggage. Alicia replies yes and hands him a backpack containing a coat, food, and clothes. Yule says she relies on nature as her protection, so she does not need to prepare much. Corin thinks they are acting like rookies. She asks what he means. He explains that they are heading straight to the east on wyverns, and wonders if they realize what that entails. Both of them look at him in confusion, and he replies that soon they will regret it. After a while, they ride on the wyverns, both screaming in fear. Alicia says she cannot open her eyes and pleads to be saved. Yule says that nature does not protect her from everything. Humans must learn to stand on their own. Corin looks at them and thinks foolish novices. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, cold weather gear and goggles are essential. No matter the reason, they must seize this opportunity to learn with their whole bodies. They finally reach East Taklaken. Alicia urges Corin to hurry and look over there. He asks what she means. She points to a herd of elephants running through the woods and explains that they are oliphants. She warns that there is a village in that direction, and if they continue, it will be destroyed. He thinks there is no rush for now. They have plenty of time to save at least one village. He instructs them to stop the elephants and move toward them. He tells Yule to grow root plants along their path, then asks Alicia if she is ready. She replies yes. Yule spreads roots all around, capturing the feet of the elephants to slow them, while Alicia jumps down, sword in hand, to attack. The elephants block her strikes, and she asks if they can resist them. The vines cannot hold much longer. Corin instructs her to focus on binding the lead elephant and tells Yule to come to the ground and hold it in place while he deals with it. Corin notices a group of people arriving and attacking the elephants, slashing at them. He thinks the Arden monster hunters. If they are here, could it mean? He observes them and thinks they are still as ineffective as ever. Lunia arrives and calls one of the elephants a fat pig, questioning if they cannot even catch this slow creature. Alicia looks at her and addresses her as sister. Yule informs Corin that this is Lunia Arden. Lunia remarks that trying to catch just one monster recklessly could have caused even more damage. Alicia tries to respond, but Corin recalls the news article and wonders if Lunia is reprimanding him because of it. Lunia throws something toward Alicia, who catches it, then tosses another toward Corin, who also catches it. He looks at it and asks what it is. Alicia, emotionally, calls out sister, saying she scared her. Lunia tells them to be more careful next time, and that they cannot just charge recklessly. She walks away and mentions to Corin that she heard he has been promoted to first class. He confirms this. She praises his progress and encourages him to keep it up. He thanks her and thinks that she is still as composed as ever, always cool-headed. She then looks back at him and asks if he will marry her. Alicia and Yule are shocked to hear this. Corin also becomes stunned and asks what she means by that. The narrator explains that the Dunner family, a prominent southern house, has established fertile lands and prosperous sea trade routes. In contrast, the eastern region faces the heretic empire and endures constant struggles against the harshness of nature, with monsters persistently flooding its barren lands. Yet, despite these relentless challenges, the East has maintained a solid reputation, undoubtedly due to the people who protect it, the guardians of the polar region, the Arden family. After some time, Lunia arrives back at the palace. As she steps inside, everyone bows deeply before her and announces her arrival as the lord of the house. She orders that the guest house be prepared for her younger sibling and their friends, and the attendants respond with obedience. She then instructs Alicia to follow her, and Alicia complies without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yule plays chess with Corin. She addresses him as general and remarks that the game is quite difficult, asking why he plays so well. Corin responds that he has been playing it for ages. She inquires whether he has played before, and he admits that he does, though only occasionally. Yule then expresses concern for Alicia, noting that the atmosphere between the sisters seemed intense. Corin reassures her that it is nothing serious, as they are still sisters after all. Yule wonders if they might be punished for failing to capture the elephant properly, but Corin dismisses the thought, assuring her that Lunia is not that kind of person. At that moment, a lady servant enters the room, bows respectfully, and addresses Corin. When he responds, she informs him that Lady Lunia is looking for him. He glances up and asks why she is summoning him. After that, he goes to meet her. She turns to look at him and asks if he has arrived. She gestures for him to sit, saying they have quite a bit to discuss. He sits down and nervously asks if he is about to be punished. She looks at him in confusion and asks what he is talking about. He brushes it off, saying it is nothing. She then changes the subject and remarks that he is about to turn 18 soon, to which he confirms, mentioning that he is the same age as her younger sibling. She asks if she may pose a question and then inquires whether he is married. He replies that he is not, while taking a sip of tea. She nods thoughtfully and says she sees. Then, with a calm expression, she asks if he would consider marrying her, should he not have chosen a partner yet. Surprised, he asks if she is being serious. She responds by asking whether she seems like someone who speaks nonsense. She continues, saying that objectively, he is excellent marriage material. His martial skills and sense of duty are exceptional, and his appearance, more or less, meets her standards. He remarks that he did not realize she cared about appearances too. She replies that she is still a woman, after all, and must at least be able to see the face and body of the man who will hold her at night. He sighs and asks her to tell him the real reason she is bringing this up so suddenly. She answers that it is because of him. He frowns and asks what she means by that. She recalls the moment when, after Alicia defeated her in the sword-breaking match, the old sword master suddenly appeared and made a shocking declaration that Alicia should be appointed as the 5th Sword Lord. Returning from her thoughts, she explains that after that old man's declaration, her supporters became restless. He, who had advised Alicia and devised that audacious plan, should already understand the situation. Her position has begun to waver, and now renowned swordsmen from across the land are challenging her. He leans back slightly and says that it is a political marriage, then a strategic move, politically speaking. She says she dislikes the idea, believing she is far too good to be treated as a mere product on the marriage market. He asks if she means that she wishes to form a fake engagement with him. Taking a sip of her drink, she confirms that is exactly what she intends. Alicia, the illegitimate child of the Arden family, is treated differently. When she returns, the family greets her with an array of gifts prepared solely for her. This is because she has been marked as the successor from an early age and thrust into the family's internal power struggles. Meanwhile, Sophia meets Alicia and presents her with a sword, telling her that she must have already heard the news. Her father has appointed her as the Lord of the 5th Sword Hall. Alicia nods in acknowledgement and tries to respond, but Sophia cuts her off, saying that in the Arden family, her father's orders are absolute, and her opinion will not overturn them. The system identifies Sophia as the biological mother of Lunia Arden, the current head of the family, and the official wife of Jade Arden. Alicia reflects silently, recognizing that everything still follows the will of the former Lord, Garand Arden. As the Lord of the 5th Sword Hall, she must uphold the family's honor and ensure the protection of humanity. With the symbolic command Sword of the Lord, she is expected to select members from the main family and guide their training during her stay. Alicia accepts the sword respectfully. Sophia observes that Alicia does not argue. No, she cannot. The submissive attitude she has learned since childhood remains unchanged, then or now, even though she knows she will never be truly accepted by these people. Sophia tells her to try to think positively as Alicia leaves the room. When Alicia steps outside, she notices Lunia and Corin sitting together in the garden. Corin remarks that it is not such a bad thing after all. Alicia, watching them quietly, wonders why her sister and Corin are sitting together. Lunia instructs that his schedule be cleared for tomorrow and tells him to go on a date. Alicia overhears their conversation and, with a faint smile and a voice slightly more animated than usual, asks what she means by a date. She recalls the moment when Lunia suddenly asked Corin if he would marry her. That question, so abrupt and unexpected, feels exactly like something Lunia would say. Of course, there were political reasons behind such a significant matter as marriage. Yet Alicia believes that, deep down, there must also have been genuine feelings behind it. She has sensed it ever since the practical test during the midterms. Lunia's curiosity and affection toward Corin, her respect for a warrior who has reached the pinnacle as a swordsman, and her desire for mastery. But Alicia knows that if Lunia did not like Corin as a man, she would never have made such a proposal. She smiles softly and thinks that it is a good thing. The narrator explains that Alicia holds affection for both of them. Lunia is her half-sister who once acted as a mother figure during her childhood, someone she deeply admired. Despite the rivalry that has developed between them, Alicia sincerely wishes for Lunia's happiness. Corin, too, is someone special to her. He believed in her talent, gave her the encouragement she needed, and helped her survive among her sister's followers. The two of them truly suit each other. They are both people Alicia respects and cares for. She continues sitting outside, reflecting that the two of them being together is indeed a good thing. After some time, Lunia begins smoking and recalls a moment when her mother handed her an envelope. She had asked what it was, and her mother replied that it contained information about renowned swordsmen from the East and legitimate heirs of prestigious families. Most of Lunia's support stems from her family's subordinates, so she could not afford to ignore the pressure brought on by these challengers. She had mentioned it without much thought, yet his appearance is decent enough. Objectively, he is a good man, and above all, his passion for martial arts is remarkable. In any case, the next head of the family will be chosen by her grandfather, the sword master Garand Arden. Corin possesses the talent to reach the realm of mastery, so even if there are voices of opposition, they will eventually be silenced. She wonders how deep that child's feelings truly run. At the very least, admiration, perhaps even something more. Tossing away the ashes of her cigar, she thinks about trying to understand her sibling's heart. Whatever belongs to her sibling is also hers. She believes she has both the right and the entitlement to it. The conclusion does not trouble her. Soon after, Jenny arrives and greets her respectfully as the lady of the house. Lunia turns and asks if it is her. Jenny smiles and teasingly asks whether it is a secret meeting with Corin. Lunia frowns slightly and asks what she means by a secret meeting, saying that such words sound unpleasant. She clarifies that it is a formal courtship and asks if that does not please Jenny. Jenny responds that compared to the men Lady Sophia once chose, Corin is far superior. That, she says, is why they lost during the sword-breaking match. Moreover, at such a young age, he managed to overwhelm Lena and enter the realm of mastery. He is, in her opinion, more than suitable as a match for Lady Lunia. Lunia nods with a faint smile and says that Jenny indeed has a good eye for men. Jenny then hesitates and asks if the lady of the house is really planning to go on a date dressed like that. Lunia glances over her shoulder and asks what is wrong with it. Jenny replies with a thoughtful look, saying they will see. Lunia wonders why she had asked her to come this way in the first place. After some time, Corin gets ready and arrives to meet Lunia. Calling her softly, he blushes as he looks at her. She notices and asks what he is staring at, wondering if there is something on her face. He quickly replies that there is nothing. She takes his hand and says they should go, and he nods in agreement. Meanwhile, in the woods, Alicia runs with several soldiers. One of them reports that there are signs of monsters near the border. Alicia acknowledges the report and orders them to move quickly and join the others. The soldiers respond in unison, confirming their orders. On the other side, Lunia and Corin arrive at a music show and begin enjoying the performance. At the same time, Alicia and her squad engage the monsters, striking them down one after another. When the music ends, Lunia and Corin applaud. In the forest, Alicia finishes off the remaining monsters and tells her team that they all worked hard today. Later, Lunia asks Corin if he enjoyed the evening. He answers that the phrase heavenly voice was not an exaggeration. She clarifies that she meant whether he enjoyed the time itself. He smiles and says yes, it was a unique experience and he truly had fun. She tells him that is good, because what matters most is that he enjoyed himself. She then kneels slightly, takes his hand, and kisses it, saying that today has been another pleasant day. Corin, surprised, asks if kissing the back of the hand is not supposed to be the man's role. She replies that she did it out of habit, as she often does with the young ladies. She adds that next time, she will leave it to him, and tells him she will see him tomorrow since she has prepared much for him. He nods and says he looks forward to it. telling her to go ahead and that he will see her tomorrow. Just then, Alicia arrives and Lunia turns to see her. Calling her name, Lunia comments that she looks like a mess and asks if she has been outside the city. Alicia asks if she has met with Corin. Lunia replies that yes, they have spent some time together in the city. Alicia responds that she sees and remarks that Lunia must have had a good time. Lunia smiles faintly, but Alicia's attention shifts as she notes that Lunia is wearing traditional clothing. She comments that she thought her sister had not worn it in 7 years. Lunia calls Alicia's name, and when Alicia answers, Lunia tells her that she will change her clothes and meet her at the training grounds for a spar. Without waiting for a response, she turns and walks away. Alicia stands still for a moment, wondering what Lunia means by a spar. Normally, she would never turn down an invitation to train with her sister, but this time, she cannot quite understand the reason behind such a sudden offer. After a brief pause, she agrees to it. Meanwhile, Lunia thinks to herself that Alicia would never be able to refuse that challenge. At night, Alicia and Lunia gather outside for practice. Alicia remarks that this is unusual, as her sister always avoids sparring. Lunia replies that Alicia seems to be accepting it quite willingly. Alicia addresses her as sister and raises her sword, ready for the fight. Lunia says that no one is watching and tells her to swing freely without restraint. She declares herself as Lunia, first disciple of the Arden School's single sword, and Alicia as the first-grade swordswoman of the same school. She then announces the start of their match. Lunia launches the first attack, her strike powerful enough to shatter rocks and send debris flying toward Alicia. Shocked by the force, Alicia quickly dodges and identifies the technique as Fierce Tiger, Golden Rooster Stance, Form 2. Lunia strikes again and asks if Alicia remembers, ordering her to respond. Alicia counters with Cross/, the Pure Light skill, meeting her sister's attack head-on. She attempts to block the follow-up blow, but realizes that although the strike is within her range of perception, her reflexes struggle to keep up. They exchange continuous blows, each attack followed by swift dodges and counters. Lunia thinks to herself, from pure flash to true strike, from upper heaven to lightning. Alicia focuses intensely, wondering if she can truly read Lunia's movements. It is not just a reaction anymore. If she can predict the next strike, then it becomes a counterattack. Alicia strikes at Lunia, but Lunia swiftly evades the attack. She comments that Alicia's breathing has faltered. Lunia then lands a solid punch, pushing Alicia backward. Hurt, Alicia steadies herself and thinks about the insight Lunia has honed to a mystical level through relentless effort and training, the reason she is called the Sword Tiger. Lunia remarks that Alicia has improved compared to before and has not neglected her training, befitting the guardian of the strongest class. Alicia acknowledges her words. Lunia adds that Alicia's change of heart must be because of him. Alicia frowns and asks what she means by him. Lunia asks if she knows what he and she have in common. Alicia asks what that is. Lunia explains that neither of them wastes power and that they share the same philosophy towards swordsmanship against humans. Grand techniques are unnecessary. All it takes is a space of 1 inch. She suddenly attacks again. Alicia blocks the strike just in time. Lunia tells her that if she plans to pierce that lethal distance, then next time she had better dodge. Alicia hesitates, thinking about what Lunia means by that, but she can already tell this attack is different. The narrator explains that Alicia is able to read Lunia's movements perfectly. However, the next attack carries overwhelming strength. As Lunia prepares her finishing strike, Alicia realizes she cannot possibly dodge it. She drops her sword and admits defeat. She thinks she had believed she was catching up, that even after winning the sword-breaking duel, she had thought she had finally become a swordswoman worth recognition. But now she sees it was arrogance. Lunia tells her to keep improving. The narrator explains that her earlier victory was merely a stroke of luck. Between Lunia and Alicia, an unbridgeable gap still exists. Alicia quietly says that otherwise, she will spend her life watching their backs, as both sisters walk away in silence, frustration lingering between them. A few days later, the scene shifts to Sophia sitting with Lunia, pouring her some tea. She notes that this year as well, Lunia has not become engaged and mentions that she has heard Lunia has been associating with a young man recently. Lunia takes a sip and replies that it happened naturally, that they happened to connect that way. Sophia remarks that late-night outings should wait until after an engagement, reminding her that, in the end, A man is merely a tool to elevate a family's status. Lunia reflects on Sophia's past. Once celebrated as the greatest swordswoman in the East, her perspective on marriage had become skewed after her husband Jade's affair. Sophia insists that Lunia should be matched with the person most beneficial to her. Lunia reassures her that there is no need to worry, confident that he is far more valuable than any of the empty names listed on matchmaking pamphlets. Sophia asks if he is really that impressive. Lunia recalls Corin and explains that he entered the realm of mastery at a young age and that his talent as a warrior rivals even her grandfather's. Sophia remarks that that is simply his talent. Lunia counters that it is unusual talent, not mere brute strength, but a skill that leads to victory, a talent of that caliber. Sophia asks what else. Lunia admits that he is handsome. Sophia, puzzled, asks her to clarify. Lunia explains that his face is her type and adds that there is also the thrill of taking something her younger sister desires. Sophia, confused, asks what she means by that. For the first time, Lunia considers that perhaps Sophia is beginning to rethink her previously twisted view on marriage. Sophia remarks that she thinks something about the situation may not be morally right. The scene shifts to the 9th day since their arrival at the Arden family's main house, during a New Year's event. Alicia and Yule walk along the street and spot Corin. Alicia calls out to him while eating cookies. Corin notices the decorations and thinks that the festival's theme definitely feels Korean. As the festival begins to wind down, Yule points out that they have found him. Corin reflects that their original purpose for coming to the east was always to locate the hidden place of the 4 great treasures, Findias. Findias, the concealed land of the Druids, is a natural fortress filled with monsters and mountain ranges, lying beyond the border controlled by the Ardens. At the eastern border, the group enters the woods. Yule thanks them for showing the way and offers snacks, asking if anyone wants some. A spirit immediately takes the snack, prompting Alicia to ask if it is a spirit. Lunia comments that it is convenient to have a druid accompanying them. They are unable to get lost even in this forest. Corin expresses his gratitude, saying that it is all thanks to Lunia and that he appreciates her accompanying them, which allowed them to safely pass beyond the border. Lunia winks and says there is no need to thank her. She adds that she does not know why he is searching for the hidden land, but since they are all minors and he is her fiancé, she has the right to act as his guardian. Corin thinks to himself that in a monster-filled mountain range, mediocre guardians are nothing but baggage. With neither H. Warren nor Mary at present, Lunia proves to be an invaluable asset. Alicia addresses her as sister and suggests that it might be better not to use the term fiancé. Lunia asks why. Alicia, her voice trembling slightly, explains that people around them might look at it strangely. Lunia dismisses the concern, saying that other people's opinions are not important to her. Alicia continues, admitting that she is not actually planning to take responsibility for Corin and that perhaps blocking his path to marriage is unwise. Lunia laughs softly and asks if that is what she truly believes. Meanwhile, Yule creates a magical circle and announces that it marks the path ahead. Once they pass through, they will arrive soon. Alicia watches in surprise as the group steps into the circle. The circle shatters, and they are teleported to another location. Corin grips his spear and surveys the surroundings, immediately realizing that they have been ensnared. He reflects that, as expected, this space is worthy of sage-level protection from Yule. He wonders if he has been isolated alone and considers that the boundary may contain a spell designed to bewilder intruders. Comparing it to the 8-trigram formation from before, he concludes that this is a test, intended to assess the qualifications of those entering the hidden land alongside a druid. Still, he notes, it is a common technique. Corin waves his spear defiantly, saying that whether it is an illusion or a monster, he will face it. At that moment, Sihu appears and calls him brother. Corin strains to recognize the voice and says no. Sihu greets him warmly, remarking that it has been a long time since they last met. Corin internally groans, thinking that this is going too far. Sihu charges at Corin while Corin rushes forward to counterattack, muttering, "Screw this." Sihu blocks his strike effortlessly. Corin shouts that he is a fake. Sihu smirks and admits that yes, he is a fake too, but the real main player, unlike Corin, is someone else. With a swift motion, Sihu destroys Corin's spear. Corin watches in shock, thinking that the one who just erased his weapon must be the rightful main character of this world, Park Sihu. He may be ruthless, but his power is undeniably real, almost godlike. Korin realizes that Sihu is eons stronger than he currently is. Sihu taunts him, saying he should be proud for surviving that long, yet questions whether Korin truly has what it takes. He mocks Korin's failure, despite hoarding everything, and derides his half-hearted system, wondering what Korin could ever achieve with it. He recalls that the player has already died and the challenge failed. Korin contemplates whether he can defeat Tata's Voltazar as a mere extra. He admits that he can, explaining that he intends to steal one of Voltazar's 4 treasures to weaken him, which is why he has come this far. He claims he is trying his best to secure a happy ending. Sihu calls him a liar, asserting that if Korin truly wanted a happy ending, he should have chosen Sihu instead. Korin shouts that then his virginity would have been at risk. Sihu shrugs and asks who cares if he doesn't enjoy that. Korin asks what he means. Sihu replies, sacrifice. He observes that Korin sacrifices himself for others too easily. Watching how badly Korin has been hurt, Sihu thinks that the time wasted on an NPC should have been spent focusing on the bigger picture. If Korin had spent that time searching for items, he would be far stronger by now. Sihu recalls how Korin's companions have suffered and cried, further fueling his frustration. He knows he is not playing efficiently. He steps closer to Korin and says he sacrificed 100,000 people to get here. That is how a player becomes stronger, by sacrificing others. Korin stares at him, anger coiling in his chest. Sihu says let as many people die as necessary, and then they will save the world at their leisure. Korin replies, yeah, right. He would restart the game if he had to. He would be lying if he said he did not regret missed items and events. He activates his skill. Sihu reels, stunned by the power that flares. He thinks those repulsive desires still lodged in Korin's heart must be why Korin sees such foul visions. Korin remembers Alicia, Mariette, HWA, and Ran, the people he has saved, and the place he is trying to build for them, a place where they can live without putting efficiency first. That is the world he will save. He charges Sihu and cries that that is the world he will save, then drives his attack and throws Sihu back. Sihu screams from the wound. Korin notes that Sihu is frightened by a vision like this. His spear reappears in his hand, helping him to regain focus. He feels no regret, even if given another chance. His choice would not change. After a while, all the other girls arrive, and Yule calls to Korin. Korin glances back and notes that Yule is a druid, so she would not have been affected. He then asks Lunia how she managed to get out so quickly. Lunia explains that some creature resembling her grandfather had been spouting nonsense, so she cut him down. She thinks that this person truly does not hesitate. Korin asks about Alicia. Lunia replies that Alicia is the type most vulnerable to such tricks. Yule asks if Alicia will wake soon. Lunia responds that she thinks Alicia bypassed the fog too easily. As they continue, they see a leopard perched on a high mountain, who greets them as impressive guests. Korin is shocked and asks if the leopard is actually talking, noting that it does not appear to be a monster. The leopard apologizes for the mistake and transforms into an old druid. He welcomes the young druid and her friends. Korin realizes that he is Oskias, the guardian of Findias, who offers to lead them to the hidden land. After some time, they reach Findias. Lunia looks around in awe and asks if the place is real. They have arrived at the domain where one of the 4 treasures, Clau Solas, the Sun Sword, is hidden. Korin turns to Yule and asks if all the people here are her family. She confirms that they are indeed her kin. Korin remarks that it is a beautiful place and jokingly asks if there is any chance he could buy property here. Yule asks if he is serious, noting that people in the cities refer to this area as the Green Belt. He replies that one must stay ahead in real estate. She gestures for him to follow and says, "Come this way." Korin agrees, mentioning that he had heard from the spirits about a young druid searching for this place. Uskias asks what brings them into these wilds. Korin answers that they are seeking one of the 4 treasures left by the Dinu, the Sun Sword, Clau Solas. Uskias asks how Korin is searching for it as well. Korin replies that it is because he is here as the first spear of the Queen of Paradise, Erin Danau. He thinks to himself that he is not lying. He is the rightful successor to his master, and even after regressing, that fact has not changed. At that moment, Skias arrives, remarking that he smells a deep scent of blood. Korin glances back at him. Skias confirms that it is indeed the child who killed Firmak. He had expected someone, but not someone as unhinged as this. Corin realizes that this is the monster of Mirias, king of the shade, beast king Dune Skias. Skias steps closer to Corin and asks if he understands that he is the dog of the queen. He declares that there is only one throne. When the Age of Shadows comes, his goddess will be devoured by beasts without a single piece left. Someone calls Skias from behind, and he shouts not to call him, claiming he had explicitly forbidden it. He then turns back to Corin and apologizes, laughing that his friends have quite a rowdy guy right now. He decides to get to the point. Both Corin and Lunia desire Claw Solas, but he lacks the authority to grant it to either. All he can do is test their worthiness. Corin asks what the test entails. He thinks that the druid is neutral, but this is troubling, as he does not know the contents of the test. Both of them are in the same position. He recalls that the Valatazars had successfully attained all 4 treasures in his previous life. Skias instructs both of them to wait in their rooms. After some discussion, he will inform them of the test. Skias laughs, declaring that he loves tests. Corin thinks that if events follow the canonical flow, this situation is inevitable. Skias addresses the child who killed Fermac and states that he will be watching for him as he walks away. Corin internally sighs, thinking that this idiot will pass the test. At night, Alicia sleeps in her bed, dreaming of Lunia's marriage to Corin. She envisions a happy family. 2 people she deeply respects have vowed to each other and exchanged their love. 12 nieces and nephews call her auntie. She considers this happiness sacred. Her sister is loyal, and Corin is not the type to let his wife down. This, she thinks, is a happy ending for everyone. Yet, despite the joy, she feels an inexplicable sadness, watching Corin and Lunia happy together. Corin enters her room and asks if she is awake. He comments that she must have been facing quite the vision. He adds that even hands are counted here, and insists she get up by tomorrow at the latest. He asks again if she is finally awake. Alicia rises and clings to him. Corin asks what has happened. She puts a finger to his lips and calls him her brother-in-law. He asks what she means by that. The next day, Skias announces the second task. Alicia asks what he means by second, noting that she thought it was the first task. Skias explains that they have already completed the first task. Lunia clarifies that the first task was meant to test how far he could go to uphold his will. Corin recalls that Sihu had said it was a qualification test to determine whether he was unwavering in his sense of justice. Skias adds that they have all sufficiently proven themselves. Alicia murmurs about proving oneself. Corin remembers her calling him brother-in-law, saying that her sister is not home right now. Alicia admits that she does not think she can go that far. Corin winks and reassures her that there is no need to put herself down. She should have confidence, for she upheld her beliefs. Lunia adds that whatever his actions and justice may be, one must stand firm and see them through, as human strength comes from inner will. Alicia asks if that is really true, admitting that she does not think she can do it. Yule tells Alicia to rest if she is tired and attempts to heal her. Alicia sits and insists that it is fine, questioning what right she, a sinner, has to rest. Skias explains that the druids accompanying them will assist with the second task. He states that the task is to find an oak with mistletoe and craft a staff. The task begins immediately, with a deadline before sunrise tomorrow. The system window notifies that an oath has been made. Both sides agree to honor the outcome of the task and will not attack each other for the next 60 days. Corin thinks that the oath was arranged before the task announcement. Normally, such a procedure would not occur, but he had asked Skias to mediate. It would be troublesome if he intervened during the task. He watches Skias and the others walk away and thinks that Dumnorix, unlike the druids who usually remain neutral, is clearly aligned with Balthazar. Yule continues to guide them through the forest, and Corin notes that Yule has grown significantly stronger, but Dumnorix is at a sage level. Even under the no-attack condition, the difference in power is substantial. Yule remarks that it is bad, the spirits are not responding. She observes that, as expected, they all appear to have sided with Dumnorix. Lunia acknowledges that this will make the task far from easy. Alicia calls Corin over and presents a plant she has found. Corin inspects it and notes that it is just a hackberry tree, thinking that it is like a perfect lottery. Mistletoe rarely grows on oak trees in the first place. Alicia offers another plant, this time with a log. Corin reflects that locating an oak tree in this vast forest is difficult enough, let alone one with mistletoe growing on it. It seems almost impossible. Even with the forest spirits, it would remain challenging, particularly since they have all sided with Doomnorix. Alicia suggests simply cutting the mistletoe and attaching it to a regular oak tree. Lunia says she is confident she can chop it directly. Yule warns that doing so would cause it to lose its magical significance. Lunia assures them that she will complete the task and takes out the staffs she brought. Yule asks what happened. Skias remarks that she has prepared a thick and solid staff, noting how much bigger and sturdier it looks. Lunia snaps at him to shut up, calling him a creep and insisting that it is none of his business. Corin thinks that after Alicia attached mistletoe seeds to an oak seed she found, Yule nurtured it with magic. Normally, it would die quickly, but he had tested this one beforehand, and it had succeeded. Uskias arrives and announces that everyone performed well on the second task. They have all passed. He then states that he will reveal the final task. In the northern forest from their current location, there is a magical rowan tree with red berries. Their task is to bring back its berries. Corin remarks that he did not expect the task to be ordinary. Suddenly, someone appears and introduces himself as Sharvan, the one who seeks the berries and will test their worth. Corin immediately recognizes him as a Sky Titan, thinking that this Sky Titan belongs to the same race that guards the son of Phindias, a legendary figure in the tales of Arhen's spirit. Skias observes the giant and remarks that he is enormous. Lunia notes that taking him down seems tricky. Skias warns her not to even think about it, adding that whether they win or lose, obtaining Clau Solas is out of reach. Corin reflects that they would not be made to fight a giant like this mindlessly. The first and second tasks had been similar in nature. Sharvan declares that he will test their wisdom by presenting a riddle for them to solve. Corin thinks that mythical creatures always love riddles. Didn't they know that? Yule refuses to participate. Skias arrives, excitedly looking at Sharvan, and exclaims that the Sky Titan loves riddles. If he wants to do it, then he will do it. Corin thinks that Sky Titans love rare treasures and riddles. They are said to restrain themselves from other games, as the world is far too easily destroyed. He decides that they will agree to this challenge as well. Sharvan explains the rules. The first side to answer 5 questions correctly wins. To keep it fair, only 2 from each side may participate in the riddle game. Druids are excluded, as they often play riddles with the participants. Skias laughs and remarks that Sky Titans truly love riddles. Corin thinks that whoever participates from their side will likely be stronger than anyone on the opposing side. Lunia asks if she appears to have a connection to riddles. Alicia replies that she has solved riddles in magazines before. She thinks that it should be sufficient for her and Alicia to participate on their side. Sharvan begins. In the morning, it grows. At noon, it shrinks again. In the afternoon, it grows once more. But at night, it disappears. Corin ponders the riddle. It grows in the morning and shrinks at noon, then grows in the afternoon and disappears at night. With careful thought, he realizes the answer. Skias immediately answers, it is a shadow. Sharvan confirms the answer is correct, and Corin and Alicia look at him in surprise. Alicia asks if it is mere coincidence. Corin reflects that he had forgotten, as the Sky Titan's usual presence is so overwhelming, a unique nature entirely. Sharvan elaborates, it exists but cannot be seen. No powerful being can defeat it, it inevitably arrives, yet when it passes, it stops forever. Skias quickly answers, time. Sharvan continues, it is sometimes joy, sometimes comedy, sometimes tragedy, a play in which every living being acts as the protagonist. Skias responds, life, it is comedy, also tragedy. To be or not to be, that is the question. The experience feels like facing thousands at once. Skias laughs and remarks that the Sky Titan solves riddles with ease. Corin turns to Alicia and encourages her to try, noting that she has read all those strange magazines. Alicia asks what he means by strange magazines, insisting that she only subscribes to what every teenage girl reads. Sharvan presents the 4th riddle. It is beautiful, though others may not understand it. To some, it is violence, to others, an escape. Corin becomes confused, thinking the riddle is difficult and wondering if Sharvan has such a limited imagination. Alicia interrupts politely, asking if she may speak. Sharvan allows her to answer. Alicia reflects on her dream of Corin and Lunia's marriage and recalls the riddle. It is beautiful. Others may not understand it. To some, it is violence, to others, an escape. She hesitantly asks if the answer is adultery. Corin is shocked to hear this. Sharvan also considers her answer. Alicia continues, suggesting that it could be correct. Sharvan acknowledges her response as interesting, confirming that it is also correct. Alicia panics, insisting that she was mistaken and that it is not the answer. Corin asks what she is thinking. She pleads, shouting that it is not, really, and urges him not to look away, asking for a chance to explain. Corin reflects that, although her interruption disrupted the flow, perhaps it was beginner's luck. With the Sky Titan answering 2 riddles in a row, the riddle match ends in their defeat. Skias laughs, removing the barriers, and comments that the barriers are impressive and that Sharvan performed well. Everyone congratulates the Sky Titan. Corin thinks it was a close call. Alicia asks what they should do, noting that they technically failed. Yule explains that the task probably will not end so easily and suspects that they may have missed one of the required items. Alicia remarks that if that is the case, then they are fortunate. She adds that druids do not discard everything over a single failure, perhaps. Lunia asks who their enemy is. Yule replies that there is none. Lunia presses again, and Yule gathers her powers, stating that not a single spirit exists around them. Corin realizes that she does not see any monsters either, although they encountered some on the way here. He thinks that if neither spirits nor monsters are present in a forest known as the Demon Beast Mountain Range, there are only 2 possibilities. Either someone has killed them all, or they have fled from an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Skias laughs and asks if they have ventured too far in. He activates Os Robber Mentata, forming a magical circle and causing a palace to appear. Corin and his companions watch in shock. Corin orders everyone to move back. Skias' power is about to strike Yule, but Corin saves her just in time as a humanoid monster emerges from the magical circle. He commands everyone to stay back. Yule thanks him, also looking at the monster and wondering why it is present. The monster roars and attacks. Lunia observes in shock, questioning why it is there. She recalls a flashback. The strongest swordsman in the heroic legends of Arhen wielding the Arden-style Sword Emperor skill to strike in battle. The narrator explains that beyond the borders of Arden lies a daimonic realm, a place where wild beasts and monsters claiming dominion over the forest maintain a strange balance. What disrupted that balance was a single sword-wielding old man. Garand observes the monster and notes that the sword belongs to him. These creatures are not called demons, as their roots lie in beasts, yet occasionally a monster with a human-like form is born. Is it to survive, or to kill? Upon discovering a monster capable of wielding a sword, the swordmaster smiles. Garand wonders what it means for a monster to master the sword. Thus begins a one-sided master-disciple relationship, known only to the master. On the 8th day, Garand continues his duel with the monster. He personally summoned this creature. Lunia reflects as the monster swings its sword. Skias asks who the figure is, noting that the old man named it Sword Emperor. Corin quickly readies his spear, thinking that Sword Emperor is a name known only to the old swordmaster and him for now. In the future, the name will be renowned worldwide as the strongest swordsman in Arhen's heroic legends and a monster aligned with Balthazar. Judging by its attacks on Doom Norix and Dune Skias, it appears to be on their side, for now. It is fortunate, yet difficult to celebrate. How can they possibly stop it, and if they are next? The monster charges at Corin. Lunia exclaims that it is extraordinarily strong and attacks with Arden-style swift slash, following with successive combos of descent and ruin. She strikes at the monster as it attempts to block her attack, questioning where it could have learned such swordsmanship. The monster charges again, and she jumps back to evade. The narrator explains that not only its hands, but even its very presence feels like sharp daggers. The Sword Emperor wields multiple swords simultaneously while maintaining distance with a single blade. Lunia attempts to counterattack, activating her inner eye. Both sides engage intensely, the narrator explaining that the decisive factor in the duel is the half-step, the subtle movement reflecting Lunia's expertise. She commands to finish it off. Corin unleashes Dragon Blood Shot along with dual sides of Ruthless Heaven, while Alicia activates Iron Break, 3 cranes. Together, they strike the monster, which effortlessly dodges their combined assault. Corin exclaims in disbelief, questioning if it is dodging. What kind of circus is this? Lunia, Alicia, and Corin coordinate attacks from all directions. Corin resolves not to let the monster escape, employing Domain Slash, 8-handed invincibility, and slicing at its body. Alicia notes that even a single movement within this domain is exhausting, and although it is complete, it permits 8 attacks. She executes Arden style 1 sword domain slash, while Corrin deploys Venomous Dragon emerges. Even at full power, only 5 attacks remain under his control, with the remaining 3 striking Lunia. Lunia perceives the domain but is half a step too slow. She strikes the monster with full force, while Corrin recognizes that Lunia's level of skill is something Alicia could achieve only at the final stage, the swordsman's ultimate defensive technique. Lunia channels Protective Steel energy with Arden style 1 sword, combining it with domain slash, false to attack the monster relentlessly. They all stand together as Lunia asks if it avoided the vital point. It is a dangerous opponent, and they must deal with it here. Corrin agrees, thinking the Sword Emperor has not yet reached the level he is familiar with. The ultimate secret sword it will eventually master is heaven-cutting invincibility. It must be eliminated now. Sihu approaches and greets him before attacking. Demonic snakes appear and strike at him. Lawmaker Doomnorix attempts to capture the monster with magical strings. Skias smiles, recognizing them as servants of the king. The monster roars, forcing even the Sword Emperor to retreat in shock. It activates its skill, slashing the snakes and cutting all the strings. Corrin notes the monster's near immortal vitality and thinks about Beast King Duke Skias and Lawmaker Doomnorix. They are monsters, the enemies they must confront. Afterward, they return to their rooms. Yule apologizes, saying she could not do anything. Alicia reassures her not to worry, explaining it was inevitable. Yule attempts to speak again, but Alicia insists it is fine, noting that she was not seriously hurt. That monster used Arden swordsmanship. Alicia wonders if it could have studied a swordsmanship manual. Lunia says it is ridiculous. It is a monster. If anything, it must have learned from clashing hundreds or even thousands of times. Only one person would do such a thing. Garand arrives and says it seems his granddaughter has caught on. Alicia looks back and calls him Grandpa. Lunia asks what kind of madness he has committed, teaching a monster the sword. Garand explains it is merely a pastime in his old age. But to be precise, he did not teach it, he showed it. He creates a magical circle and stands within it. He says the domain, that thing does not wield a human sword. It moves through the domain with a monster's sword. If that is not fascinating, Lunia curses him. He replies that they might soon witness the next level of the sword. She asks what he means, grandfather. Alicia resolves she does not want to feel powerless anymore and demands that he teach her the blade. He replies that he will teach her, without a doubt. She feels the talent to be enthralled by the sword awaken, the beginning of her madness stirring. After a while, Corrin stands alongside the others and says that they have failed to obtain the Rowan tree fruit, then asks whether they can still participate in the final task. Uskias sits upon his crown chair and says that it does not matter. However, without the fruit, the final task will certainly favor Duke Skias and Duke Doomnorix. Duke Skias stands behind Duke Doomnorix and laughs wickedly to mock him. Corrin says not to make excuses merely because he is a druid, adding that they lost due to the swordsman who appeared midway, and asks whether he cannot grant them an advantage even now. Uskias replies that he will now announce the final task, and Corrin frowns, muttering softly in irritation. Uskias then says to grow the staff that has been crafted for this task, referring to the staff held by Doomnorix and Yule. He raises one finger and says that it must grow until it touches the sky and face the giant that guards the sun. Corrin looks toward the sun through the roof window and thinks that 3 weeks remain until the solar eclipse. By that time, they must grow a tree tall enough to reach the heavens. Meanwhile, Alicia trembles, her eyes widening as she thinks of her comrades. She senses the demonic nature that flows through each slash and understands now the talent and darkness within the swordsman. Recalling a memory of a monstrous being with many arms, each wielding a weapon before her. Later, Alicia clenches her teeth, her face covered in bruises and her abdomen marked with deep wounds, and thinks that this is the reason she feels fear, because he is even stronger than she is. Garand says that her fundamentals are still pathetic, calling her granddaughter, but adds that for her to ask this old man to teach her the sword was worth the effort of having raised his disciple. Alicia asks about his disciple, saying that if he is that monster, then why did he not kill him? Garand replies that he could not, for the man is a prodigy destined to reach the level of the heavenly sword. She asks what the heavenly sword's level is and says that she has never heard of it. He responds that, of course, she has not. because he is the one who created it. She extends her sword, gripping it tightly, and tells him not to mock her. He raises his sword as well and says that those who reach this level can cleave the sky and sever the world itself. With eyes gleaming, he clenches his teeth and says that he wants to witness such a swordsman, then swings his sword to strike. She blocks the attack and calls him a senile old fool. He laughs and says that she is becoming more like her sister, and she frowns with a sharp tch. The scene then shifts to the southern castle of Elra's kingdom, where Marietta asks her mother if she may leave now. Her mother asks what is wrong. Marietta puts on her shirt and thinks that the spring social ends in 4 days. Corin has left a mark and told her to find him before the solar eclipse on February 8th. She folds one leg up to put on her shoe and thinks that there is still plenty of time if she rides a wyvern. She recalls a memory of Alicia and the others and thinks that she still feels uneasy. At that moment, her father bursts into the room, slamming the door open, and demands to know where she is going. He reminds her that vacations are meant to be spent with the whole family. Mariette replies that she will make a family of her own there instead. Her mother elbows him in the neck, grabs his hair with a smile and closed eyes, and says that their Mariette is now old enough to understand men. Pushing him away, she grins and tells Mariette to go and give Diaku a younger sibling soon. Annoyed, Mariette holds her head and mutters that instead of a wyvern, she will borrow Hrisvelgr. She then says, "Let's go, Diaku, to find father." Later, she soars through the clear blue sky, riding on Hrisvelgr, and thinks about whether it is the intuition of a high-ranking vampire. Mariette Dunnerf instinctively knows that a new rival has emerged, one apart from herself, on the other side of the same sky. At the first holy site of Jerum within the Grand Cathedral, a voice says, "Her Grace, this is Novice Sister H. Warren." Saintess Estelle Hadatha El Rath responds that she may enter. As H. Warren steps inside the chamber alongside Josephine, she sees Estelle holding her hands together in prayer. With eyes shining brightly, Estelle turns toward her and exclaims in delight that it is H. Warren, then rushes forward to embrace her. H. Warren remains motionless and tells her to release her. She pulls at her cheeks and says that she has heard she encountered something serious at the festival, then asks if she is all right. Warren replies that, of course, she is, she has not been hurt. She then says, "Golden thread, release the restriction immediately." Closing her eyes, Estelle asks why. She answers that it is simply frustrating and insists that she do it. Estelle asks whether she is certain, calling her Rainy. She smiles and says, "Greetings, Her Grace." She adds that she feels the same. They both require strength. Estelle asks why. With a grin and closed eyes, she replies that it is because she wishes to become the wife of her lord. Placing her hand on H. Warren's head, Estelle channels her power, spreading golden light throughout the room. She opens her eyes and asks whether the restriction has been lifted. Estelle says that up to the first seal, yes, it has. She nods and says that it is good, then turns to leave, declaring that she is going immediately. Josephine remarks that from here to the eastern border is 24,000 kilometers, so she had better ride a wyvern. H. Warren replies that she is faster on her own. Besides, she cannot arrive after her. She swiftly leaps out the window and says that Rainy says it's not allowed, and that the journey will take 3 weeks. As Josephine extends her hand and shouts that it is not allowed, she responds that she will reach there within 2 days. Estelle smiles faintly and says that it is fascinating, if it is not. She continues, Vampire Mariette Dunnerf and swordswoman Lunia Arden, then Alicia, who has faced them both, and from subjugating the king of Iron Mountain to H. Warren's transformation from a wild beast. So many incidents and accidents are intertwined, all revolving around one individual, Junior Corin Locke. The scene shifts to 3 days later. Corin holds a stick between his lips and says that the swordmaster, that old man, never goes easy on anyone. As he sits on a bench, wrapping a bandage around Alicia's waist, he remarks that she will die of blood loss before she even manages to climb the tree. She screams that she feels as if she is going to die. He calls her a fool and says that it is far too early for her to die. She glances sideways at the staff standing near the great tree and says that even so, she doubts she can climb that high. Suddenly, the tree begins to grow rapidly. Stunned, she exclaims that if one lives a few more lives, one will always find something new. Corin tells her not to worry, saying that somehow, things will work out. Alicia thinks that it is always the same, whether stopping a rampaging boar, halting Professor Fermac, or facing an indestructible demon, he never wavers. She wonders how he can possess such unwavering resolve, how he can look even further ahead when confronted with an impossible task. She finally asks what it is that he ultimately wishes to achieve. He rests his chin on his hand and begins to think. At that moment, Dumnorix approaches and says that he is working hard even late into the night. As a green aura spreads from his body, he says that he has wanted to speak with Corin, the Queen's Spear, at least once. Irritated, Corin asks what this is about, and Alicia frowns as she rises to her feet. Dumnorix asks why humans insist on stopping the arrival of paradise. He says that, of course, countless people will die, but surely he must already know that. He frowns, stands up, and asks why, as a druid who claims to prioritize nature, Dumnorix chooses to stand on their side. Dumnorix replies that the answer should be obvious and says that after living for hundreds of years, he has reached a single conclusion: to protect nature, humanity must perish. With her eyes glowing in anger, Alicia glares at him and demands what he means, thinking that he does not even seem human. Those lifeless eyes resemble those of a plant. She then sees a dark crimson skeletal shadow forming behind him, radiating a dreadful energy, and she senses an overwhelming malice toward the world. Startled, she feels Corin place his hand on her shoulder as he tells her to look closely. Holding his spear in one hand, Corin stares at Dumnorix, saying that what he truly wishes to do is eliminate every person of that kind. Dumnorix laughs, stroking his beard, and says that Corin has come all this way to stand in their way. He admits that he can tell Corin is serious, but declares that, at least for now, he will fail. Pointing toward the trees, Dumnorix tells him to look and asks what he sees, whether he notices the difference in their growth. He says that he has lived in harmony with nature for centuries, and that now, the magic flowing across this continent is narrowing the gap between them. This, too, he says, is part of nature's law. He concludes that Corin's problem lies in his obsession with providence, logic, laws, and efficiency, believing himself to understand everything better than anyone else. Corin steps forward, extending his hand toward the tree, and thinks that ever since he revealed to the community his act of throwing golden mandrakes into the lake, many have believed golden mandrakes to be the ultimate solution and have used them for special upgrades. He reflects that people like him, already weary of conventional methods, have experimented even with rare and difficult-to-obtain items. He recalls a memory of himself discovering a golden mandrake and grins as he holds a bottle, thinking that with such rare materials, he must be the only one who has attempted cultivation content. He thinks about how Alicia grew the hackberry she obtained from the first task into an enormous staff, and that just a few drops of his experimental potion produced such effects. Even those who have lived for hundreds of years amidst nature would not have witnessed something like this. He tilts the bottle and lets the potion drip onto the soil near the tree, thinking that the golden substance within it is his own creation, a hidden piece, unique in all of history. The tree's roots begin to shimmer with a radiant golden glow as the potion seeps in, and Corin smiles broadly, thinking that it is golden mandrake fertilizer. A system notification appears, stating that the golden mandrake fertilizer enhances magical plant growth, generates an area-type mana recovery field, and restores 185 mana per minute. Corin says Dumnorix that he often calls new players newbies, and though he does not know how many years he has lived, if he lives a few more lives, he will discover that there is always something new. Turning his head slightly with a confident smirk, he says to watch carefully, "Newbie." His tree begins to grow rapidly, enveloped in golden light, as he says that from this moment onward, he is going to show some real magic. Alicia, utterly shocked, opens her mouth and widens her eyes as the massive tree rises through the clouds and reaches toward the sky. Dumnorix admits that he did not expect such a sight. Shielding his eyes with one hand as he looks upward, he says that the growth rate difference exceeds threefold. Dumnorix acknowledges that he does not know what method Corin has used, but says that he has cultivated the tree magnificently. Then, in a solemn tone, he says that since Corin will soon ascend to the heavens, his final advice as the Druid of Findias is this: to grasp Clau Solas, he must not miss the moment when the sun's power weakens. As one of the beings living upon this land, he wishes to bid Corin a final farewell. Placing one hand between both of his palms, he bows deeply and says that from this point onward, everything depends on him to stop them, the young hero. Alicia, filled with excitement, moves and says that she will call for her sister. then asks whether he is leaving immediately. Corin shakes his head and says that the ascent cannot be completed in a single day or two. Preparations are essential. He adds that he will pack food and clothing and depart in 1 week once everything is ready. He thinks that the final battleground to obtain one of the 4 great treasures, Klaus Solus, lies in the sky, and that the time will come in 1 week. He tells himself that Dumnorix had better prepare well, because he will gather the strongest allies he can find. As he sees Alicia running off into the distance, he recalls Mariette and H. Warren. The scene shifts to 1 week later, as Yule walks forward on the climbing tree and says that, in the end, no one comes. Corin looks down seriously and asks what they are even doing there, since no one is coming. Meanwhile, Uskias asks if they were found near the barrier. A man replies that it is not like this when they are first brought there, as he sees H. Warren and Mariette lying unconscious, covered in sweat and surrounded by strong mana. He says that this force is impressive, their mana and aura are extraordinary, and he asks what they are seeing in their visions. Uskias responds that they have been like this for days. At this rate, it endangers the entire domain, and he will enter their visions himself to lead them out. When someone asks if they should assist, Uskias closes his eyes and says no. He will divide his consciousness into 2 and lead them both out. He then opens his eyes in shock as he witnesses the vision. The scene shifts to Mariette's vision of a bright sunny day, where a voice asks if he has had a child before graduating from the academy. Another person, speeding ahead, says that they are not. Meanwhile, Mariette stands aside, gripping her arm as she watches children play, and says that she cannot believe how much they resemble their father. She smiles slightly and thinks that this must be a wedding. Just then, the announcer declares that the groom is entering, as Corin walks into the hall dressed elegantly. A person asks whether he does not look bold. Mariette sees him and thinks that yes, Corin looks so handsome. The announcer declares that the bride is entering. She wonders if the bride could be her. A voice exclaims that the bride is so beautiful and fair as H. Warren enters the hall wearing a wedding gown and holding a bouquet of flowers. She addresses Corin as her brother, and Corin quickly embraces her in his arms. Mariette, shocked to see them together, stumbles and falls to her knees on the ground. She begins to cry and thinks that a year has passed, that the child looks exactly like Corin, as she watches Corin and H. Warren playing with a little boy. She thinks that the child should have been hers, that Corin is so sensitive, putting so much effort into his anniversary preparations, yet his clothes are the same ones from the wedding. She reflects that if it were her, she could have given him better clothes, a house, land, gold mines, treasures, and power. She could have given him everything. She says that he would never have to do anything again. He would only need to greet her with a smile when he comes home. If he just did that for her, she would be willing to give him her all. She thinks that she does not accept this loss. No, she will never accept this defeat. Later, at Corin's funeral, she says that soon Corin will age, for he belongs to a race that lives only 100 years, after all. But she is an elder vampire, one who is granted immortality. She places her hands on Corin's forehead, spreading dark energy, and thinks that she will turn Corin into a vampire and bind him to herself. She cries and thinks that it does not matter if their relationship becomes that of mother and child or master and servant, he will belong to her alone. She recalls an earlier memory and says that she can give him those 100 years, but she will take him afterward, until every trace that woman left behind completely withers away. Her tears fall onto his face as he opens his eyes. She says that she will make sure he is happy. Later, in H. Warren's vision, Corin and Mariette get married, and H. Warren sits on the ground, thinking that she has lost. It was her first time, the first time she gave her heart and held a man's hand. Afterward, through the window, she sees Corin feeding Mariette and laughing with her. Just then, Hwa's soul appears behind her and asks what she is doing. Ran replies that she is only watching, and Hwa asks what she wants to do. Ran says that she is not sure, she never planned on losing. She says that she wanted to call him every name possible, husband, honey, her love, sweetie, and to experience normal love, normal dates, and a family together. Hwa asks why she cannot do that and says that she can help her, asking what Ran truly wishes to do. Later, Corin sits on the bed, waves his hand toward H. Warren, and says that it has been a long time, asking how she has been. She grabs his hands, jumps onto him, and tells him to try escaping. As she removes his clothes, he looks startled and asks what she is. She says that it is his fault. Corin looked at someone else besides her. She bites his shoulder, and Corin moans in pain. She says that it is all his fault, as she gave him all her firsts, and his first time also belongs to her. After a while, in the morning, Corin and H. Warren sleep together, holding each other's hands. As the narrator says that two people in love sleep together, their hands intertwined. Some time later, H. Warren holds a little baby in her arms and thinks that it is only natural for a bird to swoop by and bring them their child. She believes she has won and cries with joy. Back in the present, Mariette opens her eyes, lying beside H. Warren and holding her hand. Uskias says that she is awake and introduces himself as the guardian of Findias. Both women sit up, and he tells them that if they wish to meet Corin Locke, they are too late. He has already begun his ascent to the skies 4 days earlier. H. Warren and Mariette are shocked to hear this and think that they have missed him. Mariette asks how he knows that they are searching for Corin. He replies that he is the sage druid, and he simply happens to know such things. The narrator adds that the great druid swears that day never to speak again of the embarrassing thoughts of the two, or rather, 3, girls. On the other side, Corin reaches the top of the great tree with the others and looks around. Alicia says that there is nothing there. Corin tells her to keep waiting, saying that they will arrive soon, as he draws a rune symbol on the tree with his finger. He thinks that canonically, Balthazar's army obtains all 4 treasures: Gorias's Spear of Light, Ariadpar, Findias's Sword of the Sun, Clau Solas, Murias's Magic Cauldron, Undry, and Phalius's Stone of Destiny, Leophale. He reflects that, when chasing after Balthazar's minions in the game's story, he could visit Gorias and Murias. He thinks that, of course, the treasures are already gone, but he remembers some text from the game that he had previously skipped over, which mentioned that it was indeed hidden in a pit full of snakes. The system window notifies that the magic cauldron of Murias, Undry, is shrouded in deep darkness. He thinks that what the druid said about Clau Solas reaching the skies and grasping the sun must be a euphemism, serving as another hint. Just then, he tells the others to look there and wraps his arms around the tree. Yule says that the clouds are falling and that they are about to collide. He replies that the clouds are not descending. The tree simply has not finished growing yet. They continue climbing, and suddenly, Corin is amazed to see a palace before him among the clouds. Later, they all stand before its gate, and Corin observes that the walls are about 50 meters high and in excellent condition. Lunia comments that it seems small, saying that it cannot be the castle of a sky giant, perhaps only that of an ordinary one. Yule adds that Uskias mentioned the giant who guards the sun would be here, and whatever is protecting this place, they cannot use the front gate. She says that the fruit was supposed to serve as their means of entry and recalls a memory. Corin smiles and says that, well, knocking might get them an answer. He shouts louder, telling whoever is inside to come out. Suddenly, the castle gate begins to open, startling Alicia. He says that from this point onward, they are improvising everything. A giant titan appears and asks who is there, recognizing them as humans while holding the gate open. Then a group of titans gathers, and one of them exclaims that it is a human. Alicia, shocked, says that they all appear to be at least rank 1 or higher. Lunia grips her sword tightly and asks whether he intends to fight. The titan commands Corin to speak, asking if he possesses the key, and leans closer to him. Corin replies that he does not. The titan says that if he lacks it, then he shall become human stew, and he raises his fist to strike. Corin raises his hand and tells him to wait, explaining that they are forerunners approved by the great hero, Uskias. He adds that their master will soon bring the crimson Rowana tree fruit, and he kneels down in respect. The titan asks him to tell the name of his master. Corin smiles faintly and says that the name of his master is the great hero Dune Skias, who has the approval of the sky giant Sarvan and the sage of Findias, Uskias. He thinks that since they lack the fruit, they can at least impersonate someone who possesses it. He says he has even brought a druid here to deliver the sage's message and points his thumbs toward Yule. Yule, shocked to hear this, asks if he means a druid. The titan moves toward her and says it is with the approval of Sarvan and Uskias. Terrified, she trembles as he approaches. Corin smiles wickedly and tells her to try proving it. She ignites her magical staff and chants the spell Sail, Ifin, Ueth, Strafe, summoning a colossal walkerman before them. The titan says she knows of the red rowan tree fruit and a druid capable of commanding the walkerman. He does not find it strange that she stands here in Uskias's stead, but mentions that the key remains. Corin says he understands that the sun cannot be taken without the red fruit. Yet their hero told them it was proper etiquette to announce their arrival to the great giants first. The Titan agrees and says he will accept them as guests of Dune Skias. However, the sun remains his concern as he begins to walk forward. Corin responds that, of course, whatever he says will be done. He smirks and asks Alicia and Yule how it feels. Easy, right? Lunia then asks if this was his plan. He replies that it was not. His plan begins now. They are going to strip this entire place clean. After a while, Corin enters with Alicia, thinking about how he left Lunia and Yule on standby as they head toward the treasury of the giants. It feels strange for him to admit it, but theft has always been part of his life during the previous attempt. Park Sihu had possessed a cheat skill called inventory, so no matter which stage they reached, they would always search for the treasury first. Alicia asks Corin how he has located the treasury. Corin exhales and says that treasuries tend to follow a certain pattern. The real challenge, however, is that they need to find the sun's sword here. As he speaks, he notices a stack of gleaming gold coins scattered across the ground. She remarks that the ceiling is open and, surprisingly, there are no guards present. He explains that Klaus Solas needs to absorb sunlight during the day, so it may only be obtained during a solar eclipse, when its power weakens. She asks if they cannot simply take it at night, lifting a sword and wondering how they are supposed to find it in a place like this. He replies that he had not expected there to be a guard, but he guesses it is impossible to find the sun in here anyway, which is precisely why they do not need one. She nods and says she now understands why there are no guards. Just then, she spots a chicken and says it seems rather small to serve as food for a giant. Suddenly, hearing footsteps, Corin warns that someone is coming and tells her to hide. Startled, she asks where they should hide. A moment later, a giant titan enters, smiling as he says that their adorable baby is right there, his little cutie pie. The chicken waddles forward as he coaxes it to come to him. Alicia and Corin hide, silently praying that he does not notice them. Suddenly, the chicken spots them, clucks, and tilts her head. Corin mutters a curse under his breath as Alicia urges him to stay quiet. The chicken clucks again and lays a golden egg. Startled, Corin exclaims that it is no goose and wonders aloud if all the gold in the treasury has been produced by it. Alicia comments that saying it was pooped out sounds a little odd. The giant titan then gently lifts the chicken into his hands and says affectionately that his sweetie should come with daddy. Corin says he has taken it, and if they steal the chicken, they will be set for life. Alicia tells him to get a grip, saying she thought they were looking for the sun, not gold. She stumbles and falls onto him, murmuring that it could have ended badly. Corin agrees. She begins to sweat and suddenly recalls her dream, whispering that her sister is not here right now. She wonders why that dream has come to her mind at this moment. She asks him what he thinks of her sister. He replies that Lunia is a remarkable person, and he feels drawn to her. She repeats the word drawn in surprise. He clarifies that he means she is capable, kind, and beautiful, qualities any man would admire. She quietly says she understands. He then adds that they should continue searching since the solar eclipse is in 2 days and will last only for 2 hours. If they fail to obtain it within that period, Skias will proceed through the proper rites and rightfully receive the sun. As she stands up, covered in coins, she says she understands, but something still does not make sense to her. Corin tells her to get off first. She gazes upward toward the moon and wonders aloud if it could be that today's moon should be a half moon. Corin reflects that during the day, it can bask in sunlight as it must, and at night, it remains out of reach. Yet, on the day of a solar eclipse, it is destined to weaken. The sun, Klaus Solas, is floating above on a sky island, concealed in the guise of the moon. After a while, they all sit together in a room as Corin explains that during the day, it appears as the sun, and at night, it resembles the moon, floating above them. He says it is not as distant as the actual sun or moon, but likely uses a barrier around the island to remain suspended. However, it is not so close that they could simply reach up and grasp it. Yule, surprised, asks if there is any way to reach it. Corin replies that it is impossible for them as of now, but since they have 2 days until the eclipse, they should quietly search for a method. After 2 days, Corin, exhausted, gazes toward the sky and reflects that there was no way they could devise a plan to reach it in only 2 days. Soon, Dune Skias and Dumnorix will arrive, and their 2-day head start has already been wasted. Meanwhile, on the other side, a giant titan asks if, aside from the druid, they can eat the rest. Another titan tells him to wait, saying they might be different. Corin, standing outside and secretly listening, thinks that the giants have shown tremendous restraint, at least by their own standards. He recalls that the Sky Castle giants were bound by an order engraved into their bloodline by the sky giant Sarvan: never attack druids, and to anyone who brings the fruit of the red rowan tree, grant them the sun. One of the giants smiles and says that once they hand over the sun, they will finally be free. After fulfilling their duties, they will descend the tree and feast upon the humans. The other agrees, adding that Dune Skias has prepared a gift for them. He has heard it includes countless snakes and toads. Corin exhales and says that, even so, coming early was not in vain. After a while, the solar eclipse begins, and Skias, laughing, stands outside the castle gate, saying that since Sarvan is not present, it must be rather cramped for the sky giants to live here. Still, he admits he is quite excited. As the gate opens, he declares that it is time to claim the Sun Sword. A giant titan shouts for the others to stop him and capture him immediately. Skias is startled when the Walkerman emerges from the gate, with Corin disguised with makeup, riding on its back. Corin addresses him reverently, calling him his glorious master, and proclaims that his master has finally arrived. Kneeling, he lifts the chicken toward him and says that they have followed his orders faithfully. Skias, taken aback, asks what is happening. At that moment, one of the giant titans attacks, cleaving the Walkerman's body in half, and roars that they are thieves who dare to steal their treasure. All the giants charge forward to attack. As chaos erupts, he yells that he will kill them himself and notices the chicken in Skias' hand. Corin quickly says that the mighty Skias, the great hero, has ordered them to steal the fool's fortune, and they have done exactly that. Skias, confused, asks him when he supposedly gave that order. Corin only smiles and exclaims that now they should kill these fools together. Dumnorix then raises his magical staff and releases a wave of energy, shouting that they have been deceived. The leading titan roars for his kin to kill them all, declaring that they will devour every last one of them. The giants begin capturing the small humans, who scream in terror, begging not to be eaten. One of the giants laughs and calls dibs on Dune Sukiyaki before growling hungrily. Corin and his companions quickly run from the scene as Skias releases a surge of dark energy and transforms into a Medusa-headed form. Dumnorix also channels his magic, clenching his teeth in frustration, and mutters a curse under his breath. Corin thinks that no one can stop him. Whether it is Dune Skias or Balthazar, no one can. If he cannot possess Klaus Solas, he will reduce it to dust. Yule runs and says that they should let the two fight. If both die, it would be even better. Lunia asks if he feels no shame at all. Corin smiles darkly and says that the immortal Locke feels no shame. They leap, sliding down the massive tree, and Lunia asks what the immortal Locke is. He replies that it is something Corin does, sister. She offers him a handkerchief and tells him to wipe his face, saying that to think she must accept even this side of her fiancé makes her weep. He takes it and wipes his face as Alicia asks what would happen if Dune Skias defeats all the giants and claims the sun. Corin replies that it does not matter. She asks why. He says that when they reach the surface, he will chop down all the trees, smiling as he speaks. Yule, shocked, calls him evil, no, demonic. Corin runs ahead, laughing, and says that only the victor gets to write history. He thinks that it would be best if he could acquire Klaus Solas himself. If he descends first and cuts down the world tree, he can trap 2 of the king's servants in the sky forever. That, he reflects, has been his true plan. Suddenly, Lunia halts and asks what that is, and they all freeze upon seeing the sword demon standing before them. Corin stares, thinking that it cannot be, but the beast who craves the Song of Steel stands there, ready for a duel of life and death where molten blood collides, the sword demon. Lunia steps forward, gripping her sword and spreading mana, declaring that she will handle it. She employs the warding aura skill to form a protective barrier around them. The sword demon swiftly approaches her, startling her as she wonders if it intends to ignore her and eliminate the domain users first. The narrator states that the sword demon, the most powerful swordsman in the heroic legends of Arhen, was later recruited into the king's service. However, at present, he is nothing more than a monster with a faint connection to the world's end, which means that in this battle, he cannot receive assistance from the commandment. The sword demon charges toward him as Corrin clenches his teeth, gripping his spear and using the poison dragon exit skill to block the attack. The sword demon swings his blade with the 8-hand peerless skill, inflicting deep cuts on Corrin's arms and legs. Corrin groans in pain as the demon strikes his waist again, sending him flying aside with a loud crash. Alicia, terrified, calls out to Corrin, but he tells her not to come closer and to keep looking ahead while they fight. He urges her to move away. Lunia tightens her grip on her sword and exclaims that he dares to ignore her. The narrator explains that what follows after a domain ends is Lunia's action, occurring half a step later. Lunia Arden style, false domain severance. When Lunia is outside a domain, her capabilities surpass those of Corrin and Alicia combined. The sword demon prepares for battle, gripping his sword and spreading red mana. The narrator adds that even the sword demon struggles to handle Lunia outside a domain. However, she is merely imitating the true technique. She uses the domain severance skill to strike and thinks that she can barely enter a domain twice in succession. The sword demon employs the 8-hand peerless skill and charges toward them to attack. Lunia observes his movements and wonders if he is once again aiming for the domain users behind her. She resolves that once this domain ends, she will use the half-step advantage she has been granted to cut down the sword demon for certain. However, she knows that her sister can only block up to 3 of the sword demon's attacks. With gleaming eyes, she charges at the sword demon, shattering his sword as blood spreads across the floor. Alicia stands in shock, her eyes wide and mouth agape, as Lunia receives multiple deep cuts across her body, yet continues to struggle to block his blade. Lunia curses the domain and swings her sword, stabbing him in the abdomen. The sword demon screams in pain, biting into her shoulder before pushing her away. Alicia rushes forward, calling out Lunia's name as she attacks the demon. Covered in blood, Lunia tells her to let go, and she urges her to stay still. Lunia says that once she begins to fight, she never looks back, calling herself a fool before losing consciousness. Terrified, Alicia calls out to her again, thinking about how she could possibly defeat such a monster. At that moment, Yule chants a spell to summon a walkerman behind the sword demon to strike. She commands Alicia to run immediately. Alicia hesitates, asking about the walkerman and whether it can be used twice without a sacrifice. The walkerman extends its hand toward the sword demon. In response, the sword demon raises his sword and unleashes the Arden second sword style, sky-raising twin dragons, a technique invoking 2 heralding beasts. The attack shatters the walkerman's body in a violent explosion. Yule clutches his chest in pain, spits out blood, and collapses to the ground. Alicia, shocked to see her companion in such a state, feels terrified and desperate to flee. Yet despite her fear, she cannot run away. She leaps forward, blocking the sword demon's blade and attempting to counterattack. Corrin lies on the ground holding a bottle, muttering in frustration. Yule, lying nearby, asks if he is all right. Corrin replies that he is fine and urges him to help Lunia first. She makes Lunia drink the potion from the bottle. Corrin thinks that he can recover with time, but they cannot escape this situation in their current condition, not with his limited speed and strength. At that moment, Skiaz's voice echoes as he greets him, saying he seems to be hurt badly while leaping down to strike with the giant titans and Doomnorix. Gripping Corrin's face, he laughs and says that Corrin is in no position to worry about others. His attack shatters the branches of the tree where Corrin lies, causing him to fall. Yule, terrified, shouts Corrin's name as Skiaz sends his serpents toward him midair, declaring that the brat who killed Firmak should now prove his strength. Corrin smirks and responds with gratitude. The system window displays a notification. System backup initiated, identifying commandments. He extends his hand to grasp his spear and activates the infinite returning heavens, Chaos Spear skill, slashing through the serpents' heads in a single motion. He then thrusts his spear into the tree and sits upon it, exhaling heavily as he catches his breath. Skias regenerates himself while hanging from a tree branch and mockingly asks if Korin is performing a circus act. Korin replies that he thought they were unable to attack each other according to the Gs. Skias laughs and says that Korin is right. If he breaks it, his head will explode. His face then transforms into bubbles and bursts as he adds that it would look something like that. He regenerates once more and remarks that he honestly does not care who completes the trials or solves the riddles to obtain the Sun Sword first. He only needs to kill Korin and take it for himself, laughing maniacally. Korin clenches his fist and says that he knows, admitting that he was thinking the same thing. Suddenly, Skias is struck by a blood spear, and his abdomen shatters. Mariette and H. Warren arrive at the scene, and Mariette, gripping her magical staff, asks Korin if he is all right. Skias regenerates again and demands to know who they are and whether they are Korin's allies. Both women are shocked to witness his regeneration. Korin immediately attacks Skias and tells them not to worry about it and to climb to safety quickly. Skias' serpent coils around Korin's leg as he laughs and asks if Korin truly intends to save his friends. He says that now he is curious, for as the spear of the queen, he knows his master would willingly grant him any level of divinity he requires. He then asks why Korin chooses to stand against them. Korin responds that Fermac, Dumnorix, he, and even Balthazar all follow the wrong path. He declares that it does not matter if one becomes a god in a world reduced to a wasteland. The reason he intends to kill them is simple. The system window notifies that the first commandment, duty, do not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of others. Relevance grade A+. Second commandment, restraint, he does not perceive spirits. Backup effect, 50% additional damage. Third commandment, oath, he will save the world. It further notifies that Dune Skias has an A+ relevance. Backup statistics increase by 120%. Persistent Warrior's regeneration increases by 120%. Pain tolerance and domain comprehension are enhanced. Hero Korin Locke, defeat evil and save the world. Korin declares that the servant of Dune Skias, the Beast King, is about to witness his own downfall. He strikes, and his radiant spear shatters Skias' body into countless fragments. On the other side, the sword demon recalls a memory of Garand standing on a mountain cliff, watching him clench the two swords and declaring that the sword belongs to him, calling him a monster. Meanwhile, the sword demon leaps high toward the moon and thinks that he cannot comprehend that old monster's thoughts or the reason he was taught the sword. He moves to attack her, but Alicia tries to block it with her sword. He hurls her against a rock and wonders whether he knows that he has not learned the sword alone. The emotions that rise whenever he faces an opponent, the limits of his blade, and the abilities of his body. Because of these, he understands. He surrounds his body with countless swords covered in aura to charge at her and thinks that, despite attaining immense strength compared to him, he is still nothing and cannot reach him. He leaps, sending the swords toward her in an assault. She is startled to see them charging at her. He thinks that he could have climbed the trees to reach the skies, so why is he here? Through the dust of the explosion, she walks forward, gripping her sword, and asks if he thought she could not cut him. He screeches and leaps to attack her, delivering deep cuts across her shoulders. He thinks that he cannot comprehend this situation or these emotions. He is a predator, and his opponent is prey that can be torn apart at any moment. He swings his sword to strike her, cutting her hair tie, and wonders why he cannot cut her, why she remains unscathed, and why she is still laughing as he notices a smile on Alicia's face. Alicia uses rapid severance, no light skill, and pierces her sword into the sword demon. She smirks and says that he is slower now. He thinks that he still has enough energy, yet he has not drawn any closer. The prey has become faster. He then uses Arden's second sword style, Twin Dragon Heaven Strike, and Arden's first sword style, Makizawa Akiyatoshi, to attack her, but she grips her sword covered in aura and counters all his strikes. He unleashes Domain Severance, 8-hand Peerless Skill, to assault her, but every attack leaves no damage as she continuously leaps away to save herself from all 8 strikes. He thinks that it is the first time he has felt nothing after using Domain Severance. Her movements seem as though she already knows where he will strike. With glowing eyes, she stares at him. Using Mind's Eye, Alicia form, covered in aura, charges at him and slashes him with her sword. He roars in pain, uses false Domain Severance to counter her, and thinks that he finally understands why he has come here. She then uses Alicia form, Corrin style, Poisonous Dragon Head charge, to attack him again, as he thinks that she is just like him, possessed by the sword, born with spectral talent. He has come here to cut her down, and if he cuts her, he will be able to reach that old monster, recalling the memory of Garand. On the other side, Mariette and H. Warren are attacking the giant titans using their powers. The sword demon thinks that everything is dull and that he is bored with all things, except for her, as he gazes upon Alicia. He thinks that her birth, his life, and her efforts, all of it, have been prepared for him, and in this moment, he is certain as he spreads a surge of powerful dark energy around himself. He recalls the earlier attack and thinks that, left with nothing now but his resolve to cut her down, he has risen to his peak. Gripping his swords, he uses Arden style, sword demon form, sky sword, summoning countless hands clutching blades through the 1,000-hand peerless skill. He releases streams of red and black aura that extend outward, piercing everything in their path. He roars, slightly turning his head, and sees Alicia standing behind him, gripping her sword. He notices the giant titans' heads being severed by lightning-like strikes, along with his own waist being cut. The giant titans are shocked as their heads begin to fall from their bodies. The sword demon wonders if there exists anything higher than the pure desire to cut, as his own head is also cleaved in half. Alicia recalls Lunia's words that if she ever engages in battle, she must never turn back, and she remembers Corrin's words that if she fights, she must keep looking forward. Recalling those memories, she thinks she will keep moving and uses Arden style, Alicia form, sky sword, to slash through their bodies. She thinks that this is a state never meant to be reached, that the sword demon is the greatest opponent of a lifetime. But greater than that is what can be born from a single step forward and a fleeting miracle. She uses the endless domain crusher, shattering their bodies as blood bursts out. The sword demon, in his final breath, thinks that this is it. His mastery of the sword has existed for this very moment, for her single step forward. After a short while, the tree branches shatter into fragments and float in midair as Corrin sees Skia's serpent advancing toward him. Clenching his teeth, he thinks that even ascending is difficult. He swings his spear to attack and tells him to stop. Skias laughs and says that he looks exhausted. Recalling past memories, Corrin thinks there is a reason why Dune Skias is called the Beast King. He is not a single creature. His death holds no meaning. He is a pit of endless darkness, composed of countless serpents and toads within that void, along with 3 dragons. He is one of the 4 secret treasures. Skias uses Undry Endless Serpents, sending a swarm of serpents toward Corrin and declaring that he has caught him. Corrin smiles and says that the wretched soul of a beast can never defeat him. He imbues his spear with the Death God's orb energy and kills the serpents instantly. The system window notifies that the Death God's orb always hits its mark, separates body and spirit, and ignores all defensive power. Skias looks at his fallen serpents and says that, so he is a soul reaper, but even so, he can keep going. He charges at him, spreading dark energy, and asks whether he has any mana left. Corrin leaps high into the air and says that he knows quite a lot, but he is rather slow to catch on. Skias notices the flickers of light beneath his feet, energy spreading outward, and mutters that it cannot be. He thinks of the great oak tree that reaches toward the heavens, nourished by the only king in the world, whose roots endlessly absorb mana, and he wonders how far they extend. Surrounded by shimmering energy, Corrin stands upon his spear and thinks that he has cultivated this vast land himself. It is his domain, and it grants him boundless mana. Skias says that Corrin Locke, the Queen's first spear, deserves recognition. He admits that in his current state, he cannot defeat him. He then transforms into a massive serpent, spreading a dark aura that coils around the tree, and asks how long it has been since this army became one. Covered in sweat, Corin says that it is a bit too much and thinks that this is one of Dune Skia's final forms, the great deviant snake, Falga's serpent. Corin smiles and thinks that this is one of Dune Skia's final forms. This truly is going on forever. Skias says that the queen has trapped him in a place of shade, forcing him into a cramped vessel. But now that she has been sealed away and the throne lies empty, the time has come. He declares that just as wolves devour lambs when there is no fence to guard them, he will devour the thing she once swore to protect, the first spear of the queen, Corin Locke, and he will consume him along with the flesh of the last goddess, Erin Danua. Corin asks if Skias intends to keep talking about himself. He leaps up from his spear and says that Skias claimed this land was created by him, did he not? The system window notifies that rune magic resonance is being activated. At that moment, the tree begins to glow with fiery, cracking rune energy as Corin tells him to look beneath him before he coils up. Skias exclaims in disbelief, asking if Corin has gone insane. Corin recalls the moment earlier when he drew rune symbols on the tree with his finger, and thinks that all the runes he slowly engraved before climbing it are now being activated at once by this surge of magic. The rune symbols Kenaz, Soillo, and Burkanan ignite, setting the tree ablaze and surrounding Skias' serpent form in a blazing inferno. Skias screams and demands to know if Corin believes he will remain safe after creating such a field of flames. Corin swiftly leaps high, smiling, and says that he must have come here to fight him, and that he has come to take what is his. Skias struggles to uncoil himself from the burning tree and asks if it could truly be. Corin leaps higher and lands on another tree. The narrator states that one of the 4 treasures, said to be attainable only at the moment of the eclipse, is the Sun Sword, Clau Solas, and at this point, whoever wields the power of Clau Solas shall be the victor. Corin grips his spear and says that whoever fails to do so will fall to their death. Surrounded by sparkling light, he tells Skias to fly if he wishes to survive. Skias curses him and transforms into a dragon, soaring upward through the burning flames while shouting Corin Locke's name. Corin turns his head and sees the dragon charging toward him. He quickly leaps again and again, narrowly evading the attacks to save himself. Both Corin and Skias' dragon soon reach the castle. While midair, Corin notices Mariette attacking a colossal titan with her crimson spear skill. Mariette turns her head and calls out to Corin. Skias remarks that Corin is lasting quite a while for a mere human. Corin clenches his teeth and declares that it is time to end this. He points his spear forward and thinks that this must be the second of Dune Skias' final forms, the legendary mystic dragon. But even a legend can be reached by his all-in attack. He releases a surge of red lightning energy as his third core is activated. Enveloped in a storm of dark and crimson energy, he tightens his grip on his spear and charges forward, unleashing the skill First Demon Spear, Black Mystery. Skias' dragon form roars as the attack approaches, and he swiftly transforms back into human form, saying that he has him now. Corin narrowly misses, passing beside him, and he, startled, realizes that Skias has evaded the strike through transformation. He extends his hand, releasing serpents toward Corin, and commands him to stay right there. Corin swings his spear, severing the serpents' heads, and curses under his breath while gritting his teeth. He thinks that his all-out attack has been dodged so easily. Skias says that the conditions for sprouting the Crimson Rowan tree fruit must be met and asks what he believes they are. The narrator explains that the Crimson Rowan tree fruit feeds on negative energy in order to sprout, as Skias holds the glowing rowan fruits in his hand. The roots of the fruits extend upward toward the eclipsed moon as he declares that it is time for the eclipse. The roots then fully illuminate, encircled by the lunar shadow, and capture the light of the moon. Skias spreads waves of dark energy around him. When Corin lands on the ground and sees him, he realizes that an infinite swarm of serpents and toads, enough to fill an entire mansion, is being summoned. Skias transforms into the Black Ox, roaring as he releases blinding lightning energy in every direction. Corin thinks that before him stands one of the 3 ferocious dragons and 3 magical cattle, the beast of shadowed darkness, the culmination of monsters once sealed in the underworld, and the king of all cattle, the black ox. Suddenly, a radiant sword manifests in the black ox's hand, and Corin realizes, with a chill of disbelief, that it has obtained the treasure, the sun sword. The black ox lets out a thunderous scream as Corin, sweating and shocked, thinks that to face the sun twice in one lifetime is a cruel stroke of misfortune. In an instant, the black ox releases a powerful wave of flames, hurling Corin against the castle wall and causing a massive explosion that shatters the structure. Dust spreads in all directions, and as it settles, Corin lies injured on the ground, groaning in pain while secretly drawing the rune symbol Kenaz on the floor. He quickly rises to one knee as the black ox laughs and asks if he came here early just to prepare this trap. Corin taps his spear against the ground, releasing waves of energy. He sends a surge of flames toward him and says that Corin must have worked on this all day, yet it is futile. He thinks that all flames bow their heads before the sun and curses his situation. He grits his teeth and realizes that even this cannot buy him any time. The black ox flies high, surrounded by fire, and hurls a massive sphere of flames toward Corin. The impact strikes the ground with an explosion that shatters the surrounding rocks. Corin slides across the ground as the black ox approaches, shouting for him to die and preparing another attack. Corin raises his arm to shield his face. The black ox mocks him, asking if he truly believes he can keep running. Corin retorts that the funny one here is the beast itself and asks whether a creature wielding a weapon can claim power so easily. If that were all it took, the sword demon would never have been special merely for being surrounded by a red aura. The black ox laughs and says those are bold words for someone on the verge of perishing, then raises his sword to strike. Corin lifts his spear to block the blow and activates the skill Rising Serpent Skies, Poisonous Dragon Head to counterattack. His spear vanishes in an instant, and he thinks, even so, that he has lost his weapon in a single strike. He notices a glowing circle forming around his chest and realizes that both of his cores have been completely depleted. Now, at last, he prepares to use the short spear technique, the one capable of piercing even the adamant Jonxi, a self-destructive move that endangers his own life. Spreading dark energy through the air, he clenches his teeth and charges forward, attacking with the Black Mystery, 8 Oracle Ultimate Fist skill. The impact of his strike triggers a massive explosion that engulfs the area in dust. As the dust begins to settle, the Black Ox's broken horn lies on the ground, while Corin, severely injured, kneels and lowers his head, groaning in agony. The Black Ox bursts into loud, thunderous laughter as Corin thinks that this monster cannot be defeated, even if he pours out every last drop of his strength, his body now drenched in sweat and blood. Meanwhile, a massive explosion erupts at the Sky Castle as the narrator explains that the giants of the Sky Castle, when fully matured, are demihumans of at least semi-first rank. One giant grips his weapon and attempts to strike when H. Warren attacks, striking his face with force. Mariette and Diaku, surrounded by sharp ice crystals, struggle as Diaku says that they must hurry, for they need to help Corin. The narrator adds that, of course, they are 2 special rank demihumans. H. Warren looks at the towering giant and replies that even so, it is not going to be easy. Mariette, startled, sees nearly 50 giants of the Sky Castle advancing before her. The narrator explains that Alicia once performed a miracle, cutting down nearly half of them in a single strike. But those had been the weakest ones, those who had descended to pursue Dune Skias, while the captain-class giants, corresponding to the semi-special rank, remained upon the Sky Island. The narrator continues that at this moment, when survival appears uncertain and escape proves impossible, they can no longer hope for outside aid. Meanwhile, the Black Ox repeatedly slams Corin into the ground until the earth beneath them becomes soaked in his blood. Corin coughs violently, gasping for breath as he clutches his wounds. He realizes that his persistent warrior's regeneration has reached its limit. His recovery is no longer keeping pace with his injuries. He can no longer feel even a trace of strength in his aura core. His entire body feels unbearably heavy, and his eyes begin to close as fragments of his past life flash through his mind. He thinks that he is going to die and struggles to lift himself once more. Siyu's shadow, cloaked in an aura, manifests before him and says that he has already warned him. Players are only as strong as the number of lives they have taken. At least, he adds, Corrin has made it to the final battle. He asks what Corrin is doing now and remarks that he is about to die at the hands of Tatus's minions. With a smirk, he asks if Corrin understands and tells him that everything he has done so far is meaningless. Corrin replies that he is wrong and demands to know why he cannot understand, despite having played longer than he has. He says that perhaps Siyu has never truly seen it for himself. Despite having become a vampire, her smile still brings joy to others, to the children who have only just begun to accept themselves. He recalls H. Warren attacking the giant with her power, then remembers Lunia carrying Alicia on her back to safety, thinking of those who continue to move forward, step by step, the ones who are surpassing their own limits. Siyu leans closer, still smirking, and asks if he has enjoyed himself, then tells him to give up now since he has already done everything he can. Corrin swings his fist at him, but the shadow scatters like mist, and his punch strikes only the rock. He says that if he had known all of this earlier, he would never have been able to live so carefreely. Rising to his feet, he extends his hand. The Black Ox asks if he still possesses any regenerative power. He notices Corrin's spear approaching, catches it, and says mockingly that if Corrin wants the spear so badly, he should try catching it. He hurls the weapon toward him, and the spear pierces Corrin's shoulder. Corrin screams in agony. Covered in flames, the Black Ox once again launches his son's sword toward him and declares that this is his end. Corrin raises his hands to block the sword and groans in unbearable pain as his skin burns and turns crimson. He lets out a piercing scream as explosions erupt all around them. When the dust finally settles, Corrin lies shirtless beneath a pile of shattered rock, his body drenched in blood and rendered unconscious. The Black Ox rests his sword on his shoulder and begins to walk away. Hearing the faint rustling of movement behind him, he turns his head slightly and sees Corrin standing once more, surrounded by tiny shimmering sparks. He asks in disbelief if Corrin is still not dead and swiftly swings his arm, tossing him high into the air. Spreading waves of dark energy, he roars and begins to transform, vowing that if he burns Corrin until not a single fragment remains, he will never rise again. Corrin stretches out his hand and calls forth his spear. The Black Ox sneers and asks if he truly intends to keep holding that spear until his death, telling him to stop resisting and die in the breath of the fire. Transforming fully into a dragon, he unleashes a torrent of flames toward him. Startled, he suddenly notices that his fire is being pulled inward. He exclaims in confusion, realizing that the flames are being absorbed, and wonders if such a thing is possible. His son's sword suddenly vanishes from his grasp, reappears in Corrin's hand, as he grips it tightly and uses it to halt the advancing fire. As the rune of regression symbol manifests upon the sword, he recalls an earlier memory, when Corrin had tried to stop the blade with his burned hands, and murmurs that it must have been at that moment. Corrin breathes heavily and mutters that first came a serpent, then a toad, a cow, and now a dragon once more. He says that, in any case, his opponent is Dune Skias, servant of the king, and then laughs mockingly, asking who Skias believes he truly is. The dragon roars and hurls more flames toward him, declaring that Corrin is an unamusing man and should simply die. Corrin recalls that in the previous run, Park Sihu and he had reached the final boss, meaning that the king's servants, the wielders of the 4 treasures, had somehow been defeated. He wonders what became of those 4 treasures as he raises his sword and points it toward him. He conjures a sphere of flames in his hand and thinks that he is the first spear of the queen, the only human in this era who understands the true power of Clau Solas. the one who was its rightful owner in the previous run, Corin Locke. He places the sphere of flames into his mouth, and a violent explosion erupts around him. The system window appears, notifying that the sun, Klaus Solus, has been consumed. Klaus Solus selects its user. The sun, Klaus Solus, acknowledges him as its great warrior, aspect of the sun, Corin Locke Ergitlam. The system notifies that he has gained the light of the sun, Agatram. As long as the sun remains above, he is blessed by its radiance. The dragon unleashes a torrent of flames that spirals upward. Corin, cloaked in an aura, moves swiftly and bursts through the storm, piercing the dragon's head from its body with his spear. He says that this marks his second time wielding the power of the sun. The black ox rushes in from behind, cursing him, but Corin sidesteps with precision, causing the ox's fist to crash into the ground and shatter the stone beneath. Corin utters Kenaz and Sawillo, and the rune symbols ignite across the ground, setting the entire area ablaze. The black ox frowns, snarling curses as he charges forward and shouts that the power belongs to him. Corin ignites his spear and thinks of Klaus Solus, a weapon that draws in all surrounding heat and flame, the very concentration of the sun itself. The fire, shaped through rune magic, coagulates into a single radiant mass, Klaus Solus. Gathering all the flames into a blazing circle, Corin hurls it toward the black ox. A colossal explosion follows, engulfing the battlefield in searing light. Wreathed in flames, the black ox rides in agony, his cries echoing, before his body disintegrates into ashes. The explosion's force ripples outward, shattering the sky castle itself. Corin plants his spear into the scorched ground and declares that they may continue to multiply and challenge him as they please. He will never stop, not until he has saved the world. Meanwhile, H. Warren continues to battle the giants, unleashing her powers as one of the massive creatures swings a punch at her, cursing both her and her allies. Mariette, using her blood technique, Crimson Bow, conjures sharp red crystals that fly toward the giant and pierce through him brutally as she calls out to H. Warren. She asks if H. Warren felt it too, and says that something is happening on Corin's side. Clenching her teeth, she adds that, frustratingly, there are far too many giants standing before them. She declares that she and Diaku will pave the way forward. At that moment, one of the giants begins to sweat nervously, staring upward in fear, and asks what that is as a massive sphere of flames descends from the sky toward them. Corin appears, surrounded by fire, holding the blazing sun in his hand. The giant trembles, recognizing him as the aspect of the sun, realizing that there is no choice but to obey instinctively, the very same power that once sealed them in this realm, the power of the sun itself. All the giants kneel before Corin in reverence. H. Warren stands frozen in shock as Mariette suddenly vanishes from her side and appears embracing Corin. Corin reminds her that he is an elder vampire and tells her that, even for her, being this close to the sun must be unbearable, asking if she is all right. She cries and retorts that it does not matter, demanding to know why he is so badly wounded and saying that he will worry her to death by doing this. H. Warren rushes to them and exclaims that he is injured. Corin places a hand gently on her head, smiles faintly, and says that yes, he is hurt, but now he is fine. The giants widen their eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief, as Corin gives a nervous grin under their gaze and mutters that perhaps not entirely. The giants then begin to advance, and the captain among them roars that it is time to kill him, that now is the moment to finish him off. Corin quickly runs and tells the others to run as well. He does not think it would shut down so suddenly. H. Warren runs beside him and mutters that these fools have such long strides. The captain giant raises his hand to attack and declares that he will kill them, descend, and devour all the humans on the surface. Corin runs at full speed, saying they are about to be caught. Suddenly, with a powerful slash, the captain giant's arm is cut through his own body, and he screams in agony. Corin smiles and remarks that the old man is rather late, as he sees Garand, surrounded by lightning energy and resting his sword on his shoulder, Garand walks forward and says that it was quite difficult to climb the tree with his old body. He recalls the memories of Alicia's fight with the sword demon and says that their battle resonated well. He tells Corin to go on, assuring him that he will handle these lackeys. The giants move in to attack Garand as he prepares himself, spreading waves of lightning around him to counter. Corin runs off, saying good luck. Garand nods and says that the sword demon had still been incomplete, but they managed to kill him. He regrets missing that sight. He adds that finally, a true swordsman who can rival him has been born, and to have encountered them in a realm higher than the tallest mountain is a true joy. With swift movement, Garand attacks, slashing through the giants' bodies as he laughs. On the other side, Corin begins descending from the tree with the others and asks if they can do him a favor as they go down. Mariette asks what it is. Corin thinks that Garand Arden has appeared at the perfect moment. Without the old man, escaping would have been difficult, and that debt must be repaid. He tells them to cut the tree, and both are stunned upon hearing this. Corin feels his fingers trembling with rage as he recalls how he almost died at the sword demon he once nurtured. An old saying comes to his mind: it is never too late to repay a debt, even if it takes 10 years. Today is the day of vengeance. Corin smirks and says that man does not truly help others either, so they should leave him on the Sky Island for a year or so. Mariette spreads crimson waves of energy from her magical staff and agrees, saying that if he says so, she will do it. H. Warren also prepares herself and nods in agreement. She forms a massive spear of energy and launches it toward the tree, severing its upper half with a thunderous crack. From the corner of his eye, Garand notices the tree breaking apart with a loud bang. After some time, Alicia opens her eyes with a groan and walks outside, where Corin sits on a tree branch. He smiles and asks if she has awakened, then gently inquires how her body feels. She sits beside him and says that it hurts, but she can move, though her heart remains in turmoil. She recalls her memories and says she had hoped to enjoy a more ordinary school life when she entered the academy, to have fun all night, sleep through classes, and wonder about what to eat for lunch. She strikes her chest lightly and says she is far removed from something so simple that she is drawn to the sword. No, she is a person who cannot help but be drawn to cutting others down. Corin says that it is not a bad thing to feel. She looks surprised and asks what he means. He explains that what truly matters are her morals and her choices. Even if she feels entranced by the blade, she would never draw her sword against just anyone. He adds that there are plenty of strange people in the world who make odd decisions, but since she wishes to live a normal life, even with such power, she deserves to hold a bit more pride in herself. She leans her head on his shoulder and asks him to promise her that, because she is a strange person, he will stay by her side and care for her. She says she does not know when she might stray from the right path, so he should help her continue enjoying the ordinary things, going out to town on weekends, eating good food, watching the newest plays, shopping, having desserts at nice cafes, and taking quiet walks, simple, human joys like those. Corin smiles and says he will tag along. She laughs softly and says that sounds nice. He thinks to himself that the tale of the Sage of the Sky Island ends here, and, as always, not everything concludes elegantly. The scene shifts to the next morning. Corin says that he has been late to mention something. He is getting engaged, and he smiles. Mariette and Alicia are both stunned upon hearing this. Mariette asks what he just said and with whom. At that moment, Lunia arrives and asks if they are the companions of her man. She introduces herself as Lunia Arden and says she plans to be engaged to her fiancé within a week. Both women are utterly shocked and repeat her words in disbelief, asking if she means her fiancé. Lunia continues, saying that if the heiress of the Dunlop family and the nun of the Grand Zion Chapel were to serve as her bridesmaids, Arden would be delighted to invite them personally. Corin looks at them and thinks that they are completely stunned. He decides to continue the joke for another 5 minutes before revealing that it is all a prank. Smiling and resting his chin on his hand, he says that was when he first felt his burning love for Miss Lunia. Lunia nods and adds that even at a young age, his demeanor captivated her. Corin goes on, saying that under the light of the full moon, they became engaged. Mariette stands abruptly and says she is leaving. She recalls the vision she once saw, then turns away and mutters 100 years before walking off. Startled, Corin asks what is wrong with her. H. Warren, with tears in her eyes, wipes them away and says congratulations, wishing him happiness. Corin becomes nervous and tries to explain, saying wait, Ran, it was actually just a joke. But she quickly runs out of the room with her hands covering her face. He groans and asks how he is supposed to undo this mess. Lunia laughs softly and says what a sinful man her fiancé is. After some time, Corin searches around the area and sighs, wondering where they have gone. He says he must apologize to them as soon as he sees them, but worries aloud about what to do if they run away again. He rubs the back of his neck and admits that the heavenly Yaksha's physical abilities make it impossible for him to catch up. At that moment, Ran appears behind him. He quickly turns around and says that he has something to tell her. Later, as the morning sun shines through, Corin sits on the bed, rubs his neck, yawns, and says that HWA woke up early. She finishes dressing, stands before him, and says that it is not coming. He asks what she means. She replies that the crane is missing and wonders why it has not arrived. He stretches his arms and explains that there are no cranes in this region. They usually stay farther north. There should be plenty of them near the northern kingdom, he says, and suggests that they eat first. After a while, H. Warren asks about the fake engagement. Corin admits that he only wanted to surprise her, but had not been considerate enough, and tells her to let Ran know that as well. He notices her open the grilled fish to take a bite and comments that she has become quite skilled now. She tells him that he is always busy, then eats and offers him a bite. She adds that if something like this ever happens again, he should travel with her, and she moves the spoon toward him. Corin stares at it in surprise and says softly that he appreciates it. Later, Corin thinks that now he must find Mariette. The servants of House Arden do not seem to know where she is, either. To locate her, he considers what options he has. He goes to Diaku, finds him surrounded by dogs, and wonders why he is so popular. Corin says that when they return, he will make sure to get him the highest quality black cow, but asks him to first tell him where his mother is. Diaku shows him a paper on which a note is written. Check approved by Dunalef. Diaku 2956 gold. He thinks about why Diaku has more gold than he does. After all, he risked his life. Yet after endless teasing and humiliation, Diaku finally revealed where Mariette was. The scene shifts to the exterior guest chambers of Arden Manor, where Mariette says he should have told her that sort of thing earlier. Corin apologizes and thinks that when she learned the whole story, she seemed terribly embarrassed and kicked at her bedsheets for quite some time. With her head buried in the bed, she addresses Corin and says she believes everything he tells her. She never doubts him. She would believe him even if he claimed he could triple the gold she lent him, or that a comet would strike the earth tomorrow. She lifts her head and says he cannot even bring himself to lie to her. Tears fill her eyes as she thinks that, no matter what happens, he would still be hers even after 100 years. After a while, Corin waves his hand toward Lunia. The narrator explains that all the girls who liked Corin eventually discovered that the engagement between Corin and Lunia had been fake. Because of that, they realized that their supposed date had only been a ruse meant to deceive others, and they were able to calm their hearts, except for Alicia. Later, Corin and Lunia sit together in a restaurant, while Alicia sits at a distance from them, holding a book. She watches them quietly and wonders why she is even there. Her mind drifts back to earlier memories as she reflects on that strange feeling that had begun at the start of the semester. She questions whether it began with the sword-breaking incident, the series of murders, or the moment he told her he would stay by her side, pondering the meaning of her connection with Corin. Lunia suddenly rises from her seat and leans toward Corin, gently holding his chin. Corin looks at her and addresses her as Miss Lunia. She smiles slightly and says that people are watching. then asks why they should not show them a sweet scene. He replies that her hands are rough and places his hand over hers. She glances down and says they are not the best hands for a woman. He asks why she thinks so and says he finds them admirable. She smiles faintly and says that he certainly knows how to speak to a woman, though he still remains rather slow in some ways. He tilts his head and asks if he missed something. She straightens up, glances toward Alicia's table, and says it is fine, she will leave first. He asks if she did not enjoy their final date. She smiles and says it was so sweet that she would not have minded truly taking him as her own fiancé. Later, on the day of the engagement ceremony, everyone is elegantly dressed. Lunia arrives wearing a bridal gown and holding a bouquet. A voice in the crowd exclaims in admiration, saying she is beautiful. Lunia smiles and says that Corin is a man who knows how to make a woman happy. Corin stands beside her, winks, and says that he truly means it. The announcer declares that the engagement of Corin Locke and Lunia Arden is about to begin. They embrace and laugh together, but suddenly they are startled by Alicia's voice. She cries out, saying she refuses to accept this engagement, as tears stream down her face. The scene shifts to their childhood memories. Someone's voice mocks, calling her a dirty idiot child. Lunia holds the little Alicia protectively in her arms, frowning, and says dirty, impossible. This beautiful child is her little sister. Later, Alicia holds a piece of candy and says happily that she has grown taller, that she is now taller than 100 centimeters, and that she will become a cool knight just like her sister. She asks if Alicia wants a honey bomb candy. After some time, Alicia lowers her head and says softly that she will be leaving for the academy tomorrow. The narrator explains that the baby who had once been born weighing only 2.3 kilograms, whose round eyes had once sparkled brightly, has grown into a child who now looks at the ground more often than at Lunia. Returning to the present, Lunia smiles and thinks that it has not even been half a year since Alicia entered the academy. Yet the once timid child who could never speak up for herself has grown so much. If she has truly made up her mind now. Corin, confused, asks what she is doing as Alicia grabs his hand and begins dragging him away, telling him to follow her. Lunia's mother points toward them and asks what she is waiting for, telling her to go after them. Lunia holds her head in distress and says no, mother, she is too shocked. Her mother asks if she is all right and reaches out to hold her, trying to lead her away. Just then, a giant eagle descends, stirring the dust into the air with its massive wings. Someone nearby asks what is happening. H. Warren hangs from the eagle by a rope, extends her hand downward, and calls out for them to climb aboard. As Alicia walks forward, she turns her head slightly and sees her sister Lunia embracing their mother. She reaches for H. Warren's hand and rises into the air, carrying Corin on her shoulder as the eagle takes flight. H. Warren waves and says that they will be off. Lunia walks forward and murmurs that this shock has truly turned her away from meeting any other men for quite some time. Her mother, sitting down on the ground, looks around in confusion and asks what on earth is happening. Lunia thinks that the small wedding, which took place within the prestigious Eastern family of Arden, has ultimately fallen apart. Meanwhile, Corin sits inside a carriage and asks in confusion what exactly is happening. Suddenly, a card slips out of his inner pocket. He picks it up and reads the message, which states that she will officially come to take him, her fiancé. Alicia leans her head on his shoulder and says that her sister knew about everything. Corin nods slightly and says he supposes so, thinking to himself that he has managed to gather reliable allies. Marriott asks Corin where they should go next. Corin removes his bow and says they should keep moving forward. There is still much left to do. Thus, their brief respite spent in the eastern regions comes to an end. After some time, near the clock tower, Erin releases waves of lightning to strike a skeleton warrior and thinks to herself how many times this has repeated. It is already the fourth night. The skeleton warrior's head asks why she is smiling. Erin, still smiling, draws the rune symbol Kenaz and asks why she should not. An explosion erupts, engulfing the skeletons in flames. The skeleton's head declares that the armies of the king are growing stronger and stronger, while she is nearing her limit. If she fails to fulfill her promise to purify this place, that boy's life will be over. He asks if she is not nervous with the deadline approaching. Noting that she even seems rather pleased, Erin walks forward casually, resting her spear on her shoulder, and says yes, it means Corin will be coming back soon. The scene shifts to 3 years earlier, before Corin locks regression. Corin, exhausted, kneels on the ground and says that he has lost. Erin stands before him, placing her spear against his neck, and remarks that it is evident he has practiced tirelessly, and that his fundamentals are solid. She turns away and says that it seems he has been focusing on the 8-trigram spearmanship, asking if there is any particular reason for that choice. Corin rises to his feet and explains that it was the first technique that caught his attention in the martial arts section of the library. She then asks why he chose the spear. He scratches his cheek and admits that he has heard it is easier to handle than a sword. She slightly turns her head and comments that his reasoning is efficient. He says that if he is going to learn, he might as well learn her technique. She refuses, saying that he cannot, as doing so would only consume him. She instructs Corin to continue with the 8-trigram spearmanship for at least another 6 months. Startled, he extends his hand to stop her. He thinks about the final boss, Baltazar's secret art, the 6-step spearmanship. He had wanted to master the 6-step spearmanship, so Sihu introduced him to that NPC, but even after more than a month, there was still so much to learn and almost no progress. He thinks that he has envied Sihu, who merely opens his skill window and casts powerful magic instantly. Yet he realizes that envy alone will not lead him anywhere. Gripping his spear firmly, he continues his practice, thinking that bit by bit, step by step, that is how he will advance. As he spins his spear, he recalls that Jia Lan Na Bai Dianjia are the basic 7 forms. Then, leaping high and using the advanced 8th form, his body becomes surrounded by a blazing aura. After some time, at night, breathing heavily, Corin says that he has done it. Erin holds his bruised hand and remarks that achieving success in just 2 months is remarkable, especially since she had considered 6 months to be a short estimate. She asks why he wants to become stronger, saying that if it is only about strength, then Sihu alone is already more than strong enough. Corin replies that even a hero needs a companion, someone who drives the wagon beside him, and more importantly, if he becomes stronger, fewer people will die. She tells him that he is a good kid. Corin smiles and says that he is just ordinary, really. She smiles softly and agrees, saying right. The scene shifts to the Mage Rebellion incident. The narrator explains that the mages of the tower who sided with Fermac Damon shattered the shell of Erin Danua, who had taken on the guise of Chairman Iryu. Once the shell was destroyed, the real Erin Danua returned to the world. According to the scenario, she then died, leaving the players her will to protect the world, and the Hidden Peace Tribulation treasure vault was unlocked. That was the event. The narrator says that it was an event no player was ever meant to prevent. That was what everyone believed. But the hand Corin held was warm, and her voice was gentle. The narrator says that this person dies, and knowing that, he can no longer smile back at her. Later, as Erin laughs and takes Corin by the hand, she asks if he knows the story of her and Tadas. Corin answers that he does and thinks that she has passed on everything, including the 6-step spearmanship, to her most treasured disciple. Yet her goal was the coming of paradise, in other words, the end of the world. He thinks that in the end, she refused to take the final step of succession, and that surely is the greatest and most tragic failure of her life. She says that she has hesitated and agonized over it, for she has experienced too many failures and has not always made the right choices. Then, raising her voice, she calls out to Corin Locke. Startled, Corin hears her as she asks whether he will accept her, Erin Danua, as his master, pointing to herself. Corin thinks that this is a line and an event every player of the heroic legend of Arhan knows, an event available only to those who fulfill countless conditions and accumulate great karma. But by that time, his game knowledge no longer mattered much. Kneeling and bowing deeply, he says that he will take her as his master. She places her hand on his shoulder, embraces him gently, and says that it is all right to fall, as long as he rises again. It is all right to fail, as long as he succeeds the next time. And it is all right to cry, as long as he smiles even brighter afterward. She tells him to follow his own sense of justice, his own conviction, and to walk the righteous path. Then she kisses his forehead and says that she will grant him the blessing of the goddess. He closes his eyes and thinks that he will never forget the warmth of that moment for as long as he lives. The scene shifts to the present, to the city of the dead, Nasria. The narrator says that for 300 years, the same night of death has been repeated. Yet the immortal king's army continues to grow stronger, and the fragile balance that has lasted for 300 years has finally reached its limit. Erin runs forward as the immortal king's army follows behind her. She thinks that this is the third night, and at this rate, Georg, the immortal king, will soon fully transform into a lick. It is cutting dangerously close this time. Just then, Corin arrives and tells her not to worry, saying that Georg has already been dealt with and that they should not rush, as there is still time. With a determined expression, he says that he has come to save her, Erin. Corin thinks that when the immortal King Georg dies, the city's time rewinds by 3 days, and all the undead he has created vanish as if nothing had ever happened. Nasria has a population of 1,200,000. He reflects that if the undead ever escape the city, the entire continent would face destruction, and so his master made a pact with the Reaper. Recalling his memories, he thinks that by day, Nasria is a peaceful city, but by night, it becomes a realm ruled by the undead. It continues endlessly in this repeating cycle. However, they must defeat the undead bosses and slay Georg within 3 days to break it. He remembers that to accomplish this, his master divided her soul into 2 halves. The fragment that remains in this place has repeated the 3-day loop for 300 years, even forgotten by the memory of her real body. He thinks that Georg has begun to sense the existence of the loop, and now the cycle has reached its limit. To end it, he made a deal with the Reaper. He would purify Nasria within 6 months. As that deadline approaches, they have already repeated the loop 3 more times, and each night, they continue to battle the undead. Erin plays with a butterfly, and Corin thinks that by day, they have gone on dates, read books, watched plays, visited the circus, and now the final moment has arrived. Later, Erin stands with him on the balcony and says that thanks to him, she has truly enjoyed herself. He asks if she has not grown tired of seeing the same things for 300 years. She replies that watching them alone and watching them with someone else are 2 entirely different experiences. He says that he is glad she has enjoyed it, though it is a shame they never managed to visit that wonderful restaurant. She smiles and says that they do not need a fancy place for it to be meaningful. Everything is enjoyable when she is with her future disciple. With concern in his voice, he says her name, Erin. She responds softly, saying yes, tonight, they will purify Nasria and end this eternal night, right? He gently holds her face and answers that yes, according to his theory, it is possible. He thinks that he has already tested it with Park Sihu in the previous round, and it should work, as long as no unforeseen interferences occur. He tells her not to feel pressured, saying that this is his way of repaying her. He asks her to grant him a wish once everything is over. Startled, she repeats the word wish and begins to ask something, but before she can finish, they both vanish. Later, the narrator says that the regressions have continued for 300 years, and after countless deaths, Georg has finally discovered the answer. Georg laughs and says that he understands now the original runes, and by placing 2 runes at the front and back, he sees the rune symbols of the unending paradise of the dead engraved upon the stone. The narrator says to let them defile the original runes, for Nasria's cycle has ended, and the curse upon the city has been amplified severalfold. Georg laughs again and declares that at last, success has been achieved, releasing a powerful surge of energy from his eyes. His form transforms into that of the immortal King Lick, radiating waves of dark energy in every direction. He proclaims that he will kill her, the witch, and this time, he shall desecrate her corpse, destroy her body, and defile even her soul. In Nasria, the battle priest crews, stationed at the fortress, trembles as he witnesses the chaos unfolding before him. He asks what is happening, realizing that every undead creature in the monitored zone is converging upon a single point. He thinks that such an occurrence has never happened before. Meanwhile, the Lick, gripping his staff, stands before the vast horde of undead. The narrator says that the true immortal king is summoning every undead in the city. The limitless wave has begun, the march of the undead has started. Meanwhile, Aaron and Corin reappear. He stands beneath a massive rock, supporting it on his back, and asks what just happened. Aaron kneels in front of him and asks if he is all right. She says that sometimes anomalies occur, but this is the first of its kind. They should hide for now and prepare. He nods and replies that in that case, he will begin. He casts the Doom Bolt skill, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Then he declares that another Doom Bolt follows, that it is not over yet, and unleashes Corrosion, Contamination Declaration, and the Land of Death skill in rapid succession. He sees dark liquid spreading across the floor, bubbling as it moves. Clenching his teeth, Corin, shocked, thinks that Doom Bolts are raining from the sky and the earth itself is being poisoned. It seems endless. Aaron runs toward him and says that Gerorg must already have completed his transformation into a Lick, which means the magical energy in the city has become nearly infinite. She tells him not to stop moving, to keep shifting his position. Suddenly, mid-rank undead creatures, undead hunters, appear, radiating crimson energy as they leap to attack. Aaron and Corin are taken aback at the sight. Corin activates the 6th wave Sura skill, leaps high into the air, and severs the head of an undead hunter with his spear before advancing forward. Aaron, alarmed, shouts for him not to use aerial movement, warning that if he stops in midair, he will be vulnerable. He quickly activates the Rune of Hardening and the Rune of Wind, propelling himself upward to evade a surge of destructive energy that detonates below. Aaron, stunned, watches him and smiles, saying that he is strong. The Lick screams in rage, calling them slippery fools, and unleashes a violent storm of energy toward him, firing 10 Doom Bolt strikes in rapid succession. A massive explosion follows. He laughs maniacally, but then his expression turns to disbelief as he sees what lies ahead. He exclaims that it cannot be, that his Doom Bolts are disappearing. Through the swirling dust, Corin stands firm and asks if he has forgotten what sunlight looks like after 300 years of unending night. He tells him to look carefully now. The Lick mutters that it is impossible, but Corin replies that it is indeed possible and activates the solar focus, Klaus Sola's skill, summoning a radiant sun behind him. Smiling, he says that this is the sun,